shows. Done. Bring that up later. All right. My channel. All right. It looks like we are live. Pop out chat. Saras, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate you taking the time to have a conversation with me. Would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself before we get started?
Hi, TJump. Thanks for having me here. My name is Saras and I am from India. I saw a couple of videos of yours on morality. I found them quite interesting. It is my favorite topic as well, and I thought it'd be good to have a discussion. I am an atheist, and before atheism, I was into Advaita Vedant, which is kind of pantheism. I think that is it from me.
Okay. And you wanted to talk about morality. Would you like to give an intro to your view of morality?
Yes, sure. So, uh, like I said, I've not read philosophy as such, but based on my understanding of morality that I've seen from people, it is either categorized as subjective or objective. I personally think it is subjective because for something to be called objective, it has to exist in nature without any other person, without having dependency on any sentient being, if I'm putting it correctly. That is the basis of it. In addition to that, I have a theory on how moral actions should be decided, and that goes, the definition of morality as such is just the decision whether I have to do A or B, and whether that action A is correct or B is correct.
Right now,
Uh, and each person has, we call it morality. It is basically just a decision that you have to take, and it basically derives from a person's definition of I. For example, if I have to decide something, I'll say whether it is good for me or whether it is bad for me. And that definition of I could be me, this body itself, or it could be my family, tribe, religion, humanity, all living things or sentient beings. So that is the first level which decides whether a person is moral or how moral a person should be called. And then following that, we can have a technical discussion whether option A is good or option B is good. And following that, we should be following our instinct. I think that is it. There is a detailed video on my channel that if people want to see, they can have a look at that and understand what I'm trying to say. Yep, thanks.
Okay, so my view is that morality is objective. I think that there is a truth value. I think that there are some universes or some ways the universe could be which are objectively better than other ways the universe could be. Why do you think that that is not the case? Why do you think that it is not the case that some universes would not be objectively better than others, like a world without rape, for example?
Yeah, we could definitely call that certain morality can objectively be called better than others. And that objective morality will actually have to depend, for example, with an assumption that a person's understanding is that uh, morality is for all sentient beings. I guess that is the assumption that you are making. So if we have that assumption in place in one universe or one setting, and in another setting we do not have that understanding, then we could say that one person, or one set of morality is better than the other set of morality.
Okay, but I mean without any opinion. So it doesn't matter what anybody's opinion is. One universe with rape would be better than another universe without rape, no matter what anyone thinks ever, no matter what. Why would that not be the case?
It would be better, but I do not understand why would you call it objectively better. For example, if how do I put it? For example, if there is a place where people only eat vegetables, for example, they only eat vegetables, they do not hurt anyone, that will be better than someone who eats animals. But that is still dependent on a person's definition of I. For example, a person is saying that I do not want to hurt animals, and another person says I do not want to hurt animals as well as plants. So based on that comparison, we are saying that A is better than B. But objectively, there is no such thing as saying that eating plants is better than eating animals.
Why do you think that? Because I think there is something that's objectively saying that. I think there's a law of nature. Like we can objectively say that a black hole has more gravity than a star because there is a
Yes.
property in the universe, which is gravity, which exists, and there is more of it in one location than another. I think that morality is similar in that there is a moral law. There is a more moral way the universe could be. And if the universe has this more moral way, then it has the property of being more moral, just like a black hole has the property of having more gravity. So it seems to me there is the case that it's objective, not just subjective. Why do you think that would not be the case?
Uh, because morality always depends on a conscious being. For example, hunger. If you are feeling hungry, I am feeling hungry. We could objectively say that you are more hungry than I am, but it would still remain a subjective thing. So I
But
am not able to understand perhaps what you are trying to say.
so in the case of hunger, if one person is more hungry than another person, that's subjectively the case. There is a fact of the universe that is not contingent on opinion that makes it objectively the case. Like you can measure the amount of nutrition they have. You can measure the amount of chemical releases in the brain. All of those things are objective properties
Yes,
that have nothing to
but
do with.
hunger is still subjective.
No, those are not subjective. So I think you're confusing subjectively known versus subjectively true. So subjectively known means something that's only knowable by a subjective entity, like what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking of a unicorn. Like only I can know that because you don't have access to my consciousnness. But it's objectively true that I'm thinking of a unicorn. It's not subjectively true. It's objectively true that I'm thinking of a unicorn. So
Yes, I understand. So I think I agree on that. So that is why I was thinking that our definitions of things might not be aligned. So when I say objectively true, it means something else to me, and when you say objectively true, it means something else. But still, in the example that you have given, let us say there is a rainbow, right? Now, is the rainbow objectively there or is it subjectively there?
um subjectively, I think. I'm not sure. On a rainbow, it could still be objective. It's like the
Rainbow
pattern
does not
in light.
exist.
The pattern in light could still be there. The pattern in light is there even if you don't see it. So the rainbow is still technically
Yes.
there
No, but every person sees his own rainbow
because light
without
is
a person.
going. Well, light is going in every direction. So the rainbow is still there, even it's objectively, even if it's just subjectively.
No,
You only see one angle.
no. What is there is just the dispersion of light. A
Yes.
rainbow is subjectively true only for you.
Well, so the rainbow is the diffusion of light. That is an objective thing. So when we say when the rainbow is there, we're asking, is that diffusion of light an objectively existing thing, an objectively existing pattern? And the answer is yeah.
Yeah. I agree that that dispersion is true, but what we call a rainbow, that is a subjective experience.
No, I think this is a bad example because rainbow is objective, like the pattern in light objectively exists. The fact that you only see one angle doesn't mean that one angle is the entire rainbow. So, again, it's like, does the law of gravity exist objectively? Yes. Can there be another law that we haven't discovered yet, which is a moral law which exists objectively? Yes. So, why do you think that there couldn't be an objective law of nature that we just haven't discovered yet?
No, because my understanding of this morality is it is just a product of a sentient being.
Yeah, but
For example,
why?
hunger is there
Why do you think
because
that?
it will not make any sense to call anything moral or immoral if a non-entity is doing that thing. I understand from your utopian point of view, but that is a different discussion. But if
Well, that means it
let
doesn't
us
make sense to you. The fact that it doesn't make sense to you doesn't mean that it's false. Like,
no, it is like again, if I was to take the example of hunger, right? So I am feeling that hunger. The chemicals are there. Yes, the activity is happening. You could measure whether chemicals in my stomach, for example, there is more acid, less acid. Yes, that can be measured. But the feeling hunger itself is subjective. Same way, what we are saying, morality, it is subjective. It only comes from a sentient being. If there were no sentient beings, there would not be any morality.
right, and I'm saying that's false. I'm saying you are wrong about that. And I'm saying, why do you think that is the case? And you said, because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It's called an argument from incredulity. You can't understand it, therefore it's false. Most
Okay.
people couldn't understand space-time bending in Einstein's theory. Does that mean Einstein was wrong? No. The fact that you don't understand it doesn't mean it's false. So my argument to you is, or my question to you is, why do you think it is false that morality
Can
is objective?
okay. Can you help me understand from based on my definitions of objective or objectivity? So we could be differing on definitions. Other than that, why would I think that there is some objective law that does not apply to non-sentient, or that applies to non-sentient beings as well?
Non-sentient beings. Well, it wouldn't make a difference whether it applies to non-sentient beings or not. Like, the reason I think is the case because I think that moral progress is going to lead that way. It's a prediction. But you can say that, is it the case that a universe without rape would be objectively better? I think the answer to that is yes, it would be objectively better. Therefore, it's
Better.
reasonable.
Please continue. Sorry, I thought you had stopped.
Yeah,
Please continue.
but better as in objectively, no one's opinion matters. It is true about the universe. The universe itself says it's better, kind of a thing. So not opinion based.
Okay, let us say uh, that a person is having a sex with a plastic doll.
That would not be immoral if it's plastic, if it's not conscious.
Yes, it is not conscious, so it would not be immoral. So when you say, or when I am saying it is moral, it is important that that thing that we are thinking about, it has to be sentient, on whom this thing is being applied.
Okay, so morality applies to conscious beings just like conscious experience, but it can still objectively exist. So that doesn't help your case.
Yeah, it objectively exists. So that okay. So how do you define subjective and objective? So again, coming back to the definition, because we could just be disagreeing on definition rather than on the actual thing. Hunger, for example, is subjective, as per my understanding.
No,
Now
hunger
you
is
could
objective.
say,
Hunger is not subjective. Hunger is objective.
no, the chemical equations or the chemical reactions that are happening, that is objective. Hunger itself is subjective. So I
No,
could say that objectively you are hungry, more hungry than me, comparing the two things, but subjective, it would still be a subjective thing. For example, if I see,
no. So again, you're confusing epistemic subjectivity, how you know about something, and objective truth. So hunger is an objective thing. It objectively exists. There is nothing that is not contingent on opinion. Your opinion cannot make someone not hungry. Your opinion cannot make you not hungry. It is a fact of the matter that you are or are not hungry. It is a fact of the universe. You don't get an opinion on it. An opinion is like, I like chocolate. That's subjective. That is purely contingent on your opinion. It's not something that's an objective fact of the universe. You can change it just by thinking about it. It's not an objective quality of reality. Hunger is an
no,
objective
okay,
quality of
no,
reality. So you're
no,
confusing epistemic subjectivity, how you know about something, with ontological subjectivity. Does it exist only in the mind? Hunger does not only exist in the mind. No.
no. If you had no mind, if you had no brains,
You would
would
still
you
have hunger.
still feel hunger?
Hunger would still exist. It is still a feature of the brain. Many animals who don't have brains can still feel hunger. It's purely a
Yes, but
neurological process in the brain, nothing more.
yes, yes, yes. Yeah. So again, I think we are agreeing on this that whether we call it a function of brain or the neurons, because ultimately neurons make the
So
brain.
again, this is a terrible example. This
With,
does not in any way help us. So get off hunger. Hunger doesn't
okay,
matter here. Can there
okay,
be a law
I
of nature where morality
no,
exists just like gravity? Yes. The answer is yes.
no,
Why do you think that is false?
no. I'll come back to the example that you were giving earlier. So when I gave the example of hunger, you said
No, I
hunger
don't want to
is
talk
not.
about hunger anymore because you're not
No,
answering the
I'll
question.
switch from that.
I
No,
don't
I'll
just
switch from
answer.
that.
I want to answer the question. The question is
Yeah,
why is it impossible for morality to exist as a law of nature like gravity?
yeah, I'll not talk about hunger. I'm switching from hunger to another thing. So I'm just taking it for
Oh, I
context.
don't want an. I don't want an
So
example. I want an answer to the question. What is the answer to the question? Why is it impossible for morality to exist as a law of nature like gravity?
because again, I'm trying to explain if you will allow me. Uh, Again, I'm not able to continue if I do not make reference to what we have discussed earlier. So I understand you that you said that hunger is something subjective, uh,
No.
objectively true, because you have said it is objectively true because you could measure things. My thing is that it is based on mind, but
Okay.
then you said
Don't
that
talk about objective or
I,
subjective. No. No more
no,
objective,
no,
subjective. I don't want to hear about
yeah,
objective and subjective. I want to know why is it impossible for morality to exist as a law of nature like gravity? If it exists like a law of nature like gravity, it's objective. So it doesn't matter whether you call it objective or subjective. Why is it impossible for morality to not exist as a law of nature? Don't use objective or subjective because they don't matter here. Why can't morality be a law of nature like physics?
because it depends on a sentient being.
It depends on a sentient being. So like uh no, it does not. That is false. Okay, why? How do you prove that it's not false?
Because if you take all sentient beings out of equation, the question of morality goes away.
Well, no, it still exists. I'm saying it's still there. No humans, no minds, still there. So that's false. So why would that be false?
Again, if there are no living things, no sentient beings, for example, Earth is rotating around the sun. That is, or just planets rotating around stars. You still think that morality would exist in such a world?
Yes, it is a law like gravity. It literally is a thing in the universe. And you're
Uh,
saying that's impossible.
yes, because for morality to exist, it had some sentient being has to exist for morality to exist.
That's begging the question. So that's false. It does not. There are lots of different models in
Uh,
philosophy where that's false. Like Platonic objects exist without minds, and that's morality. So if Platonic objects exist, that's objective morality.
I do not understand that. So could you explain that?
Platonic objects are a different class of objects, kind of like we have natural, supernatural, Platonic objects. There's different classes of things that could exist. Mignonian objects are another class of objects. There's different ontological things that can exist in addition to just the material stuff. So if there's more objects that can exist beyond just the material, one of those could be Platonic objects. And if Platonic objects exist, one of those objects could be a moral object. And if that moral object exists, it exists without a conscious entity and it can be there just fine without a mind. So there are other classes of objects that can exist beyond just the known stuff, one of which can be a moral object. And there's no contradiction in that. So why do you think it is impossible for that to be the case?
Okay, so this Platonic object, does it decide something is right and something is wrong, or it
No,
cannot make the
it has
decision?
no mind, has no decisions. It's just it's an object. It's like a shape, triangle,
Okay,
square.
I am not aware. I'm not aware of such philosophy. Actually, I'm not able to get my head around it, so can't answer that.
Okay, that's fine, but that doesn't mean it's false. So the fact that you can't understand it doesn't mean it's false. That's the point that I'm making, is that when you say the reason there can't be objective morality is because you don't understand how it could work, that's called an argument from incredulity fallacy. There are lots of different ways it could work just fine without a mind that we know of already.
No, yeah, no. See, the thing is that I'm not able to understand what you are saying. That does not mean I do not understand the concept as such. But anyways, again, this is what I thought, that I'll not be able to take this discussion longer, because I yeah, okay. I am literally not able to imagine morality existing without a conscious being. So, but you are saying that such a thing is possible.
Yes.
Okay, I do not know how to answer that or come back to that. It is not making sense to me. It might be just, that it is a fallacy. But I'm not saying that. Okay, it is beyond my comprehension to think that morality can exist beyond sentient beings. Yeah.
That's fine. So there's lots of things that are beyond people's comprehension. That was one of the arguments that
Yes,
physicists
but that is
use against
no,
Einstein. So
no,
philosophers
no,
said, I can't imagine how space and time could bend, therefore it's false. Physicists
but
said that, but
I
they were
no,
wrong.
no, see, I reject God more or less on the same thing that I'm not able to get my head around it. So
Okay.
people still say that God does exist because I am not able to understand God because just beyond my comprehension. So how is this objective morality that exists without sentient beings different from their claim of supernatural entity?
I make novel
I mean,
predictions.
yeah, but so let us say you are like, no, what does that mean? You make non-novel predictions.
Any theory, you need some way to differentiate, is it true or is it imaginary? And in order to show it's real, you need to make predictions. You need to make things like, if my model is correct, here is something we would expect to see in the future. And if that
Yes.
is found to be correct, then that's good reason to believe your theory is correct. So the reason that
Yeah.
God is unreasonable to believe is because
Sorry.
none of their predictions have been come true. So like if for example, you said God is real, and if God is real, I will pray and he will give me a gold brick, and a gold brick appears, that is evidence of God. But if it doesn't appear, then that would be not evidence of God. So if you make predictions and those predictions come true, then that is evidence for the hypothesis. That is the difference, is that mine will hopefully have evidence in the future and theirs does not.
Okay. So what is the prediction that is coming from the subjective morality model?
One is that morality will progress until we will eventually see rocks as immoral. Think, like you mentioned before, we currently don't see inanimate objects as being moral. I think in the future we will. That's a prediction about how I think morality is going to increase. Secondly, I think that all the different models, all the different kinds of consciousness in the universe will all come to the same conclusion. They'll all lead to the same model of morality, where any involuntary imposition of will is immoral. So if we discover other species and they're on the same moral track as we are, that's good evidence that morality is more than just a subjective inclination of our species.
Hmm. Okay. So uh, uh, okay. So actually, there was something that was there in my mind. Okay, your understanding that you are able to make predictions and therefore your model is correct.
If
Is that
they are confirmed, then that is evidence.
if
Yes.
that is confirmed? But that is exactly the thing that religious people say that one day you will go to heaven or hell. When that is confirmed, then my theory will come, but it will be too late for you.
Yes, so they claim to know without evidence. I claim mine is just a hypothesis. So mine isn't saying I have evidence that this is true. I'm saying this is a hypothesis. So that difference between
So,
the theist and mine is that I'm not claiming I've proven anything. I don't have any solid evidence yet, and I admit that. Mine is just a hypothesis, which is fine.
but if a new prophet comes and says exactly the same thing and just says it is a hypothesis, so his claim will be as valid as your claim.
No, it's called post hoc reasoning. So the one who makes the hypothesis first has the better evidence always.
So if he comes back instead of heaven and hell with some other kind of imaginary place, so that will make it equal to your hypothesis.
No, if he made new predictions that no one else has made yet, and those are correct, then that would make it equal to my hypothesis.
Yeah. Okay, that is weird, but no worries. Okay. Uh, okay, I think that is it that I have for now. I'm not able to think any other question that I can ask.
Yeah, so my question would be is why does the fact that you are unable to imagine something make it impossible?
Again, there has to be some reasoning for me to think towards that. The reason for me, not accepting such objective morality is the same reason I reject God. You are just saying that it is true, and in future it will come to some prediction will come true, which is exactly what religious people say. So from my point of view, both are kind of equal kind of arguments.
Okay, do you understand quantum physics?
Layman terms, yes.
So you don't understand quantum physics. Like, do you understand how time can bend?
Yes, with if there is gravity
Okay, let me ask you a different question.
around a
Is there
certain.
anything true in the universe that you don't understand?
Absolutely, there will be things.
So the fact that you don't understand something doesn't mean it's not true, does it?
Absolutely, but say that is what I'm saying. That you giving the same arguments that a religious person gives.
No, I'm not. So there are things in the universe you don't understand, which means
Yeah.
it's possible that something you don't understand is true. So you can't say it's impossible.
I understand. See, for example, there are these Dawa guys around. They make exactly the same statement when they are talking about jinns and Allah and all of this stuff. You are
Right. All
making
philosophers make this argument because it's a very basic epistemological argument. If you can't say
yes,
things are impossible just because you can't understand it, because this is a known fallacy called an argument from incredulity fallacy. You can't know anybody who says that is true. Anybody who says like, no, you can't say it's impossible just because you don't understand it is correct, because that's a basic
no,
fallacy in
I
philosophy.
understand. I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying, and y- you are trying to take an advantage of the same argument that a religious person takes to prove something that he thinks is correct and will come true in future. You have another model, but the same reasoning.
No. So again, this is not religious. This is basic philosophy. Everyone in philosophy agrees on this. Doesn't matter whether you're religious or not religious. To say that something is
Yes, yes,
impossible.
but no, I understand. I agree that there will be things that uh, exist and I'm not able to understand. But for them to exist, there should be some empirical evidence,
Right. So
right?
if you were claiming,
I'm using the same reasoning that I use to reject an imaginary God,
right.
right?
So
So
if
I
I was
reject
claiming this is true and I have proof that this is true, you could reject that because you don't have the proof. But I didn't claim that. I claim this is a hypothesis. Anyone can claim I have a
understood.
hypothesis that doesn't have evidence yet. I'm making predictions it will have evidence in future. And if it has evidence in future, then it's reasonable to believe.
Again, coming back to the question, if a new person comes and says I am the new prophet, or I am someone similar to that, creating a new hypothesis about five different kinds of worlds, it's still the same argument, just that he's just saying that comparing it with a religious person, it is a hypothesis. That's it. So
Yeah, so everyone can make up a
understood.
hypothesis. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Okay.
There's nothing wrong with making a hypothesis.
It's okay. It's okay. But it's just that I am not able to get to that. Understand from my point of view. Understand that your point of view might be different, but from my point of view, uh, believing in an imaginary God and believing in this subjective morality that you claim to be true, mm, they are equally far away from me. If you understand what I'm saying.
Sure.
There is no reason for me to say that your objective morality is anyway better just because you say it is a hypothesis for me to accept it is anyway better than imagine accepting an imaginary Allah.
Sure. So, but that means you can't say it's impossible. So your argument at the
Understood,
beginning,
understood,
okay,
understood. But that is I'm rejecting the Allah for the same reason, right? And the person claiming to be Allah is other than the hypothesis part is saying that it might exist, you just do not know that.
okay. So there's a difference between rejecting a hypothesis and claiming the thing is impossible. Those are two different things, right?
Okay, okay, yeah, you could say that. So I am reject again because they do not say it is a hypothesis. Hence, I'm saying that I'm rejecting that as false. If someone comes with a hypothesis saying that there is something supernatural and all other stuff, then in that case, it would be similar to your rejecting your hypothesis versus rejecting that person's hypothesis.
Sure, sure. So you can say that I don't see any evidence, therefore I don't believe it. You can say that the
Yes.
same as both for the case of mine and religion. Sure. But you can't say either is impossible.
Yes.
Okay. So then it seems to me intuitively obvious that rape is bad. That is a feeling I get just like I see a TV in front of me. It is obvious. It's like 1 + 1 = 2.
Yes.
And so because
Yes.
it's like 1 + 1 = 2, I think it's true that it is the case that there is an objective morality out there. Because it's a thing I experience. I experience this just like I
Yes.
experience a tree or a rock, and I think so the tree or the rock exists. So it seems to me equally as reasonable to think that morality is objective as that the things I experience are true. Like there's an external world.
Yes. Yes. But that is subjective. That is things that you experience are subjective.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that the things I experience don't exist objectively. Like I experience the external world. It is reasonable for
Yes.
me to believe the external world exists. I experience talking to
Yes.
you. It's reasonable for me to believe that you exist. If you experience
Yes.
something, it is reasonable to believe it exists.
Yes. But you do not experience morality. You only experience an intuition.
So intuition and direct experience are the same. I only experience my sight of the TV, which is the
Understood.
exact same as the intuition of morality. It's an experience that you have through a sense.
No, you just have an intuition of, right or wrong.
Intuition is exactly the
Morality is
same
a
as
name.
eyesight. Intuition is eyesight. It's a kind of sense. It's a sense experience.
Yes, it is a sense experience, but what it tells us is something that is going on inside our brain, whether we should go with option A or option B without having an explicit reasoning, or having, being able to explain whether why I'm choosing A or B. For example, if I have a mango and an apple in front of me, I have to eat one of those. There will be an objective reasoning why I am preferring an apple over a mango. Maybe there are some chemicals or compounds in the apple which are not there in the apple, right? So
No,
I
that's not what
I
I'm not what I'm saying. So I'm saying intuition is literally like eyesight. I see a TV, the TV is there. There's only like the eyesight is just a brain. It's just something in my brain, nothing more. I can't actually interact with a TV. So I
Yes,
have this subjective thing in my brain which tells me something objectively about the world. Intuition is like
that is good.
eyesight and hearing and smelling and touching. It is a sense that tells us about the external world. So I'm saying that our intuition about morality is telling us something about the external world, just like sight.
You see, intuition about morality is telling us something about external. Okay, how do you define morality?
How did the principles to differentiate right from wrong?
Right. Okay, but if these are the principles that decide right from wrong, then this is a decision that has to be made in morality, right?
No, it's just our understanding. We can interpret it. So it is a thing that's
No, no,
true, and then we
but
can
you
understand
just
it.
yes, but by definition, I think we agree on that. That morality is how we define a right from wrong.
No, morality is what tells us what is right from wrong. It's not what we decide.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So morality is what tells
Morality,
us the difference between right and wrong.
okay, morality tells you what is right from wrong.
Yes.
Okay, that is okay. I understand that. Morality tells you what is right from wrong. So it is basically the process how you decide what is right and what is wrong.
No, no, it has nothing to do with the process. So morality is the law of nature which affects our brains and forces us to acknowledge this is right and this is wrong. Just like light is a force of nature which hits our eyes and forces us to see things. There's no decision process. It is a determined thing of nature.
So there is something external like light which you say is morality that exists outside the brains of sentient beings.
Yes.
Okay, okay. Again, I not able to understand that concept, but you could just say that it exists because, but I do not understand. Okay, no worries. Okay.
What about that is not, do you not understand? Like, is that something that does?
Because it goes beyond my basic definition of morality. Because I could pick up a person saying that morality is difference between right and wrong. I could also understand a person saying, a person saying that morality is the process how we decide right from wrong, right, or the thinking that goes into that. Uh, but what you are saying is morality exists outside the brain, similar to the only thing I can compare is some supernatural being uh, that decides what that impacts our decision of right and wrong, which I do not, uh, in my worldview, which is like more evidence based, it does not make sense to me.
Okay, so I'm comparing it to like light. So there could be a law of nature that affects our brains, right? Like gravity affects our brains, it makes them weigh something, right?
Yes, when we okay, so light just falls, for example, on our eyes, on our body, and
Yep.
we interpret that in a certain manner
Yep.
into our brain. Yes, understood.
And I'm saying it could be the case, could it be the case that morality is like a law, like light, that goes through the universe and affects our brains?
No, no. Mm, okay, light is not a law. Light is either a wave or a particle.
Right. So I'm saying morality is an existing thing. It's a thing. It is a field in the universe, like light, like gravity. It is a field.
Understood. Understood. Again, that is where I am, in my mind, I am putting it similar to the religious things. For example, their thing about the imaginary God is almost the same, saying that there is this imaginary thing in their worldview real. There is this real thing that makes things right or wrong. You are just not calling it God. You are saying there is this thing that exists that is called morality, and that impacts how we decide what is right and what is wrong. I
Right. So,
understand what you're saying, but I
so
cannot accept it because it is just a claim and there would not be any supporting evidence to it.
that's fine. So you can say there's no supporting evidence, but you do understand it. It is something that makes sense.
Yes, but from like, yes, I understand what a religious person is saying from his point of view as well. But the reason I do not accept is because it does not have any uh, evidence for that claim for such an entity to exist. In your case as well, I understand your claim. I understand that in the model that you have made, it will make sense. But for me to say that such a thing actually exists, it is similar, as far as both concepts are equally as far. It's just a similar claim. You just say it is a hypothesis. That's the difference that I could hear.
Right. So I never said there was evidence. I never said I could prove this. So theists say
Understood.
there
Understood.
is.
Understood.
So
Understood.
theists say there is
I got
evidence.
it.
I don't say there is evidence. The difference is
Yes,
that
but again, but then comes back to my question: if a new person with the same mindset as a theist comes up and says, "This is my hypothesis, I do not have evidence," then it is equally as far, right?
what? I don't know what you
Like,
just said. So I don't claim there is evidence of this. I don't claim I've proven this. I don't
understood,
claim
understood. I
theists
understood. But
claim
what
there
I'm saying,
is. So there's a
yes, but
difference between those two.
so what I'm saying is, if a new prophet comes up and says, prophet or kind of prophet, just because he's religious, I'm saying that, but he says that there is this supernatural uh, entity, what they call Allah or God, sorry, and that is what impacts your decision of right and wrong. And I do not have evidence for that. So that claim and your claim
Right. So all
from
hypotheses that don't have evidence are just hypotheses, which applies to all scientific hypotheses too. So theists claim to
understood,
have evidence. I don't. So mine is like a
understood.
scientific hypothesis, not like a theistic one. Theists saying we have evidence.
No, no. What I'm saying is, okay. No, I think I understood what you are saying. No worries, no worries. Like I said, I think I do not have any further questions. If you're
Okay.
happy, we can close.
Well, I still have some questions. So do you feel intuitively that it is more moral, that a world without rape is more moral? Like, do you feel that? Do you feel that's something that's true, even if people didn't exist?
If sentient beings did not exist, rape would not exist. If both the rapist and the person being raped both did not have sentient capacity, it would not be called a rape.
Yeah, obviously it wouldn't be called anything, but I'm saying, do you feel in your heart, do you feel that a world that didn't have rape or murder, like if you have, there's two worlds, one has rape and murder, one does not have rape and murder, is one better than the other one? Is that statement
Yes,
true, independent of opinion?
yes. No, but you are asking my opinion, so it will depend on me. It will be my subjective view.
Okay, so you don't feel as if it's objectively the case that a world without rape is better. Because I feel it's objectively. I feel it is objectively the case. Just like I see the TV in front of me, it feels obviously that it is the case that a world without rape is objectively better. It's like if I say, do you feel that, like we have lots of intuitions. We have intuitions that 1 + 1 = 2. That's an intuition. We have intuitions that an object can't be fully red and fully green at the same time.
So,
Do you agree on
my,
those? Like you agree that objects can't
see,
be fully red and green?
no, see, my understanding of morality is that it is the process that we take to come to say what is right or what is wrong. So, in my view, because in my understanding, I would want all humans to be safe and sound, well-being of all humans. Then, yes, any place where well-being of humans is, or even if you want to extend it to sentient beings, it is being harmed, then I would say it is bad. But that is my subjective view.
Okay, so is it your subjective view that 1 + 1 = 2, or is that something objective?
Hmm. It is a mathematical concept. It Okay, this is how I could put it the best. It is my subjective view that it is objectively true. I think you made a good point in my video, as in the video that I had created, when I say that, and in fact, I stand corrected when you said that me saying that the religious people are also, in their morality is also subjective, but that is more a general thing. So you are correct in saying that. I think I was biased in saying that just religious morality is subjective. In fact, all worldview that we have, it is our subjective understanding of the objective world, right? So, for
Sure.
example, colors do not exist in the world. Colors exist only in our mind. So there is objectively no such thing as green or red. It is the color itself is subjective, and if you look at it, it is in it tells a lot about how we are thinking.
Okay, so there are some intuitions that things are objective and you trust those intuitions. So like you trust
Yes,
the intuition
yes,
that 1 + 1 = 2 is more than subjective.
yes.
And you trust the intuition that a thing cannot be fully red and fully green at the same time. That's more than subjective.
No, uh, on the first one, okay, yeah, I'll find it difficult to put into words. Okay, coming to the second one, fully red and fully red and fully green. Red and green are concepts of our brain. Red and green does not exist in the real world. It exists only in our brain.
No, so I'm asking, can something be 100% red and also 100% green? The colors here don't matter. Can something be 100% square and 100% circle? They're two different
No,
things, right?
no, I do not think so.
Right. And so that's an intuition that you trust. So there's some intuitions that you think do tell you something
Yes,
about objective reality. Some intuitions are trustworthy.
yes. But I would not call it morality. If this intuition that says that circle does not have any sides and a square has four sides, that is, I would just call it intuition. I would not call it morality,
But
and I would not say it exists outside my brain. It still exists inside my brain.
so there's some intuitions that only exist in your brain, but they do tell you something more about the universe, right?
No, all intuitions exist only in my brain.
Right, but they tell you things that exist outside of your brain.
Yes. Yes, they tell me how to interpret things that are outside. Again, the real world could be very different because, as such, if I see around me, everything is in color. In reality, there is nothing in color. They are just wavelengths, right? So what my brain is telling me, what my intuitions are telling me, it it is interpreting the reality in a certain way that is beneficial for me.
Okay, I don't think you're understanding the question. It's so your intuition that something can't be round and square only exists in your head, but it's objectively true. It's an objective fact of the universe that will always be true.
Yes, again, that all under all understanding is subjective.
Right.
Subjective. For example, I agree. What I understand what you're saying. That I would say that objectively, square square has four sides. Circle does not have four sides. Square cannot be a circle. Yes, I get what you're saying. Yes.
So some intuitions can tell you more. They're not just subjective. The intuitions can tell you more than just
Yes.
subjective knowledge. So that means that your moral intuition might be one of those. It might be one of those things that tells you more. We just don't know yet.
Again, it would still be an intuition. You're just saying what you're saying is that there are intuitions, and one of those intuitions is moral intuition, and it could tell me something about what is objectively true in the world. Okay, but by definition, morality, as we I think we're discussing, is decision or something between right and wrong. How do you say something is right or wrong? Or that is my understanding. I cannot think of morality in any other words either. Saying something is right or wrong, or the process of saying say something is right or wrong.
Okay, so could that
I am
definition
not
be
able.
wrong? Could that definition
Could
be just something
could be
humans made up, and there's actually a different morality that's out there that you just don't know about yet?
understood. Yes. Again, it is something that cannot be disproved or proved in my way, but that is similar to what a religious person says about his imaginary being. So I understand there could be, but it is me with equal confidence saying that there could be an imaginary being dictating this.
Okay, and what would be sufficient evidence to convince you that this thing did exist?
Imaginary being,
No, the
the God
morality.
thing.
The morality. So it's
Again,
possible there's a
again,
different kind of morality we don't know about yet. What would convince you of that?
I have no idea because again, in my mind, morality is either right or wrong, or the decision or the process we take to right or wrong. So some other outside the mind, morality out of our minds, I'm not able to comprehend that beyond my comprehension. So
Okay, what if there was like scientific discovery? What is scientific discovery where they said, oh,
I
actually,
would
our
agree
view
to that.
of morality was wrong. This is the real morality, kind of like they did for space and time. Would that be enough to convince
Absolutely.
you?
Yep. I would agree to that immediately, either for morality or for God. If someone proves it by scientific methods, I would accept it
Okay.
immediately.
And the scientific method uses novel predictions, right? It says that if the hypothesis is true, here are some predictions we would expect to see, and then it tests to see if those predictions are true, and if they're right, that's confirmation.
Yes, but for it to be true or law, it has to it should not be provable by any five or six common predictions, right? I mean, by different models. In that case, you would say, okay, one of these models is true.
What?
But if your model is the only model that says that, and it can be scientifically proven that only from your model this prediction can come, then yes, I do not have any other option. Yes.
So there are no scientific models like that. All scientific models can be explained by 6 or 7 or 1,000 other different theories.
I think yes, that you have made a good point. Yes. And then in that case, we will say that one of those two, three theories are correct.
Right, which I would say the one that made the predictions first is the better one.
Not necessarily. Newton made a prediction, and then Einstein came. He made a prediction. Newton came
Because
first. Does not mean his theory was better or correct in any mode way.
no, I'd say that Newton made theories first that no other theory made, then Einstein made new predictions, or Newton made predictions that nobody else made and got them right. And then Einstein
Yes.
made those predictions and then made more predictions. And so Einstein's theory
Yes.
replaced Newton's theory. But if at
It did.
Newton's time, 10 different theories, like if Newton made predictions, then 10 other guys came along and made the same predictions, we would give Newton the credit. Newton would get the theory correct, and everyone else would be just making stuff up afterwards, right?
Yes, but let us say if Newton has come up with a theory, and after 3 years Einstein came up with a theory, and after 4 years we have only seen evidence for one of those. We have not seen Einstein's impact of Einstein's theory because it needs more equipment to see that. So after, let us say, 6 years, to say that Newton's theory was better or correct in any more way than Einstein's theory would be wrong.
We would say that it's the only reasonable one to believe. So we can't know anything with certainty,
No.
but if Newton's is the only one that has evidence, and we don't have any evidence of Einstein's theory, it's unreasonable for anybody to believe Einstein's theory. So Newton's
Okay.
would be the better theory to believe. It's the reasonable one to believe because it has the evidence, right?
No, just because he came first and Einstein came second does not mean his theory is better than the other one. I would not agree to that.
So if one theory comes out and the evidence, it gets the theory prediction correct.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, that it could be a fallacy because other people could be working their way backwards,
Right.
right? So just to prove that something is happening, they could be making things up, coming up with, how do you say that? Reverse engineering and
Yes.
reverse engineering the theory. And I understand that, but still, with reverse engineering, they might be coming up with better model.
Okay. So how would you show that?
Yes, to prove that you would need that, something, when something gets proven, then you would say, okay, Einstein was better than Newton.
Well, nothing's
But
proven and science doesn't prove anything ever. Science can't prove things.
okay,
Science just gives evidence. So the reason Einstein's model replaced Newton's is because it made new predictions. Einstein's model wasn't
yes,
accepted until after it made predictions. It had to discover something new. The fact that it could explain
agreed,
old stuff doesn't matter. It has to give a new thing that we haven't discovered yet, right?
understood. So again, if I'm understanding you correctly, you have made a prediction that one day rocks falling will be considered immoral.
Yep.
Until that happens, I cannot uh, accept anything that you're saying.
Right.
Right.
So yeah, I'm saying that this is something that will convince people in the future. This is evidence in the future that if we discover it would be evidence of my model. Now, I think there's also evidence today. I think that most people agree that it seems intuitionally that morality is a thing outside of our imagination. And if you think that, then that would also be evidence to try to discover what the morality is. If you don't think that, that's fine. But most people do think that. Most philosophers think that morality is a thing. And if you think morality is a thing, then it's reasonable to try and find patterns in that morality to discover which principles are the most accurate ones to describe that pattern that we see.
Okay, understood.
Cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. You wanted to tell anybody where to find you, like what?
Uh, yep. If it is okay, I'll share. Oh, you already have the link to my channel or that video, morality video. You could put it in your YouTube
Description?
description.
Sure.
Yeah, and people can have a look at my model and perhaps your model as well. I think it will be good because they may not understand, in fact, what we are discussing. So they will have a look at both the things and they'll at least get a context what we were discussing. I think that will make more sense.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put that in the description.
Yep. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, TJump. Take care.
Yep. Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate you taking the time, and I will talk to you later.
Sure thing. Bye bye.
Bye. All right. Anybody else want to come on and chat about anything? Put the whereby link in the. I do the Doug thing, whereby.com/TJump, open to anybody who wants to come in and chat, or go on Discord or something. How you guys in the chat doing? Einstein used to beat God at chess. Einstein was a pantheist, Bruno. He believed in not God. So he did not believe in the Christian God or a mind-based God. It was more like a nature kind of a God. Best top. Do you make a living from YouTube? Yes. Lucor, doing great. Good. Sean, you're working? What are you working on? Philosophopoet. All right. Whereby.com/TJump. Can I can just do it this way. Do I? So like, oh no, that didn't work. See the link. See link right here. Link right here. Anybody wants to join? Click the thingy. Click this thingy. I'll have to make like a thing to do it. See. Isn't your morality an emergent property of consciousness? Gleep glorp. I think morality is our understanding of it is an emergent of consciousness, just like sight is an emergent of consciousness. Julian, am I vegan yet? No. I like cheeseburgers way too much. Way too much to be vegan. Veganism is morally correct, but I don't care. I just don't care. I like morality. I like cheeseburgers way too much to be moral. Do this, Control V. Save image as. Desktop, save. Close that. Laptop, oh, I just do it that way, I guess. Yeah. Social media. Philosopher, I sent you a message for the link. And I will add an image thingy. TJump listens to God and eats meat. I don't understand. I don't understand. Join link. There's no join link. Hey, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good, I'm good. I have a question about something you...
Did you cut out? You said you have a question about something and then stopped.
Hang on.
If you want, you can tell people where to find you too, like Philosophopoet's YouTube channel.
Yeah, just search for Philosophopoet. I'm actually trying to do... What I do in my channel is critique some of the bad reasons from the theistic side, especially the Islamic side, because I'm a former Muslim.
Yep.
But yeah.
And you've been on
interested.
you've been on the Dharma channel, right? The same one I was on with Muhammad Hijab and those other guys.
Yeah, just once.
Thought
Long
Adventures.
time.
Is that it?
Yeah. No, I wasn't on Thought Adventures. I think it was Hamza's Den.
Yeah, that's it. Hamza's Den. So what's up?
But yeah, that was with a different name and with a different brand, but
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
yeah. Anyway, so the question I had for you was, you mentioned in this conversation, I forgot what his name is, Saras?
Yep.
You mentioned that you feel something, you get a feeling,
Yep.
right? You have an intuition that there exists some morality objectively outside. Now, could you make the same argument for God then? That if someone has an intuition that there exists an agent outside of our universe, then that's evidence for the God?
Sure. Well, it would be evidence of the hypothesis. So it would be like, I have a thing that I feel, and I feel this is the case. Therefore, it's a hypothesis I'm making up because it's my feeling. So I wouldn't be evidence the hypothesis is true, but it would be a thing you can use to build the hypothesis on.
Okay. So you will need more corroborating evidence outside of that.
For sure.
I see. Because this is the argument that Muslims use, the argument from Fitra. It's that we're born with this innate disposition towards God. Although I have to look into the references that they provide, because I think some of the studies suggest that kids or babies or infants rather, I don't know, the the kids have a disposition of believing that there are multiple gods. So if they allow for, they're generally polytheistic in nature, it seems.
Yeah,
And
that,
if they allow for,
for sure, if that was their main argument, and it was the case that kids have polytheistic beliefs, that could definitely be evidence of a polytheism if they use that as evidence, for sure.
So it seems what they're doing is cherry picking the data, where they want to cherry pick the fact that we have an intuition towards God, but not pick the fact that it is polytheistic in nature. So they're drawing a target around their shot, right? Around their conclusion.
Yep.
So anyway, so that's just wanted to clarify with you.
For sure. Yeah, I totally agree. So I think that simply the intuition that there is morality isn't enough justification to conclude it's objective, but it is enough to build a hypothesis. Like if we see an illusion off in the distance, like a mirage or whatever, that's reason to believe there might be something there. It's a hypothesis, but it wouldn't be enough to believe that it's actually there. So all of the scientific evidence is still morality is evolutionary, but I think we're going to in the future discover more than that.
All right. Well, thanks.
Yep. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, take care.
Mango Tea, there is considerable difference based on personal experience between vegetarian diet and meat eating diet. I feel energetic and alive without meat. Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. I think that you can definitely feel energetic and alive without, many people can feel energetic and alive without meat. For me, I don't, in that I like foods a lot. Whereby link. And for me, I don't feel energetic and alive from eating vegetarian stuff. I think that it's disgusting and not the best. Disgusting and not the best. Where is my whereby? Whereby? Open. Done. Let's go over here. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Control Z. Whereby? Damn it. You stop moving. So if anyone wants to join in chat, here is the link right there. Copy the Doug method. Any Christian questions or whatever. That'd be fun. All right. All right. Julian Lawrence, if you use the Bible to justify dietary choices, God's first instruction to people, Genesis 1, is to be vegan. Is it? I think it was to be a fruit. You must be a fruit. Zach Morgan, would you ever sell your couch? Yes. If anyone pays me enough money, I'll pretty much do anything. Veggie stuff is cheaper. Really? I don't think so. I think most vegetarian stuff is like more expensive. Like avocados are pretty expensive. Like meat is pretty inexpensive. Eggs are pretty inexpensive. Milk is pretty inexpensive. Like lettuce costs about as much as milk does. Gleep assuming for argument that there is a universe began that the singularity was the emergence of the singularity, moral or immoral, neither. The singularity isn't conscious. To Haikeen, TJump OnlyFans, yes. Name my price for my chair. I'd probably sell it for about $1,000, $800 to $1,000, because that's what I'd need to buy another one. So if you gave me what I needed to buy another one plus profit. Also, if you gave me enough to support my atheist church, that would be sufficient. Dharma Defender, if I'm paid enough, I'll sell my vote. Me too. For sure. Mango Tea, super chat. Nobody has innate disposition to believe in God. We are blank, complex, biological beings with a sponge of a brain waiting to copy actions of others. So I don't think I agree with, I agree with the first part. I don't think anybody is innately disposition to believe in God, other than the fact that we are dispositioned to believe in agency and everything. But so in a way, we're dispositioned to believe in God, like we're dispositioned to think that everything in the universe is created by a mind. That's definitely the case. But the second thing I think is incorrect. I think we are not blank slates. We're definitely not blank slates. That's the tabula rasa theory. Steven Pinker talks about the tabula rasa theory. We definitely have inbuilt biological dispositions and knowledge. Like the best example of that is the dodo bird. Not the dodo bird, the cuckoo bird. The cuckoo bird, where the parents will lay the egg in the nest of another bird, and that when it hatches, it'll immediately push out all the other eggs. Like it didn't come to know that the other eggs were bad. It was once it immediately hatched, before it could even see, it just doesn't like these things and pushes them out because of biological dispositions in the animal. So there are definitely biological pieces of knowledge that are put into us through biology automatically. Zach Morgan, super chat. Why do you think the most formidable theist apologist? Who do you think is the most formidable theist apologist out there? I think William Lane Craig is very compelling in the way he talks. I think that probably what makes the best theist apologist is their compellingness in an argument. Probably William Lane Craig is up there. John Lennox is up there. The professors are definitely more intellectually driven and their arguments are more interesting. But I think if you're talking about who's the best, the most formidable apologist would probably be the best debater. The one that can compel people the most in a debate and think on the fly to come up with compelling arguments. So probably the William Lane Craig types would probably be the most compelling. Bruno, stop spamming. Think of a new thing to say. That's right, Captain Rabbit. Vegan burgers are not cheaper. They are much more expensive and less tasty. No mind, no will, just biological action. Loud. I need to turn. I can't find where the volume is for that new follower thingy. It's so annoying. Yes, correct, Dharma. The best apologist is pretty much garbage. I think apologists would be better if they were more like me when I met. Yeah, we don't have evidence. It's just kind of an intuition. That would be a better, more honest position for apologists to take than saying, yes, we have tons of evidence of God. But at the same time, if they said that, less people would believe them. So it's kind of like the cranks on YouTube. They're like, we have so much evidence of magic cocoa beans curing your cancer. More people are likely to believe them and go to them than the people who are honest, like, yeah, we don't have evidence. So it's that evolution thing, the survival of the fittest. The ones that convince the most people survive the most. Does TJump watch hockey? No, I do not watch any sports. I do not like sports. Not a sports fan. I like playing, but not watching. You should come up with a catchphrase. I think Frank says I should come up with a catchphrase. I think my catchphrase is you must have a way to differentiate imagination from reality. I think that's the closest thing I have to a catchphrase. Or my T-shirt one. We are in a state of intellectual recline. I like that one. Reformed epistemology or precept? I mean, precept is a reformed epistemology. I think Plantinga's reformed epistemology is better because it's not as silly. It's like, because reformed epistemology states that just believing is sufficient reason to justify belief, like just believing is evidence. And I don't think that's just believing is sufficient evidence, which I don't think is the case. Whereas precept says you must presuppose God to do anything. So it's a much worse position, a much stronger position that is less supported. Nadir Ahmed converted you to Islam. Was it the bees, Captain Rabbit? Were you convinced by the bee facts? TJump. Torvop Hey TJump, do you already know who you want to debate on the big modern day debate live event? I'm probably going to do, he put me on a panel for like social justice and genders or something. Like, I think that it's perfectly reasonable for people to use gender as synonymous with sex. Like, others can not use it that way. Both are reasonable. You can say gender and sex are separate, or you can say gender and sex are the same thing, and both are completely legitimate usages of language. So I think that the social justice community calling people racist or sexist because they don't use language the same way is silly. I think that's the debate he has me set up for, and I don't know if he's going to set up another one or not, but who makes the Tinkerbell argument? If you believe it exists. Precept, Gleep Gloop. Or no, that's the Reformed epistemology. Reformed epistemology says that simply by believing in something that justifies it, that is evidence that it's true. Mango T, why are religious people acting incredibly immature? Because they have told their brains that there is no need to mature because only God matters. I don't think so. Mango, I think that it's a natural part of biology that humans think that agents do everything. Like, it's the type 1, type 2 fallacies thing, where if you hear a rustle in the bushes, you think it's a lion, you run away and survive. If you think it's the wind, you might get eaten. And so the people who run away and survive end up reproducing more often than the ones who stay and wait for scientific evidence. Therefore, evolutionarily, humans have been predispositioned to think that there are agents in everything. So I don't think it's immaturity. I think it's just biologically driven that people of all ages see agency in everything. So it'd still be maturity there. Can Corpse Grinder? Can we start canceling people for misuse of theory? Like, I think that would be a better use of canceling than canceling people for political disagreements. Canceling people for actual factual scientific disagreements would be significantly better. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. It doesn't inspire the culture as much. Oddly, it's more the emotional stuff that inspires people, not the factual stuff. Are we letting folks off the hook by allowing the conversation to progress on from distinguish reality from imagination? I don't know what you mean by letting people off the hook, Jacob. Like, I think that there are many different facets to the conversation, and if we just stuck to that one bullet point, it wouldn't be as interesting. Like, I think that there are lots of different points that they make, and we can prove each one of the points is wrong one at a time. And if we just stuck to that one point and showed they're wrong about that one point, we would never get to discuss the rest of their points. And I think it's interesting to go through each one of their points and show that each one of them is flawed, rather than just stick on the one point that's the strongest. I think that we should let the opponent decide what point they want to bring up and then address that, rather than say, just stick on the one thing that works best in our favor. Best top. TJump, do you drink a lot of beer? No, I do not drink any alcohol except for like social things. I don't like alcohol. It does not make me happy. Makes me feel very weird, and it's very disgusting. It tastes terrible. Coke and Pepsi are significantly better drinks, objectively. You stand in the middle of two competing claims with the same degree of evidence. What can either side bring to the debate to better establish the facts of their claim? Yes, Philosophoid is correct. That would be novel testable prediction. So if you have two petitions that make exactly the equal claims, one could say, I made them first. That would make his better. And one could say, I made novel predictions that will come true. And that will, if discovered, make his better. So I think that definitely the first theory is evidence. Like, it's really, really hard to make a theory that can accurately predict the future. It's a very difficult thing to do. So if you have a theory and it predicts the future accurately before anybody else's does, that's good evidence of your theory. And the fact that other people can come along and make up another theory that predicts the same thing doesn't mean you should accept that new theory. Anybody can do that. Anybody can make up a new theory and make the same predictions. So the theory that comes up with it first is a better theory than the ones that post hoc explain it later. So if the theory came first, that would be a better theory than one that came later. You hop into Discord. Discord. Social media. Discord. Let's see what the peeps in Discord are doing. All right, I'm in general chat. Discord thingy in a while, so everyone should what? Everyone. All right, and then bring you. Hey, Alika, how are you doing? Zach Morgan, would you debate William Lane Craig? Yes, I would very much like to debate William Lane Craig. I can just do that, can't I? Where'd my chat go? There it is. Tastes good, makes me happy. I love everything. What? I'm an alcoholic. It tastes good, makes me happy. I love everything. Alcohol is disgusting. I don't know why anyone drinks alcohol. It is so bad. So bad. Hey Frank, how's it going? Hey Silvery Baz Turd.
Hey, bro, how you doing? I
I'm
think
alright.
you don't drink at all, or you just drink despite the taste.
I only drink socially if people offer me stuff, and I usually drink stuff that's new if I haven't had it before, just because I'm a foodie, so I like trying all different kinds of stuff. But I
All right,
never.
fair enough. What about like here's the ultimate go-to for like newbie drinkers who hate drinking, but so far I've yet to find somebody who's hated this. What about, have you tried not your granddaddy or grandpa's root beer, whatever it's called? It's something like that.
Nope.
Not your grandfather's root beer.
Nope.
Oh my God.
Hello?
Okay, yeah. If you hate the taste of alcohol, like this is a beer, you just gotta drink it cold. And I swear to God, if you hate this, you're that 1 out of 1,000.
Could you put like a link in it in Discord somewhere? So the things I do like is like hard ciders, like sweet hard ciders. I like ice wine. Ice wine is really good. Ice cider is pretty good. Sweet sakis are pretty good. Those are the only things I like because they're sweet. So like the really girly sweet drinks are the better ones.
Yeah, God damn it! I hate when people. No offense, man, but I really hate when people throw that out there. Like, oh, the fucking girly drinks because they're delicious.
They are.
Like we're not allowed to enjoy our
Hey,
fucking
TJump, you
drinks.
there?
If you don't like the hard shit, like, don't get me wrong, I like my IPAs. I love them all. I love that really fucking bitter IPA dark beer shit. Like, I like Voodoo Ranger. I don't know why, but I love that shit. It just there's something about it. But I can also get down with the daiquiri. Like my wife will get daiquiris, strawberry daiquiris especially. I think that's her favorite. And I'll sip on that shit, and I'll love every second of it. I don't feel ashamed that I like it. Fuck that. If that's what you enjoy it, because it's all the same.
Yeah. I don't think saying something is girly means it's bad or you can't enjoy it. I think girly stuff is awesome in lots of cases.
Yeah, fair enough, man. Hey, how far do you take that? So, like, I'll give you an example. When my son was like 4, he started putting like these hairband. I don't know what they're called, but they're like these arc things that girls put in their hair to just make it flat, I guess. And like Heather would like do makeup and shit. Like he would ask for it though. He would be like, "Hey, can I have some? Can you do me?" And she would do it. But obviously, I'm not the one doing makeup, so he's not asking me to do it. So I would just walk into this aftermath, and I'm like, "Whoa, what the fuck? What's going on? Are you seriously? Is this happening? Like you're putting makeup on my son?" And she was like, "Oh, he wanted it." I was like, "Oh, well, okay." Like
Yeah, I see that's totally fine.
I'm not
like,
really.
especially hairbands. Like hairbands, I totally think are pragmatic. Like I used to have long hair, and it was like using the big hairband thingies to keep them out of your face is great. It works perfectly. Like I think of women's tools as like a technology. They've discovered these ways to do things that guys mostly usually don't do, and so if you have to come in contact with that, then yes, look at the women's technology. They've discovered amazing things. Like I once I accidentally shaved off my eyebrows once. I normally trim them with this guy, one of these kind of things that has one of these guards, and I forgot to put the guard on, and so I just buzzed it with just bare blade and just completely gone. And so I was like, well, this is not good, and I had to go on like a date or something, and so I needed to go outside, and so I had to go to Target. Went up to the makeup lady, and I was like, hey, so I accidentally shaved off my eyebrows, and she's like, I can see that. I'm like, oh wow, it's a little bitchy, but all right. So I was like, can you help me? And she's like, yeah, let's do the makeup thing. I'm like, awesome. And so she gave me pencils to draw in my eyebrows and the little like texture thingy, texture goop to make them thicker. And yeah, so women's makeup is great when you need it.
Hey, but did it pass? Did it pass? Like,
Oh,
do
yeah.
you think she didn't notice?
Oh yeah,
No shit.
I made it look real.
Kudos,
I couldn't
man.
notice.
That's
I was like
impressive.
looking at it like, damn, this shit is amazing. This looks better than my normal eyebrows.
Yes, man, that's fucking kudos on you. That's honestly ridiculously impressive. I don't think I could achieve that same feat. So I think you need to pat yourself on the back for that. I mean,
It's super easy. Like this is something I was so surprised about. I'm like, it looks like if you're thinking about it from like a computer programming standpoint, when you're trying to make realistic eyebrows, it's super hard to actually get the textures right. But with the makeup shit, it's easy because they have the little like the way the brushes separate when you like brush it on is mimics them exactly. It mimics the little space between your hair perfectly. And so they've designed that, like there's been 50 or so years of technology and millions of dollars gone into women's makeup products that make them extremely good at making fake everything. So they're very, very quality level
I think the
stuff.
huge difference here is it's really hard to sympathize because like the most I go through is I shave my balls. So like that's like the most effort I go through insofar as like cosmetic. I mean, like admittedly, I'm kind of my hair is really simple. I actually, of late, for the last like year and a half, I've been doing a mohawk. It takes all of 2 minutes to do my hair every day, and I swear to God, I rock that shit. I've gotten, you know what blows my mind though? Here, check this out, guys. By the way, speaking of fellas, do something to fucking stand out if you really want to start like having ladies and shit interact. Like my God, man. I'm not looking for this interaction, mind you. I'm a married man, happily married. But I swear to God, ever since all I did was just do a haircut change. and I've had nothing like but a complete turnaround in my life. I've just noticed like all these women come up to me and just like, hey, I love your hair. They just want to talk. They want to chat just because you look different. If you're feeling a little incel like and like none of the girls want you, it's because you're a little bit too vanilla. Stand out a bit. And I don't know why I brought that up, but I just feel like a PSA moment was available to me.
Sure. Hey, Philosopher Poet, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going? It seems like Silvery wants to live through others.
No, vicarious. What do you mean? Like I want to live vicariously?
Like now that you're married and settled.
No, actually, I
Impart
mean,
his
to be
wisdom
honest, my
onto
wife and
others.
I, we're swingers, so maybe that has something to do with it too. But we don't do it very often anymore. I think it's been like a year at least since the last time we've done it. But I mean, still, I'm just saying, these are things that I've paid attention to. I've noticed a huge change, and I wasn't trying. It's just something that I noticed. I was like, fuck, this is amazing. I feel like I need to pass this on. Because there was a point in my life where I felt a little self-conscious. And I swear to God, a little thing like that can boost your self-esteem too. Even if you don't realize you need it. Just having somebody be like, hey, I love your hair. Some total fucking stranger look at you and be like, hey, I like this thing about you because it's different and it stands out. Just that little self-confidence boost is amazing.
I always found it annoying. I'm like, why are you speaking to me, you strange person?
Oh, really? Okay. I never thought that somebody might have that reaction because I do it too. I kind of quote pay it forward. Like, you know what? When I see somebody with like cool hair or a nice outfit or whatever, guy, gal, doesn't matter. I'm not biased that way, I don't think. But I'm like, fuck, I love that. You think that might be more annoying than anything, perhaps?
Just for me, because I was super introverted and hated talking to people. So if people talked to me and said strange, like, I like your hair, I'm like, why are you speaking to me? Because I was,
Yeah, I think it's a character trait.
since I had
Extroversion.
major depression my entire life, people talking to me did not make me happy.
Huh. Okay. I don't want to
So
dominate. I'm gonna shut up for a while because I don't
yeah,
feel like I'm adding anything to this.
switching gears, I wanted to ask you a few questions. First being about the precept apologetics. When someone like Darth Dawkins or J. Robin asks you, how is it that there is no God? What do you think is a satisfactory answer? Rather, how do you justify your position of there not being a God?
I think it's reasonable to say that if there's no evidence of something, then it's reasonable to reject it.
That's what they don't adhere to. That
Yep.
they just reject that principle.
Yep. They say that you
Why
must.
should we presume that?
They
that this?
try. That's the shifting of the burden of proof. The thing they're saying like you need to present positive evidence God does not exist, or it's unreasonable to reject it. But we can do that.
You
We can
you
say
accept
Wait.
personal experience as evidence, though, and would you say that have you ever come across a precept that didn't have a quote personal experience with God, though? Because I mean, like they clearly think they have the evidence.
Personal experience is evidence of some things, not everything. It's not evidence of things that don't have an empirical basis. So you can use it as a personal experience. You can use as a way to come up with a hypothesis, but it isn't evidence that the hypothesis is true necessarily until it's novel predictions or whatever. But I would say that because we know that humans make stuff up a lot, it's a very common feature of the human mind to make mistakes. We can say that the default is that your brain made a mistake, and that until you provide evidence to the contrary, it's reasonable to conclude that it's an illusion, delusion, misconception, whatever. It's just a thing in your imagination, and that's the default. It starts in your imagination until you demonstrate it otherwise.
Why do you think it's a more reasonable? Why do you think that principle is more reasonable than rejecting that principle?
Because we have a vast amount of evidence that people make stuff up that isn't true. So we have an inductive basis to conclude that people make stuff up.
That's where your imaginary real distinction comes in your epistemology, right?
Yeah. So our imagination is very bad at predicting the future. We can't differentiate imagination from reality very well. So if we come up with a model that can, that's better. It's a good reason to accept that model over our imagination.
That seems unintuitive to me because it seems that if you want to take a position that there exists no X, I think you would have to provide an argument at least for that, right?
Well, no, like you can say inductively, inductive arguments are still arguments. So you can say inductively, all of the evidence points to this being not the case. Like if someone comes up to me and says, Huffle Luffle, I guess, exists. I'm like, that sounds a lot like all of the other things people say exist and are wrong. Like snake oil salesman. Like, is it reasonable if a snake oil salesman says, hey, I have medicine, take my medicine? You'd say, no, it's probably snake oil. Like, yeah, that's a perfectly reasonable argument because everyone who's ever said that is a snake oil salesman. You can make up the same claim that if someone walks up to you and says God is real, you can treat them with the same incredulity and say, no, it's probably just made up in your head, just like all the other people who said God is real. And that's perfectly reasonable. So the inductive case of human being says X is real and they're always wrong. Another human being said X is real, they're probably wrong too. It's just like saying white goose, white goose, white goose. Next one's probably going to be white too.
Well,
So
given
at
this,
this point,
sorry.
At this point, the precept will simply appeal to certainty, that you can't be certain.
Well, their arguments are stupid. It's like, well, yeah, you can't be certain. Sure, you can't be certain, but you don't need to. You don't need certainty for knowledge. So it could still be knowledge even if you're not certain. Like if I say there is no God, that statement could be true even if I don't have certainty. So it could still be knowledge.
Well, if you can't be certain, then what stops from some other person coming up with some worldview and just say that they're not certain?
They can. That's a
Like,
perfectly reasonable statement. Like,
so a theist and an atheist could both be reasonable.
well, no, atheists would have more evidence because we have a good reason to conclude why it's less certain. Like we have inductive evidence to conclude, oh, look, people make stuff up all the time. It's usually false. This person made stuff up. It's probably false. But if a theist says, I made this up and it's probably true, they don't have the same basis of evidence. So we have better evidence. We have a better justification because we have like, oh, stuff people make up is usually false. This is a thing people made up. It's most likely false. And since they're trying to be the outlier and saying something I made up is true, if they don't have some independent basis of evidence, simply the fact that it's possible would not qualify because we already have a very good basis to conclude it's not real since it's inductively bad.
So which brings me to my second question. In your debate with J. Robin was contesting that you don't have a justification, right?
For what?
For your worldview, because what he says was, even though you could be accidentally correct, like evolution leading to a brain, and you claiming that the earth is round, you could be metaphysically correct about that. You might have a belief, but you don't have a justification because it's not grounded in God.
Well, that's because his requirement for justification is absolute certainty. He thinks that for something to qualify as a justification, you need certainty. And if it doesn't have certainty, then it's not a justification, which is false. You don't need certainty for a justification. So his definition of what qualifies as a justification is wrong.
Okay, and one last question before I hand it over. Well, I forgot, I guess. If I remember, I'll jump back in.
Okay.
Well, how about the utility of this? Let's say that we were to utilize this particular mode of thought that you espouse, but let's also presume for just the hypothetical that God actually does exist and says to you, Tom, I'm here, I'm right here in front of you. Here's a miracle. Nothing crazy, nothing that's gonna change the minds of others per se, but I mean, like, it's pretty convincing to you. In this particular situation, would you say that if we were to just utilize this mode of thought, like, well, I'm more likely to be wrong because people have been wrong about this?
Yes, if God speaks to you, if God speaks to you, you're more reasonable to say this is probably an illusion, delusion, hallucination. That would be the more reasonable thing to do.
That is to say, if God actually did exist, you using the model that you actually do use would actually be less likely to believe it, right? I mean, even if he actually did present himself to you.
No, you would be less likely to believe it if he presented himself in such a way that it's a crappy way. So, like, if God caused a snowball to fall on your head or something and said, maybe this snowball was caused by a God, like, it's possible, sure, but because snow happens naturally, the fact that if a God existed and tried to communicate you via snowball method would be unreasonable to believe because snowballs are already explained by a natural phenomenon. So if the God is communicating to you in such a way that is already explained by natural phenomenon, then you would be objectively unreasonable to believe that, even if the God exists. So the way in which the God communicates to you must be in such a way that it would justify the belief. If he's communicating to you in such a way that would not justify belief, that wouldn't epistemically qualify as sufficient evidence, then it wouldn't matter whether the God was actually doing it or not. He hasn't provided you with sufficient evidence. So, like if God caused a raindrop to fall directly on your nose, is that evidence of God? No, because rain happens all the time. So God would have to do something outside of the realm of normalcy to actually justify belief, not just do the things that we already know are normal. And having voices speak to you is something we already know is normal. It's like a raindrop falling on your nose or a snowball hitting you. It's like, this thing happens all the time in
Let's
nature.
say he did do something outside of the norm. I mean, let's say that just for you, Tom, he split the Red Sea. You're the only witness. I mean, now what? Where do you stand now?
That would not be particular. So maybe being the only witness is still a normal thing that people see all the time. Something in particular would be like,
Oh, okay.
if I say,
Really? Okay.
God, give me a gold brick. And every time I ask for a gold brick appears in front of me and I get to trade it in for money. That would be spectacular. So novel testable predictions, if God provided those, then yes, that would be sufficient evidence to justify belief. So like if I prayed, God help me find my car keys, and then every single time I always found my car keys in random locations, like in the next 5 seconds, you could count that as evidence. Like if there's novel testable predictions and they are successful, that counts as extraordinary evidence which can justify belief in a God.
Okay, so novel testable predictions, I'm 100% with you on that. But this idea that, like, let's say that the difference between your survival was being able to cross this body of water, which was otherwise insurmountable, and then suddenly the seas part for you and you cross, but you're the only witness. And you make it to the other side, and lo and behold, the grass is greener on the other side. I'm just asking, under like, what extreme circumstance does this model fall apart?
Nothing.
What does this method? So even under those circumstances, you'd still be like, it's still more likely that I'm imagining this.
Yes, that is always more likely that you're imagining. That's what dreams are. So people have those kinds of experiences all the time in their dreams, in their illusions. There are real cases where that happens, where like they're walking across the street and there's this big crash and they're just standing still and all the cars just miss them. There are all kinds of things that happen like that. The fact that you have a personal experience that you can't explain isn't evidence of anything. You need, for it to be evidence, you need novel prediction. You need to be like, okay, so what would actually confirm this? You can say, I had this really strange experience, and so I explain this by saying there's a God, and it seems like that could make sense, but to confirm this, I'm going to need to do novel prediction. Just having a weird experience wouldn't be evidence, no matter how weird the experience was. Unless like it was a persistent, like if you went to heaven, you died, or God brought you to heaven and you're like hanging out with God and you don't wake up and you're in this like a persistent state for like years and years, then it'd be pretty reasonable to believe that's a real thing.
Baser, that's an interesting situation of the parting of the Red Sea, but I don't think if God did that for TJump, all right, I don't think that would be. I don't think he'd be the only one who would be witnessing it. Like if we're talking about like God parting the Red Sea, say in today's world, I don't think he would be the only witness. I'm pretty sure there would be many other people witnessing that.
Well, I think the reason he brought up the only witness thing was to see if you could be justified based off of your personal experience. So it doesn't matter whether or not other people would see it. It's just part of his analogy. Yeah,
I was just curious if Tom is absolutely right. I was curious like how far he was willing to take that, so I tried to just find an extreme example. That's all. He's correct.
So any single event would not be sufficient. You're going to need repeatability, testability, lots of future events. It's got to be something more than just any single event. A single event, most likely a delusion, always.
Okay, very good. Well, that's the end of that for me. I'm gonna take a break. Thanks, Trump. I appreciate it.
Yep.
In fact, I did a video on this one once, and I gave an example of this woman who actually talks to her dead father, and she's completely convinced. So would that count as evidence that dead people talk?
No, because again, that's extremely common. That's called a bereavement delusion. Happens to like 60% of people who have a dead loved one. You see and actually speak to and communicate with people who are dead. What would be evidence is if he told her something that she could use to like find buried treasure or something, then she would have a more reasonable basis to conclude it was real. Just having the experience would not be, because if you love someone or know them repeating the same patterns in conversation that you've heard a million times is not going to be spectacular. If they gave you new information, like if K-Pax, the one where the alien came from the stars and then gave them new math or something and inhabited the body of Kevin Costner, that would be good evidence. So if having the experience you could use to get some new novel knowledge that we didn't have before, that would be evidence. But just simply talking to a dead loved one, extremely common. We already know that happens. Bereavement delusions, any single outlier event like that, not evidence.
That was a rhetorical question, by the way, but thanks for explaining.
So the mathematician Ramanujan had these dreams.
Yep.
Of
math. Yes.
I forget the name of the family goddess that.
I think it was Avadanta or something. The god he attributed his mathematical success to.
Really?
Vishnu might have been one. I don't remember which god it was, but yeah. Ramanujan said that
give him these. Sorry, I briefly cut out. So, he would have these dreams, and she would give him these formulas, and he would wake up and write them down.
Yep.
And he had like whole notebooks of them, and I forget the percentage of how many of them were correct. It was like over 60%. I forget the number though.
Yep.
Seems like a rare case.
Yeah, that would actually count as like real evidence. He would be justified in believing there was a God if that was the case. I think it's still more likely that was just his mind, but that would count as a lot better evidence than any of the theist cases. That's why I said like the best evidence for God is usually in the Hindu religion. It's usually the prediction in the Bhagavad Gita of the age of the earth.
Really?
Yeah. So the Bhagavad Gita, written 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 years ago, predicts the age of the earth to be 4.3 billion years old. And it's 4.5, so it was pretty close. But yeah, that's the best evidence of a God there is, that it accurately predicted the age of the earth. If there were a lot of those, then that would be good evidence that that was correct, a lot better than the other current ones.
I see. So you're saying like Hinduism right now would have like the best case for like possibly the existence of any kind of deity right now.
Yeah, so it has like one or two things that count as evidence. That's the best case. So it's not great, but it's the best.
Okay.
Marvin. TJump.
Yeah, Tristan, we can hear you.
I was just saying hey.
Hey, I thought you said Marvin. Oh, hey to Marvin?
I said hey, Marvin. They box these anymore.
All right, where did my comment section go? Comment section. Kazakh Hindu confirmed. Mango T, how do you join the Discord chat? There's a link directly above my head. It says how to join call, discord.io/tjump. If you just join that, and then there should be like a general chat in the thing to the left. Yes, Tristan's head is cut off in the stream because he's putting his camera in general chat for some reason.
Putting my what?
You're using your camera while in general chat.
Are we not allowed to?
You can, just nobody does.
I'm not handsome enough.
Camera off. Disabled my video pretty much.
Church of Injury got it, except there's a period there.
I've heard you bring up the amplituhedron quite a bit
Yes.
of late. Is this something that you espouse as more likely than not as one? And B, what is the amplituhedron precisely? I only have a general idea of what this thing might be.
The amplituhedron is the geometric theory by Nima Arkani Hammad of the thing that which spacetime is emergent from. I don't really understand it very well. No, I don't think it's most likely the case. I do think spacetime is emergent. I don't believe his theory is correct, but it's just an example of a spaceless, timeless thing.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Because to be honest with you, I love the intuitive nature of it. Because honestly, well, for me personally, anyway, I feel like it really fills in a lot of niches that I've been looking for. In like, how could something come from nothing, quote unquote. That to answer that sort of question, why is there something rather than nothing? I've kind of gone around and around with this, and this idea of the amplituhedron that you had mentioned kind of sparked my interest. And I've only done a general, real basic dive into it, but as you had mentioned, it's just sort of this idea that, you know, space and time is emergent from something more fundamental to space and time. And I like that idea because I've actually liked this idea that something caused space and time. I think that's actually rather intuitive.
Yeah,
It's just, you know,
I
like,
agree.
yeah, people want to think God did that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot better to base the explanation of what we don't know about, like where does space and time come from, in something that is a combination of verified physics rather than, or combination of physics that is based on verified parts rather than Sky Daddy.
I just wish I knew more about it, man. So this particular amplituhedron model that you espouse, is this you? I've heard you say that this is actually something that's well accepted. However, so I'm kind of confused what you mean by
emergent space-time
is that
is
not
well
the case?
accepted. Emergent space-time is well
Oh,
accepted.
okay.
What causes it is not well accepted. So the amplituhedron is just one of the models of what is causing emergent space-time. Emergent space-time is pretty well accepted.
I got you. Okay, thank you for that.
Randolph Richardson, what kind of why question is being asked here? Is it scientific, philosophical, or something other? For the amplituhedron is definitely scientific more than philosophical. Jin's onion tree. Jin's onion tree is not scientific. It is Deepak Chopra-esque. Rommel, how does your moral system address antinatalism? So in my moral system, any involuntary imposition of will is immoral. If something doesn't exist, causing it to exist isn't an involuntary imposition of will. So it's not immoral to create something. It would be immoral for that thing to be trapped in a world it can't choose to change or leave. So it's like if you create a child and put it into this terrible world and it can't like go to its own world, that would be immoral. But just creating the child wouldn't be immoral. Could also apply to
question
AI.
on that, TJump.
Yeah, go for it.
So let's say, so if God asked for our consent before having us in this world, let's say, right?
Yep.
That would be moral.
Yep.
But then what you're saying is we should still have an option to opt out of it.
Well, that would count as the option. So he could say, I'm giving you the option to go to this world and you can't leave it. So you're going to go to this world and permanently be stuck in this world. And that's one of the options. Or you can go to your own world and you can design it however you want. So then if you choose to voluntarily be a part of this world where you can't leave, then it's consensual. So it wouldn't be immoral.
But what if God already gave us that option? We consented to it, but we just forgot.
Yeah, it's possible, but that would contradict the Bible and all the holy books. So it'd have to be a different God.
How so?
Because they specifically give examples where God deliberately forces people to do things they didn't consent to. So he's like, he hardened Pharaoh's heart or turned somebody to salt or whatever. So he forced lots of people to do things they didn't consent to. And he created them in such a way that, like Satan, he forced Satan to go to hell without his consent. So if the Bible is correct, then the God did many immoral things based on this model. If there could be a different God who gave us all the options and we were all stupid enough to come here, but it wouldn't be any of the Abrahamic ones. Randolph, I was wondering about. Wait, 1 sec. Randolph, I was wondering about your caller's question about why is there something rather than nothing. I think that was from a previous debate, or was that something here? Like, why is there something rather than nothing is a question that, why does anything exist at all? Which isn't a how question, because it would either necessarily be the case that something has always existed, or something never existed. So it wouldn't be a how question, it would be a why question. And the kind of why question is like, is it necessary kind of a why question.
I don't know. I mean, like, do you think it's fair to ask? I mean, because just to be pedantic, I feel like you could like, if it is the case that, say, like, some field is like there's some field that always exists.
Yeah.
Like, how is it the case that this thing always exists? I feel is a fair question.
Well, that would be, it's necessary. That would be the answer. Did Jen just post a hexagonal diagram of the pattern on, what is that, Jupiter, Saturn?
Could I jump in?
Sure.
So you're talking about morality. Which is more moral, a flat Earth or a round Earth?
Potato Earth is the most moral.
If you lived on a round Earth, the only way you would be able to leave is through some complicated mechanical device.
You mean as opposed to like jumping off the edge on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I think flat Earth is far better in terms of morality than around Earth. Because you mentioned that.
So the shape wouldn't make a difference. Like, your ability to leave would have to be like you snap your fingers and get teleported, not like you have to actually take a spaceship. The spaceship thing doesn't matter. It's more like your ability to leave would be your ability to snap your fingers and go to your own universe that you get to design the rules for. So the shape of the Earth
that doesn't make any sense, because like you can't do that if you went down to the nearest supermarket, right? You need to actually go through all of the steps in order to get there. So that doesn't
right.
make
So
any
that
sense.
has nothing to do with morality here. So the morality here, when we're talking about like God,
It does, because you said that.
No. So when
Yes.
we're talking about morality, we're asking, is it moral to force someone to be in a world? We're not talking about literally Earth. We're talking about the entire universe. Is it moral to trap someone in a universe where there is death and age and rape and all these things that you didn't consent to? The answer is no. The moral thing to do would be to give them the option to go to this world, or the option to go to their own universe, where they get to design it however they want. That's the moral thing to do.
But we were given option to join
TJump.
to join life.
To join life? That doesn't make any sense. Where was this option? Let me say my name.
I did. I'm gonna put it in self-promotion, but I just want to say one thing tonight is the annual Christmas Nitro giveaway. I know that's a lot to say. It's a lot for me to repeat 50,000 times. If you do want to join, I will put in a self-promotion, but other than that, have a good night.
Okay, good night. I think Nitro is kind of pointless. It doesn't actually do anything. Sandals, that is like your opinion, man, bro.
Hey, TJump. So I wanted to quickly ask too, just to follow up on the antinatalism thing.
Sure.
So now that knowing that you're in the current world and you know that we can create a child that won't be able to choose the world that they want, would you say that it's immoral to have a child in the current world?
No, not for us. Like, it would be immoral for nature to do, trap the child here.
Okay.
It wouldn't be immoral for us to have children in this world. Like, we didn't do it.
I see. Gotcha.
So like if I'm breathing or
did do
whatever,
it.
there's a limited amount of oxygen, so my breaths take away from the potential breaths of other people. Is that immoral? Well, no, because I didn't force the universe to be this way. The nature did. So nature's immoral for doing that, but not me.
But you have no power though, so I don't understand your whole like concept of, I should be given consent. That doesn't make any sense. You have no power.
Which is immoral. So you should have power. Better universe would be one where you do have power.
It's not immoral because you don't have power. So
it's immoral if
it
you
would
don't
be
have
immoral
power.
if you're a god and you don't have, and you were told what to do. That's
No,
immoral.
it would be immoral to force someone to live trapped in a state without power that they didn't consent to. Yes, that would be immoral.
You have no power. You're limited. So
Right, and that's immoral. So it's immoral to create someone in a state where they have no power, which they didn't consent to. That's called slavery. Literally, the definition.
how is that immoral?
So
I thought you believed in evolution.
yes, I do believe in evolution. So if a god created a person who has no power and is forced to live in a way they did not consent to, that is slavery and that is immoral.
Okay, so you're referring to a god created
Yes.
man.
Yeah, so it's also immoral for the universe to create people if they are trapped and don't have the option to leave. So it's immoral that people die of old age. It's immoral that people get old and break bones without their consent. All of those things are also immoral in my view. Evolution is immoral.
So you're
Yes.
saying that I want you to play devil's advocate and come up with a different way of looking at it instead of just claiming it to be immoral.
What?
Um,
I don't know what that
because
means.
you agree that we're limited in nature, right? We're limited in our abilities.
Sure, obviously.
So therefore you're also limited in thought and logic, or whatever way you want to look at the world.
Limited in what? Logic?
Limited in knowledge.
Knowledge, yes.
Limited in thinking.
Sure.
Limited in being able to comprehend.
It does not mean we're limited in everything. So
doesn't mean it's not.
no.
Because something that doesn't make sense to us doesn't mean that it's immoral.
Sure, doesn't make sense isn't my argument. So I didn't say it doesn't make sense, therefore it's true. But yes, there's definitely things we're limited on, but the fact that we're limited doesn't mean we can't have absolute knowledge. Like I can still have absolute knowledge that I exist. So you can still have absolute knowledge. You can, if my model of morality is correct, then we have absolute knowledge of that. We obviously don't. It's not proven yet. But if it was correct, then we could say, yeah, for sure, that's immoral.
But your model of morality is based on limitation. So
no, it's not based on limitations. It's based on evidence.
A child. It's like a 6-year-old child who's saying
no,
they want to go play outside, but their parents says no, and in their mind they're thinking that's immoral.
No. So again, we can prove that
that's exactly
yes,
it.
No, it's not. So we can prove that if a god forces people to be here without their consent and limits their power, that is literally the definition of slavery and would literally be immoral.
That's extreme. Let's say you had a 6-year-old child, right, and they wanted to go play outside, but you told them no for some reason.
So this is really a really easy thing to address. If we could get rid of all of the consequences, like if we could protect them from nature, then it would be immoral to stop them from going outside. It would be immoral for us to prevent them from having the freedom to go outside. So if we could give them protection, so like they couldn't get run over by a car or die of starvation or cold or whatever, then it would be immoral for us to stop them. So the only reason it's moral for us to stop them is because we don't have the power to protect them. God doesn't have that excuse. He could give us our own universes without any of the harm stuff. Just fine. So we aren't like kids because wait. The fact that we are limited is why we are justified in stopping the kid. If we were not limited, it would be immoral for us to stop the kid because we don't need to. It's unnecessary harm.
Because we're limited, it's not immoral for God to step in and
no, it's not about our limit. If God is unlimited, stop. If God is unlimited and God chooses to harm us without our consent, God is immoral. Our limits don't make a difference here. Our limits are irrelevant. So like if there's a doctor in the 1800s and you got shot in the leg, the doctor's going to cut your leg off because that's the only way he can save your life. The doctor is limited. If there is a doctor today, he wouldn't cut your leg off. He would give you an antibiotic. And if he did cut your leg off, that doctor would be immoral. He would be sued for malpractice because he caused greater harm than was necessary to save the patient. God doesn't have any limits.
You're comparing human to human, whereas you're trying to equate that to God to human. That's human to human. You can't equate that.
I'm going to kick you. So if God is all powerful, chooses to cause more harm than necessary, he is immoral, just like a doctor cutting your leg off when he could have given you an antibiotic. So if God forces you to be here and doesn't let you go outside, even though he could do so and protect you just fine, God is immoral.
No, he's not immoral.
Yes, he is.
Like I said.
Yes, he is immoral.
Limited being.
That doesn't change the fact of anything.
You are limited. It does change the fact.
No,
you're limited in thinking. You're limited in ability.
Limited doesn't mean anything. So limited,
it's like a child.
No. Limited doesn't.
They're
mean
limited
anything.
in their ability to think critically.
No, I'm going to kick you. I'm going to kick you if you don't stop interrupting. I'm going to kick you. Limited is not evidence. Limited is not evidence. You can't say you're limited, therefore you're wrong. That's an argument from ignorance fallacy. It's the UFO fallacy. So you cannot say you're limited, therefore there could be some unknown reason that God could be right. It does not work that way. That's not how evidence works. So we can say God, if he causes unnecessary harm, which he could have prevented if he's powerful enough, and he doesn't do that, he is immoral. That's like 1 + 1 = 2. There's no way to be wrong about that. Doesn't matter how limited you are. Can't be wrong about that.
Because we're limited.
We can't be limited. We can't be limited. There's no limit there. You can't be wrong about that.
Okay, let's say if God gave you everything you wanted, right? He removed consequences. He removed everything. He gave you your own universe.
So I'm in my own universe. Yeah.
What's the purpose? What's the purpose then?
Exactly the same purpose as now. There's no difference.
No, because you have the same level as, God. So then
no, I can't control or force other people to do anything. So, which are the exact same purpose. So there's no difference between that world and this world. You choose to live in this world.
So you believe that controlling people is immoral? Is that right? Controlling
forcing people to do things they don't consent to is immoral. Yes.
Okay. So let's just get that out of the way. If that's the case, then there is no God, right? Because you're saying
there's no all good
should
God.
Not allow people to control. You're saying that God should not be able to control others. Is that right?
Yes, God should not be able to force others to do things they don't consent to, because that would be immoral. Socrates, is the cogito ergo sum synthetic a priori, a posteriori, analytic a posteriori knowledge? I don't have a position on that. Like, it would probably be a priori in some sense, but I don't really accept that as being a true distinction between different kinds of knowledge. So it's not really a big deal for me, whichever one you want to do. Scotty, you're snoring, I think?
Again, going back to the example that I gave with the child, right?
Child.
Now, because we do live in a world of consequences, that's the game, right?
Nope. So you just defeated your own argument. So because we live in a world of consequences, because God didn't make it better, God is immoral. So if God just got rid of the consequences, poof, no justification for keeping the kid inside anymore. So as I already addressed
that's a poor example. Let's say we're playing GTA, because that's a really good example of no consequences, right?
What? Say it again?
Let's say we're playing a video game.
Sure.
Playing video games. There are no real consequences to them.
There can be.
But a real video game, one that's enjoyed by many, they usually have consequences to them.
Okay.
They have boundaries.
Yeah.
For example, if you were playing COD, right, Modern Warfare or whatever, and you were just able to just go through people or go through walls, or like, what's the point of the game then?
Fun. So you can do that. Those are called hacks and cheats. You can do that. So that's perfectly legit. In single player, you could do whatever hacks you want, and some people enjoy doing that. So, but wait. So some people can choose to turn up the difficulty and make it harder for themselves, and that's perfectly fine. And some people can choose to turn the difficulty down and make it easier for themselves. Forcing people to play on the hard mode is immoral. Giving them the option is moral.
But we are given the option on the level of difficulty.
Can I snap my fingers and go to my own universe right now?
But see, that's a cheat. That's like
so I do not have the option. I have been forced to play on hard difficulty without my consent. I do not have the choice. It is immoral.
But you do have the choice through
Can I
technology.
snap my fingers? Can I snap my fingers and go to my own universe right now? Can I do it?
You may not be able to do that now.
No, so I cannot do that. So I have been forced to live on hard difficulty without my consent. That is immoral.
I disagree. That is an animal.
You don't get to disagree.
I do, because it's
you don't get to disagree.
I do disagree, because
you don't get to disagree.
Describing here is an animal, right? An animal.
That doesn't make a difference.
They don't have the ability to think the way we do.
That's an appeal to nature fallacy. It doesn't matter. That's what is immoral. They don't have the ability because God didn't give it to them. That's immoral. How long? Why are internal critiques so difficult for people? I don't necessarily think TJump is correct, but it is not that hard to track the logic. Like, yeah, it's because people are biased. People are stop. People are biased based off their own worldview, and they want to exclude hypotheticals that can defeat their worldview automatically. So they try to seek information that can.
I totally understand, right? I totally understand your point of view, but I'm playing devil's advocate here.
No,
because again,
there's no
like
devil's advocate.
We're limited in thinking. We're limited in thinking, right? We're limited in our abilities. Just because we perceive something to be bad or immoral doesn't necessarily mean it is.
That's not how it works. So again, we can show that, yeah, God's immoral. God killing millions of babies, there's no perception that could be wrong about that.
Yeah, they could. There is no possibility, because you have to agree that we're limited.
Then you're an idiot. If you think that drowning millions of babies can be a good thing, that's like thinking 1 + 1 can equal 7. You're just an idiot.
Yeah, it could be a good thing. We just don't understand.
No, then you're an idiot. So you're just stupid. If you think that drowning millions of babies could be a good thing, that's like someone saying 1 + 1 = 7. You're just too stupid to understand the conversation.
No, it's because we're limited in our ability.
Nope. It's just you're just stupid. You're just stupid. If you think that drowning millions of babies can be good, you're just stupid. That's the only option. There's no option B. There's no further conversation. There's no you could be wrong. You're just too stupid to understand the conversation. If you think drowning millions of babies could be a good thing, you're stupid.
I think there's a possibility that it might be a good thing. We just
don't have
the full context.
Then you're stupid.
But we're not stupid. Like I said, we're limited in our ability.
No.
We can easily say that's immoral and that's ridiculous.
You repeating yourself isn't going to change anything. The answer is still going to be the same. You repeating yourself isn't going to change anything. Stop, I'm going to kick you. So you repeating yourself is not going to change anything. If you think it's possible that God drowning millions of babies, when he could have done otherwise, is good, you're an idiot. That's 1 + 1 = 7. Square, circle, potato. You're dumb. That is wrong.
But God can only come to perfect conclusions, right? Because
no.
he's the supreme being. He can only come to perfect
That's called begging the question. So if God drowned babies, God's immoral. There is no justification. There's no justification for that ever.
That's a perfect conclusion and a perfect justification for that. It's just out of our scope.
No, that can't ever be the case. So we have already debunked that. Idioten verboten. Correct, Bill. Exactly.
It's just at the human, just one more thing. Just at the human level, we perceive it as being bad, but at a God's level.
No, at God's level, it would still be bad. So there's no possible level where drowning millions of babies when you could have done otherwise is good. That's never, there's no possible level where that could be good.
Do you think war is justified?
Justified as in people who don't have the ability to do otherwise? Yes. God, no. God can never have it be justified because he could do otherwise.
So you think war is immoral?
Yes, war is immoral. Killing people is immoral always.
Why does this still happen today?
Because we don't have infinite power. If we had infinite power, we'd just create the best of all possible worlds and there wouldn't be any.
Okay. Let's say we've created all possible worlds, the all best possible worlds. What's the point? What's the purpose?
The exact same purpose as now. So there's no change to the purpose. Any purpose that is now would still be then. There would be no change. It would be no more or less purpose. The purpose is exactly the same in both.
Okay, let's go back to the analogy that I gave on video games. If you played a video game and you used all the hacks and you used all of the cheat codes, what's the purpose of playing it then?
Whatever purpose you want for fun. There would be no difference. So that's, again, not an appropriate analogy. This purpose is the exact same. That is a more moral world that has exactly the same purpose. There's no difference in purpose there. The fact that you suffer more does not add purpose. There's no greater purpose to making people suffer without their consent. Being a slave does not have a greater purpose to not being a slave.
Okay. What if I gave you a grand purpose for your existence?
Then that would be slavery. No, you don't get to give me a purpose. I'm not going to accept your purpose. I don't give a shit about your purpose. I'm going to live for my purpose.
But what if the purpose were to benefit you in your next stage?
Then that's still slavery. So if you try to force a purpose on someone without their consent, that's called slavery. That is immoral. So people get to choose their own purpose, and forcing people to take a purpose they have not chosen is called slavery.
Okay. Now, let's say you went through, like, let's say you were, suffering, right? This is at a human level now. Let's say you were suffering, maybe you
Okay,
had
that's
some
immoral.
drug addiction or some alcoholism,
That's immoral.
and people intervened.
Okay,
Without your consent to get you off of that.
sure.
And 10 months go by, 12 months go by, 24 months go by, and you're a better person. Whereas during
Okay, none of that has
stage
anything to
where
do with
you
the
were at
example.
your
So,
lowest,
so a moral, if there
Yeah,
was
I
a
just think
moral
it-
being who wanted to help you
Can
get
I
over,
finish?
wait, no. So if there's a moral being who wants to help you get over alcoholism and they have infinite power, they would snap their fingers. If they're choosing to force you to go through a 12-step program over X number of years or months or whatever, that's immoral. If they can just snap their fingers and
It
cure
isn't.
you, that is moral. And I addressed this before when I said there's a
Okay.
doctor. If your
Yeah.
leg is shot in the 1800s and a doctor cuts your leg off, that's the best he can do given his limitations. He's not an all-powerful being. If he was an all-powerful being,
Okay.
it would be immoral for him to cut your leg off. It would be wrong because he could do it simpler. He could snap his fingers and cure you. That would be the moral thing to do.
Okay. That's
If-
a really good point that you brought up. Can I say something about that?
Sure.
That's a really good point. So at a human level, like let's say we invented
There's no
pill
difference
that
between
just
human and
cured-
God level. There's zero difference. It makes no difference what level you're at. If you have a power and you don't use that power to maximize the least suffering, you are immoral. God's level, human level, animal level makes no difference here. If you have infinite power and you choose to cause someone more suffering unnecessarily, you're evil on God's level. This is a God
Okay.
level thing.
Have you watched? Yeah, thank you. Have you watched that Rick and Morty episode where they came into this restaurant that had this force field where you sort of like could kill anybody, but they would come back to life
Nope.
very easily? Have you seen that episode?
Nope.
So basically, like it's like this restaurant that has this force field that allows you to like murder people, and then they'll just revive because there's no like consequence.
Okay, that would be
field.
immoral. So if you killed them without their consent, that would be immoral.
But then you would realize that they will just come back to normal, back to life.
Still be
right?
immoral. It doesn't make a difference.
Okay, but let's just take that example, right? If I would turn off that force field and someone shot someone, because maybe they were playing a game or something like that, they're just playing a game of trying to kill each other, and I turn off that force field and that person actually died,
Both would be immoral.
would that? Okay. So what am I trying to say here is, if you invented something, right, that just cured you instantly, what's the likelihood of you going out there and causing the same harm to yourself?
That's a gibberish
thank
question.
you.
So people
not a
can
gibberish
choose
question,
to
it's
live in a
legitimate.
world where there is no suffering, and that's moral. Forcing them to live in a world with suffering is not moral, and it benefits nothing. You can have equal purpose, equal consequences. Like I could choose, if you gave me the option, I want to live in a world
Yeah.
with very hard consequences. That's fine. Forcing people to do it is immoral. There's no purpose in it. It's just evil.
Okay, let's say you and I were playing in that force field game that I gave, that example I gave, right?
The
And
answer
we're
is going
playing
to
a
be
game
the
of,
same
like,
every
killing each
time.
other.
The answer is going to be the same every time.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish?
Because you've answered the same,
let's say
you've
we're
asked the
playing that.
exact same question many, many times. I've given you the exact same answer many, many times. It's not going to
No,
change.
this is
You're
a-
always going to be wrong about this. You're going to continue to be wrong about this.
Okay. Can I just continue, please? Is that okay?
Sure. You're just going
So
to say
let's
the
say we're
same
playing that
question and we
game,
have the
right?
same answer, but sure.
Okay. Let's say we're playing that game, right? Playing that game inside of that force field, we can kill each other, but there is no real consequences, which means that you won't actually die. You just come back to
That's
life,
still a
right?
consequence. That's a real consequence. Even if you die for a second, that's still a consequence.
Okay, fine. Let's say relative consequences. Okay. What we would perceive to happen doesn't happen. How about that? Is that okay? That's like sort of like a defining thing.
Don't know what that
So,
means, but okay.
Like for example, if you shot someone, right? Like the consequence would be that they would either be severely injured or die, right? But in that force field, that they won't. They will just revive. They'll come back to life. So, where was I going with this? So yeah, so let's say we're playing that game and we're playing a game of killing each other, but we never die. And we're both enjoying the game. We kill each other. We both revive. What's the actual like?
Exactly the same purpose as life here. So whether or not you die adds no purpose.
No, I'm not
takes
talking
no
about
purpose away.
purpose. I'm not talking about purpose. I'm talking about where's the lesson learned?
Exactly the same. The wisdom, everything is
pain.
exactly the same. There is no greater or less purpose. There's no greater or less wisdom. There's no greater or less learning. They're the exact same in both. Nothing is added to the world by having you die without your consent. Nothing is gained. It's just immoral. The only thing difference is that it's more immoral.
It's not.
It literally is.
Not immoral because there is wisdom in.
Okay. Next, kicked. Next. Hey, Bill. Thanks. Yeah, I grew weary of that as well. Grew very weary. Looks like I'm addicted to video games like 2 billion other people. Rise in video game addictions. Lockdown. Like I'm not addicted to video games. Too late, best top. I already kicked him before your message. Haha, victory is mine. Like I've never been addicted to video games. I'm addicted to chess because I can tell there's definitely an emotional difference between an addiction to chess, which I'm like, when I get lose, it's very upsetting. Whereas addictions to video games, like I just enjoy playing it, but I can stop at any time. Whereas chess, I feel a compulsion to keep playing and keep winning. I'm definitely like addicted to chess, but not addicted to video games. Very strange to notice the difference too. Soldier of Science plan Battlefield 2042. I have not gotten that. I haven't gotten any of the new Battlefields. Last one I got was 4, I think. But ever since they added the stupid sniper glint, it kind of ruined the game.
Hello.
Hey.
Just a quick question.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah. So I've heard you before say that mathematics, like.
You are breaking up. I can barely hear you. Soldier, my chess rating is about a 1900 to 2000.
It might be my mic. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I heard you one time say that mathematics has a problem with like.
You're still breaking up. I can't hear you. You said like I heard you say something. Ryan, no, I was never a fan of GTA.
I don't know. I'll try to ask it later. I don't know what's going on with my mic.
Yeah, can you type it and put it in general chat? Because I'm looking at the chat too, so you can just type it and I can read it from the chat.
Yeah.
Soldier, yeah, I play like Soldier. If you want to play right now, you can. Like, are you in the Discord, Soldier? Pull it up on the other one. Lee chess. Play with friend. Play white. Correspondence. I don't like correspondence. I guess it has to be correspondence. Copy. At Soldier of Science. Soldier, I sent you a link to play in the Discord. Here's message, Soldier of Science. Soldier, I just sent you a link on Discord. Like you play on just any web browser. I don't think I can send you a. Can I post it? I can post it there. Post. There's a link, Soldier. Click that. Antipode Serial, name your top 3 philosophers, please. I mean, I'm not really a big fan of philosophers as much as I am their ideas. Like, I think their ideas are more important than the philosophers themselves. But if I had to list my top 3 philosophers, I'd probably go with Bertrand Russell, Descartes, and who would be my next favorite? I don't know. Who would be my next favorite philosopher? God damn it. Mingo, I didn't ban you. I just kicked you. So you shouldn't have been banned. Well, you should be able to rejoin, Mango. Like I didn't ban you. Anybody in the Discord, did you guys like ban Mango?
He's not banned. He's just too dumb to figure out how to rejoin.
Soldier of Science used to be in Discord. He has a Discord account. Like I sent him a message. So just not in Discord right now.
He's not.
Bio posted a really long question. Could you show the question? How do I show the question?
I'll I'll put it out there.
No, Bio, you don't have to retype it. Scotty will just find it. There it is. I heard you say that mathematics has a problem of inconsistency and you used Gödel's incompleteness theory to support that. What would you say to people who say that Gödel's incompleteness theorems are misunderstood and that Gödel is saying that mathematics is in fact consistent, that axiomatic logic is the thing making it inconsistent? Here's a quote I found. His theorems, text is moving. His theorems shows that mathematics cannot be reducible to axiomatic logic. That's not Gödel's incompleteness theorem. It doesn't say anything about there being a problem with math. It says that math is too rich for axiomatic logic to capture it. That is our position. Math can't be reduced to axiomatic logic because reality is not math. Reality because reality is math, not axiomatic logic. Gödel himself was a mathematic Platonist, meaning he believed mathematics is real. So, Bio got ideas. The thing that shows math isn't reducible to logic is called Russell's paradox. It's not Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Gödel's incompleteness theorem had 2 theorems. One is that no system of logic can be shown to be internally consistent. And what was the other one? I forget what the other one was. I can't remember now. But Gödel's incompleteness theorem show that you can't show a logic is consistent without reference to an external logic. It also applies to math. It's Russell's paradox that shows that logic is not reducible, or math isn't reducible to logic. All right, where's the chess game? Chess game. All right, just take there. Yep. Is Jason Lee Scott religious? I don't know. Error.
Jason Lee is Jack Angstrike.
Oh, then no. I think he's idealist, dualist, something. Not. I don't think he believes in God though.
Yeah.
Transcendental idealist, says Darth. Patrick Sayavong on Facebook for a quick hit message, or here is his physical address. Write him for communication. I don't know who that is. Patrick. Don't put his address in the freaking chat, though. Send it in like a DM or something. His email or his link. Philosophoid, I am in spectator mode. How can I play against you on Lee Chess? I'll send you an invite to see, play with a friend. Limited time. Yeah, let's do it that way. Black. Copy. Let's go to YouTube's, Facebook's. I don't want the stupid messenger app. Come on. Come on. Philosophoid. There we go. Go to the bottom. There you go. Check. There you go, Philosophoid. I sent you a link in Facebook. All right. All right. There you go. Oh. Back to the chat. I think I just heard Philosophoid. I should probably pull up the games too so people can see what's going on. Just games. All right. There you go. Back to the chat. Why can I? I'm hearing myself. Somebody has an echo. The games too, so people can see what's going on. Who has the echo?
Hi. How are you? Hi. What's going on?
Who has the baby talking in the stream for some reason?
Maybe the baby has a philosophical question.
Probably.
It's like it's Wonder Krabbis who's not miking.
No, I'm on push to talk. It's Soldier of Science.
Yeah.
Oh, you are right.
It's like, ha, Scotty, trying to ban the wrong guy. He just doesn't like you. He just wanted to ban you.
I'm not banning anybody. I'm just gonna mute Soldier of Science until he figures out that he's hot micing, dude.
Always blaming Wonder Crab. I don't know why I get the heat.
It is. It does seem to be always Wonder Crab.
Oh, shoot. Randolph's here?
Yep.
I'm sorry. I hope you don't find this disappointing.
Well.
How's it going, Randolph?
Oh, it's going pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Ever since I cured my depression, I've been doing quite good. Quite phenomenal.
I like tuning into your streams.
Hey.
It's always so educational. I do learn a lot from.
Sidetrack.
Soldier is hot micing again. Oh, thanks, Randolph. Appreciate it.
I'm going to guess that kid's question is most likely, the philosophical question is most likely going to be why.
I think it's probably like, which IRA fund should I invest in?
Kids are so smart these days.
Wait, I should have just. Oh, I couldn't.
Tom, my friend, or Mr. Jump, I guess, my friend has been, I think, pining to challenge you to something. Are you accepting, like, I guess, prompts to debate or whatever?
If it's somebody I know or interesting, I have anybody can pay me $50 and then I debate them for whatever. That's fine.
Oh, 50? That's it?
Yep.
Well, I will maybe get him in contact with you because I think he'd be happy to do that.
Cool. Send a DM or email or whatever. My work email's on my YouTube. Mango wants to be unmuted.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Soldier, how's it going?
Hey, I wanted to ask, do you have any source for that?
Oh, that's not Soldier.
The scientific consensus for determinism in neurology, I think you mentioned. I don't really remember.
Yeah, I have quotes from what's it? There's an interview with Julian Mussolino, who's an expert in the field, and he talks about the consensus. He would be the one to ask about where to find it.
Okay, amazing. Yeah, I was really looking for that one because it sounds really interesting. It's like, I don't know, scientific consensus on something that sounds so moral. Really interesting.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hello?
Who just said hello? Is that you, Joe's?
You asking for me or what?
No, somebody just said hello. I didn't know who it was.
That was me,
Oh,
I
no.
think.
Oh.
Hey, TJump, I've got one question for you.
Sure.
Have you, can you recall a time where you've accomplished something?
Sure, accomplished lots of things. I made a YouTube channel. I got a relationship. Why is my screen showing 2 chess games covering my face? Yes, I've accomplished lots of things.
Now, let's
that's
say I gave you a YouTube channel instantaneously with 1 million subscribers. Is that more satisfying than going through all of the steps to get to 1 million?
Probably about equally as satisfying. You could just give me chemicals in my brain to make them equally as satisfying.
Do you want a brain that's able to comprehend that? Is that right?
What? Like, it doesn't
You
make
want
a
a brain
difference.
that it doesn't make any difference.
No. Like, accomplishment is based on choice, not based on hard work. Hard work can give you accomplishment. It doesn't necessarily make it a good thing.
Do you think you'll be able to experience certain feelings and emotions if you had everything and everything was moral and everything was instantaneous?
Yes, morality has nothing, or emotions have nothing to do with morality. Like, you can feel emotions regardless of whether or not something is moral.
Yes, but obviously we're discussing morality. But,
yes, and obviously emotions have nothing to do with the question.
So you would never actually feel sweat dripping down your face because everything's instantaneous.
No,
There's
you
no
can
need
still
for
feel
flip.
that. That makes no difference. Like what you're asking makes absolutely no sense here.
It does make sense.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't make any sense. Yeah,
Okay,
this is a terrible
you
game.
say so. I'm
All
right.
right. Did he move? He did move. All right, so I should go there. Pay more attention to Philosopher because he's better at chess than the other guys. Hmm. More theistic stupidity.
Tom, was it Giuseppe Mussolino you mentioned?
Yeah, Julian
Is it that one?
Mussolino. He's
Julian.
yes.
Okay, I missed.
Hey, so I just did some research. According to most religions, God is perfect and good.
Yeah, if their expertise was reality and not fiction, then that would be great. So their expertise actually has to be relevant to the field for it to count.
So let's just, even if it's just conceptual, let's take that into account. That God is good and he can only do good things.
Then he couldn't have drowned millions
That's
of
the
babies.
case. If that's the case, then you have to acknowledge what we might perceive as bad as being
No,
justifiable.
no,
In that concept, yes, in that context, you have to.
no. That's called begging the question. It's a fallacy. No, you don't.
But you do. It's based on that context, right?
Do you want to
God
get
is all
kicked
good.
again?
Okay.
Saying that because they imagine it to be good does not make drowning millions of babies good. That's not how it works.
You think it's moral for you to control people in a game?
Control people in a game, not if they don't consent to it. No, that would not be moral. So if they consent to it, then it's perfectly fine. If they do not consent to it, then no, it would not be moral.
But they haven't consent to it. So every single character that you've ever played, that's without their consent.
They're not conscious beings, so they have to be conscious beings to be morally significant. If they're not conscious, it doesn't quite work that way. So playing, like literally playing as a NPC is not immoral. No, it would be like controlling other people in a video game would be immoral.
How would we know that you're not an NPC?
If you're conscious, then you're not an NPC.
There are plentiful conscious NPCs.
If you could discover one of those, you would win a Nobel Prize.
I wish. Like I said, we're limited in our capability, which would actually define us as being conscious NPCs. So
No. NPC means not conscious, literally a non-conscious entity. If it's a conscious entity, it's not an NPC.
I guess we're fake consciousness then.
Then you can't have a fake consciousness. That's a stupid thing to say. Fake consciousness.
You can. It's like
what is a
perceive
fake
someone as
consciousness?
conscious, but they're really not.
No. How can you be conscious and have it be fake consciousness? Not perceiving someone as conscious doesn't matter. How can you be conscious and perceive someone as not conscious?
An artificial intelligent agent, for example, is a fake consciousness.
If it's conscious,
They
it wouldn't be
perceive.
fake. God damn it. If it's
Okay.
conscious, it can't be fake. No.
But you can fake consciousness.
No, you can't fake consciousness. It doesn't work that way. God damn it. All right, I need to pay more attention.
Is it possible to program an agent to think that they're conscious, but they're really not?
No. Damn it. I shouldn't have done that. That was a bad move. Oh, well.
I had a look at the definition of conscious, and it's actually aware of and responding to one's surroundings.
Yeah, so you can't have consciousness and not have it. You can't be aware of something and not be aware of it.
But that's literally artificial intelligent agents.
No.
They're aware of their surroundings.
No,
and they
that's
can
a
respond
stupid
to
question.
It. Okay. That's literally like the definition of an artificial intelligent agent. Is that
No.
they're aware and they can respond to their surroundings.
That's a conscious
But
agent.
that doesn't necessarily.
I have a question for all of y'all. Do any of y'all have nitro at all?
Nitro is shit and waste of time. It doesn't do anything. You don't need it.
Well, if nobody has, if you want nitro, I'm doing a nitro giveaway.
Stop. We don't care about nitro. We don't need nitro for anything. It's a waste.
Okay.
I missed that name. Who was it that was trying to pimp their nitro giveaway?
Tristan.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Hey, TJump, have you heard the story of Notch?
Notch?
So he's the Minecraft.
Minecraft creator?
Yeah, he recently came that not in the
You're breaking
at the
up. I
moment.
can't hear anything you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
You need to turn down your stream. You gotta, or turn on your something. You gotta echo really bad.
Oh, do I have an echo now?
You did.
Cool. So yeah, going back to Notch. So Notch is a Minecraft creator. He created Minecraft, which is $1 billion game. I think he sold the game a couple of years back to Microsoft for billions of dollars.
Yeah.
And like most of us, when we think of getting $1 billion, we think of being able to do whatever we want to do, right? Like buy the coolest house, the coolest cars, whatever. But interestingly enough, he came to the conclusion that it was the struggle
I don't care.
that was
His
far.
opinion doesn't matter.
Okay, but could I finish?
Well,
He
I
said
just
that the
addressed your
struggle was
argument, so it doesn't
far.
really make a difference. Like, his opinion doesn't matter. Next.
Okay, but can I just finish? Is that okay?
No, because I've already
Here's-
addressed your point. Like, I can skip all of your pointless rambling and address your point immediately. There's no point to finish.
Okay, let me just quickly conclude. He found that the struggle was far satisfying
Then he's a dumbass.
than,
Next.
than having everything.
And he's a dumbass. Next.
Okay.
I always appreciate TJump how easy this is for you. I just want to let you know that from the viewer standpoint, I find this incredibly entertaining.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Like, you know, when a skateboarder, maybe you don't, but if a skateboarder is like tense or like a dancer, it looks kind of jerky and strange. When they're relaxed and like sort of in the state of flow and play, it's a really beautiful thing to watch.
Thanks.
Descrates also concluded the same.
He's also an idiot.
He had. Okay. I guess everybody just did.
Work is only valuable if it's chosen, not forced. Being a slave is not valuable work.
Being a slave is. There's honor to it.
No, it doesn't. It's
I know
literally
you
slavery.
really
That's so stupid.
I know you haven't experienced it, but there's honor in slavery.
No, it's not. You're about to get kicked again.
Wait, can TJump hear me if I talk right now?
Yes.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
All right. How are you?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to say that I started looking into some of your stuff, and I like a lot of what you do.
Thanks.
I think the way that you talk about philosophy, it's very clear-headed, and a lot of philosophers like to bloviate and talk too much, and I like how you kind of sort of keep it simple and don't obfuscate.
Thanks.
No problem. That's all I wanted to say.
Yep. GG, Philosopher. Yeah, definitely need to like pay more attention, not being distracted by silly arguments. You're pretty good. We played before, didn't we?
Mr. TJump, what's up?
Not much. How are you?
Nothing much.
Kagito, if I say reality is the same as itself everywhere, am I presupposing the principle of identity? Possibly. But I could say that you wouldn't be presupposing the principle of identity if you said nothing in all of reality is destroying me or making me not exist. So if I say nothing in all of reality is making me not exist, that isn't a presupposition because it's a direct experience. Nothing in all of reality is contradicting the fact that you exist. So that would not be a presupposition.
So you believe that
You cut out.
the Earth is round because God is moral, and that the only way to leave Earth is you need to go through some sort of technological advancement?
No, absolutely none of that is what I believe.
Or you're basing it off of scientific evidence?
Obviously.
Let's remove that scientific aspect for just a minute. And if you were to compare flat Earth and round Earth, which is more immoral?
There is no morality to the shape of the Earth. I already answered that. You're asking the same questions again.
No, this is about flat versus round, right?
There is no morality to the shape of the Earth. There's not an imposition on will.
There is, because on a flat surface, you have the ability to traverse and
No, that does not change
greater,
anything. Forcing
more
someone to be in a world without their consent, regardless of the shape, is immoral. Doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. Doesn't change anything. Forcing flat earthers to be in a reality where the world is round would be immoral. Forcing round earthers to be in a world where the world is flat would be immoral. They don't want to be there.
I think in reality, there's round Earth is because the Earth is flat.
Yes, I think we've already been over how delusional you are. Yes.
Well,
Pfeffery says she's almost done with my fursona with cookies. The world is definitely not flat.
only NASA's coming out tomorrow, finally revealing the truth. The Earth is flat.
What? Something's coming out tomorrow? The edge is an imposition on people who like to fly in a straight line forever.
Do you prefer fictional stories or non-fictional?
Fictional. There's non-fictional are kind of boring, with a few exceptions.
Therefore, you conclude that living a life of ignorance is far more better than living a life knowing things that you shouldn't.
It's up to the individual if they want to know things or want to be ignorant. Either one can be equally as good.
Is that moral of God for giving you the ability to think?
Homonym, how come you read the stupidest comments I wrote? What? I didn't hear your question.
Is it moral for God to give you the ability to think?
No.
It's not?
It is neither moral nor
It's
immoral. It'd be, I guess it would be moral. If he didn't give it to you, it would be immoral.
So God gave you the ability to think that God doesn't exist, and to think that he's immoral. That's amazing.
You know, he also drowned millions of babies, which is objectively immoral.
Isn't
Do I
that
like
amazing though? Like
Halo?
you have to admit that, right?
Halo has a good single player. I don't like the multiplayer at all. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Oh, this is the most red max I've seen in this server in a long time. Yeah, it's funny. As many as we're in here. No conversation.
It actually is quite a lot of people that are in here. I'm actually surprised at how many people are muted.
You're no longer muted. How you doing?
I'm doing good. This is my first time here. I was just checking out what's happening. Surprised how easy it is to talk to TJump.
It shouldn't be that hard to talk.
Yeah, well, you know, like, I was just looking around on here. Like, there's like, I do find this is actually kind of incredible. Everybody that's muted, you know, they mute themselves when no one else is talking.
Yeah, it happens.
Although no one else has turned on their camera, which is, I don't know.
You don't have the balls.
That's alright. Everyone else is scared. Oh, there you go. There's another guy. Rasputin. Holy crap, man. Look at that. Well, that's a picture. Oh no, that's a guy moving. How long did it take to grow that thing? Yeah, no, really, I thought that was Rasputin when you started. I thought that was a still image.
Tell me why you're muted, UNCLE.
You know, I've never gotten Rasputin before, but I'll take it.
No, I was talking about God 420, who's the guy with the giant beard?
God 420?
What?
Yeah, he's got that giant beard.
Yes, he is a wizard from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, he seems really wise.
Seems really weird.
I found a really cool place to make money. There's a poop donation place recently I found.
That sounds excellent.
It is. They pay up to like $300 a week.
For how much poop?
$30 per 70 ounces. 75 grams? Grams.
I might be a novice, but how much does a usual person poop in a single sitting?
More than that. So that's like less than the average. So, but you can donate up to 10 times a week. So that's
what
rough.
kind of self-respecting 30-year-old man is a novice at pooping?
Well, I don't measure my poops. Do you?
It's like, hey man, pooping is hard. It is hard. It takes some skill.
Do you measure poops?
Hey, Scotty, this guy called Uncle here seems to be wanting to be muted awful badly. He says he's not sure why he was muted.
This is a very important issue we're discussing here. This is poops per dollar. Dollars per poop?
Yes. Oh, and they also
so you say something about 30 per poop, something around there.
Yep. And so it is average. So they would obviously.
Now I'm a dummy, so I'm going to put up the calculator. All right. So 7 times 30. That's 210. That's 210 a week.
So you can do.
What I'm laughing at the most is why the
times
fuck
52.
you got that voice.
Oh, that's his natural voice.
That's $11,000 a year. Just your poops.
Wait. So you can donate 10 times a week. So that's 4 times 10, that's 300 times 4. So that's 1,200 a week.
No, I was doing 1 poop a day.
1 poop a day.
Okay, so there's so 10 times a week. So 10, and then
it's 1,200 a month times 12. 12 times 12 is 144. So that's $114,400. I think 12 times 12, 144. Is that right?
That sounds about right. But we'll just round it up 15 grand.
Yep. And that's not. There's more. They give you mandatory.
You get urine.
No, they can't do that. But they give you mandatory COVID testing for free, and then they pay you for the COVID testing. So you get paid $25 per COVID test once every 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. So that's 56 weeks in a year, right? So that's 52
weeks in a year.
52 weeks in a year. So that's 26, almost 26 times 25. 25 times 25 is. I used to know that 250. So I forget what that is. I used to know what that is off the top of my head. I don't anymore. But so that's an extra amount that you get paid. Plus they gave me the first orientation. They give you $50 just for going in and doing all of the paperwork.
Wait, so you actually did this?
Oh yeah, I did it today.
How'd it go?
Well, they don't.
Yeah, give us a blow by blow. How was the experience walking in?
They don't actually. You can't do any donations till after they do the blood work and the tests, and they come back negative. So I just did the blood work.
You don't want to get everyone COVID or AIDS through your poop.
Yep, exactly.
What do they do with the poop?
There's a C. difficile is a disease where people can't. Their microbiome can't produce the correct amount of bacteria in order to digest food. So they use the microbiome of healthy people and give you poop pills, essentially, that regenerate the microbiome inside people with C. difficile.
Do they test your mile run time, your body fat percentage? Like, if you want someone else's poop for your microbiome, I would expect you want, Michael Phelps poop or LeBron James poop,
Nope, because the health of your bacteria is independent of the health of your body. So as long as you're under like 35 BMI, which is insanely big. I don't think I was ever that big, even though I was weighed like 340 and I wasn't that big. So
Jesus Christ, 340.
Yeah, back.
How tall are you?
6'2".
Okay, yeah, you're similar to me.
I used to be very fat. I lost 200 pounds. So, so I wasn't ever at 335 BMI. So they let you can be as fat as you want in poop because it doesn't make a difference. Like the fat doesn't go into the poop. So
I've heard about this prior, and I've heard differently from Kurt Skurgast or whatever that YouTube channel is. It's really nice.
Yep.
They were talking about a similar thing with the microbiome, and they were saying something like that prime athletes and people without diabetes and the rest of it, that their poop is more valuable. And you haven't heard something similar to that?
No. I mean, other than like on eBay, if you try to sell Kim Kardashians on eBay, you'll probably get a lot more money than mine. But
how is everybody doing today?
Yes. But yeah, I don't think that, I don't see in the studies they've done, they don't really care about athleticism as much. That's not a question they ask at all. So their priority is not about athleticism. It's mostly about just, do you have the correct bacteria in your stomach?
Yeah, well, some people can have a healthier microbiome than others, right?
Yeah, but I don't think that has to do with exercise as much. Like, it's just genetics in a lot of way and luck for where you were brought up. So that's
So they can. So say me and you, we both went in to get our poop checked, right? And you said, and we both said, we went to the poop factory or whatever, and they said, all right, we only have room for one more person, and we'll pay top dollar for the highest quality poop. And me and you say, hey, here's our samples, get it tested, and then you would imagine that they'd want the highest quality, right? And like you could test for it.
Not really. So as long as you have the correct bacteria, then it doesn't make a difference. It's not really.
Yeah, well, they can test the bacteria, I'm guessing.
Well,
Are you guys actually being serious in this conversation?
No, this is real.
Yes, they very much are,
This
God.
is a real thing. So it wouldn't make a difference. Like, what matters is essentially, I mean, I guess you could say the concentration, the more bacteria might be better, but I don't know. So it's not really about that. It's, as long as you get the correct drugs, they'll grow on their own and they'll sustain the person on their own. So it doesn't make a huge difference. As long as you don't have the disease and you have the correct normal bacteria, because all they need is just normal bacteria. As long as you have normal bacteria, it'll save their life. You don't need anything sufficiently, like some kind of magic bacteria. It'd be cool if there was, like the kind that makes you not have to gain weight because it just processes all the fat. That would be great. I would like some of that.
Yeah, maybe you could just grow like the correct bacteria and then, insert it into the poop. I bet you there's a science behind this.
Yes, there is, but it's very expensive. So using people's bodies that automatically do that is far cheaper. Because we already have factories that produce it, called the stomach.
Yeah.
It's quite expensive.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's quite expensive to actually grow, culture bacteria and have it be clean, and having those extremely climate-controlled environments that are very uncontaminated. It's very expensive to do that. People's stomachs.
Given how much they're paying for poop, I bet it can't be that expensive.
Well, they're not paying that much.
Might
Like
be worth
$30, $30 a poop. That's pretty cheap. Like actually culturing like an entire, like $1 million facility.
Yeah, I mean, given that, how many billions of pounds of poop are made a day, 30 pounds of poop, I think that's quite expensive.
I don't think so. Like they get paid a lot more because it's a pharmaceutical company. So if they make the drug, they're going to make shit tons of money. So probably cheaper. Just
Given the supply and demand, the demand is low and the supply is enormous.
Well, orphan drugs in America are paid significantly more. So you can charge people for the, what's it called? Research costs. And they're at the clinical trial stage too. So.
Yeah, I'm mostly joking around. I'm sure that this is all me and you are
poop is
completely
a
ignorant
serious
on it.
topic.
No, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying me and you are not experts, and I'm sure there's people far smarter in the methodologies of, I don't know, microbiomes that outrank us. But yeah, that's an interesting topic. I find that interesting.
Yeah.
I could do that, man. That could replace unemployment.
Oh yeah, so I do plasma and poop. Well, I just started poop, but so yeah, that's plasma gives me.
What are you talking about? I totally study poop for my life job.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, that's your hobby. That's not like you've always done that. You've done that since a kid.
Yeah, totally. I've done it since the very beginning of my birth.
Yep.
I have studied poop.
But yeah, so I donate plasma, which pays $1,200 a month, also.
Mm-hmm.
And so plasma plus poop
Finger
is
where
like,
no other finger should go, and then smells it.
well, so people donating poop plus plasma is essentially like $30,000 a year if you do it as max.
Yeah, you said 1,200 a month, not 1,200, right?
1,200.
Plasma.
1,200 and 1,200 are the same number.
So
sorry, I missed it. 12,000 or 1,200
for a living.
Yeah, 1,200
more than minimum wage.
1,200 per month for plasma donation.
Plasma. Okay.
And that's the max for poop too. Well, you get a little bit more for poop if.
Yeah. We said around 15.
Yep.
If you do it all right.
Yep. So
wow, I would expect plasma to be more than poop would be. I think once the word gets out, the price might drop.
Well, plasma has a limit because you can only do it twice a week. So you hit essentially $60 a donation on the low end, and then if you do the new donor bonuses, that's where you get most of the money. So, like, I have 3 plasma centers in my local area, and each one gives you a new donor bonus every 6 months. So if you go to one and don't go to another for 6 months, then you get a new donor bonus at the new donation place. And since there's 3 of them, you can go to a new one every 3 months, but you need a 2-week waiting period. So every 4 months I get a new donor bonus, which is like $1,000.
But more importantly than the money, like, giving plasma saves lives, right?
Who gives a shit about lives? I want the money.
I give a shit about lives. I make plenty of money, but like, if I can save lives with plasma, I give blood, but I don't do plasma.
Yeah, I care about the monies. I don't care about the lives. If it was to like, I don't know.
It's kind of immoral of you.
Immoral? How is that? That's not immoral. That's not an involuntary imposition. Cogito, do I presuppose language? When speaking, I presuppose language, but I don't presuppose language in my ontology now.
Yeah. As immoral as it is to think about it from the point of view, do it for the money. At least at the end of the day, guys, at least give the plasma.
Too loud. Turn your volume down. Too loud.
I say at least at the end of the day, they get the plasma. Even if he's doing it for the money, they still get the plasma at the end of the day.
No. I can definitely agree. You can do good things through bad means. And I was kind of trolling TJump, with the immoral statement. I know that you have a very specific definition of morality.
Yeah.
So it's kind of playing with it.
Yeah.
Like you don't like when you give plasma. Do you feel good when you give it, knowing that someone else might live because of that specific dose that you just gave?
Nope.
Really?
Nope.
Do you think other people feel the same?
Some do. I definitely think it's a thing for many people to feel empathy in that way. I don't, because of a lot of my social stuff, like my autism. I don't feel empathy the same way most people do.
Mm-hmm. You have autism. If I've never heard that before. Like, could you elaborate on that?
Yeah,
do you think it has much to do with your more with you have a different position on morality than a lot of people? Does that have much to do with? Do you think the autism? Sorry.
Maybe. So, I mean, I definitely think my autism changes the way I think about things, makes me more objective in the sense that I just don't care as much about the outcomes. So in that sense, it has guided the way I thought and processed through information, which probably affected how I came to my conclusions. Sure.
Mm-hmm. How does your autism work? Like, what was the diagnosis, if you don't mind me asking?
High function autism and Asperger's.
Mm-hmm. And
turn the lights on so you can actually see your weed better.
What, my weed? I don't have any weed. I'm drinking wine, though.
What is your poster in the background?
I knew you asked that during the stream with Pine Creek. Yeah. That's could you guess though? I actually messaged back.
No, it's too far away.
It is Destiny 2. It's a new. I just bought the house, so all the posters and stuff are all the posters and stuff. They're all like stuff from they're all stuff from my old college days. So
you play a lot of video games.
A little bit. If you know what that is.
Nope.
And all those other posters.
Nope.
If anyone knows, props to you.
Is it looks like Pac-Man. I can see this little white eyes, Pac-Man.
It's kind of circular.
What game is it from?
I feel I'd give it away. If anyone knows, speak up.
Quantum says you should start a shit distribution company marketing them as Asperger's. That is good.
We could definitely do that. You gotta find someone with marketing. I mean, it's not a hard thing to market either.
Well, it's a hard thing to get people to pay for it. So, like, getting a pharmaceutical company to actually pay for it is hard.
Why do you think that is?
There are regulations and restrictions, especially for the FDA. So you need to do a whole bunch of different stuff in order to become a certified distributor of pharmaceutical stuff.
So, if you don't mind, so me and you say this moment is the inception of our next $1 billion corporation, right? Me and you, we just collect the poop, and then we give it. We put it in baggies and we give it to a pharmaceutical company. They would be responsible for all the tests. They would just pay us for the raw materials.
No. So the whole process has to be monitored and controlled. So every time you give a donation, they have to check your temperatures to make sure you don't have any COVID symptoms. They have to check each sample individually for any kind of diseases. They have to do blood tests on the people when they come in. You have to be clear of symptoms. They need to do an ID check to know each person's sample was from that person and not like a different sample, different person. They have to do tons and tons of background checks on each individual to make sure you're not convicted of anything or have any conditions that could endanger the people who are getting it. So it's a very medical restrictions are very, very hard to get past. It takes a lot of money and time and regulations.
They gotta. Hang on one moment.
What are you doing? Taking screen caps?
No, that dude is. I was gonna message TJump. That dude looks like he's showing pictures of weed on your Discord. I don't know if that'll get you kicked off Discord or whatever.
I don't know.
Slicks.
Yeah, it does look like weed. I don't personally care, but if there's a I don't know if it would be a Discord thing.
I mean, it's your Discord, so I mean.
I let Scotty.
I don't want you kicked off.
I let Scotty handle that. He's the expert. I'm not.
Hey, TJump.
Hey.
You do realize that
God draw babies.
Moral commands
are not moral.
Ultimate sources
don't count as moral.
Source.
No. Moral commands don't have obligation. Commands don't have obligation. No.
They don't have obligation.
No. Moral commands do not give obligation. No.
They're not inherent.
Nope. That's literally the opposite of inherent. Commands can't be inherent.
If I gave you a command, that means it came from me, right?
Yes, inherent means it starts in the individual without coming from anything. That's what inherent means.
Inherent means something in which you've been able to get from something else.
No, inherent would come from within you, right? Like it come from your DNA, like a bird flies. It knows how to fly because it's just in its genes. It was never told by someone else. It just sort of knows, right?
Right. So if it came from an external source, it wouldn't be inherent. Inherent means it comes from.
Yeah, it'd be from God or whatever.
Yes, so it'd be exherent instead of inherent.
Mm-hmm. But you do believe that moral commands.
No, moral commands have nothing to do with morality. So there's no such thing as a moral command.
Morality in itself.
You're breaking up a lot.
Yeah, I can't hear you either. Why do you think most people don't show their faces on here?
Most people don't have good cameras, for one. It's more work. It's like it's much easier to just have an audio because it doesn't set anything. You don't have to like point it at you. You don't have to look at it.
I think that's bullshit. Most people Zoom for work nowadays.
Not most people. Most jobs don't require Zoom, but like setting up a camera, getting dressed, having people like look at you and be presentable. Unlike me and God, who don't care. Most people want to look presentable. They want to be. They're very self-conscious about what they look like and their presence online. Whereas just being audio is much easier. It's just a simpler process overall. It just doesn't take as much effort.
Scared.
They're scared. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Frank is scared that if we all see his face, our heads will explode because it's just so pretty.
I'm actually like, I can't see your face on Discord.
Yeah, my camera is being picked up by my YouTube stream, so it's not on Discord.
I generally agree with Pine Creek on this. I think seeing people's faces on Discord is a big thing, because a lot of human communication is non-visual. Sorry, is visual. Like, you have to look at their face and whatnot. Non-verbal, excuse me. You know, all my problems in my words are all coming out of this cup here.
Oh God.
But yeah, I totally agree.
I'm here now.
I agree that having faces on especially YouTube streams and things is very beneficial, because being able to see people's emotional responses is a key factor in engagement level, which is why there's such a stupid YouTube thing where you get the thumbnails with the people who have the shocked faces for no reason at all. Yes, definitely I feel like the emotional response given to people through those kinds of facial recognitions is very important. And for the same reason,
someone's confused on the other end, you can see it, when you can react to it.
Yeah. And for the same reason, people are very hesitant about putting themselves out there, because it does give a lot away of what they're feeling, which they may not want to. And so there is definitely in some cases, a fear of not wanting to put your face out there. But I think the reason most people don't do it is just because they're lazy. I don't think it has to do with fear. Like, most of the people on here have cameras that I've seen. Frank, Scotty, Zybin, God, Beth, wherever she is. Most of these people have cameras. They just don't do it because they're lazy. Like, why would I turn my camera on?
What was your reaction when I debunked your morality argument?
That didn't happen, so I debunked God. Dharma Defender, have I debated Matt Slick? Yes, I debated Matt Slick. It's on one of the top 5 most viewed debates on my channel. I also have a Q&A, which I hosted with him. That was...
I haven't answered my question, TJump.
You didn't ask a question.
So, if you have a moral
command, there's no such thing as a moral command. Commands can't be moral. It's just not possible.
Or just any moral reasoning at all.
Moral reasoning? Okay.
If you demonstrated that him, for example, is morally commanded.
You're still breaking up. I can't hear anything you're saying.
Yeah, you gotta fix your mic, man.
Can you hear me now?
I doubt it. You're probably still breaking up, so you have to fix.
No, that was better. I heard him better. No.
Yeah. No. So you're gonna have to
what was that?
Unplug your mic, plug it back in, leave Discord, rejoin, get a better mic.
And there we go. I fixed it.
Fixing it for one sentence doesn't mean it's fixed.
So going back to my statement.
John from America, ask him why he has a voice changer on right now. That's pretty cis. So that's not a voice changer. That's his actual voice. That's what he actually genuinely sounds like.
Yeah. What sense does it make to reveal my name and my face but disguise my voice? What kind of bullshit sense is it?
Well, maybe you're a professional podcaster or something, and if you just gave your voice away, everyone would recognize you.
I do have a podcast, but I'm not professional.
Kagito, do you presuppose the existence of other minds? No, that is a conclusion based on evidence, not a presupposition. Not a presupposition.
Can I just say one thing before I leave?
Well, if you stop breaking up and we can actually understand you.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Can you hear me now?
You continuing to say that for one sentence does not stop your mic from breaking up every other 5 sentences.
You gotta sing us a song, and at the end of the song, we'll tell you if it's fixed.
If there's a statement that says that him is morally commanded to do, let's say...
You can't be morally commanded. It's called begging the question. It's not a moral command unless it's moral.
Well, he said that 3 or 4 times, so you have to address that specific point before you keep going.
Okay, so him is morally commanded to kill babies.
You did it again.
And he broke up again. So he broke up.
Him is morally commanded not to do it. Are those contradictory statements?
If Tim is commanded to do something, the command is irrelevant to the morality. Command does nothing to morality. Commands do absolutely nothing to change morality whatsoever.
Okay, let's say someone had a moral.
You can't use the word
disposition to
moral
kill
in
babies,
your
and
definition of
someone
moral.
else said that they had their own definition of whether or not
Definitions
killing
don't
babies
make
is
a
moral.
difference. You can't have a moral disposition to kill
Cold.
babies.
Are you listening to the words being said, or are you just repeating the same thing again and again?
He always just repeats the same
It-
thing again and again.
But you're not actually
Who
answering
don't-
my question. I said there's one person here.
Yeah,
who
and we
has
responded, and
had
you're still saying the same thing. You have to respond.
So you said, is it if someone has a moral disposition to kill babies? So that isn't possible. You can't do that
How's that impossible?
because the dispositions aren't moral or immoral. Only consequences are. So if you kill babies, it's not moral. Your disposition, one way or the other, makes no difference.
Wait, how is it not moral to kill babies? Where do you get that from?
How is it immoral to? Because it's an involuntary imposition of will, causing unnecessary suffering.
And how do you know that's immoral?
It's logically necessary. It is the preconditions of intelligibility. You must have it to comprehend anything. It is necessarily the case.
So because something is necessarily the case, doesn't necessarily mean it's immoral.
That's literally what the word necessary means. Oh.
That doesn't. You haven't actually proven that something is immoral or moral. There's no way that you can do that. This is all based on your own subjectivity.
Yes, it's all of the evidence of all the intuitions everyone has. Drowning babies is immoral, so you can't have it go
That's
against
what
that.
you think. That's what you believe.
That's what everything in
Someone
philosophy
might have a
indicates.
completely different. Someone might have a completely different belief.
Yes, you believe drowning babies is good. That's because
So
you're
if
crazy.
let's just say that two people have different beliefs to whether or not to drown a baby, right?
Beliefs don't matter.
Is that
Next question.
contradictory? Is that contradictory?
No, people having different beliefs is not contradictory. One person having the same, actually no, it still wouldn't be contradictory. One person can't have contradictory beliefs.
So are you morally commanded not to kill babies?
You can't be morally commanded, so I already answered that like an hour ago.
Yeah, you are, because you said that it's moral. It's immoral.
Moral is different from,
commanded
you can't be morally commanded. I've already addressed that like a million times. Moral commands are not a thing. You can be commanded, but it can never be a moral command. Just a command.
But you've just agreed that it's immoral to kill babies. Is that right?
Yes, that has nothing to do with the command. Commands do not come into the place. It's never commanded. Commanded is irrelevant. It's like a moral
It is,
potato.
because if I gave you a knife and I gave you a baby and I said to you to kill it,
No, the commands don't make a difference here. The words make no difference. None of the words make a difference. I'm going to kick you again. None of the words make a difference.
But you've literally created a self-command.
Words make no difference. Commands make no difference. They have zero impact.
Okay. So if I have my own moral, if you have your own moral compass,
Models don't make a difference.
Yeah, he didn't seem to get past step one of the conversation.
Yes, that has been a recurring problem.
I've got a question,
Sure.
TJ.
Sure.
If you had irrefutable evidence that the God of the Bible existed, would you still believe in him? Or
Yes.
do you,
There was proof he
so
existed.
even-
I would believe he existed, sure.
So even if there are moral statements in the Bible that you probably find reprehensible, you would still believe in him as he reveals himself in Scripture?
If there was proof he existed, I would definitely believe he existed. I wouldn't worship him.
You wouldn't worship him, I see. So what would be the standard of proof for you to worship him, or what would lead you to worship him?
Would not be possible. It is not possible for me to worship a thing that drowned millions of babies.
Okay, so you won't worship
What if you
him
had good
because of what he's
reasons?
done? Yeah.
I guess so. The condition would be is all of the Bible would have to be a lie, and it would have had to have designed the best of all possible worlds, and we chose to be here. Then it possibly would be worth worshiping. I probably still wouldn't worship it because I'm probably not going to worship anything.
TJump, you know this argument about the best of possible worlds. How many times do people have to explain to you that it's a mistake because you're appealing to something for which we have no reason to believe exists, no evidence that it exists? It's a fabricated construct
Well,
in your own mind.
Neff, how many
Don't
times?
you understand
wait,
that? How many times do we have to tell you this?
Neff, how many
Can't you get
times?
it?
Neff, how many times do people have to
Seriously.
explain to you that your God is just a
What
made-up thing in your
possible
head?
worlds?
Neff,
How do you even know those worlds are possible? It's all in your head.
Neff, how many times do people have to explain to you that your God is only in your head and there's no evidence for it and no
Well,
reason
that's
to believe
impossible. I've met God. What the hell are you talking about? I've got a relationship with God. You trying to tell me I can't have God can't make his presence known to me? What the hell? What are you talking
How
about?
did you meet God?
Hello. How you doing?
Gotta be
God
kidding
here.
me. God is a personal.
You've got to relax.
Yeah, do you have like specific evidence? Like you met him, like touched?
Well,
have you touched
I can't
God?
provide evidence of that because that's a private experience, right? But I can
Hi.
provide
How you doing?
evidence
God here.
that God. I can provide evidence that God touched my wife and performed a medical miracle on her.
I
How did he
never
touch
touched
your
anyone's
wife?
life.
An immaterial
Did anyone else
and
witness?
corporeal,
Like do we have a group of
wait,
witnesses?
Yeah, I was a witness of it, and
an
there's
immaterial and
there's
corporeal
testimony from her
substance
own
of
mouth
an
about the matter that you can listen to
What
on
is
YouTube.
going on?
So, Neff, might you say that you're a Jehovah's Witness?
No,
He
no, I'm a
is a
Christian.
non-denominational
No, I'm a Christian.
Christian.
I failed the punnery.
Let's all be honest here. TJump stance
Well,
on
no one
morality
can
is completely
succeed
wrong.
at understanding what Nephilim says most of the time.
I mean, you can hear her testimony on the internet if you want to listen to it. I was present when it happened. An a medically impossible thing occurred instantaneously.
Medically
Hey
impossible.
Nephilim, is your testimony worthwhile?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Was it what?
You said medically impossible. I mean
Yeah,
that's
it's
a
medically
high bar.
impossible.
I've heard of
Right,
crazy
medically impossible
situations.
thing occurred.
Well, what made it impossible, such
Well,
that only a god could?
Yeah, I'd be
accomplish
happy
this?
to tell you. So, she suffered for 6 years with severe case of distal neuropathy, which means that she experienced shock-like pains, lightning pains, pinprick sensations continuously, 24 hours a day, nonstop, every day of her life. She went to sleep with it. She woke up in the morning, there it was. And at that point, it cannot be there's nothing that a doctor can do except provide medicines like gabapentin, amitriptyline to ease the suffering of the person who's experiencing. And the reason for that is like an electrical wire has a plastic that coats it.
Briefly, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to be very brief. I'm really truly am.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know it's a
So,
really important.
electrical wires have an insulator, right, to prevent the electricity from jumping out of the wire, right? Your nerves have a tissue that does the same thing, okay? When the tissue degenerates because of diabetes, it cannot grow back. It will not. Medical science shows this tissue is non-regenerative. It's permanently gone forevermore. In other words, when somebody suffers with neuropathy pain 24 hours a day, that means the tissue's gone. It's never coming back.
I
You're
hear
gonna have
you.
the
The
pain
tissue's
24
gone,
hours a day.
and
Okay, all right. So, and God restored that tissue like that. No more pain, evermore, instantaneously, with the laying on of hands in prayer. She shook her feet violently and said, "Oh!" I
so
said,
what did the doctors say?
There is a
when this
recorded
happened?
case of it growing back.
And that cannot happen medically because that tissue
There is a recorded
does not
case of it growing back.
It's
No,
happened
there is
medically.
not.
It
No,
has.
Yes,
it has never.
it has been recorded. It's happening.
No, it has not.
Yes, it has.
No.
It's called
Yes, it
it's called
has.
spontaneous remission. It's happened in literally every disease.
No,
Yep.
it does not happen.
It has happened.
Absolutely.
So this is the misrepresentation.
No,
that
it's
you're
an
making.
absolute fact.
No,
It's
no.
not.
Let me. It's not. Let me explain this to you.
Let me.
And I'll be very brief.
Mix.
When the tissue, when somebody suffers with mild neuropathy, okay, it can go into remission. That's possible. But when somebody has continuous pain 24 hours a day, The pain is never ceasing, and it happens day after day after day after day, and the pain is never that present, and never a moment when the pain is not there.
Yeah,
Never.
it's remiss.
Never a waking moment.
It's here.
At that point, when the tissue is gone,
There's
to that
recorded cases.
so you're not
we can actually
listening.
show
You're not
You're
listening.
That's because we already
But you're
addressed
saying
that.
the same
listening.
thing.
So
Can I summarize what you were saying?
I'm trying to convey this to you. Okay,
Trying to
Well,
preach.
at the point. No, I'm not preaching. I'm sharing medical science with you. Okay,
Well,
It
I
is
can provide
not, because
medical
they've got
doctors.
cases.
I can provide
How
medical
old are you?
doctors who will state that. In fact, every medical
I'm gonna
website that
lower his-
describes
yeah, there we go.
neuropathy
Saying
will
how
state
How
old.
old
this.
are you?
Okay, so
How old are you?
what I'm trying to convey to you is this:
How old are
when
you?
the neuropathy has degenerated the nerves to the point that the pain is continuous, doesn't go.
Is it me,
You don't
or
have
is it
pain
every
just.
single old
You don't
Neff,
have
person?
Neff,
pain
we've
for
already
just a
corrected
little.
you on this. That's
You
been
don't have
healed.
pain for just
Neff,
a little
Neff,
while.
that's been
You don't have
healed.
pain for. Let me finish.
Neff, that's been
When
healed.
you don't have
Every
pain for
doctor
just
in
a
the
little
world
while,
knows this
Let's
has been
start.
healed.
let me
Hey,
finish. Okay?
let's start posting
let
cases
me
of
finish.
the actual
Let me
successes
finish.
at healing it.
Let me finish.
We'll just
Because
start
this
posting
is where it
case
comes
after
down
case.
to, and you guys don't want to hear it, so
No,
you want to
no,
start
no,
talking
Neff,
over
Neff,
me.
well,
Neff.
no, we
I just
don't.
need a few
Stop,
seconds.
stop. Everybody
You're
stop.
I
Everybody
just need
stop.
a few
Stop.
seconds.
Stop.
This is
Stop.
getting dumb. Everybody
Stop.
shut up.
I need a
TJump's
few
in
Stop.
seconds to
charge.
refute
Everybody
you.
shut up.
Stop, or you're going to get muted. So, Neff, what you're saying is scientifically proven false. We have the journals that literally prove you false, so you continuing to repeat it doesn't address what we said. He left. That's fine.
I'm sorry. I thought that'd be interesting, but
Like,
it wasn't.
Yeah, well, Neff is not usually interesting. He doesn't actually, like, listen
He
or
preaches.
give evidence.
He
I have no
just
idea who
doesn't
these people are.
track. He just has a tracking issue.
No, it's
there is
not
a
even.
trend though that people who grow older or like they're near death, they try to like this sort of
Jesus,
purpose
man.
for life
You are still cutting it out.
and the need. Like the people who grow older, right? Like they're near death, they'll tend to create like
You're still cutting out.
I think he's talking about how people, when they're near death, have spontaneous remission and get better before they die. We're very closely to when they die.
Yeah. Things can be bad, and then they remiss. The condition remisses, and then you're better.
Yep.
But that doesn't really show anything. It's just a thing that happens.
Yep. And spontaneous remission is a thing that happens in pretty much every disease. I think there's even a case of rabies, spontaneous remission.
Rabies is serious, man.
Yep. There's only one. There's one case ever, I think. One person who's actually lived through rabies spontaneously got better because there's no like cure for rabies.
I don't care.
It's
Gotta look it
interesting.
up.
It's interesting. Google it. The rabies survivor.
I had a question for you, TJump.
Sure.
I'm just trying to keep things interesting. You talked about the flat Earth thing earlier. So if something came out and you were convinced that the world looked like this is my Bible here.
Yeah.
Would you convert to Judaism or Christianity?
No.
Why not? I would.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't believe in the God, even if the world was flat. I mean, I guess it would count as evidence, but I wouldn't believe.
No, I mean that's pretty serious evidence right there. They say it looks like that, and all of a sudden, that's what appears. The whole world is focused around you. Okay, so here's you and me. We're here, and everything in the universe is around us.
Yeah, I would count that
Much
as
better.
evidence, but I wouldn't count it. I wouldn't believe because there's so many false things. Like if everything in the Bible or consistently it was true, then that would make me probably think it might be true. But that one fact wouldn't be like the fact that the Hinduism got the age of the Earth correct. That one fact isn't sufficient. You need a collection of correct facts to convince me that it's true. But I would count that
that
as
looks
evidence.
like an accurate depiction of our reality. It's flat.
Yeah, you're
You
right. It was
can't argue
Hinduism.
against that. Flat Earth is an accurate depiction of our reality.
Think about it.
Only in someone's delusion.
Think
And
about
the
what
Bible.
you said.
Let's be honest.
And I'm a Christian.
Like, a flat Earth is far more moral than it is to live on a globe.
We have been to
The only way you
space.
could ever escape is to take a rocket ship, which nobody can afford.
How old is Hinduism?
6,000 years, I think. It's one of the oldest
Well, as old
religions.
as the
Hinduism. 6,000 years.
Let's be honest. The globe Earth is a prison.
Okay, well, I mean, we're moving away from my question to TJump, and I'm kind of surprised. I think if I was convinced, if we found out that the world looked like that, I would have to convert.
Well, like,
that's a pretty big prediction.
Yeah, it's definitely a big prediction, but there's still so many other facts that are incorrect about the Bible. That one fact being correct would not be sufficient to believe. So, because there's so many things wrong about the Bible, that one fact being correct doesn't mean it's correct. So, like, Harry Potter predicts that the Grand Central Station is there, King's Cross Station, whatever. And we discovered, oh, look, it's there. Does that mean that Harry Potter is right? Well, no, because there's lots of things that didn't happen.
The channel maximum is 25 as long as someone's got a camera on.
Yeah, well, this is
went over 25.
This is a totally different category of revelation. Like, there's the sun and the moon and the firmament. It's all revolving around the humans. It would seem to me that the humans are the center of everything.
True.
It would appear to me that the humans, the earth, the Sheol, and the firmament, like, it's all surrounding us. The whole world is designed around us.
Yes, you're right.
Okay, what about the claims of the Bible's prophecy coming true?
Can we stick to one thing? Let me hear TJump's response.
Well, the answer is the same thing. One fact being right in the Bible does not make the Bible right. If it has 30 facts that are wrong and one fact that are right, I would not convert.
Yeah, it's a really big fact.
The size of the fact doesn't matter. Like, the fact that Hinduism predicted the age of the Earth as 4.3 billion years is a very impressive feat. Doesn't mean it's correct. Everyone can still be luckily correct there.
Wait. Why would we think that the Earth is 4.2 billion years if it was made for humans?
What? Because evidence indicates that it's 4.8. All of the evidence indicates that it's 4.5 billion years old.
Yeah, between 4.5 and 4.6 billion years. And yeah, you're
And
right.
so how long have
6,000 years ago, that religion had it right. So somebody somewhere in that religion was able to do some science, serious science.
Well, I think it was a lucky. I think it was a
lucky guess, maybe.
Yeah, lucky guess, more likely.
Science is not new. There's nothing new under the sun. You do realize that civilizations prior.
There are lots of new things under the sun.
Nanotechnology is
under
new.
the sun. There's nothing new under the sun. The technology that we have today existed prior.
No, it did not.
You're just doing slogans.
Find me a 10,000-year-old iPhone.
Why didn't the Egyptians have cell phones?
They did have similar technologies.
No, they didn't. There's no
because
evidence.
We
they didn't know about electricity.
Can I finish?
Well, no, you're talking nonsense.
Well, I want to know, if they had the same technology, why didn't they have cell phones?
I just finished because
why didn't they have
I
wheels?
have actual historical evidence for this.
No, you don't.
Is this what you guys do? You get like someone who knows nothing like about Christianity and you make them be like a representative in this chat, and it makes Christianity seem stupid.
It doesn't need them to sound stupid.
Stop. So the chat is open. Anybody can join. It's the crazy ones that just are usually the ones that are likely to join.
Please.
I say that, but I just want to clarify that this isn't what proper Christianity is. Like, this isn't what most Christians believe about cellular technology being evident in Egypt, bro. Like someone said,
you're the only one here that's asserting that that's what's being said.
No one thinks most Christians say that. Like, most of my channel is professors and philosophers of Christian theology who we discuss like big philosophical and evidence arguments. So yes, we know that flat earthers are not like the standard.
And no,
although the Bible is a flat Earth book.
No, you can't.
What I was saying is,
not sure what part of no, you can't you didn't understand, but let me help you.
As long as people know here that this isn't what true Christianity is.
Kagito, no, I do not presuppose the existence of other minds. It's evidence based off of induction. It is not a presupposition.
So then they will ask you, hey, so how do you know your induction is true?
Knowledge is justified true belief. I have a justified belief and it's likely true.
TJump, I got a question.
What?
You brought up the flood and how you said God murdered all those babies.
Yes.
And therefore you can't believe in God because of that.
Well, I can't believe he's moral.
Well, can't believe he's moral. All right. I can't obey him or listen to him because of what he's done.
Yeah, mass murdering psychopath.
So,
yeah.
What if every one of those babies went to heaven and had eternal life and eternal joy with God
Still immoral.
after being...
Then you shouldn't oppose abortion.
It's still immoral. So he still drowned them. It's still immoral. The fact that he did good things after doesn't make it any less moral. So, like, if you punch a baby and then give the baby $1 million, you're still an asshole.
Well, it's not that he's just punching them and giving them $1 million. I think he's doing it to be merciful.
So he's drowning them and causing them to suffocate to death in a very painful way, which is unnecessary.
Not just, if you look at the context of Genesis 6, it talks about
Context
how all the
matter.
thoughts... Well, let me finish. It talks about how all the thoughts of their heart were wicked. And
Still
this was the
doesn't matter.
same in... So, let me tell you this. If you're in a... if you're in a
baby?
really...
No, even the baby was evil?
Babies are evil. Evil babies. That's right.
I didn't say any babies were evil. Just let me finish. In Genesis 6, it talks about how all the thoughts of their hearts were evil.
The baby's hearts?
Babies can't really think if you think complex thoughts.
So they weren't.
But my point is, I'm saying that God used that situation to bring about His mercy, and the same is with
by
Sodom and Gomorrah.
drowning them to death.
Yeah, drowning them to death because the context and the culture of the time was that they were all evil. They were all abusive. The people of the time...
That's an oxymoron.
So he drowned the babies because he didn't want to cure them. He didn't want to teleport them. He didn't want to save them. No, he just decided to drown them to death. And that's mercy.
So
drown
a baby
to death. Mercy.
A baby would not be able to even experience that pain for long or even remember it for long in the first place. And
So
God's promise...
if he experiences it at all, if there's any experience of pain at all, that's immoral. Killing them without their consent is immoral. It doesn't matter how long. The amount of duration doesn't make it not immoral. It makes it, the shorter the duration, the less immoral, but it's still immoral if it's any duration. Any duration equal immoral.
But why is it immoral for someone who gave someone life to then someone who created everything?
Why is drowning babies immoral? That's such a stupid question.
No. I'm saying if someone has authority and power over everything,
No being has authority over another being. That's immoral. That's slavery.
Yeah, well, it's not just a regular being.
It doesn't matter. What the kind of being doesn't make a difference.
It matters.
No, it doesn't.
Of course it matters.
It makes zero difference. It's still immoral. It's still slavery.
Why is it irrelevant?
Because that's what slavery is. One being having ownership rights over another being without consent is called slavery. It's immoral.
And that's immoral.
With great power comes great responsibility, so how about
Spider-Man.
not bullying? This sounds like a tyrant, this God sounds like a dictator.
Who drowns people.
Well, ultimate power brings ultimate corruption.
No, it starts like, what about Sodom and Gomorrah also? God killed all the babies in Sodom and Gomorrah too by breathing hellfire.
Yes. But
Yeah, and it talks about in Sodom and Gomorrah, Genesis 18 and 19, how God used that scenario for mercy of the people in the city because it was great outcry to God.
Yes, he uses his mass destruction and murder as mercy. Clearly not something that Stalin and Hitler have ever said.
Well, you got to think about it in the sense that God used it for mercy
by murdering people.
Oh my! God used it for mercy because if
by
he let
murdering
that
people.
Oh my! You're not letting me finish.
Yes, because you keep saying he's using mercy to murder people.
Because I haven't finished my point. He used it for mercy because if that continued,
what possible mercy could?
No. I'll give you a question. If you murdered Stalin right now, would you say that's not merciful to prevent all the deaths
immoral.
of all
Yes,
the
that's
people?
still immoral.
Well, so
he
could have sent another Messiah. He could have sent another Messiah.
Wait.
Everything without murdering those people.
Murdering a tyrant who's going to kill about 60 million people
It's
through
still
starvation
immoral.
and other means is immoral?
Yes, because
I'm still
you could
killing someone.
wait.
At that point, it's
So
still a murder.
This
It's
is very,
still
very
killing.
easy. This is very, very easy. You see, what you could do is you could just move Stalin to Iceland or to Norway and not kill him, and he can live and not kill millions of people. Problem solved, no murder. So if there's an option you can take, which is less murdery, and you choose to murder anyway, that murder is an unnecessary evil and is immoral.
Plus, those babies ain't Stalin.
All of the babies were Stalin. Literally every baby in the global flood was Hitler.
Okay,
you guys are just talking about the babies. You don't realize that every intention of the heart of the people there was evil. They were abusing people. They were raping people. They were
Even
doing
the
all this
babies?
other bad
No,
stuff.
even the babies?
The babies?
No, not the babies. The babies got eternal life after. Who would complain after being drowned through? Who would complain
All the babies
after
got
having
$1
eternal
million.
life after?
Get it.
babies.
There's this. The thing is that in Deuteronomy it says that the children shall not be punished for the sins of the fathers. So why in the hell would God be torturing babies, torturing and killing babies for the sins of their parents?
Torturing the babies.
This is important.
No, but
How are you driving?
Drowning isn't torturing? What?
No, it isn't.
It's death.
He's giving them
Like,
eternal life after. What can you
So what
complain
you-
about?
if you were gonna get eternal life, so if I kill a baby, so it's a moral good for me to kill a baby. So it's a moral good for me to kill a baby because I'm sending the baby to heaven.
You have no right to kill a baby. You're not God.
No, but
That's
God.
what I'm saying.
Wait, hold
What
on.
about
I have
all
a
the baby
question about
juice people can't
Action,
have?
but it's action.
I have a question about that. How are you deriving that God created everything, therefore you get the ought from he has the ability, he should have the moral ability to drown or kill people at his discretion? How are you deriving
What he
that ought?
wants? What do you mean?
How,
He can do literally anything he wants.
Stop. How are you deriving the ought statement from the is statement that God is all powerful?
No. I'm not deriving that from this statement that he's all powerful from this.
You
Him
can't.
being all powerful is from other parts of the
Don't
Bible.
wait.
And what are you saying?
Nirvana, asking complicated philosophical questions to somebody who doesn't understand basic philosophy is going to be very bad.
You don't get more basic than is ought distinction. Like
There is 0% chance he understands that. There is 0% chance he understands what that means. He doesn't even understand what your question. He doesn't understand what your question is.
All right, you're presupposing all of this, and you haven't even asked. Like, let me answer properly. But go on, ask it again more properly then.
Okay, so do you understand what an is ought distinction is?
Yes.
Okay, so what is it?
So, you can't, in philosophy from knowledge, you can't determine how something ought to be from a reality in the world. So let's say that animals attack each other. You can't say, therefore, as humans, we should go attack each other. You know what I mean?
So like
I know I got a really weird example with the animals, but I know what the distinction is.
Okay, so use the is ought distinction, right? Like God is the being who created us. How are you deriving the ought, like that he should be able to kill at his own discretion, end people's lives, drown babies? How are you deriving that ought statement? How are you connecting the gap?
In all honesty, it first seems self-evident. Like, I haven't thought about that too deeply, that considering God gave us life, he gave us the gift of life.
Well, but I can just say
I'm saying,
I can just say that because you're saying it's self-evident, I can just reject that.
All right, but let's say someone gives you let's say someone gives you a gift, okay? And that person says, I'm going to give you this gift, and that gift is called life, and I can take away that gift whenever I want. Since that person set the standard of what the gift is going to be and what the conditions of that gift is going to be, then as set by his own standard, he can take away that gift. It's not by this is how it ought to be and I'm making it is. I'm saying God's the standard for how whose life he can take away, why he can take it away, and how.
Yeah, but we're talking about whether he should be able to or whether he shouldn't. We're talking about morality here. And if you're saying that he can, that doesn't necessarily mean that he should, right?
So, but if God is the standard for killing babies is moral because the baby goes to heaven, why can't I kill babies?
Well, it's literally, for one, you don't have the authority, you don't have the leverage as
I'm
God.
talking about the consequence, Spiral. The consequence of me killing a baby is baby going to heaven, right? Abortion. If I commit abortion, the outcome is the baby going to heaven. Like that's what you said, right? Like the consequences.
And that would actually ensure that that person doesn't grow up, like that baby, that little fetus doesn't grow up and sin and possibly go to hell and burn forever and revolt against God. If we kill him in the womb, it's a surefire shot to heaven, right?
There's no like sort of possibility thing where you're avoiding this and that. It's God is omniscient. He knows what's going to happen, and he uses all of that in his sovereign will. But
the question he's asking. Wait. The question he's asking is if babies die and go to heaven. What's that? God, stop. So if all babies, if you kill babies and they go to heaven and you save them from becoming atheists, shouldn't we just kill all babies so they all go to heaven and don't become atheists?
Well, you're presupposing that they will grow up to become atheists, but there isn't some sort of like it's not this middle ground way.
If we kill them, if we kill them before they're born, then there's 0% chance they become atheists, right?
Okay. Yes.
So
but
shouldn't
I
we
would say
kill
there's
all
0%
babies?
chance they're going to become atheists anyway if they're going to be killed in the womb, because God knows what's going to happen with them, and there's no like multiple scenarios sort of this. If you protect someone from this, like the trolley scenario, if you protect someone from that train, this consequence. There's always going to be one consequence. There's
That
no
means you doubt heaven. That means you doubt heaven. That means you doubt the heaven and hell concept.
Well, no, I don't.
If you truly believe in heaven or hell, if you truly believe in heaven or hell, if you truly believe in you would never question killing babies, because
No. I'm not questioning because I doubt heaven or hell. I'm questioning it because it's against
life on earth.
It's against God's word. We don't have the power. We don't have the authority.
I'm ready to make the sacrifice. If I'm ready to make the sacrifice to go to hell, eternal hell, to be called a murderer. If the baby goes to heaven, and gets eternal bliss of heaven.
It's not in your jurisdiction to do. If God says and commands it that no man has the authority to murder babies, then that means
I'm ready to go to hell.
Babies,
Spiral.
even if you think it is
I'm
right.
ready to go to hell. I know that. I'm ready to go to hell.
Yeah.
So he's asking, even if he's ready to sacrifice himself to go to hell in order to protect the babies and make sure they go to heaven, shouldn't he just start killing babies?
No, because that's, for one, it's not in your jurisdiction to do. That's like saying
he doesn't care. He doesn't care about his jurisdiction. He doesn't care about his jurisdiction.
That's deriving an ought from it is. That's deriving an ought from it is. Just because babies.
No, I'm ready to go to hell, Spiral.
It doesn't matter if you're ready to go to hell. You don't have
matter. He's saving the babies. He's sacrificing himself. It's very Christ-like.
Yeah, it's very. It's very moral.
He's not saving.
Enough of this, all these, the world, is evil. The world is evil. Turning people into evil, greedy, money chasers.
I mean,
I want to change the world.
It's more than Christ-like. Like it's more than Christ-like because he stays in hell, right?
What? No, it's not Christ-like when you literally disobey the word of Christ. That's so contradictory in every level.
I told you, Spiral. I'm okay with that. I will disobey just because I don't want any more babies going to hell. Any more people go to hell.
If you don't want babies to go to hell, you don't murder them. Like that's not what the point of the flood was.
You said
the point of the flood was
so there's a difference when the God murdered all those babies. They all went to heaven.
What? No, the point of the flood wasn't so that babies can go to hell. The point of the flood was to bring about redemption. It wasn't just it wasn't just
what happened. The consequence.
I thought it was because people shacked up with angels and made Nephilim babies.
The story of Lot.
Nephilim babies.
No. Yeah, he's right.
On a whole other subject, I like to kill babies. So, on the fact that I like to kill babies, what determination do I determine that these babies, it's just for me to kill these babies? I love killing babies. It's just so amazing to kill
Be
babies.
careful with saying that online. You might get swatted or something.
Be nice to babies, everybody.
It's fine. I'm like right above a hospital. It's cool. So
that's where you find the
babies.
That's where you find the babies.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hunt the babies at some point. So, I mean, I love killing these babies. So, what is my determination to see if any of these religions are true on saying, killing these babies is wrong? Because I think it's fine. I'm saving them from suffering.
What do you mean? Your religious determination? Well, what's your question? Sorry.
How do you get to the conclusion that killing babies is wrong with God? Because God kills babies.
Exactly. Like by what means do I determine some God says that I'm wrong by killing these babies?
Read the Bible.
Words in a book.
What in the Bible says that killing babies is wrong?
God kills lots of babies.
In the Bible,
if we're living by the example of God.
In the early chapters of, you asked a question and you're talking over me now. In the early chapters of Genesis, it talks about how we don't have the right to murder, and it was established with Cain and Abel, which, because we're made in the image of God, we cannot desecrate that image or take away from it by murdering that person for unrighteous reasons. We can kill, like for instance in military, and there's a distinction in scripture between kill and murder, but we can't murder.
I kill for God. God tells me to kill these babies.
I am living in the image of God. I'm trying to do the same things God does, and God murders babies. So I'm just going to be like
also,
God.
Yeah. Also, though, like God didn't God tell? Does God tell people to kill babies?
Yes, he does.
What do you mean by that?
Yes, he does.
Multiple times. Yes.
Yeah. Wait. I want to hear from the religious person. Does God tell people to kill babies?
He tested Abraham on the altar by putting Isaac, and he was about to stab him, but the angel stopped him.
Okay.
And
but any other instances? Any other instances?
I can't remember any.
Yes.
Okay. How about 1 Samuel? Let me just read some holy scripture here for us.
Let's read some. Yes, I'm down. Let's go.
It's just hold on. It's just a little bit here. 1 Samuel 15.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't do Bible
Ready? Here we
study with
go.
non-believers.
This is very important. All right. This is what the
Samuel,
Lord Almighty says. Now go attack the Amalekites. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants.
Yes.
How's it make you feel?
God gave them the authority to murder those people and kill them. Oh, no, kill, sorry.
Well, you use the word murder.
And I take it back.
With a sword, probably, right? They probably chopped him up with a sword, huh?
Wait, murder is an unjustified killing, right? So you're saying that God was unjustified in making such a commandment to slaughter the Amalekites?
No, I took it back. It doesn't say murder there, and I was wrong. If you don't want to give me the charity, if you don't want to give me the charity in that, then
no, that's fine.
I can be wrong. I'm a Christian. I can admit I'm wrong at times. Hey.
Okay, cool.
Well, you're wrong about most things, right?
I'd like to know how somebody determines the act of a God saying to do something versus somebody is just a psychotic. Like where in that biblical stance of those gods to say X, Y, and Z, that it's just not somebody that's a psychotic.
Well, it would fit within the character of God and the commandments of God to do what God is asking.
What is the character of a God?
Sorry, let me talk. So let's say God has set forth these commandments about who God is and all of this other stuff. If a prophet is being consistent with those commandments and isn't lying about God or making them go astray after other gods, they can.
By what means of determination can you make a prophet? You could say a prophet is within a God's realm.
Well, okay, I'll explain. Go to the book of Exodus, and then you'll see God is walking with the Israelites.
The book of Exodus?
No. God is walking with the Israelites in a pillar of a cloud and a pillar of fire in day and night. God is also talking to the people, and God ordained that Moses and Aaron were going to be the prophets of this time. If you need to, that's how God ordained. And if someone is in consistency with those, with Moses and Aaron and the law of God as placed in Exodus, then we can reasonably assume that they're not some psychopath who's randomly saying something from their head.
Okay. Let's say I take your word on that, and then I dive into that deeper. Who wrote the book of Exodus?
Who wrote the book of Exodus? Well, Moses did. Moses did by the Spirit of God.
And by what means of determination have you found that Moses actually exists?
What do you mean, means of determination? There were historic.
There's lots of means of determination to find that somebody exists, but when you look at the books of the Bible, it's literally like there's no means of determining that any of those people existed.
Any of those? Really? Interesting. Yep. Jesus wasn't a real person, or?
Well, maybe.
Maybe. What? There's a lot of historic evidence, and I'm pretty sure the main atheist consensus is that Jesus was a real person. And
stick with Moses, please.
Stick with Moses? Well, he said anyone, but all right, we'll stick with Moses.
We'll start with Moses and we'll work our way up to Jesus. How's that?
Yeah.
All right, sure. Do you want me to go through every single person in the Bible with a historic?
No, what I want you to do.
Yes, I want to hear this. What is sort of wait? What is the first person? First person in the Bible who actually existed? Go.
First person in the Bible who existed.
He's like historical evidence that they actually existed and weren't made up.
But why do I need the historical evidence for every single person in the Bible the Bible to be true?
You asked
just because no. Let me ask this. Just because you can't find the historical evidence for someone being in the Bible, it doesn't mean the whole narrative is false. And well, I'm not a historian. You guys know that.
You asked.
And you guys are asking
would you like
the
historical evidence? Yes, I would like to know who was the first person in the Bible who has historical evidence they actually existed, because we had a stream with actual professors of history on here who actually answered this question. So who is it? Who is the first person?
Yeah, it was awesome too. Sorry.
I'm not 100% sure. I'm not a professor.
Okay, well, I think the reason for
I can tell you who the first person in the Bible was. I can tell you Adam and Eve, but I'm not a professor to tell you who the first people are in the historical basis for every single one of those people, or even the first one.
Well, I think what we're saying is that there's no historical evidence that Adam and Eve or Moses ever existed anywhere on this planet. So it seems like what you're doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you're just using the Bible to prove the Bible, and that's just, a Muslim could do the same thing with the Quran. They could say, well, my proof that an angel spoke to Muhammad in a cave and told him how to write the Quran is that's what it says in the Quran. An angel appeared to Muhammad, so I'm going to believe that. But that's not good evidence.
No. Just because I don't have the evidence at hand for people in the Bible and the historical times, which were thousands of years ago, to be honest, and it's quite odd that you're begging that, even though we have Jesus, but you guys want to deny that, it seems. But all right, let's say I can't find the historical evidence. Does that mean there is none?
No, it does not mean there is none. But you asked, did we want you to tell us the history? And yes. The first historical character in the Bible by historians is David, King David.
Okay, and why do you guys deny him too, or
No, I think King David existed, but Moses, the evidence, he did not exist. Cain and Abel did not exist. Sarah did not exist. Abraham did not exist.
Okay, all those people. No. I'm just going to ask a question. One second.
Just real quick. I just want to make sure you understand that we're just curious. Did you ever at any point do any other research, or do you just believe the things in this book, like a Muslim would believe the Quran without double checking their sources?
No. I've done research, but not in every part of the Bible. I'm only 19.
Mike Q, yes, you can join the Discord. There's a link directly above my head on the screen. Just use the link there and you can join the Discord.
All right. Now I've got my question. So you have this David figure in history. We have the writings of this David figure in history. He is affirming what happened in the stories of Moses. He's affirming Abraham. He's affirming all these prophets. Just based on reason. Are we going to just dismiss everything David says as a king of Israel and say that he was just basing it off nonsense? No,
Yes.
from
Okay,
just
so what about the king of some other
So-
country in the Middle East that's
Well,
talking about Islam?
One sec. We have
should we just believe them also?
historians at the time of Jesus writing history books. Plutarch, plenty of the younger, plenty of the elder. They mentioned that Romulus and Remus were raised by wolves and founded Rome, and we don't believe them either. So yes, we don't believe people's testimony of miracles or magic because it's historically unreliable.
Not even the miracles part. I'm just saying in general, if someone's going to give a testimony about their life, has this huge kingdom, not just this random guy, has this huge kingdom, and is basing their whole life and their whole country and everything in it off of this narrative, would it be reasonable to assume that this narrative is just completely based on fictitious information and
Yes.
has no basis in?
Yeah,
I just find that even if we're not going to say we have full assurance of the Bible, I would just say that's just not reasonable to come to that conclusion.
My grandmother.
Wait. So every single leader of every single country usually bases their decisions off of a religion. Like in India, they base them off of Hinduism, and in China, they base them off of Buddhism. And throughout all history, that's been the case. So do you think it's reasonable to believe every single one of them is true?
My grandmother is going absolute senile right now. If she was a queen, would that have been written?
Yes.
My what? I couldn't hear that. I heard my brain is going senile.
So my grandmother right now is going absolute ape shit senile. If she was a queen 2,000 years ago, would that not have been a written determination of what she thinks?
Well, you'd have to show me evidence that she was going mental, because a lot of
I mean,
evidence...
like that's easy. I can provide that. That's no problem. But now here's the question to you: by what means have you determined that the books written 2,000 years ago aren't written by senile motherfuckers?
Because you can just look at the success of their kingdom. You can.
I mean, a success of a kingdom is an end.
Wait. Let me finish. I'm not just saying success of the kingdom is the only way, right? I'm making this distinction. I'm saying, since this King David guy is saying that this is what's happened about his kingdom, this is what's happened about the history of the land, this is what's happened, and it's all been written down for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, and this is what's happening, and it's consistent with the past. It's consistent with what's said in Moses. I'm saying we have reasonable.
Well, first
how,
of all,
okay, tell me how is King David not consistent with Moses?
I'll explain. It's a good question. I'll explain. So my question would be: have you read anything that David wrote that's not in the Bible, or again, are you only using the Bible as your source? Because what could have happened, and what I think happened, is that David didn't write any of this stuff. Probably somebody else wrote it and said, "Oh, David went through this, that, and the other thing," right? And just made up some character to align with some actual historic figure.
Well, actually,
just for a narrative.
We know that historic David was.
I think that what happened is that the Bible was written way before David. People made up stories way before David, and those stories have been passed down to David, and so David adopted the stories, just like every leader adopts the stories. It's not that.
Yeah, that could happen too. There's so many naturalistic explanations for why this would just happen through human behavior.
He wrote 150
without any need for any supernatural magic.
No. Okay, yeah. Just because there's a potential to believe that this could have happened without any supernatural thing, it doesn't mean we throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, "Hey, just because this is a possibility, it means David was eventually wrote these stories about himself, and through these stories he embodied them, and somehow wrote many psalms of suffering, many psalms of anguish, and other stuff like that."
Threw the baby out with the bathwater.
There's no baby. So the miracles aren't baby or bathwater. The miracles are an added unicorn in with the baby. So the baby is just the historical facts, which we grant, and the bathwater is the narrative, which we grant, and the miracles are things not supported by the evidence in any historical context. So miracles, magic, mythical creatures not supported by historical accounts. That's why we don't accept that.
What evidence do you want?
What evidence? Novel testable predictions.
Sorry?
Novel testable predictions would be great evidence.
So you want the Bible to be some sort of book of science?
It claims to be.
Yes.
Where does it claim to be a book of science? Where's your scripture?
When it talks about the order of creation.
Just because it talks about the order of creation. I can write a book about the order of creation, and
Yeah,
the
but
book
it's
can
not
be about
God's word.
a fairy tale, and you guys call the book a fairy tale, so I
'Cause
don't
it is.
understand how it's a historical book and a fairy tale at the same time. Like we're
Well,
getting a bit.
To be
This
historical.
it's really easy. So Harry Potter mentions that King's Cross Station exists, and it's correct. That is a historical fact. It is an accurate historical fact. It also has magic, which is bullcrap. So just like Harry Potter has both accurate history and magic, so do most historical documents from back at that time period. They have accurate historical facts and magic.
Magic is not bullcrap though. Because
But
if
what
you
I'm
took
trying to say
technology
is,
from today,
what I'm trying to say is just because it has scientific things that are verifiable in the world, like the creation story, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a scientific book and it's just based on science.
If it makes claims
I-
about reality, then it needs to be able to differentiate those claims from imagination. That's what it means. So if it makes claims about reality, it's a scientific book.
Well, which claims are not congruent with reality? Just because you can't find
The order of
evidence for
creation,
global flood,
the global flood, the
Moses,
sun standing still in the
Exodus,
sky, the mustard seed being the smallest seed,
the unicorns, the talking donkey, the talking snake, the dragons, the most of the predictions are false.
Leviathan.
Can I just jump in and say,
I will let you jump in and say, then I'll talk after.
can I just jump in and say that, sorry to interrupt. Can I just jump in and say that the Christian fella, who was he, Spiral Not King?
Yep, Spiral Not King.
Like, you are totally 100% in the right. We're just living in a time right now where people are so far away from God. They're so disconnected. They have no clue what the hell they're talking about.
Are you guys both flat earthers?
Who? No, I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah, you and
Well,
Bro
the
Mango.
Bible is a flat Earth book.
No, it isn't.
Let's be honest.
It talks about a firmament.
Yep. And what does firmament mean? Can you give me the
Dome.
Hebrew word?
Would you like me to
No, it
show you
doesn't.
my Bible? That is
It
a
means
clear
expanse.
image explaining what the Earth looks like.
I've seen the image. I've seen what the Hebrews interpreted the world to look like from the information in Genesis. but
That
I
was
don't think that's
hands
the
drawn
only
by
conclusion you
Moses
can come to.
himself. God.
I can
don't
show you
believe
the image if
An accurate
if you like.
I thought Moses didn't exist. How was it drawn by Moses himself?
That's why it was meant to be ironic, irony.
Yeah, there you go. Because I don't remember anywhere talking about
Let's
Moses.
be honest. We're at a stage right now where it's very similar to ancient Egypt. People become disconnected from God, and then God intervenes, and something's going to happen. Something's going to happen to the world, to America, very, very soon.
Right.
Because when you're disconnected from God, God's going to intervene.
Can you explain this disconnection? Is this like a
Before-
hang up?
Yeah, America is
I don't
pretty
want
heavily
to move.
Christian.
I don't want to move topics. So what were you guys talking about earlier with the objections from Christianity to scientific reality or something?
Can I make a quick point? This place is really, really crowded. Like,
Yeah.
can we condense this down to like whoever TJump wants to talk, just like bring it down to like 10.
No, that's
I don't know
not
if this is
as
normal.
fun. No.
No?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
enjoying this.
Whatever you like.
I got a question for
This is
TJump.
not your server, sweetie.
TJump, you want to go to 2-minute speakers,
No.
and keep cycling through?
Dumpster
TJump,
fire is good for views.
TJump, I thought
Okay,
you said a
whatever
second
you
ago
say.
killing babies. I thought you said a second ago killing babies wasn't immoral.
Of course, killing babies is immoral. Why would I say it's not immoral?
No, that's me. I say it's immoral. I say it's moral.
Okay, all right.
I'd say God has the authority to do what he wants, include kill anyone, by his jurisdiction, but only if he's just in it.
Anybody
God's
for
good. He will
rotisserie?
never do anything bad to anybody at all.
How about
Just
rotisserie?
because we
I don't agree
perceive
with
it
that.
to be bad.
I
Just
have
because
a
we perceive it to be bad doesn't necessarily mean it is.
I got a quick question for Spiral Not King. Following up on the flood thing, if you had been, hypothetical, right? Let's
Yeah.
transport back in time. Let's imagine that right before the flood, you're up in heaven, and you're sitting next to God, and God is telling you, my friend, Spiral, you see all the sin that's happening down here on Earth. The people are just, they're messing everything up, except for like Noah and his crew. They're cool, but I gotta wipe out everybody else. Okay, all the animals, all the babies, all the families and stuff. I gotta wipe them out because too much sin. I gotta start over. I can do it one of two ways, and I'm going to give you the choice, Spiral, how I should do this. It can, and either way is fine with me because I'm God. I'm the arbiter of morality, so whatever I say goes. And I'm giving you either way. I want you to decide. I can either snap my fingers, and all of these people and animals will just poof out of existence. No pain, no fear, or I can drown them all, and there's going to be significant amount of time of pain and fear as they watch each other drown and then suffocate themselves. Which do you prefer? Either is fine.
I'll probably do the
God's time.
I'm sorry. Just one-on-one conversation for a second. Go ahead, answer, please.
Let me answer. I'll probably do the one without them drowning, but I'm not omniscient. I'm not going to put my my seat in the place of God and say I know what's right and I know what the proper thing to do is.
Okay, but your gut is kind of telling you that the less painful killing would be better, and you would choose that.
Better for who?
Well, who do you think?
Because I don't actually think that the people deserve no pain. If they're going out and raping and abusing people, I think the punishment was just
those
by
babies are really bad rapists.
Well, okay. Let me like Sodom and Gomorrah. Do you guys remember that?
No. Sorry. The babies in the flood. Let's narrow it down.
Yes, the babies in the flood. What about them?
Yes, they weren't raping anybody.
Yeah, they weren't doing anything. They were innocent.
Yeah, so I don't want to hear reasons of rape then.
Oh, okay. Oh, for the rest of the people, well, that's my reason.
You also
babies,
claimed
I don't
earlier
think they
they were
would have
not
experienced.
Okay, so I'm just curious about the babies. Why would you choose the quick and painless death for the babies, but God chose the slow and painful death?
Because God is on a different time scale than us.
Yeah,
so God's time is
that's
not
exactly the
to
point I
time.
tried to make before. God is omniscient. He uses everything for his right purpose.
So you're basically saying God doesn't want to break the simulation.
One sec. One sec.
Guys, talk one at a time.
Zach Morgan gave me a super chat, $10. Are there any book recommendations on epistemology? Your best book recommendations? I have a complete list of my reading list for philosophy on my YouTube page on the About section or the community section, and on my Discord section. I actually should probably just go to it up here. Reading list.
Free $10.
Where is it? Suggested reading list right there. 10 suggested reading lists right here. Here are my suggested reading list books. Right up the top. So here are the ones. Here's my suggested reading list. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Can I just say that if God decrees something to happen, it will take a while for it to happen on our plane, on our level. Whereas God, it's instantaneous, but on our level, it's going to take time.
Okay, but couldn't God have accomplished all of his goals? Hold on. Couldn't God have accomplished all of his goals without the painful method of death for these innocent babies? Or did God have to make the babies suffer more than we would want them to?
I don't think they suffered for long, considering their babies.
Well, it's more than what you would want.
They don't really have developed. They don't really have that.
No, it's okay for me to kill babies.
Abortion.
One-on-one for a second. It's more than you would want for them because you made a distinction that the slower, more painful death is worse than the quick poof out of existence. Okay, and I think the reasons for that is clear. So why would God not choose that?
Because one, I just level. Yeah, I'm not God. I am not omniscient. I do not know the things of God. I do not know why he did everything the way he did. And I'm not going to claim to be in the seat of God and determine what's right and wrong for myself as you guys know.
But you can see why we think it looks sus as fuck, right? Because it's child abuse. It's child abuse.
It's not because we're on a different level. We're on a different level to God.
No, the baby still experiences.
On God's level, everything is instant. Whereas on our level, we have to go through time. We have to go through pain.
Can I interject?
The babies suffer the same. Whether it's a baby that you drown in your tub or the babies that God drowned in the flood, they suffer the same. And how dare any of us?
Can I interject?
Because
Are you saying...
those babies are inherently evil.
Are you saying that the morality of God is different than that of man?
No,
What do you
morality
mean
has
by
a
that?
source.
What do you
Well,
mean by that?
you're saying that so if I were to drown a baby, that would be wrong, right?
Are you the
Yeah,
creator of
because
all the universe?
Yeah. Well, just follow my reasoning for a quick minute.
All right.
Or if I were to drown a baby, that would be wrong, correct?
Yes, I would.
If God were to drown a baby, that may not be wrong. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that.
Okay, so
God is all good.
what is moral for God is not the same as what is moral for us.
Well, what is moral for? Well, it depends on the scenario.
I mean,
God
is it possible that something that God does would be immoral for us to do?
Yes, because he has not decreed us to do that.
One on one. But okay, so one yes, and then the other. What do you think?
Thinking. So your point is that since God has made a decree and He's done something in that decree, okay.
Well,
yeah, I
God
think
might consider.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the implications of that, so I'm not going to jump into a argument on that and say I'm 100% sure on this. But fine, let's go with it. So, what's your point after that premise? Let's go with the fact that something God says is wrong, is God says is right for Him is wrong for us because we're not God. All right, let's go with it. What's your point after that?
Nothing. That was really the end of the argument. I'm just wondering if your conception of what God thinks, God's morality would be considered immoral by our morality, and that our morality would be considered would be considered immoral by God's reality. I'm just curious if there's a differentiation there between the Christian perspective.
It's very it's like it has a narrow range. So most things would be similar. Like if I was to do something and God was to do it, they would both be wrong. If God decreed it to be wrong, He wouldn't do it. Is what I mean.
Can I
But
just
other
say
things,
something?
You lost me.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is some things neither I nor God would do, and they're both wrong. But there are also other things where God can do them, and also I can do them. God can do them, but I can do them. Oh, sorry, I'm losing myself.
I disagree.
What I'm trying to say.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
God doesn't have morality. He's the source for morality. He's the source for morality.
Yeah, but I think the main reason why it wouldn't work out in that example, Nick, is
The point is
because
whatever
we're not
God decrees, whatever He does, it's not up to us to decide whether or not that's good or bad.
TJump, you're getting quiet there. What's going on?
Okay, so Spiral. Can I ask you a question, Spiral? Like, if that's true, then why even let humans like be arbiters of judgment? Like we have a judicial system, and Christians always judged. They were for punishing the evildoers. Like they're taking God's work into their own hands.
No. When God gives you the responsibility,
they're always sort of, hey, gay people, you're evil, and they're always so judgmental. Like on your argument, they should never judge anyone, or they should never dispose justice on themselves.
You asked like 10 questions.
We're limited. We're faulty. We're human.
No.
What do you expect everybody to be perfect?
God through Him, God gave us the certain responsibilities and roles. Some of those were to be judges over the land, as in Israel. Those who do not have those roles should not be judges over the land and are not given that responsibility. And it's like someone who's trying to do something where they're not allowed to do it. They would be held accountable and they would be wrong in doing it. So
why not have a responsibility of sending babies to heaven by killing them?
Sorry, what?
So why not have the responsibility of killing babies and sending them to heaven, saving them from the misery of life and atheism?
Because, like I just said, it's not your responsibility to kill babies, and it's not in your jurisdiction. And when you step out of
You
your
said
jurisdiction
you
and do what
have
is
some
wrong
kind
by
of
God,
responsibility, but you
I
said
don't know. I
people
like to kill
still have
and
babies.
there will
responsibility.
be no situation there
But
will be no
you
situation where
just said
you're
that
going
people
to
have some kind of
right.
responsibility to dispose justice.
God has given many people the responsibility of killing babies. That's a common thing God does. He's given the responsibility to bears. Bears have the responsibility to kill
You're not
babies.
even in control, mate. You know
Yes,
that, right? You're
animals
not in control.
animals do
Kill
kill.
picnic
That is true.
baskets.
You're not
That's
even
not
in control.
My thought
Like,
stress on this
God
is
animates
what
through
if
you.
what if you would say God is the arbiter of the simulation? Like it's
What
not a
simulation?
matter of fact of morality, it's a matter of fact of, kicking the stone down, and the stone becomes the comet becomes the thing that kills the dinosaurs, and it's yada 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 yada.
What
You
you
do
would say,
realize that,
Mathematics?
you have to understand that God animates through you. You do realize that you don't have your own individual thoughts.
Well, I mean, that's a claim. You'd have to prove that.
So what was your initial question with the simulation? I didn't quite
Well,
understand.
my question is, like, you say that this God or some being or some sort of force or something like that, like, is lack of morality, and or is morality, or is everything like that, but could it necessarily be the the check of the simulation, like the error correction of a simulation? So if a global flood starts, it's started because of X, Y, and Z. The God would see it through. It's not a matter of fact of poofing people into existence, or having some sort of morality of babies or killing babies or any of these babies, but more along the lines of, like, the naturalistic consequence of X, Y, and Z that started the chain reaction.
What?
Have you ever played Populous? Basically, that's what I'm
Can I
getting
just
to.
say?
I've never played Popular. No, I'm not sure what that is.
Can I just say that if you're playing a video game, for example, and there's a character that you're controlling, that character is in full connection with you, right? But what happens if that character decides to think and decides to do their own thing? Would you
that would
become
be
frustrated that they're just trying to do
the
their own thing
character
instead of
that I
following what you?
created a year and a half ago. It does suck, but I get over it. It's fine.
So if you're playing a game, right, and you're trying to control this character, but the character decides to think and create their own universe and their own reality, would you get frustrated by that?
No,
Well,
I'd be like,
it did
holy
crash
shit.
my system, but yes, it is frustrating.
I would be like,
that's
holy
exactly
shit, my video game character became sentient. I should give them rights. I would not want to exploit them any longer. Why would you want to? Why would God
Because
want
it's your game. It's your game. You're the creator.
No, but I don't want others to suffer for my amusement. Why does God want us to suffer
It's not
for his
suffering. You're not
entertainment?
suffering.
I'm suffering indeed, sir.
Hello,
No, I want you to suffer my
I'm not
amusement.
sure.
Yes,
I'm not
no.
sure
If
what
I was a
Mango's
god, I
saying.
would want you to suffer my amusement. Yes.
So would you
within
let
my
that
game.
character run around and think for itself and be disconnected from you?
Yes.
God is not saying
Yeah,
we
that
can't.
happens all the
I don't
time.
agree with this, Mango. I'll say this. Like some of this
You
stuff
have
is
to, because it's reality. But if you actually create that, if you bring back that connection with God, you live a more tranquil, peace life.
Why would I
I don't
have
know
a
what you're
connection
saying
with that?
anymore. Yeah, this doesn't make much sense.
It does make sense. What I'm trying to say is you're playing a video game, you're in control of a character, but then the character decides to think for itself, and now you don't have control over that character, right?
Okay, so I have autonomy and then NPC, and then I follow it around, and then what? That doesn't matter. Who gives a shit?
It does matter because you're in control of the character, but then it decides to say, you know what, I'm not going to let you control me. I'm going to do my own thing.
So what? So what? I mean, I lose control of half the
It's
shit
just
I
I
make.
disagree with it. It doesn't make any sense. No.
Yeah, because like I say, if you try to make a character go left, but then it says, no, I'm going to go right.
Yeah, it happens all the fucking time. It's
Burn
cool.
it forever.
How does it make this? Just doesn't relate to God at all. This
It
is
does,
just.
that's exactly how our universe works.
I was kind of like relating to like a simulation check, like this is like a random thought on the aspect of a God and a simulated universe, and perhaps a God is the simulation check of the universe, which would actually still more along lines be more like a naturalistic cause, but it's something that just like it happens and it goes and it you know, it does whatever it does. It's not necessarily a simulation. It's not necessarily a moral question. It's more of like a naturalistic cause.
Nothing naturalistic about it. You're a character controlled by God, and if you align yourself with that control, you'll live a good life. If you try to go away from it and you try to think for yourself, you'll live a miserable life.
Does that include killing people for being gay, as it says in Leviticus 20:13, where God says to kill people for being gay?
Yeah, it does.
Should we align ourselves with that? Is that what you're
if you're in alignment with God and you let God control you,
one at a time.
If you're in alignment with,
even if I'm a true Christian, even if I'm a true Christian, my baby can die because society could be corrupt. I could be living in Sodom and Gomorrah or any place. Even if I'm a true Christian, even if my baby was born, in a true Christian family, it has a chance of dying or be killed by God just because my neighbor next door is like an evil guy. Like, how is that justified?
Wait,
it's not about justification. It's about reality, my friend.
I need a response to my question before we move on to another question, please. So my question again was, you're saying that we should, if we align ourselves with God, the controller of us, then we will have a happier life. Does that include, like it says in Leviticus 20:13, where God says for us to kill gay people? If we align ourselves with that, would that make us happier? And that is that something we should do, even if it does make us happy and aligns with what God says?
If you're not in alignment, can I just respond? If you're not in alignment with God, you're going to feel something. Like you're going to be like, "Oh my God, why did I kill that person?" Right? You're going to feel these feelings. But if you're in alignment with God, you won't have, "Oh, is this right? Is this bad?" Because you're in alignment.
Are you
I've
saying?
got no clue what Mango's saying. Chase.
Wait, let me respond to that, and then
no.
Let me
Because you're responding to
and then
someone who's giving the
I'm
biggest
fighting
straw
multiple
man of an
people.
argument.
I'm fighting multiple people, so let me respond one at a time, and then I'd like to hear your thoughts. Okay, so are you saying that God? See, when I get interrupted like that.
No one interrupted you.
Eyebrow
Sorry.
Mango. What was the last thing I said to you, Eyebrow Mango?
You said that in the Bible it says that you have to kill gay people. And do you feel like you should do that or not?
Yeah.
And I said, if you're in alignment with God, then you don't have like this conflict within yourself.
Right. So it sounds like you're saying that if you just follow the scripture and kill the gay people, you're in alignment with God, and so you won't be bothered with thoughts of, "Oh, did I do something wrong by killing these?"
Exactly.
What if God just wants to torture people?
It's not unethical. You have to
now I'd
understand
like
that.
to hear from Spiral Not King. Spiral Not King, go ahead.
All right. For one, we're not called to kill gay people. That is not our calling. That was for Israel during the time from which they had their leadership in Israel. They had their judges, and so the people who were caught in acts of homosexuality would be stoned by the congregation. I'm not going to deny that. That's in scripture. But us as Christians now, that is not our calling to stone gay people. Our calling is to preach the gospel. We still say homosexuality is wrong.
That's a fake Christian.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Imagine that we were back then.
The word of God.
That's a lie.
If you and I were having this conversation back then, though, you would say, "You should kill me because I'm bisexual, because your God said to."
Absolutely, because you're out of alignment.
I was asking Spiral. Sorry, Eyebrow Mango, please stop. I was asking Spiral.
One sec. I got a super chat. Antipode Serial asked, "How is the books going?" Slow because of the COVID thing in Malaysia, where my co-author is, Samuel Nassan. He's been hit hard by COVID and a lot of personal stuff, so he's been really slow on the book, unfortunately. So books are going slow.
Okay.
What was your question?
But my argument is, even if I'm crooked, so I can still die, and the baby can still die. In a natural flood.
You and your baby, man. You've been talking about that baby for like 20 minutes.
Okay, so Spiral, my question,
yes.
Spiral, thank you.
Yes.
My question was, I believe, if you and I were having this discussion back then, like 3,000 years ago, whatever, and you would say that you should kill me because I'm bisexual because your God said to?
Yes.
You know, well,
Right.
I would tell you, hey, if you don't want to live by the rules of God and you want to go do your own thing and you don't want to follow his law, you have literally all the leverage in your legs to go and walk out of the camp, and you're not under the jurisdiction of the homosexual sort of issues. But yes, if you wanted to live under God's law, if you wanted to live under his kingdom and wanted to live under that, I would say that the just punishment for you by God is that homosexuals should be stoned by the congregation if caught in the act. Yes, that's.
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna. That's what the Bible says. I'm not gonna deviate.
So here's my question to that: Who told those people that they claim divinity on that? Prove
Like
divinity and not just some asshole who thinks it's gross.
Yeah,
because like if you're in alignment with God, right?
In alignment with God. Okay,
I don't believe it's in alignment.
There's a claim. You're making a claim that you're in alignment with a God.
Okay,
Go ahead, prove that to me.
Yeah.
Because he's connecting you. He's controlling your movement, speech, everything.
Well, how?
Well, then if he's controlling your speech,
you're not thinking.
then
When you stop thinking, that's when you know.
Okay,
when I stop thinking, nothing happens in my brain.
You know when you stop thinking. You know when
You're getting
you
weird
stop
answers
thinking.
from this, so I wouldn't recommend it.
Yes.
Oh, can I say something?
It sounds like a bunch of threats.
It just sounds like a whole bunch of people that had an STD that ran into the brain, started saying shit. Somebody else wrote it down. Now, how do I determine somebody doesn't have syphilis versus somebody that has a divine intervention within
I think it's schizophrenia.
the Old Testament?
Schizophrenia.
When you stop
schizophrenia, syphilis, any
can I
of
say
that.
something?
I wanted to know what does God hate about homosexuality though? Why is homosexuality a sin worthy of death? What is so?
Because you can't bank out kids, so you can control the children.
So you can't because you can't have.
All right, you got 5 people talking, one at a time. One at a time.
One at a time. Designed to do specific tasks,
Yeah, I was asking
and it decides
Spiral.
to do something else.
I'm
That's
asking
not
Spiral.
alignment.
I'm not really impressed with anything you say, Eyebrow Mango. So I'm asking Spiral.
Oh wow! I'm
What
literally
is
speaking
wrong?
truth here, honestly.
What is wrong with being gay? Why does God hate it so much?
May I ask you a question?
One at a time. Do you want me to answer Chase's first and then you next, Nick? All right, we'll do that. Chase, what is wrong with being gay? It goes against God's design. If God says, "This is how I want you guys," if God says, "This is how I want you guys to act," this is how I set out for you guys to flourish, and this is how I set out for you guys to be a separate and different nation. And people just want to disregard that and they want to do their own thing. Well, God said the punishment for that was stoning with the whole congregation.
I'm just trying to understand.
Let's hold up. Let Nick go because Nick hasn't had a chance to talk in a while.
Yeah, you can.
Thank you. Spiral. Say that the conditions were remade such that the Old Testament was normal again, and that the temple was restored, and that more Amalekites and gays and whatever were found. Would it be your responsibility as a member of the kingdom of God to put them to the sword?
Well, that's a very theoretical question, and I'm 100% sure that could never happen again because we were in the new covenant and the different parameters. But let's say if I was to go back in the old covenant, my responsibility would be to keep the land pure, as God has asked me to keep the land pure, and that probably would be my responsibility.
That sounds
But
fair enough.
I wouldn't just be. Whoa! Let me finish. I wouldn't just be a vigilante looking for gays to go out and kill.
That's wrong.
I would
That's
be.
wrong.
I would.
Let him talk, guys. It's his response. Let him talk.
I would be someone going out and trying to convince people to turn from their sexual immorality, to turn from their sin, so that they don't face the judgment that they know they're going to face if they're found out. So it's not necessarily for me to go out and call to try and get people killed. I'm not some mass murderer who just wants everyone dead. I just want people to obey God, and there are consequences if you don't. And if you don't want to do that, you're more than welcome to go in a different society and live your own way, or leave the camp of Israel and do whatever you want. I'm not in Israel. This is not what I'm supposed to do. I'm just clarifying that. I'm a Christian. We don't kill gays. We don't do that. But
I just add one thing.
Can I point something out?
Can we focus the conversation between a few people?
I just want to point one thing out real quick.
All right, please.
Just one thing. What you just analogized right now sounded very much like a threat. If you don't follow what we say, you're going to be tormented for all eternity. That sounds like
I never said anything about eternity. I never threatened anyone here.
This is a complete hypothetical.
Go ahead, Nick.
This is a complete hypothetical scenario where where the temple is rebuilt, the kingdom of God is remade on earth, and I'm asking, sorry, what's your name? Spiral Not King.
Yeah.
I was asking him, like, if he was, well, I'll continue the question. Say you're a Pharisee. Say you are a member of the religious order, and you know, gays are brought before you in the kingdom of God. Would it be your responsibility to make sure they were put to the sword? The Amalekites brought to the sword and the gays stoned. Would that be your responsibility in the new kingdom?
In this new kingdom, if those were the parameters, then, well, you kind of gave the answer for yourself. You kind of said if this was how it would be and we're still following the old covenant, then yeah, that would be my responsibility. But it wouldn't just pertain to putting them to death. It would pertain to me trying to bring them to repentance, trying to get them to turn away from what they're doing. And I'd also want them to have mercy too, but only if God wills it in that scenario.
Just let me clarify. Just
oh my God.
Between two people, all right?
Yeah.
Let's not.
But this is an open discussion, so this is an open forum.
No, Mango.
Can I just say one thing? Can I just say one thing here?
Go ahead.
Can I just say one thing? It's not about the Bible. It's not about a book. It's about not thinking. When you stop thinking, you find the truth. You find reality when you stop thinking.
We get it, guys. Thinking hurts your brain. Shut up.
Everybody hold thought.
Don't tell him to shut up.
You summed up religion.
It's the same stuff over and over again. Move on.
All right. So what I was going to clarify with that, I'm not someone who, like, as a Christian, I don't want gay people, lesbians, and I was supposed to say homosexual, transgenders, whatever it may be, people who are money changers, people who are self-righteous. I don't want them to go to hell. That is, as a Christian, that is the last thing on my mind. I don't want those people to go to hell. My purpose as a Christian is to try and preach the gospel of Christ and bring people to repentance so that they don't go to hell. I am not someone who goes out and wants everyone to go to hell. I'm just trying to clarify that. That is my intention. That is my goal. And I have to, as a Christian, say that evil is evil by what God determines evil to be, and for people to turn from that evil. And then from when they turn from the evil, Christianity isn't just about punishment. It's also about you have the opportunity, you have the chance to be reconciled with God and spend all eternity with him. So it's not just God's going to stone this person and that person and this and that, and there was a flood and there was Sodom and Gomorrah. It's not just about the punishment God's going to bring. It's also about redemption. And that's shown through the whole of the New Testament. And so
all right, one second. Got a super chat from Antipode Serial looking for book suggestions. Like, here is my Discord reading list. It's on the screen right now. I would say this list is a very good one. So Saying versus Showing Distinction by Wittgenstein, the Validity, Strength versus Soundness, Contingency one, Internal External Distinction, Rationalism versus Empiricism is good, Abstract versus Concrete is good, Manifest versus Scientific Image, Analytic Synthetic Distinction, Categories, this is the Noumena Phenomena Distinction, Natural Kinds versus Nominal Kinds. I think these are all really good distinctions to read about. Books themselves, I think, only have like a few good parts, but there's a bunch of really good distinctions to learn about in philosophy. I think that's an important thing to get from philosophy rather than just reading the books. So if you learn the distinctions in philosophy, that is more important than learning the books. So Problem of Criterion is really good. Problem of Easy Knowledge, Realism, Anti-Realism. These are all really good distinctions to learn about in philosophy that'll help grow your philosophical knowledge very well. You had a question, I think.
I had a question.
Your book is still in progress. Yes, book is still in progress. I think that's it. All right, you guys can go.
If you want to read a book, there's always the Bible. No,
no, that's not a real book.
Yeah,
if I was to give you guys one, if I was to give you guys one advice, is that to stop thinking. If any thoughts come into your mind, ignore it, and then tell me how your day was.
Okay, this
is
Listen
to what he says and then respond.
I
well,
something out real
Thinking
quick.
Dad, got it.
Tell me how your day was when you just stop the thoughts. Just don't let
wait,
them in.
wait a minute. I see a problem.
I've got a question
I see a problem here. So if I stop thinking, and then I have a thought, then I didn't stop thinking. So how could I
Did it wrong, Tom?
Yeah.
Don't let it in. Don't let the thoughts into your head. Just ignore them.
Can I point something out real quick?
Let 0 of the thoughts in. So
Let him finish his argument, and then we can respond.
He's not giving an argument. He's just.
I am giving an argument. My argument
Interject.
My argument is.
Let him finish, and then if you disagree, then respond.
He's not going to finish. Are you new here?
I am. I was really finished.
No, you're not, dude.
It's going to be
the same
the
shit over and over again. Well,
I wasn't
I'm
really finished.
Sorry,
Let me just finish. If you guys just listen, right?
I'm listening. I'm listening. What am I hearing?
If you just block out the thoughts, if a thought comes into your mind and you just say no to it, I'll tell you right now, you'll live a peaceful life and you'll be in alignment with God. Now refute that.
I think I have a question for Ibrahim.
I really want to say something.
All right, go say it.
Okay, so I've studied cults for on and off 15 years. What you were talking about right now is a thought-stopping technique. It is used to brainwash people. It is not healthy, and it is a very dangerous thing to do. You should not do that.
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
Do not stop
and
thinking.
I'm a Christian. I disagree with it to the nth
like
degree, and it's not something that Christians condone. It's not in the Bible. I'd pay you $1 million to give me a scripture that says just stop thinking now, and somehow you'll be in alignment with God.
Wait, that exists.
1 Corinthians basically says that.
What's the one where they think that the wisdom like a child? What's the wisdom like a child book? There's a quote that says
verse where it says like not to rely on your own thoughts or rationality.
Yeah, don't rely on your own understanding.
Just rely on God's rationality.
So you guys are thinking about 1 Corinthians 24-30, I believe.
1 Corinthians. Let's see. I actually love 1 Corinthians.
That might not be the exact one, but it is one of the biggest ones in the Bible that basically says to stop thinking.
What chapter? You said 1 Corinthians 24-30. Those aren't chapters. Yes. Those are verses. What chapter of 1 Corinthians?
It would be 1 Corinthians.
I found it. 2 Corinthians 10:05. We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God, and we shall take captive every thought and make it obedient to Christ.
Okay, let me get the context.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no thinking for yourself.
And who said that it was a brainwashing?
That would fall under thought control, under the bite model. This is a tactic used by destructive cults like Jim Jones, like Jonestown, People's Temple, like Heaven's Gate, and like the Moonies. This is a very common practice amongst cults.
Well, it's also common among religions because religions are identical to cults. So yes.
Yeah, I know, TJump. Because most religions are cults.
Matthew 18:1-5.
Let's read it.
So it's, who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? And calling to him a child, he put him in the midst of them and said, truly I say to you, unless you turn and become like a children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven.
Wait, stop right there. Then in verse 4, it gives a context of what that means. Read it.
I don't have it up anymore. I just Googled it and read that part.
Verse 4, whoever humbles himself like this child is the greatest in the kingdom. It's not thinking like you're a baby. It's humbling himself like the child. That's the context.
I don't see the difference between those two statements. I also got a super chat from Platonic.
Wow. What do you mean?
One sec. What starts with E and ends with E but only has one letter in it?
E.
Potato.
So in the chat, I actually provided a link to the bike
I was
model.
right, wasn't I?
Well, yeah, you are correct.
It's not true.
So in the chat, in the general
Hello.
chat, I provided a link to authoritative control, what is the model that most people use to diagnose if a group is or is not practicing destructive cult-like ideologies.
Cool, thank you.
I highly recommend doing more research. I can also provide more. I could provide a book on Audible for it, which is. I also may have a study in my PDF folder. Not sure though.
How do you able to come up with these things when you're literally a Satanist? What the hell?
Who's a Satanist? Like Satanism.
Maybe you don't know what Satanism is.
No, the guy's name has Satanist in it. TJump.
Spiral, can I ask you a question? Spiral.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead with your question. Let's hear it. As long as it's not about babies again. You've asked like 50 questions about babies. It's becoming a theme here.
The fuck was happening? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you and the dog.
Yeah, so even if I live as an idle Christian, even if I follow Jesus Christ, I can still die in the global flood, or I can still die in Sodom and Gomorrah, or any of God's wrath, right? And it's irrelevant whether Christian or not, right?
Wait, if you follow Christ, are you saying you can still die in the global flood? Can someone clarify if that was his question?
Yes.
So what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah in the flood? So Abraham in Sodom and Gomorrah was asking God, hey, how many righteous people in the city? And Abraham's like, because God said, I'm going to destroy it. And Abraham's saying, no, don't destroy it. There are righteous people there. And Abraham said, if there are 50 righteous, you wouldn't destroy it. So he goes and checks, there aren't 50. And then he goes and checks, there aren't 20. Then he goes and checks, there aren't 10. And it's part of, if you want to read it, it's Genesis 18. It talks about this. And so in the story of the flood and in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, there weren't any righteous people in those cities, and the righteous were rescued out of those cities. So if let's say if you were in a flood sort of scenario and you were a follower of God, you wouldn't have died. It's just part of the axiom that God didn't destroy the righteous from that region.
Evil babies.
Evil babies.
Oh my!
I didn't want to bring
again.
up babies.
I told you I'd come back to it.
I didn't want to bring up babies, but
I knew it.
You made me do it.
What level of death and destruction would make you start to suspect that your God is evil?
What level of death and destruction? I don't think the level you guys put forth.
If God played The Sims like I do and just tortures everyone,
But that's what I really dislike. So you guys have this perception that God is just this person who just kills. Sorry, I got food in my mouth. God is just this person who kills and tortures and all this other stuff. You bring no regard.
Would you accept?
Wait, hold on a second. Is your God not all powerful?
He is all powerful.
Okay. So then by any death or destruction, your God is worse than The Sims.
What? Worse than The Sims?
Yeah, because if your God is all powerful, I mean, then there could be no death, no destruction, no consequence within the realm of any of that. I mean, just for the sheer fact that you label an unlimited powerful being to anything would mean that your God is demonstrably horrible.
No, I disagree. Just because someone has all power, it doesn't mean he has to let every evil thing go forth. That would be more of all powerful coupled with all good. It's not just powerful. You can have an all powerful Thor, and Thor doesn't have to be good. But regardless of that point, it doesn't mean that God has to prevent every evil and prevent it because he's bringing forth good.
Technically, your God is all the evil.
What?
Your God is all the evil. Your God is ultimate, all powerful. So therefore, your God is the evil.
It's a fallacy. You can't be good and then evil. You can't be all good and then have the
technically you can.
Well, that's what our problem is. Is your God is claimed to be loving and yet does all these terrible things?
It's not terrible. It's terrible to you, but not to him.
No, it's terrible to the victims.
I don't know. It sounds very narcissist to me.
It's all for
What
God's
do you
glory.
expect when this is how religious people think, right?
Anything God could do that would, make you suspicious?
Sorry, what?
Is there anything God could do that would make you suspicious that he's evil, or is anything that he does just automatically good?
Well, his promises could not come true, and if his promises don't come true, then he's a liar.
Could you give me one of his promises?
Hmm?
Give me one of his promises.
That he'll redeem the world through Jesus Christ, or he'll bring a redeemer, and through his stripes, through his afflictions, we will be healed through them.
Okay, and how did you determine that was good? Because that just sounds like a blood sacrifice.
It's not a blood sacrifice. It was good because we deserved the wrath of God. We deserved his punishment.
Why do we deserve that?
Because we've sinned against a God. All right,
Oh,
I'll give you an
sin
example.
Is what?
Sin is transgressing the commands of God, and
Says
basically
who?
following. Says God. Well,
Says
who
God.
else?
Where did you get that?
Up his ass.
The Bible. You got that from the Bible.
What I'm getting to is like literally your epistemologically back to anything is literally dog shit.
How is sacrificing somebody
Come on,
on a
man.
cross not? How is sacrificing somebody on a cross not blood sacrifice?
It's satanic.
What? It's just. I'm actually done. All right.
Satanic.
I mean, it does say, like in Isaiah 45:7, it says that God makes peace and creates evil. It says, "I, the Lord, do all these things."
Technically, it only says that in one of the
actually,
translations.
in some of the other religions as well, it says that God is the deceptor.
Actually, the accurate translation means calamity. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, it's technically both are accurate, but the evil one is only in like one or two of the translations, so it's not actually a common interpretation, but it can be interpreted that way because Hebrew has multiple interpretations of every single word, so it is a legitimate way to interpret it.
So some of these Bibles are no good.
Not really.
I mean,
I think so. If 2 out of 70 translations are saying something, and Hebrew has a lot of options, but in the context of the situation, the option isn't relevant.
Well, no, the English choices of the words are contingent on the feelings of the person doing the interpreting. Like if you actually Google the Hebrew word itself and then look at the context in the Bible, the Hebrew word is used for evil over 20 times in the Bible itself. So it's in all its interpretations.
I'm not saying it's not used for evil. I'm saying if you look at the context of the situation, the context usually determines what word is being used or how we can know which word is being used.
Not really, no.
Sounds like a murderer who says that they had the right to murder. Like you're trying to justify evil, man. That's evil.
It's exactly what it is. It's ordained, and because it's ordained, it's no longer murder. It's just the way God wanted it, and therefore it's good.
And that's what I use when I murder people.
That could potentially make sense to God, right? But not to us. Like to us, if we see someone murdered, that's completely wrong, irrespective of what God's opinion is.
Well, that's what shows that the Christian morality is wrong, is that in a real model of morality, it's going to assess the consequences independently of the perspective. And so it says if you kill someone without their consent, it's equally as evil no matter who's doing it. So the fact that it's contingent on who's doing it shows that morality is subjective and not objective.
So do you believe
then killing babies was subjective? T-Trump. So then killing babies can be good in some situations, right? Just based off of what you said right now.
No, because I believe in objective morality, so it can't ever be good under any circumstance ever.
You just finished saying depending on the situation.
No, I said that if Christianity is true and morality is contingent on a God, then morality isn't objective and it would be subjective. I think morality is objective, so that proves Christianity is false. Because if Christianity was true, then it can be good to drown babies in certain instances, which shows it's not objective, it's subjective.
No, it's not subjective. Just because God is permitted to do something in a certain scenario.
That's literally what subjective means. You just said it's subjective.
Hey, TJump.
What?
All right.
TJump, if you had...
Manger, what did you say?
Sorry. TJump, if you had a thought in your head that came and said to order pizza, would you do it?
What is this?
I don't know what you're asking. If I have a thought and a cane, or do I order pizza?
Just answer the question.
Mango's trolling. He's laughing. Come on, man. Come on. No, this isn't legit. Surely.
I would order pizza if you sent me another super chat to pay for pizza, for sure.
So, TJump, what's your definition of subjective?
Things
And
contingent on imagination or perspective, intuition, ideas. Contingent on a mind.
Then there is the ultimate good and an ultimate bad that is separate from our own perspective, right? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so why can't that ultimate good be a force of nature that moves all things? How are you going to say that there can be an ultimate good and an ultimate bad, but when you talk about God being the ultimate good, you're like, no, he can't be. That can't exist because there's bad in the world.
Because it's subjective. So if I said that if something is only good when God deems it so, and he can do the opposite, then it isn't objectively good, it's subjectively good. So if God changes his mind and something can be good contingently on his position, then it's not objective, it's contingent, it's subjective.
Where does he change his mind? That's my question.
Like if God can do it, if it applies to God but not to other people. So if God can kill people and it's not evil, but if we kill people and it's evil, it's subjective.
Hey, TJump, if God were to give you a miracle right now, maybe he sent you to heaven. If he gave you a miracle right now, would you come back to us and say that God exists?
Possibly.
No.
Like if there's actually evidence, sure. Okay.
Like let's say he sent you to heaven and then he came back down to earth. Would you let everybody know that God exists?
Well, I'd let everybody know my experience, and that would count as evidence, sure.
Well,
so
everyone's had experiences.
Look at you as a crazy person.
So can I speak about this for a quick minute? Because I actually know a little bit about how the brain works. So when it comes to hallucinations and dreams, a lot of our dreams are linked to the subconscious and pre-selected beliefs. Like if you were a Christian before the dream, you are most likely going to dream of the Christian sect. If you are an ancient Egyptian, you are most likely going to dream about Ra in your dreams if you have a dream like that. We don't know why this happens.
Oh,
but
yeah,
that's
we do.
the usual tendency.
We do know why that know why that happens. It's called neuroplasticity. But he asked specifically, like, if God immediately right now brought me to heaven and I met him and talked to him, would I believe in God? And that would be evidence for sure. I would count that as evidence because I'm an atheist. So my neurological problem would be to not have that happen. Okay, damn it. But I wouldn't.
But how would you diagnose if it wasn't just?
I want to say something real quick. That just wouldn't be sufficient enough of evidence for anybody else you talk to, right? Because
they wouldn't just believe me because I said so. Like they need more evidence than just because I said so.
See, I'm confused. I asked you about parting the Red Seas earlier, and you said like no matter what, unless it had some predictive capability, it's not evidence.
Right. So like he's giving a prediction. He's saying if like in the next 5 seconds God did something and then it happened, like would that be evidence? Yeah. So he's giving a prediction. He's saying he's predicting something.
Okay, never mind. That's fair.
TJump, so let's just go on with that. So where do you get your definition of subjective and objective? Because I'm finding
the dictionary.
Just going on Google I'm on dictionary too, Oxford at the moment, and the first one for objective is of a person or their judgment, not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering representing facts. And subjective is based on
that's epistemic.
That's
epistemic. That's not ontological. We're talking about ontological, objective versus subject, not epistemic.
What's the difference with that? I'm not too sure.
So ontological is about what exists. So if something only exists as a part of your imagination, it exists subjectively. So it's not actually things that exist independent of your imagination. It's your imagination. So if I said, I like chocolate, that is subjective in that it exists in my mind, but it doesn't exist as like a truth of the universe. So objective ontologically would mean things that exist independent of your imagination. Whereas epistemic, it's like, how do you know of things? Like, do you know of things epistemically through affected by bias or whatever? So we're talking about the ontological case. Is it ontologically the case that something is good or evil?
But you said ontologically objective is like something that exists that is apart from my imagination. Is that correct?
Yeah, independent of opinion.
Independent of opinion. So how does that relate to God having the authority to kill?
It's good because it's his opinion. So it's contingent on his opinion. It's subjective.
But is it his opinion, or is it
yes?
Like isn't it by nature, if it comes from God, it's objective? Like
no. So
if someone is omniscient,
if God says there is an objective moral principle, meaning like it's inviolable, and then he says I can violate it, then it's not objective. So objective in the context of morality, we're saying this applies to all conscious entities everywhere, always, no matter what. Not it's contingent on some.
Okay, but why?
So it's not dynamic.
What?
Okay, yeah, this
dynamic. Yes.
The question.
Absolute or relative are usually the terms. Yes.
So morality is not dynamic.
Wouldn't it be subjective if God said, "All right, I've got this moral principle that everyone has to follow, and even I'm going to follow."
Oh yeah, if he said if it applies to everyone, including himself, yes.
Yes, it would be objective.
Sure. Yeah, apply to all minds independently. Yes.
Okay, so.
But that doesn't have morality.
Yeah, it wouldn't be morality, but that would be objective. So that would qualify as objective. So.
All right. So you're saying that if it applies to everyone indiscriminately, even himself, it would be objective. And what if he qualifies in that it doesn't apply to everyone, and that it applies to
then it would be
that
contingent.
It applies to
it would be applied contingently to some people, but not all people.
Okay, and just because it applies to some people, not all people, how does that differentiate it from being like outside of it?
Because you said it doesn't apply objectively. So when we're talking about applies objectively can mean lots of different things. So in that context, objectively, an objective moral principle will be one that applies to everyone equally, not contingently. In the case of a moral principle that applies to some people but not others, it would be a subjective or relative moral principle, meaning not objective. Relative.
Okay, so I think we think of objective and subjective in a different manner, because from what I remember from just talking to people in general, when they think of an objective principle, they think of something that has to come from God or someone that has like an anchor in
that
objective
is not
reality.
Anywhere a definition in philosophy.
Okay, yeah. I'm not denying that. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I'm just saying that's what I've heard in the past, and that's a good clarification to make. And thank you, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Can I ask a question for TJump, please?
So objective real. So let's say so all that needs to be done to make an objective moral principle is that it's applicable to other people, and what else?
Well, just to be an objective principle, yeah. To be an objective moral principle, then it would have to have it would have to actually exist independent of minds. But just the objective part, the reason I said God's was subjective was because it applies only to some and not others. So it's like relative. It's a relative morality.
TJump,
Is there an objective moral principle that exists absent of minds?
Yes, I think there is.
Yeah.
Did somebody else somebody else asked if they could ask me a question?
Oh yeah, it was Among Us.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question around
sure.
Like, let's say you had a lion. Okay, it's a predator.
Lion?
L-I-N-E?
What?
Sorry.
I can't understand the word you're saying. You said I have a line, like a triangle line.
Let's say you had a predator, right?
No, he hasn't answered this question yet. Among Us has been muted this entire time.
Oh, my bad.
So let's say you had a predator, right?
Stop. Let him finish the question. We have a predator, a lion. What do you want? Yes.
It eats meat.
Yes.
It's not conscious that it's eating a conscious being, or another conscious being, I should say.
Yeah.
But
how is that evil?
One day it wakes up and it realizes good and evil.
Okay.
And it looks at the animals that it's been hurting and eating, and it goes, "Oh my goodness, I can't be doing that again. That's wrong." Where did he get that from?
Cognitive abilities increased.
I don't even see.
I'm not sure.
How is a lion killing? How is a lion killing a prey even evil? I don't even see how you would even consider that evil. That's just.
I don't either. It doesn't make much sense.
Involuntary will.
So right now, that animal isn't conscious of their actions, right?
If the animal is conscious and hurting it is immoral, so yes, it would be immoral to kill anything without its consent. So yes, that would be immoral. And how would it recognize it? If it just had enough cognitive ability, it could add it to a recognition.
It doesn't.
But then
that's
what happens
in
is
its nature.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. So let's say it knows about good and bad, right? And it doesn't decide to kill, its prey anymore. What do you think is going to happen to that animal?
It'll starve to death, which is not immoral.
What? What's going to happen to the lion now that
It'll
knows
starve
about
to
good
death.
and
That's
evil?
fine. Like the fact that nature itself makes it so things need to kill each other does not mean it's moral. So it's a naturalistic fallacy to say that it must kill things.
It is. It is moral.
No, it's not. The fact that's that's literally a naturalistic fallacy, saying that because nature is such a way that you need to kill things to survive, therefore it is moral, is a naturalistic fallacy. It does not make it moral simply because nature works that way.
Is it moral if it's you versus them?
Self-defense. Self-defense is a justified immoral action. So it's not moral if it's self-defense. It's still immoral, but it's justified.
Can I finish, please? So what I'm trying to say is that humans used to be just like the lion, right?
Yes.
We would do certain actions. We would do certain things.
Yes.
We just weren't conscious enough whether or not it was good and bad. Until we were able to discern between what was so-called good and bad, that's when we fell from heaven, right?
No.
We fell from that peace.
No.
No, I'm a Christian. I just fell from heaven when you started attacking things and having a morality of your own, which made you distinct from lions. No. That doesn't make sense.
It does make sense because when we build our library of good and evil, that's when we fell from heaven. That's when we fell from peace and tranquility.
No. Even within
That's
the
not even in the
Christian
Bible.
worldview, that's not true.
Not even in
It's
the
my
Christian
own
world.
religion.
Okay, it's
Our
your
own
own
religion. All
that's
right.
fine.
So we've got to
Before they picked from the tree of good and evil, they knew it was wrong before they had the knowledge.
Okay, no.
Like, for example, humans used to walk around without any clothes, but because we have good and evil now, we put on these.
All right, we just heard it
clothes.
here first. It's Mango's religion. It's not
It's
Christianity.
Mango's religion.
He said it here first. It's on recording. TJump streaming. It's Mango's religion, so it's not representing Christianity for anyone who's curious. All right, there you go. But can I query you more on the whole objective morality thing, TJump?
Okay.
All right. How did these objective moral principles come to be? Like, who determined them, or how did they come to be?
They were never
and what
determined
are
by anybody. It's a law of nature that's always been there, like gravity.
All right, and what are they?
Well, I think it's any involuntary position will is wrong. That is what I believe it to be.
What did you say? Voluntary position is wrong. Say that again, sir.
Any involuntary position of will is immoral. That seems to be what I think it is.
Okay, so when someone restrains your will in any way, that's immoral.
Yes, without consent. Not in any way. It was without consent.
Would a good example be like the Europeans coming over and colonizing America and then making everybody
Sure, like murder is an example, yes.
Causing everybody nowadays to work for the system, like, because that's
yes, forcing people to work against their will is immoral too.
What about vaccinating your children?
What about doing it implicitly?
Let's keep it simple, guys.
Any involuntary imposition of will. This is not a particularly hard thing to answer. Involuntary imposition of will equal bad.
Okay.
So then the government
vaccinating your children. That you needed.
My
boy
doesn't want that
to work 9 to 5 to put food on the table.
Yes, forced work is immoral. Yes.
What about if it's done implicitly, without your knowledge?
What does that mean implicitly?
Like if I said to you that you have freedom, but you really don't, and that you could do whatever you want, but you really can't.
Yeah, the fact that you can't not work and you'll die from hunger is immoral. It's nature itself is immoral in that if the
you haven't
universe
answered my
was such
question.
a...
If I said to you that you have freedom or that you can do whatever you want.
Your words mean your words mean nothing. Words have zero impact. If you are constrained by nature in that you have to work or you're going to starve to death, that is immoral. Your words make no difference here at all. So yes, it is
I can
immoral.
force you to do an immoral thing.
How?
Isn't that what you think? I mean, I could force someone else to do something immoral, right?
Possibly,
by
indirectly.
definition, that's
doesn't make any sense, TJump. Like, you can imagine. I can make you think that the way you're living your life is the right way to live, but it may not be.
What does that have to do with anything? Like, that's irrelevant.
Because in your mind, you're thinking that you're living a justified moral life, but in reality, you're being
I've openly said,
and controlled by others.
No, I've openly said I'm immoral. I eat meat.
All right. So okay, fine. We've got this objective morality. So what does that mean? What are the implications of having an objective morality? Is there any punishment for doing anything
No,
wrong, or is
punishments
there
don't
any?
matter to morality. So it doesn't matter if you're punished. Something is moral or immoral independent of punishment.
So what's the point of knowing that their things are immoral or moral if there's going to be no implication of the consequence of any?
It's true. It doesn't matter if there's a consequence. If it's true, it's true. So if you're immoral, then you're immoral. It doesn't matter if there's a consequence or not.
So it doesn't really have any implications on our day-to-day living. It's
No,
just
it
a fact
does
of
have
reality.
implications on our day-to-day living. It tells us what's immoral.
But okay, so we've got an is from reality, and you told me before we shouldn't derive an ought from an is.
That
So why
wasn't
should I
me.
act in a moral
So
way?
there are no oughts in my morality. It's just an is. Morality is itself an is statement. You are immoral. That's an is statement.
Okay, and I'm asking, why should I act in a moral way? What's the
I don't care. I
ought?
don't care how you act. I don't care how you choose to act. I'm going to label you as moral or immoral because it's true. I don't care what you choose to do with that information.
Oh.
But you do realize anybody can label anything immoral.
Yes,
and then people will
you can.
And you do realize the way in which people behave.
No.
You
No.
don't
So
want
I
to
think
do
there's a
things that are
truth
immoral.
value. So
So
one is
if
correct,
someone
one is
comes up and
incorrect.
says that something that is actually immoral,
Stop
you
talking.
decide-
Stop talking. So I think there's an objective truth value to the statement. One person can say you're immoral, but one is right and one is wrong. There is an objective thing there in the universe that determines it. It has nothing to do with opinion.
Let's say you wanted to create a society based on morals, based on your principles.
No, it has nothing to do with society. It has
principles of
nothing to do with
morality.
any of that. Morality existed before any humans did. There is an objective fact like nature.
Okay, but let's say there's something moral, and some leaders decides that that thing is now immoral.
Leaders don't
But it's
matter.
actually
Irrelevant.
moral.
So it doesn't make a difference.
That's it. That's entirely irrelevant.
Completely, entirely irrelevant. Doesn't matter what any leader or
And
any
if we
human
don't,
being ever
if
says.
we don't have a centralized, if we don't have
Makes no difference.
source of
Stop. I've
morality,
already addressed
and
you. Stop talking. I've already addressed your dumbass shit. It does not matter what any human ever says, no matter what. Doesn't make any difference what they think, how they act, what they think they should act like. Makes zero difference to morality. Morality is an objective thing that exists independent of any opinion at all. So no actions or decisions or motivations make any difference whatsoever.
Yes, it's in its isolated state. Yes,
There's no isolated state. This is an objective state independent of reality.
within their society, and if it's
No,
not,
society makes no
if-
difference. I've already addressed that. Anytime you say society, you're just a dumbass because I've already addressed that. It makes no difference. Society makes no difference. People make no difference. Opinions make no difference.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Because
That's your
morality in
ignorance.
its isolated state may
There's no isolated
abide by
state. I've
your
already addressed that.
principles.
Stop talking.
It doesn't.
I had a question for you, Jump. Is
Go for
with your talk about how your definition of immoral is any involuntary imposition of will, right? So
Yeah.
what if somebody is like, take person A, I'll be person B. So generally, it would be wrong for me to hurt person A, to like tackle them for no reason, right? Because it's an involuntary imposition against their will, right? But what if they're about to shoot into a crowd of children or something, and then I tackle them
It's a
for
justified immoral action. So it's still immoral. It's justified. So you've still done an immoral action, but you've done it in order to protect others. So you've done one immoral action by tackling the person, and you've done a bunch of moral actions by saving the other ones who didn't want to be tackled or shot.
Okay, thank you. And the same action of tackling somebody in the situation of like a consensual football game would not qualify as immoral because it's voluntary.
Correct. They've consented to be a part of the rules, and so it's voluntary.
Okay, thanks. Just wanted to understand your position.
TJump. Quick question.
It's really bizarre to me,
What do you
though,
think of a conscious robot forced to do labor? Is that considered a moral action
Yes.
or immoral?
Immoral. It's considered immoral. If it's conscious, it should have its right to determine itself.
I agree.
So to
That's
tell
an
your
interesting
children
point.
they should go to sleep at
Wait
a
a
certain
minute.
time, would that be immoral to tell them?
Yes, it is
they
immoral
have
to
go
force
sleep?
kids to go to sleep, but it is a justified immoral action because you have to do so to prevent them from like dying of not getting sleep or whatever. So because they are restricted by nature, they must be you must do things to protect them from nature. So like forcing kids to get vaccines or whatever. So wait. So somebody brought up vaccines earlier and I forgot about it. So asking about vaccines, forcing kids to get vaccines is a justified immoral action. It is immoral because you're forcing them to do something they don't want, but you have to do it to prevent a greater harm from happening by nature. So it is immoral, but it's a justified immoral action.
TJump, I know you've talked about morality in its isolated state, but let's
There's no
look at the
isolated state. That
application
doesn't even
of
make any
morality.
sense.
Let's look at the application of morality.
Application is
Because
ethics.
that's what matters. That's what matters.
What you're saying makes zero sense. You're just not listening to the
It does
question.
make sense.
Stop talking. Stop interrupting me. Morality, objective morality, is independent of its pragmatic applications. The pragmatic applications are separate from the objective truth. How it applies pragmatically has nothing to do with whether or not it's true. Like God, can we? Wait. You believe in God, right? You're one of the Christian guys.
No, not really. I'm just a fake Christian. But what I'm trying to say is...
Wait, stop. So you believe in God. Can you live up to the good standards of God? Can anyone... I think, what is the quote? No one can live up to the glory of God or something?
Yeah, if
no one is good,
if they are in alignment, yes.
So like no one is sinless. No one can live a perfect life. Only Jesus did that, whatever, right?
No, he doesn't believe that. He doesn't even believe in God. Like,
Stop interrupting. Let him answer the questions. Like there are people who are, no one can be sinless, right? Except Jesus.
No, you can. If you are in complete alignment.
I just told you.
You can be.
Gnostic informant, thanks for the $5. They're trying to trip you up like Jesus and the Pharisees, but my boy TJump is too consistent and already thought this shit through. Correct. The
argument around the pragmatic use of morality is ridiculous. I'm sorry. None of what I said has anything to do with the glory of God. You need to have a source. You need to have a book that lists out.
Those are two separate things. Oh my God, you're so dumb. So whether there's a source and how you pragmatically apply that source are two completely separate topics. What you're saying is literally stupid.
Yeah, Bro Mango, I think you're thinking too much. Remember how you were saying we shouldn't be thinking so much?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Thinking badly.
Yeah, just stop thinking and talking also.
Well, Tom, I have a question for you. So if, like, you say you introduced this language where it's like there's like this pragmatic need for doing some immoral thing, and so and so it becomes good.
No, no. It's still immoral. So it's justified.
So it doesn't become good. So
it's still
always
immoral. Yes. So a justified immoral action is still immoral. It's not a moral action. It's a justified.
So vaccinating my
action.
children is justified, but it's still immoral.
Yes, it's a justified immoral action. That means it's immoral, but it's justified. And we can prove this. Wait. We can prove this. Wait. Let me explain this. Shut up. So this is very easy to explain. If you had the ability to prevent the consequences of not getting the vaccine without giving them the shot, that would be a morally superior option. So if there is a morally superior option that you simply can't do because you don't have the power, that means you're doing something that's immoral. It's not the most moral option. Because of your limitations.
You just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't.
Because now you've included superiority into this now. That's unbelievable.
No, it's not. Stop talking. So if there's an action, like if I have to, if I'm a doctor in the 1800s and somebody's leg is shot, I have to cut their leg off to save their life. That is an immoral action. And we know that because if I was a God and I could snap my fingers and cure them without causing them any pain, that would be the moral thing to do. So I have to do something to cause them more pain to save their life, which is an immoral action, but it's justified because it's the best I can do given my limitations. So it is a justified immoral action. Same with giving kids vaccines.
Okay, that's interesting. So
sum it up in one sentence what morality is.
Hold on. I kind of look at things in a similar way with little different wording, and so I kind of I think that sometimes there is no ethical option. Sometimes we're stuck in a corner where there's only two unethical options, and we have to choose the least unethical option. So it kind of sounds similar to like it's the same thing of it being immoral, but it being justified because it's the least immoral option presented in that situation. So yeah.
What is morality based on?
Hold on.
Suffering? Is it to reduce pain and suffering?
No.
But so I don't think though that, like in the example earlier of tackling somebody, I don't think I would consider it immoral to tackle somebody who's about to shoot into a crowd.
If there was a more moral option that you could do it without harming them, would that be a better option?
I would agree to that, but given that that's not an option, I don't
Well,
think
no. So objectively, it doesn't matter whether you can do it. If it objectively exists, that's the moral option, whether or not you can personally do it. So given your personal limitations, the best you can do is tackle them or kill them in self-defense or whatever. That is your best limitation, which is a justified immoral action. The best thing that can be done, the moral action, is like if you were God and we're all powerful, you could just snap your fingers and protect everybody. That would be the moral thing to do.
But I thought you don't believe in God. You bring up scenarios.
So your whole premise on morality is based on.
Hold on. I just think it becomes moral to tackle them when, like, I feel like the mass shooter has like sacrificed.
It's two actions. So I said that I explained this before. So there's two actions. One is immoral, where you knock the guy over, and two is moral. So for each person you save, you've done a moral action. It is moral to save all of those people because you've assisted their will. So that's like immorality is an involuntary imposition of will. Morality is a voluntary assistance of will. So for each person you save, you've done a moral action. You've done like 10 moral actions by attacking that guy, but you have done one immoral action by tackling him too.
But I understand what you're saying. I would argue that perhaps the most moral thing I could do for that shooter is to prevent him from enacting that mass shooting through tackling him.
Again, you can do that without tackling him. Therefore, tackling him is a justified immoral action. Like a doctor cutting your leg off isn't moral. It's just the best he can do given his limitations. You tackling the guy isn't moral. It's just the best you can do given your limitations. The moral thing to do is to solve the problem with no involuntary imposition of will.
Which is impossible.
No, it is possible. It is possible. You can't do it. Your limitations have nothing to do with objective morality. Your subjective limitations are irrelevant to objective morality.
I just
is objective morality inherent?
Hold on. It's impossible for me to do it, but possible maybe for someone
else. Your subjective limitations have nothing to do with objective morality. So I can say objectively, it is immoral to tackle the guy, regardless of your subjective limitations. Your subjective limitations make it a justified, objectively immoral action.
Well, how do we apply this? Like in the real world? Like, I mean, because like
that's what ethics come in.
I'm sorry?
So you do subjective, you have to choose to do subjectively justified immoral actions. That's perfectly fine. Like that's how you apply it in the real world. You do the justified immoral action because it's justified.
Do you think free will exists?
No, free will is logically impossible.
What did you say? I couldn't hear you.
Free will is logically impossible as far as we know.
So then morality is also logically impossible.
No, morality has nothing to do with free will. You can still have morality without free will. Most philosophers grant there is morality, and they all think free will is stupid.
Well, yeah, free will is stupid. When the reactionary terms of no free will equal, morality as kind of like
will
a subset.
And free will are not the same thing. So again, pretty much every philosopher grants libertarian free will is just stupid and impossible, but they all say morality is perfectly consistent. So you do not need free will for morality. That's just a religious dogma that's wrong.
Hey, TJump, is morality the guiding principles? Is it a particular system of values and principles of conduct?
Morality is the category we use to define that.
The category we use to define that.
Yes, so whatever is causing those principles, and if there are right ones, that's morality.
Isn't it not like a particular system of values and principles?
No, that's just what we define as the category of morality. So if there is one of them that is correct, that is objective morality.
One of them has to be correct to be objective morality.
Yeah, I assume so. I don't assume there could be contradicting ones, then it wouldn't be objective.
All right. TJump, I've got a question for you, or two questions.
Sure.
So how would this whole morality thing work if we don't actually know what the far-reaching consequences of how our actions would affect the will of others? For instance, let's say I was to tackle the shooter.
So it's like, one of the examples is like if I see my neighbor's gate open, and I don't know if my neighbor wanted it open or didn't want it open. So I don't know if I close the gate, it could be immoral because maybe he wanted it open. But I'm justified in using the best knowledge I can to try to get to the best conclusion I can and say, given what I know, most people don't want their gate open, so I'm going to go close it, and that's a justified moral action. So even though I don't know for certain it's moral, I think it's moral, so it's justified to take that action, and if I got it wrong, I should apologize. So we use our best judgment to try and make decisions. You don't need certainty.
So
That
we
sounds
can
like a
make
crazy
a
way to
decision.
live.
Stop, hang on a sec. So we can make a decision, let's say, and that decision can actually have a lot of immoral consequences, but those consequences can also be justified. Like, let's say I was to tackle the shooter,
Well, the
but then
consequences
someone
can't
else.
be. The action can be justified. The consequences can't be justified. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, never mind then.
We
And
all
so I just
agree.
want to try and understand better. How did you come to the conclusion that this is how reality is, and this is what objective morality is? Like,
I looked
I
at
know
the
you said,
I looked at the evidence of morality, which is moral intuition and moral progress. I tried to find the pattern in the moral progress, describe it with the principle, then make predictions about what that principle would lead to.
okay, so it's something you
But with
created
no
and you
free
figured
will.
out through your own intuition or through your own reasoning.
Look at the evidence, find a pattern, describe the pattern with the principle, like everything in science. Yes.
Kind of contradictory, don't you think? Because you're trying to say that morality is objective, but then you came to the conclusion using subjective opinions and feelings.
Oh, that's so stupid. So I see a TV in front of me. I'm using my subjective experience to determine there is an objective object there. Stupid question.
It's not, because you're using subjectivity to come to
Oh my God, you're so dumb. You use your subjective experience to interact with the objective world every second of every day. Is that contradictory?
And
no.
It's not contradictory because we're
correct. So guess what? You can use your subjective experience to find
that
objective facts.
That's concept.
You just admitted it's not contradictory. Congratulations.
It is, because you're dealing with something that is abstract and conceptual.
No, I'm saying it's a real thing that isn't abstract. It is a real, objective, physical
Morality
law
doesn't
of the
exist.
universe.
It's an abstract.
Your
it's a
opinion
system
doesn't matter. No one cares
principles
about your
and
opinion.
morality doesn't exist.
No one
It's
cares
just a
about your
system of
opinion.
Principles and values.
No one cares about your
That's the
opinion.
truth.
So I'm saying it is an objective thing, like a law of nature, like gravity.
What is the underlying factor here that you're referring to? Like,
Law of
what
gravity.
is?
There is a law of nature like gravity, which is morality, a law of morality. It is a thing in nature.
What is this thing that you're referring to?
It is a law of physics like gravity, as I've said like 20 times. Pay attention.
What's the evidence? How can we observe this law? Because
We
I can
don't
observe
have any
gravity,
empirical
I can
evidence. If we had
pencil.
empirical evidence, I would have a Nobel Prize. So obviously, if I had been able to prove it, I would be rich right now. So it's a hypothesis.
So it's a hypothesis. So it's not something that is actually a law in reality. That's a theory.
No, it's a hypothesis of a law existing. This is not hard.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. So it's not
A
something.
hypothesis of a law existing is one thing. That's like strings, right? But I mean,
Yes.
like gravity is very different because that's like
Yeah,
in your
true.
face.
Yeah, so gravity we have proof for. So the whole point of the analogy of saying it's like a law of nature like gravity is saying it hypothetically exists like gravity does, not that we have the same amount of evidence for it as gravity. I never said we have the same amount of evidence for it as gravity.
What would be the
We
falsification
don't have evidence for
for
gravity.
your
Though. Gravity
morality?
is a theory.
Yeah, it's a good question.
The predictions I've made would be that all of the different
That's
life
a
forms in the universe follow the same pattern of morality. If this is a universal principle, then it would apply to all different forms of life that have a sufficient amount of resources and intelligence. And if that doesn't follow the case, that would falsify the theory.
What would be your definition of the intelligence of the resources?
Having sufficient resources and having sufficient intelligence. So it's two separate things.
Psychopaths murder all the time for fun.
Yes, and blind people can't see. Blind people can't see.
Yeah,
Does that mean that objects don't exist? No. The fact
And-
you
and-
don't
and-
literally
and
need every
fungus
individual.
Wait,
eats and
guys.
breathes. So
Wait,
there's
let him take it
different levels
slower.
of intelligence.
Wait. Sorry. So, TJump, you went through that really, really fast, and I don't think half of the people here understood what you said. Do you mind taking what your
Which part?
falsification is a bit slower? The falsification of your morality.
I predict that
whatever you
because
want.
this is an objective moral principle that will apply to all forms of life in the universe, no matter what species or planet they're on, all of the different groups will collectively seem to follow the same pattern of morality because it is an objective. It is caused by an objective thing in the universe.
Well, what about fungus? I mean, how about this? It's an objective fact, right? That
Fungus?
Yeah, right. Yeah. So
as I said, you have to have is a combination. Wait, stop. As I said, this has a combination of resources and intelligence. What is the intelligence level of fungus? Do they have the intelligence level to make those kinds of decisions? No. So as you gain more intelligence, you'll be more in tune with morality.
But what about like dolphins?
All animals do seem to have the same systems of morality we do. So,
well, I mean, like, no, they're pretty psychotic.
So as I said, intelligence level matters. The more intelligent you are, the more in tune you'll be. If you don't have the correct intelligence level, like dolphins are less intelligent than humans, congratulations, you won't be as moral.
But I mean, like, more intelligence could also equal.
That would falsify the theory, and I'm saying that's not going to happen.
Actually, more intelligence equals less freedom, to be honest.
What?
Sometimes, not necessarily.
Has nothing to do with freedom.
That's something else.
It's the truth, though. Like, the more you know, the less you will actually.
This has nothing to do with freedom. So
sometimes.
What are you even talking about there?
But actually, going back to the point around the application of your principles, TJump, they're not applicable because everybody will have their own system of.
No, that has absolutely nothing to do with what I said. You're an idiot.
It's ridiculous.
No, idiot. Stop talking, idiot. So I never said people having their own their like own subjective interpretation doesn't make a difference. It's irrelevant.
Okay, so just to go back on that, so what? Sorry, how did? Because a lot of people are doing it. How did intelligence relate to the falsification again?
The pattern is that the more intelligent you become and the more resources you have, the more in tune you are with morality and the more moral you become. So if the falsification criterion is if there's a significantly intelligent race with a significant amount of resources that doesn't follow this moral pattern of moral progress, that would falsify the theory.
All right.
I would think that like maybe like some AI in the future.
Yes, this will also apply to AIs. Yes.
Yeah, this may falsify your statement or corroborate it in one sense or not.
Yep. I've said the same thing about artificial intelligences. They will also develop the same level of morality.
So TJump, you've developed a theory, and as Christians, you say that us Christians are using like circular reasoning, and you can't falsify the Bible or all this other stuff.
Wait. You can falsify the Bible. Go to heaven. You don't falsify God.
Okay.
You can falsify. So if Theist said the same, stop. So if Theist said the same thing, we're going to make predictions, and if these predictions are false, then our hypothesis is falsified. Then that's perfectly reasonable. Theists don't say that. What they say is, we've already confirmed God, there's already evidence. I do not say that. I do not say I've already confirmed this, because if I did, I'd have a Nobel Prize. So the difference is that I'm admitting it's a hypothesis that hasn't been proven. Theists are saying it has been. That's the difference.
Okay. And you've set up the criteria for it to be proven as something that's far into the future. For instance, you said a significantly intelligent race.
Well, it doesn't necessarily, the duration in the future is irrelevant.
It doesn't disprove it, but it just means that as humans now, we don't have any significant reason.
I've already said that. I literally said that 5 seconds ago.
I'm just clarifying. I know you've said it. I'm just clarifying for everyone here. We've got no significant reason, and we cannot falsify it in this present time. In fact, we'd have to wait potentially even thousands of years.
Right. The only thing you can do is you can use your intuition to see if it maps onto your intuition as the best abductive explanation of morality as you see it, and if it does, then you're reasonable to believe it.
And you said that
the best argument to everything that everybody is, I love you all. I love you all.
Okay.
I love you. And I'm muting.
I love you too.
Hey, TJump, can I say something right now?
Morality was inherent. Is that what you said earlier?
Inherent in the universe. What did you want to ask, new guy?
People?
Wait, it'd be
that doesn't make
both.
any sense if morality could
TJump.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, do you?
I literally haven't got to speak.
Do you think that artificial intelligent agents, right, will have a greater sense of morality than humans?
Say that
because
again?
they have access to
what? No, what are you
information.
saying? What thingies are you saying? Something intelligent.
I'm saying
agents?
artificial intelligent agents.
Yes,
do you believe that they will
moral.
have they will have a greater sense of morality than humans because they have access to?
Yes, they will discover and develop morality faster
Once
than we
they
do.
evolve enough, they will reach a certain level.
So then your argument is basically what you're trying to say is that morality is based on the amount of information that you have to make a justified and logical conclusion or whatever. Is that right?
What? I have no idea what you just said.
So you're basing morality based on having all of the information and then making a justified action or whatever?
No, I'm saying morality is a law of nature, and we get in tune to it by gaining more knowledge.
So the more knowledge you have, the more moral you are.
Sort of. The more intelligence and resources, yes. The more moral you will be attuned to morality.
So TJump, from what you're saying, we don't actually know if there's an objective moral principle.
Correct.
Yet,
If we
because
knew that,
haven't
I would have a Nobel Prize. So if I could already prove that, I would have the Nobel Prize.
I know I'm trying to clarify this a lot, but when I entered this conversation, it seemed to be heavily implied that we had this objective moral principle. And
Can I put my 2 cents?
I clarified it. There you go.
Like, can I put my 2 cents in as from what you guys are talking about? Like, I'm gonna put my 2 cents in as an example of what you guys are talking about, and then you can use what my life is as an example. Because I'm high, drunk, all that. This is why I love the podcast. I love y'all's podcast. 100% full. For me, my life is fucked up. I don't live under a god. Personally, my entire life has been raised under the entire fact of what you think is good and what you believe is good and what you perceive as good is what is good. So my entire life, I've looked at different races, different people. I've grown up from the negative poverty scale all the way up to the high point of the scale. So I've gone from the lowest of the low with my family all the way up to the highest of the high. So it's fucked up. And I hate that. I hate the fact that the American dollar appreciates the people of the higher dollar more than the people of the lower dollar.
That's a completely different debate.
What's your question?
I don't think she understands what she's going through. She said she's high and she's drunk and other stuff like that.
Exactly. Can you reiterate the whole situation so I can actually explain it? So I can
it's gonna work.
It sounded like you were talking shit about capitalism, and I'm right right there with you. I'm high and I'm against capitalism too.
Here's my thing. Can I say this?
I'm for capitalism.
All right, I'm 27 years old.
Why you would be opposed to it.
I have
Age
no
is
problem.
nothing, man.
1 minute. I am 27 years old. But I grew up in a entire it's kind of fucked up because my dad was in the Vietnam War. He grew up and my dad was a Vietnam veteran. He was a amputee, and I went through all of that shit. And he taught me from a very early age that you're going to go through and you're going to meet people who are of a different race of you, who are a different skin color of you. They're no different. Hey, if they're black, they are different because they've gone through different shit than you, because you may be of the minority percent of the white culture, but it doesn't matter because
humans are gross.
It does matter.
It does matter because I was a poor white
Chills, do you have a question for us, or
I don't think she does.
What are you going?
I have a question.
What's your point?
I'm trying to every time I listen to your podcast, I love listening to the podcast that this channel puts out. I think that you guys have very point conversations to get out. I think out of all of the Discord conversations and everything that is getting out, you guys are the most progressive. You don't give a shit. Does that make sense?
What's your question?
Are you a progressive?
She doesn't have one.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad.
No, I do
I'm glad.
have one.
Thank you.
I
I'm glad you like
actually,
the Discord.
Like
TJump.
I do have a question. Like,
what is the question?
The way. Do you give a shit? Like, do you actually give a shit about?
There's 30 people in here. Please.
You've been going on for like 5 minutes. What's the question?
We all care, but
All right.
this is
Chills. Potentially go have a nap now. Wake up after your nap. Maybe you'll be off your substances, and then come ask the question, and we'll talk to you after then. Is that okay?
Let her ask.
Wait. So you're not making any sense. We can't understand you. Could you try to make sense and ask the question?
I want to make sense. That's the thing about me. I have ADHD and anxiety, so my social skills are negative par.
Right.
I don't know how to
about
speak.
You type it out. Type out your question to us. Type it out in general chat, and someone else will read it
That
out
actually
for you. And TJump will respond. How does that sound? Just mute if you want.
Yep. How about you message me, Nick the Slick. Once you hear your thoughts, I'll ask TJump the question. I'm sure he'll respond.
Because
she was just about there. Give her some credit.
No, because
she was
I
just
actually
almost there. She was like, "Why
I
do
want
you?"
to see how, I want to understand and I want to. That's my thing. Yes, I may seem incomprehensible, but at the same time, I want to understand the way that you guys speak and the way that you guys comprehend, because to me, I was raised in the dark times. To me, that's the way that it
the
seems.
before time.
Yes, and I want to.
Okay. Well,
what the fuck is this?
And I want to.
I would say approach this when you're sober, and you'll have more
I
success.
think it would help. It would
But
help
practice-
us if you were less high and drunk, and then we would be able to understand you
Has
better.
anybody ever dealt with me?
But
talking about.
Just keep practicing.
I'm gonna jump in and say that.
Can I actually hear somebody? Because all I'm hearing is jumble. I actually want to hear somebody's opinion.
Yes, that's me.
Someone say opinion things.
Yes.
All right. Chills. Potentially go have your nap now. Go get off your substances.
Not about chills. Other opinions. Opinions about
No, the person who was telling me, the person who was telling me to get off my substances. I want to hear them. The person who was telling me to get off my shit.
TJump. I've got a question. So, if I was to come up to an atheist and they were to tell me that they had a objective morality and there is an objective morality, could I just say, well, you can't be as a whole, would atheists not be able to approve their objective moralities yet, or
Yeah, there's no proof of objective morality. There's never been. It hasn't been discovered. It's an unsolved problem in philosophy and science. We are currently working on it.
All right, so we can't say there is an objective morality. Okay, so morality
That's
is
just a
subject to
hypothesis. I think it's abductively the best explanation. There's no proof for it.
And I hate to say it, that's the issue that I'm going through right now, and that's the issue. And that's the reason that I felt that I would come into this conversation, because I was here's my thing. I'm schizophrenic. I'm schizophrenic, and I have a substance abuse, and I have dealt with many issues of what he just talked about and many other things. So I hate to say it, but I'm living y'all's conversation, and I hate to say it, I have no social skills, I have no conversation skills.
So
I feel like
have
an
you
idiot.
ever have you ever tried to
I'm
herd
kind of-
cats?
Repeat that.
Have you ever tried to herd cats?
Yes, many times. I grew up with 30 cats in Arkansas, and I used to bring out 4 to 5 every morning at 5 o'clock, and I would bring them to the edge of our 10 o'clock or 10 property, 10-acre property, and I would line them up, and I would make them stay in a line, and I would race them to our home.
That is
I
amazing.
And I used to kill. I hate to say it, like it's fucked up because I've gone over it. I've killed 2 cats in my lifetime.
We're going over line.
Well, my analogy.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing. I'm 27. I'm 27 years old. I'm 27. I've gone through many psychiatric evaluations. I know what I am capable of. I know my anger, and I know my mental.
I think we need to hear this.
Delusion. No, at the same time you do, because you never know when you're going to come across the same person in your life. Think about it.
Chills. There's 30 people in here, and we've been kind of asking you for a few minutes to kind of get your asking what your question is, and I understand about schizophrenia and whatnot. I really do. Friends of mine have it, and I know it's very tough to get your thoughts together and sort of focus on one specific thing. But take a minute, ask what that thing is. You can message it to me, and I'll ask TJump, and I'm sure he'll listen. But just sort of focus on that for a minute, because everyone else is patiently waiting, and there's kind of thoughts bouncing, and it's kind of frustrating for a lot of other people. So just kind of focus for a minute, and then
wait, one sec. Frank hasn't gotten a chance to talk. What do you want, Frank?
No, I was just gonna tell Chills. You should just write out anything you want to ask TJump or talk about in general. Just because there's other people that want to have a conversation with Tom, so if you could just write it out, that'd be perfect for us.
But if she's going to talk about animal harm, that's not cool on the live stream.
No. It's not. And
All right, you guys are gonna let her go on, boy. We'll just end it there for now.
Just write it. Chills, write it out. Write it out.
No, I need help, and I need.
You aren't going to get it
I
here.
need people to talk to her. I need people to talk to.
Why don't you talk to me? I'll leave here, and me and you can share.
Yeah, and Chills, I send you a friend request. If you want to talk after when you're off your substances, I'll be definitely.
I'll leave right now, Chills. Just chat to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I said.
Or if you don't want to, you don't have to.
Getting back to the subject, I want to know something.
Hey, Spiral not King.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, Mango.
It's all good, Chills.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done this.
You're fine.
Okay,
I
love
just
it.
fine.
I love it.
It's fine if you want to share. There's no problem.
God, I'm sorry. I'm so
Chills,
sorry.
we love you.
Don't be sorry. It's all good. You know,
Hey,
there's not a
King,
problem.
I've got a question for you.
No, I'm 27. I should know better.
No, you're wonderful.
You
Don't worry
people
about it.
are
Fine. You're fine. There's no problem. It's just that there's a lot of people in here, and a lot of people want to have a conversation. So you have to kind of allow other people to talk as well. You know.
And that's the issue that I'm I grew up in a theme park aspect. I should know better than that.
I've got a question for Spiral not King.
It's okay.
Yeah, Mango. Mango, what's the question?
So my question is given the situation that we were just in right now, the way you reacted compared to the atheist was really interesting to see. You were ready to help someone in trouble, whereas the atheist is in the chat. They just remain quiet. They told them to shut up. Very interesting.
No, that's not true.
Patently not true. Just taking one example.
Most of the atheists are the ones that asked to help, so that's wrong.
Wait. Nick was the first person to give a suggestion to help, and that was the most compassionate out of the bunch. But I sent her a friend request early. That's all I did to try and talk to her. But I'm trying to get her out of the conversation because I don't want her to embarrass herself, because I know this is going to be recorded and put on your channel. So if anyone wants to kick her out for her own benefit, you're more than welcome.
I think she's done.
Because she's not in a right emotional or mental state to be in a
level of morality between atheists
bunch of people.
Hey, let's stop talking about her like she's not here.
Do you have any other topics? Do you have anything actually?
This is me being sober, and this is me being completely coherent because I've gotten my rant out. the one thing about me that I hate is I am easily molded, whether I'm sober, whether I'm incoherent, either ways. Like the way that I was raised, because my dad was a Vietnam veteran, and my dad raised me to accept and appreciate everyone and their beliefs. So I can literally hear someone and they be like, say one thing, and I can hear somebody say another, and like, in my opinion, I can understand what one person feels and another person feels, and I hate that. Like, I hate the fact that I was raised the way that I was raised, because
Guys,
nowadays,
for the sake
Well,
of
I
good
feel the
health,
same
can
way.
someone
like Martin
Okay,
one thing real quick, like Martin Luther
that's
King was
good. That's
pretty good
good
at
that
that.
you have
What he
that
would
introspection. Can we move on to like a topic of some kind of
exactly,
philosophy,
I want to get back.
I've got
I want
politics?
to get back to
and
what we
that's
were
what I
saying.
want.
I want to get back to what we were saying
I've got a
earlier.
statement.
TJump,
Overlapping.
point me to something in this
TJump,
world.
I've got a statement.
Oh my God, you're just talking over me. Okay, go for it.
Sorry, I was waiting for so long. TJump, is that okay?
Who's this
I
speaker?
have been waiting.
The
Oh,
like
wait, stop,
old
just stop,
person.
stop. There's a guy who's really quiet, kind of sounds Mexican. Go ahead.
It's B166. Go ahead and talk. Ibromango, you've been talking all night.
All right, thank you so much. So the statement that I had for TJump was
No,
around.
What I just said.
No. B136.
Ibromango, shut up.
Do I really sound that Mexican? Or do
Just
I
because of your mic. Just because of your mic.
all sound the same. What is it?
That's the best question of the entire night.
Oh my god.
Okay. I was gonna say, so basically there is nothing TJump that you could point to that you can say is objectively moral, right? Based off
We
of what
can't
you said
prove
so far.
morality, but we can use our intuitions to say that objectively the best explanation is that there is morality.
Yeah, but you're avoiding, like, I'm asking a yes or no question. There's nothing that we can point to that
There are
you
lots
can
of things
say
we can
is
point to.
objective.
Drowning babies for fun is immoral, and we can say that is objectively objective, a moral statement that is objectively true. Can we prove it? No, we don't need to prove it. You just check the philosophical consensus on the topic.
You're talking about objective immorality.
Right, so
I'm talking about
immoral.
things that are objectively moral.
Moral is
Point
voluntary
that
assistance
something.
of will, helping an old lady across the street, saving somebody's life, curing them of a disease. It's the exact same thing, whether you want to put it from the perspective of moral or immoral.
Okay, I'm done. That's all. See, I just had one question. I just wanted to ask it. Whoever wants to answer.
Ask you this.
Just it seems really weird to me that like what you espouse is this objective morality that's based on an entirely subjective domain.
No,
The
that's
domain
wrong.
being that which
Next.
It's not wrong.
That's
Or, I'm
wrong.
sorry, it's
It's
wrong.
not based on a subjective domain. Wrong.
I've got a statement to make. So the human experience is subjective at its core, right? We do not and cannot perceive life as a completely unbiased, detached individual. Our experience
Doesn't matter. You're confusing epistemology and ontology. Doesn't matter.
Therefore, morality is always subjective.
No, confusing epistemology and ontology. I already covered that. So let's move off of morality. I've already debunked all that bullshit for way too long.
You haven't though.
Next topic. Next topic.
Okay, next topic. I want to say I think it is impossible to be intelligent without having some form of subjectivity.
Hey,
Computers
can
can
I
be
ask
intelligent
this?
just fine.
Like, me coming into the topic as a new person, is it Eleno who's like leading the topic? May I ask this?
It's an open discussion.
Who's the person who's been like mainly in the topic?
Me.
Me? All right. If I may ask this, what is your beliefs? Like, what is the topic at hand? Like, may I ask this?
Yeah, the topic is right. Well, it was the topic. It was morality.
Morality. Okay.
Trying to come up with a system that.
All right. All right. So you, like the person talking, what is your perceptive of morality?
I think morality needs a source, right? in order for it to be consistent.
What's your question?
I think.
All right. So continue. Like the next person, like hold off on your argument. I'm gonna ask your question next. Like continue. Like what? Like, continue or like your whole morality argument.
I think morality is not objective; it's subjective.
Subjective. Is that your end of the argument?
Yes.
All right. Next person. The person who had the argument to that. Continue.
Next person. There's a rather easy argument against subjectivism.
The person who was interrupting him.
Brenda, I think you're breaking up a little bit. It's hard to hear you.
I know my mic and my internet is fucked up, and I
Not
hate
you.
that. But
You're fine.
Not you. You're fine.
But the next person who was like interrupting him.
Not
what was
helping.
your like?
Not
Brenda.
But like, I'm actually curious. What is your argument?
I think their argument is that
morality is objective. Morality is objective. We can see that there is evidence of morality.
At the same time, like it's objective. But what is your argument? Like, who cares what other people think? What do you think?
Morality is objective.
There's only like there's 30 people. There's 30 people on here.
It's meaningless.
I know that. Like everything like is subjective is objective. Like I understand that, but at the same time, like who gives a shit about that? What do you think? What do you think?
For her own sake, guys, for her own
can I go?
reputation, just kick her out for her own reputation. Don't let her embarrass herself in front of people online.
No.
It's not fair.
Is that a like
Super chat from Jim Bob.
like a-
Gravity equals physics. Morality equals metaphysics. Truth claims are not proven the same way for each. Science and matter cannot prescribe oughts. It can only describe is. I mean, in my morality, morality is and is.
And we just love it when scientists just throw things that they don't understand into the category
But at the same time,
metaphysics just means
I
the fundamental
understand what he
nature
said.
of reality. So metaphysics is the fundamental
I
first
actually
principles.
understood what he said.
Hey, Chills. Do you want to go to a server? Someone just sent me an invite to another server, and they want you to join so that you can talk to them about your schizophrenia. So, do you want to jump over to that server real quick?
Is that a safe place for her to go, Frank?
Is it?
Yeah, you can
That's
join.
my thing.
A
Is
friend
it
of mine has
safe?
schizophrenia, and you can.
Safe. It's safe. There's only one
I won't
person.
ask you anything crazy.
All right, send me actually send me an invite. Like
Okay,
I don't do.
Just be very careful about what they say.
What
Like,
server is this,
is-
Frank?
Just take it with a grain of salt.
I'll send it to you guys. I'm gonna put it in self promotion so you guys can have it, and then we can go from there. Okay.
Yeah, anyone who
Oh
wants
wait,
can join.
is this Frank? Who's actually
it's
like
Frank.
recommending us? Oh, all right.
I'm gonna
I'll
you
take
guys
your
know.
recommendation. Like
I'm gonna see you
Frank-
guys later. I'm gonna go. Have a good day.
See ya.
Thanks for the conversation.
Thanks.
Yep.
All right, you guys have a good night. Like I'm sorry for everything. Like if I caused you guys to have like any second guesses or like.
You'll
Like-
never get me to second guess my position.
I think you're amazing.
Rethinking my life choices.
Like-
Brenda.
No, like most of the time, like I feel like I fuck up the conversation because like I'm gonna tell you this. I haven't met a real person over 2 years.
Well, you're in a room with 25 or 30 of them.
What
No,
you should
I
what you
haven't-
should work on to help not ruin the
Mm.
conversation is to be brief, make like a really specific point, and then don't need really a backstory. Just a really specific point would be great.
I would like to interject and think that you ruined the perfect time to ruin a conversation. I think.
No, I do. No, I do.
And
I do.
Chili's like,
You land it perfectly.
Like I do.
Chili's, like this
I
isn't a
do.
criticism at all, but like I straight up, I hear the ADHD. I hear where a thought will rabbit trail. I have that issue too, and I think you're incredibly brave just to actually just go for it anyway. Because it's hard when a thought is just so tempting and it pulls you into it. And it's wow. You also need self-discipline, which I don't have. So, and you're witness to it right now. I'm literally still talking.
I know. And like even right now, and I'm like learning like the way that people talk and like internet self-discipline. Like I don't know any of that. Like I've lived under a rock for the last like 9 years. Like don't know any of that shit. And I'm not gonna lie, talking to you guys actually helps. And I'm gonna give like props to y'all's server and everything else. Like you guys do good work. Like
Hey, Chills, I sent you an invite to the server, so come join.
I
Really?
I would suggest a Christian stream. There'd be more welcoming.
No, probably not. They would not help at all.
It's my suggestion.
They'd help a lot with mental illness.
Sessions
Is
suck.
sanctified.
Which is the spiral.
They'll just want to cast out demons.
Yeah, they won't actually address the real cause.
I would just like be very wary of whatever anybody says. Like if they try to give you some advice,
Okay, so
Because like the thing that I've been trying to look for within the last few days, and I'm not gonna lie, is people to talk to. Because
Chills, click on the link.
I think I clicked.
on the link.
I think I clicked on it.
Yeah, because right now we're trying to have more of like intellectual kind of conversation and yeah, it's not bad what you
the issue is that the only intellectual is me.
Well, we're
Yeah, that's too much pressure for me.
trying to have.
I'm not convinced this
And right
is
now, what you're going through is more of an emotional thing, so it's kind of a weird place to be talking.
Link didn't work, Frank.
And I'm
Link
sorry.
ignore.
Like,
It's fine. We don't
go ahead
mind.
and kick me. Like, literally, like
No,
kick
we're
me.
not gonna kick you, but
Like,
Hey,
like,
Chills. Hey, Chills. I sent you an invite. Come join my server.
is it the?
I think everybody here
this
has a logical mindset, and we're trying to solve the problem logically. Whereas this isn't a time where we look at logic to solve the problem.
A friend of mine is schizophrenia. She's upstairs right now. She's sleeping, but I'll message her to come on down, and us three can chat.
Yeah,
I don't want to do that.
Son of a bitch.
Like,
That's awesome.
like, I don't want to do that.
Well, just
Like, I
me and
feel
you
like,
then.
like I feel like I'm taking up your time.
No,
Like,
no,
you
no,
don't
I
know
have
me.
nothing to
No,
do.
it's
It's just
fine.
me, you, and a bottle of wine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right
I mean,
now,
Triple Libra has been just talking our ear off all night.
yeah, we're on stream right now. We're live right now. So if there's any time you're taking up, it would be TJump's live stream time. But I don't think he cares too much. I think he does want to talk about specific topics though that are open.
Chills, do you like kids?
He's
Chills is server muted.
Oh, sorry.
Right, not me.
Fine.
That's a weird question to ask.
Like server
Well,
mute.
I have a cute kitty, and he's looking at the microphone right now.
Oh, it's like a kid.
Or not, you can do whatever the hell you want.
So,
He jumps just sitting there awkwardly.
I'm playing a video game.
why do we need objective morals?
Need them? We don't need them.
Because they don't do it.
I just think it better explains a phenomenon that exists. So there's an existing phenomenon. I think it better explains the phenomenon.
What's the phenomenon?
Subjective morality is meaningless.
Subjective does not mean
TJump
meaningless.
that if you, sorry to interrupt, do you believe that if you focus your energy on one subject and you come to a conclusion that is revolutionary, but someone comes along and destroys that, do you become upset?
No.
What is the phenomenon?
The fact that I think it is the pattern in moral intuition and moral progress.
That doesn't sound like a phenomenon.
Well, it's definitely a phenomenon. A phenomenon is just anything that occurs in reality. So there's a pattern. That's a phenomenon.
No, a phenomenon is something that can't be explained.
No.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No. A phenomenon is just anything that occurs. Anything that occurs in reality is a phenomenon. Rocks fall.
No,
that's a
not true. That's not the
phenomenon.
real meaning. Phenomenon is actually something that you can observe to exist, but it's still in question as to how it came about.
It's also a movie with John Travolta.
Yeah, something that exists, it just isn't a phenomenon. It has to be unexplained.
No, it doesn't. It
Yeah,
does
it
not
just
have to
hasn't
be
been like
unexplained.
explained.
It does
It's
not
following
have to be
questions.
unexplained. That's
Okay, well,
wrong.
can you look up the definition? I could
It
Google
is.
it
That's
right
what
now.
it
It
means.
says what I'm saying.
What the
I know.
hell?
I'm telling Trump. I'm telling T-Trump. T-Jump.
Yeah,
Any
that's what it means.
object,
It's something that's in
fact, or
question.
occurrence perceived or observed. Phenomenon in philosophy
No,
is
it is.
any object,
It's
fact,
in
or occurrence perceived or observed.
In philosophy, we're not talking about philosophy. I'm talking about
I'm
science.
looking at the Philosophy of Britannica.
Look at the scientific definition.
Philosophy, phenomenon, Wikipedia. A phenomenon is an observed fact or event, period. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Stanford.
No, it's something that's in question. That's why
No,
we say
you're an
things like,
idiot.
oh,
I've already
that's a
corrected you on
phenomenon.
this. A phenomenon in philosophy just means anything that exists. Any phenomenon, any observed
It
thing.
isn't. It's something that
No, you're an idiot. I've already
verify
corrected your dumbass on this. Stop talking. In philosophy, a phenomenon is any event that is observed. Any fact, observed phenomenon. That's it.
And
I'm
what is
sorry,
the
that's
scientific?
incorrect.
What is the scientific
A
definition
simple
of
Google
phenomenon?
search will tell you otherwise.
Idiot. If you disagree, you're a dumbass. Stop wasting my time. You've been corrected. Move on.
Just Google search it, mate.
I just did. I went to the philosophy, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, you dumbass. I just corrected you. I literally read it from a philosophy source, you fucking dumbass. Phenomenon is any fact or observed phenomenon. Period. Done.
Damn, I thought we were friends, T-Jump. You didn't have to go with insults.
Stop talking. If I correct you and I say you've been corrected and now you're done, now you can move on, or I'm going to call you a dumbass and correct you again.
Hey, T-Jump, you are only referring to like you said, the philosophy definition. The scientific definition is different
Is the
than
same.
what you're
Is the
saying.
exact same.
No,
No,
it's
it's not. Stop wasting my time. You've been
It
corrected.
is the same.
It's the same. You're an idiot.
Okay, I guess I'm done. Okay, I'm done.
That was a phenomenal conversation.
That was a phenomenally stupid conversation. Like, your ignorance of the definition of phenomenon makes absolutely no difference to the argument whatsoever.
It's not ignorance. Like, literally Google it. Trust me.
You're an idiot. If you say it again, you're getting kicked.
I Googled it, and you look at it. I just posted it in there. The scientific term of phenomenon is right there. Argue with that for a while.
Yeah, go argue with a dictionary.
A phenomenon is an extraordinary occurrence or circumstance. That's it.
Well, that's again, that's not, that would not be the philosophical or scientific definition. That's just the dictionary definition.
I'll share it, guys. Hold on.
No, if you bring it up again, you're eating kicks. Last warning. Shut the fuck up. I'm right. You're wrong. You're a fucking dumbass. Phenomenon. I put up a philosophical definition. If you disagree, you're a dumbass. Don't bring it up again. Fucking idiots. Holy shit. A phenomenon is any observed event. An observed event is moral progress. The explanation of moral progress, I think, is objective moral realism. That's the entire point. If you disagree, you're an idiot. Next.
Does T and T-Jump mean Tom?
Yes, it means Tom.
Tom, can I give my take on morality?
No, no more talking about morality. It's too stupid.
Yeah, I
Too
think
much
we're done
stupid
with that.
stuff.
Oh, jeez.
Bring up something like politics or something.
Yeah, actually, let's talk about politics. So,
No
what are you currently studying?
That always goes well.
What's your topic in politics, T-Jump? Like, what are you looking at the moment?
I don't understand the question. Like, I was just looking at a gravity engine and the Chinese politics.
Chinese politics. Okay, yeah. So, like, I think there was an argument, I think, a debate recently around communism versus capitalism. Were you involved in that?
Capitalism is better than communism.
Why is that, though? I don't get it.
Because it's pragmatic. It'll save more lives. Communism doesn't work.
But communism does work because if you think about it, like,
No, you don't need to
Capitalism is
think
where
about
the
it. We can just
star-
look at the reality. Like there are millions of companies, like there are millions of capitalist companies and countries that work and survive and keep people alive. Communism, there aren't any because they fail. It's like if you think about an organism, the organism that survives and takes over is the one that works.
Yep. Okay. But you have to understand that, the past 100 years, 200 years of the American capitalist system.
Makes absolutely no difference. We can look at reality. In reality, there is one thing that works and there's one that doesn't. Doesn't make a difference. So again, which system will keep more people alive for longer? The answer is the one that's doing it, not the one that can hypothetically do it but hasn't succeeded ever.
Okay. Okay, true. Let's just remove the pragmatic. Let's remove the pragmatic.
No, the whole point of politics is pragmatism. Is what works pragmatically.
Okay, but let's just isolate the two concepts, right?
No, we're not going to isolate the two concepts. The whole point in politics is which works pragmatically. That's the only thing that matters. Philosophical differences make no difference.
Okay, let's look at the pragmatic side of things. With capitalism, it works really well at the beginning, right? Because
it's still working very well. It's never stopped working.
Can I finish?
No, because you keep saying things that are completely factually wrong and trying to use that factually wrong things as if it's indicating your conclusion.
Can I just make my argument first? Is that okay?
No, because you have to make an argument that actually has true premises. Like the reason capitalism works is because it keeps people alive, and it's been working.
Okay, that's your argument, but can I give mine?
Yeah, sure.
So capitalism works really well at the start because think of it
like that's wrong. So it works the entire way, beginning and
like a game of Monopoly. Everybody has a fair start, but then as it continues to progress, things start to you see the disparity between the wealthy and then people who are wealthy, and we see that today in
wealth inequality doesn't matter.
The wealth is controlled by some few, and the majority don't have it.
Doesn't matter.
Same in socialism and communism.
It doesn't. Wealth inequality doesn't matter. What quality of life matters. So I don't care about wealth inequality.
With communism, though, it's accountability.
Doesn't make a difference. Again, nothing. Stop talking. I've already addressed your stupid shit. Stop talking. What matters isn't wealth inequality. I don't care how unequal wealth is. What matters is are people surviving? Do they have better food, better quality of life? Whether or not there's inequality makes no difference at all.
Survivability can be achieved by both, right?
No, it can't. When in history has it ever been achieved through socialism? It hasn't. Causes the opposite of that, so it can't be achieved by.
Well, but we're not purely capitalist, though, right?
We're a mixed economy. We're a mixed economy.
So I mean, it's working now.
I'm an example of that, actually. Like
you're not an example of anything. You are a person.
Where we employ socialists.
I want to answer TJump's question.
And it's really worked for me personally as someone who doesn't well.
It doesn't matter if it worked for you personally. That's an anecdotal fallacy. What matters is what works on a societal level.
It's not an anecdotal fallacy. There's
literally what it is.
Hundreds and thousands of testimonies from people that shows that if there's support,
there are not. There are not. There are not. That does not work. If it works, stop talking. Stop talking. If it works, start a company, use it to build up wealth, and then have other people start in your footsteps, follow in your footsteps, and then it can compete with capitalism. And if it works, you'll take it. You'll win. Go for it.
I think the problem with capitalism is freedom. Freedom's the only enemy to capitalism.
Freedom is the only enemy. That doesn't make any sense.
If you give
that doesn't make any sense.
They say the economy. They say the economy will be ruined if I give away free stuff. Like I can't be giving out. Yes.
No.
Yes, dude. That's oh my god. Okay, whatever. I've talked.
You can give up all your stuff if you want. Like, go for it.
If I was a company,
that's actually a really interesting thing. Like, if you ask a communist to give up all their things, they will immediately tell you no, which is really interesting to see. I think there's a famous Twitch communist. I think his name is Hassan or something like that. Like, he's a millionaire, but if you ask him to give half of his wealth, he will say no, which is really interesting to see. They don't really practice what they preach.
Yeah, the problem with communism isn't that if you give your wealth, the economy fails. Like, that's not the problem. The problem is that it doesn't inspire people to actually follow the rules. The point of government, like I gave a whole intro about this, is that most laws and policies don't actually do anything. They can't force you to do anything. So the reason governments succeed isn't because they actually enforce their laws. It's because they inspire people to follow them without having to force them to do it. If you don't inspire people to follow your rules and they don't follow them, your government collapses. And that's the problem with communism, is people aren't inspired to actually listen to them.
I think North Korea might disagree with that.
Well, that's a totalitarian regime, not actually communism.
The U.S. Army has nothing to do with the power that America has. Like
over its people, no. The reason you don't run traffic light is not because of the American military.
The cops are part of that.
Yeah, how many people who run red lights are actually arrested? Like, what % of people who run red lights are actually arrested?
Yeah, the cops don't really care about. They like to
all crimes. What is the % of people who are actually arrested for any given crime?
Depends on the crime.
I don't know.
It's low. It's in the single digits, maybe in the double digits, very low %. The government can't actually enforce the vast majority of crimes. The reason those laws are in place is to deter people so they choose not to do them, because they can't actually enforce the vast majority of the crimes.
I don't get and say that they can't enforce any.
Yeah, they can't enforce any to a high degree. Like, most murders are unsolved. The reason governments work is not because of their actual ability to enforce the laws. It's because they encourage people to actually listen to them without having to enforce them. People choose to obey them.
Give me an example? There's no example in history.
Every single law, most people cannot enforce them. Most murders are not convicted.
I don't think nations were built off of just hugging and talking to people. It was
hugging and talking. It's not hugging and talking. It's convincing people to obey the laws without actually being able to force them to.
Yeah, wars get fought for nations.
That's a totally different point. You're being dumb.
So TJump, how does this factor into like a social contract? I feel like what you're describing is like an incidental, outcome of actual laws that matter.
What? People
in other words, we have a social contract. That's why I don't murder people, right? So it's not because
it has absolutely nothing to do with the social contract. Social contract theory does nothing. Okay. It's about what motivates people to actually act.
Interesting. Do you think people, if they were given the opportunity to succeed, there would be less crime in society?
What? That doesn't make any sense. People do have the opportunity to succeed.
They don't. In a capitalist society, they don't, because they need capital in order to succeed. Okay, I'll shut up. Jesus Christ.
People have more opportunity to succeed in a capitalist society than literally any other society.
As long as you have money.
In any other society. No. There's always a conditional for every society. But guess what? The one that gives the most people the most opportunity to succeed is capitalism. Everything else gives less opportunity to less people.
No, capitalism provides the illusion.
No, people actually succeed in capitalism all the time. It's a real thing.
But isn't that because we define success in relationship to the system itself?
No, it's success based on every single criterion. Capitalism provides better success than every other society in history ever. It is the
How are you defining success?
Any possible metric, any metric, health, wealth, standard of living, happiness, joy, any possible metric, capitalism does better. Every single one of them.
I'd like to see
why is there income inequality? Why is there income inequality?
Because that doesn't, you could define it that way, just be stupid. Then a society where everyone is starving to death is equal. And that would be a better society. So clearly that's a stupid society.
Nothing. You can have nothing. You could be a homeless person and you can turn into a millionaire the next month.
Not unless the government gives you money and then tortures you and kills you and takes your organs.
That's not true at all.
It is exactly true. China is one of the most unfair, evil societies ever.
I live with Chinese people. I know Chinese people.
That's great. I don't care if you actually look at the data. Your anecdote doesn't matter.
The opportunity that they
Where's
get.
No, China does not have more opportunity than America. Not even close.
Unbelievable. It's unfathomable. I was talking
Depends
to
if
one
you're
the other day
a part of
and
the Chinese Republic Party or not.
Well, even if you're a part of the Communist Party, it doesn't mean you don't have much opportunity. You still have almost no opportunity.
Well,
I am actually moving to China next week because
yes.
Opportunity to do what? I mean, like
to make money, to have a better life.
It's defined by a capitalist society.
The lack of stickiness within your class system in capitalist society is actually vastly superior to the rest of them. But that's
gotta
if
be
you tier
joking.
yourself up and down, and that's the whole
Is it that?
situation. Is if you gauge your society on the aspect of being able to rise and fall within the class systems, then yes, the TJump
Can I
is
just add?
absolutely correct.
Let's say you had a video game, right? And
Also,
it
just
was
say, Uncle, thank you for putting that picture up. You know, the lead singer of the Roots just died, and that's a good
R.I.P.
good image.
But let's say you had a game and you had a character in the game, and they had scarce resources to build a successful empire. That's capitalism. Whereas communism is like an open space filled with resources. You go in there and you can do what you want.
Nope.
Capitalism is few people have the
Still
resources,
limited
everybody else goes
resources.
starve.
Both has pros and cons.
Have limited resources no matter what.
And even if there's success in capitalism, the people are tired. They're tired.
No,
They
they're
don't even have
less
the
tired
opportunity
than
to live a
communism.
good life
Communism is the most tired.
because they're always
Communism.
working and working and working. They
No,
have no time
in capitalist
to enjoy
societies, you work less than in communist societies. Communist societies have sweatshops and labor shops, and you have no labor laws and no unions. Communism is worse.
Agree.
Is it really a fair assessment if the examples you're pulling from are just like, you know, I mean, they're locked in time. Like, we're not doing a test now to give them a fair shake. I just don't see how this isn't begging the question.
Well, you can start your own communist country or communist company whenever you want to make it compete. And if it can compete and survive, then go for it. It just doesn't ever.
So how have you ruled out that the current systems in place just are basically too... They wouldn't get along. In other words, it's like trying to have
in a capitalist country, you can start whatever kind of company you want. You can start a communist company and see if it works. Do it.
Just because you can start something doesn't mean it's going to be successful.
But it's
right. That's the point. You can start a crappy system which fails, and then we can test to see if it fails. So yes, you can start a communist system, and it's going to fail because it doesn't work as well as the capitalist systems. They work better.
Is it given a fair shake, though, really? Like, are we being realistic there?
Yes, you can start a company right now, a communist company. I can start a capitalist... Stop. I can start a capitalist country. It's not biased either way. You can just do it. There's no bias here. It's not like the government's going to give me money because mine's capitalist and yours is communist. You can start your own company.
That's not what I mean by bias. I mean like the sensibilities within a given culture, right? Like they're going to reflect what they're familiar with.
Makes zero difference.
Like
it's not like,
we prefer
is that a communist
familiar,
country?
though.
I'm not going to buy lettuce from them because they're communists. Guess what? There are co-ops. There's lots of co-ops that have like communist ideals. They don't check to see your political system before they buy food from you.
But that's like...
in America, there's people
if it works, you can start a company and make money. The society makes no difference here. They're not checking your politics before they buy your product.
They may not be checking your politics, but they are checking your financial history, whether or not you're capable enough to actually
do you check that for Target before you go buy foods?
There's so many different things that go into starting a company. You can't just say go start a company. That's
yes,
ridiculous.
you can. Yes, you can literally say that. If you think you have a system, stop talking, or I'm going to kick you. If you think you have a system that'll work better than the other systems, you can start a company, invest your money in your system, put your money where your mouth is, and make it work. It won't work because it's a shitty system. And if you want a system that actually works, the better way to do that is to start a capitalist government, not a communist one. So if they think communism works, can start a communist country. They can work together with other communists. They can build lots of communist countries, and they've done that. There's the one in Spain that's really big, that's really successful. But they don't work at a equal rate to the capitalist systems. The capitalist countries work significantly better and faster and more successful in pretty much every meaningful way because the system itself works better.
I actually work at a socialist company.
Cool.
Not in the financial sense, but in the way in which we
there are several thousand of them. I know of many different communist countries. Companies.
Please. So I work in a socialist company.
You don't need a preamble. Just ask your questions.
We employ communist principles and practices.
Yes.
Not in the financial sense where everybody gets paid equally. No.
Okay.
We're talking about roles and responsibilities. So if there's a junior company, they're going to have the same role and responsibility as someone who's been there for a long time. Do you understand?
What is your point? Why are you rambling? What is your point?
So well.
It's your right, but you don't have the right to force other people to.
Well, no. So
communists as well.
Even a blind squirrel can find a
is.
nut. Stop, and listen. So yes, there are successful communist countries or companies. I do know this. Does it work at an equal rate to capitalist countries? No. So the fact that you can point out a few successful ones does not mean that it works at the same rate as capitalist companies. So the fact that you have a successful one is not actually good evidence that that system works as a whole.
It does because
it does not, because it fails. If it does, then you can get people to start those companies and they'll work at a higher rate, and they don't. We can prove for a fact that they don't.
Totally agree.
Okay, cool.
Works. You don't have to force people to do it.
Well, we don't force people to do it.
They TJump.
But see, the interesting thing that came out of this is that the junior people, for instance, they were able to quickly advance.
I don't care about the benefits of your
roles and
anecdote. So yes, there are some
Whereas,
successful ones. Doesn't make a difference.
It does, because in a capitalist society, when you have capital.
Oh my God. Again, I've already addressed this stupid point. I've already debunked you on this. I've proved you're wrong. It's very simple. Can some communist companies succeed? Yes. Do they succeed at a higher rate than capitalist ones? No. Can we prove that? Yes. People start them all the time. What is the success rate?
What are your metrics?
The success rate, stop talking. The success rate for capitalist companies is significantly higher because in order to make them succeed, it's significantly easier. You do not need...
Give me your metrics. Show me your research.
Look at them. How many capitalist countries are there? Companies. How many communist companies are there? Reason
America
people
went over there,
it has nothing to do with America. This is worldwide. Worldwide, this is the case. You're an idiot. The fact that worldwide,
everybody wanted to improve communism.
Stop talking, or I'm going to kick you. The fact that people choose to start capitalist companies because it works better, it inspires more people, it has a higher success rate, is why they're so prolific. If communism was better, there would be more of them. There's not more of them because they don't work as well.
No, because America destroyed it.
It has nothing to do with America. You're an idiot. This has nothing to do with America. You're a dumbass. Stop talking. Just mute this kid. Mute this kid now. I'm done with this dumbass. If it was more successful, like the gun is more successful than the spear. If it was actually more successful, it would fucking take over. The fact that it doesn't mean it's shit. You dumbass. Economies are like weapons. If it actually worked, it would take over. Guess what took over? Capitalism.
Yeah, I agree. I think capitalism is good at taking over, for sure.
Yeah, because people choose it because it works.
But that's a good point, though.
It's
not everyone chooses it. It's a dominating force, so you don't have really an example of just purely
yes, I literally do.
Working.
You can start a communist country right now, and no one does it because it's shit.
There's still the oppressive forces.
There's no oppressive force. There's zero oppressive force there. You can start your company.
It is just by virtue of the fact that they don't get along.
Stop talking, you dumbass. Capitalism does not prevent you from starting a communist company. You can do it. And there's no oppressive force. There's nothing holding you back other than it's a shit system. The reason it doesn't work is because it's a shit system. Your system doesn't get any more benefits or demerits as any other company that's started by anybody else just because you label or choose to adopt policies of a communist system. The reason it doesn't work is because it's a shit system. There is nothing holding it back other than its own shit.
Just for clarity, you're laying claim to like oppressive forces being competition. Capitalism promotes competition.
No, that's not what I said. I actually clarified. What I'm saying is it's oppressive just by virtue of being, it's a competing force, basically.
Competition.
Yes, that's the point.
Within the same culture, though, within the same society, I don't know how you can expect it to have a fair shake because you have different sensibilities that gravitate one way or the other by propagandist means.
This is basic evolution biology 101. You have multiple different competing systems. The better one, the greater one survives. Yours dies. So yes, there's a competing one and the better one wins and yours loses because it's not the better one.
Better at doing some things, but if people are still unhappy, like, at what point do we talk about? Like,
such a stupid argument. It doesn't matter if people are happy or not. Nothing is going to make everyone happy. That's not a thing.
No,
what
that's
matters
not the
is
argument.
Stop talking. The fact that one improves quality of life better than another, the fact that one succeeds better than another, produces more wealth and technology better than another, those means it's better. Guess what's better?
So like the opioid crisis, like how do you account for all of these things that like are really fucked up?
Which is still a better
like,
society than under communism where everyone starves. So the fact that
there's
one
never
system,
really been a
stop.
communist society.
So the fact that it's not perfect is irrelevant. It's like saying, oh look, LeBron James missed a shot. He must be shit at basketball. Like no, if he's making, stop fucking talking over me. If LeBron James misses a shot, does that mean he sucks? No, he makes the majority of shots. So capitalism makes the majority of shots. Is it perfect? No, obviously not. And it doesn't need to be. It's still better than your shit system with misses every shot.
I agree.
I think my only argument to that is there's never actually been a fully communist state.
So start your own company and do it. And if it fails,
No,
you
it's
know
not
why.
a company, it's a country.
You don't need a state.
It's
State is irrelevant. It doesn't matter the site. Stop. It doesn't make a difference whether it's a country level or not. It's not going to make any difference. It makes no difference. Stop talking over me or you're getting kicked. Stop talking over me or you're getting kicked. It makes no difference. You can choose to adopt the policies you want and start a company in a capitalist society and run it however you'd like. And if it was more successful, it would take over. Countries make no difference. Stop talking over me or you're getting kicked. Last fucking warning. It doesn't make a difference if it's country level or company level. Either way, it's the exact same policies and you can enact them in the exact same way. You have an income source, you have a set of resources, you have a set of foreign policies. They are the exact same. If it worked at the company level, then it would work at the government level. It doesn't because it's shit. You complaining that you don't get a government is irrelevant. That just shows how weak your system is. Our system can work at every single level just fine. The individual level, the company level, the country level, because it's a good system. Your system is shit, which is why it doesn't work at the company level. It would make no difference if you implemented it on the country level.
But I'm not arguing for or against it, but I'm saying the side of an argumentative side against the capitalist or the communist is there's really has been no communist society.
No, that's not an argument against it. Again, the reason that fails is because you can start a company, implement these policies, and if they are successful, it will grow and encapsulate the country.
But there's never been an
Stop.
market society.
Any person can start a company with these policies and it will grow to take the entire country. It fails because it doesn't work. So the reason there's no implementation
of a communist company.
Oh my God. Stop talking. There's one in Spain that I talked about in several of my, or that I debated with several guys about. There are actually legitimate communist companies. Yes, that is a thing. They don't succeed. They don't grow very well.
What did you say?
Wouldn't anti-monopoly laws prevent a company from taking over an entire country?
No, like if a system is more successful, more people will adopt the system. So there's going to be a whole bunch of them that pop up, not like literally one that conquers the nation. So if the system worked better, more people would adopt the system and more people would vote the system into office. So if communism worked, and one country or one company adopted it and started to make significant profits, or a capitalist one, if it was a better system, other people would like, holy shit, that system is making lots of money, I'm going to adopt that system. Then there'd be lots of different companies that would start off in a communist way, and they would become the standard because it's a better one. It's just basic biology and evolution.
Is that necessarily true?
Yes.
I mean, like,
that's literally biology.
If we had a system where, like, like artificial intelligence, made our roadways and stuff like that and actually did like infrastructure, that would be a better system. But would we ever implement that? Probably not.
Yes, we are implementing that, and we are going to in the future when it's more successful. Yes, that's literally a thing that's happening. Like imagine one society or this has actually happened. In some counties, they have used AIs to develop roadways which have like 30% less accidents, and this is used as a justification to get other states like, oh, they're doing it better, we're going to adopt their policy. This is literally basic. Stop talking. Stop talking. Holy shit, stop interrupting until I finish. So we know for a fact this is a fact of biology. All life does this necessarily. If one works better, it will necessarily be adopted by everybody because it's better. There isn't an option B. It's going to happen. If there is one system that saves lives or is more efficient, it will will be adopted necessarily over time everywhere because that's how evolution works.
But that directly goes against the American policy for the last like 40 years.
No, it doesn't. American policy
Yes,
has
it
been
does. Like
changed.
the war on drugs
Stop interrupting me.
absolutely
Holy shit.
demolishes that
Stop
argument.
talking. So yes, we have implemented this in many cases, such as streets. As I said, war on drugs is completely irrelevant here.
Where?
Lots of, just Google it. Google the fact of like, what's it called? The roundabouts. Roundabouts have had this exact impact, and why they're being installed everywhere is because they have less harm. They're safer. It's the whole point of roundabouts.
But they're not in America.
Yes, they are. They literally
They're not
are
getting implemented.
Yes, they
here.
literally are. You're an idiot. They
Well,
literally
fuck,
are.
they're not, dude. I live in a major metropolitan area that's added 10 of them in the last 3 years.
All right,
Just
well,
Google
I'll
rates.
concede that. If I haven't seen any new ones pop up around me.
Where do you live?
I lived in Orlando, Raleigh, Pennsylvania, Philly, and New York in the past 5 years, and I've never seen a roundabout come about.
Google. Okay, so stop using your anecdotal fallacy as your basis of evidence and actually Google rate of roundabouts over time and look at the actual data where it says yes, they are the predominant thing now.
Yeah, I've seen them pop up in Canada.
Yeah, there's one in San Antonio.
But hella convenient when you're driving a truck, too.
Because you don't have to stop as much.
And you don't have to take such as hard turns as you do going up city streets.
Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, because you're going in a circle.
Yeah, we got a shit radius.
I'm gonna ask my question here. So, TJump, you said that learned from me that you're a supporter of capitalism, and I respect that. I feel like capitalism is a form for like selfish people to be motivated to do things.
Yeah. But that doesn't matter.
And I don't. Well, it does kind of to me because I don't like people being selfish, and I want to live in a world where we all get along.
What matters isn't the motivation or the intention. What matters is the consequence. If we have a policy where everyone's supposed to be selfish, but the selfish policy saves more lives, then it's a better policy. So what matters isn't whether the motivation is moral, but whether the consequences are in political theory. So because politics is selfish, like I use this example in my debate about a casino. Imagine there's every casino is a communist casino where you buy a lottery ticket, or you buy a Mango wants to be unmuted. I said a super chat to be unmuted. So you can, I don't know how long it's been he muted, but
You're
if
really
you have
talking about the motivation to win is what drives people to.
wait. So it's more important than that. So like if we have a capitalist casino that opens up in the middle of a bunch of communist casinos. Communist casinos are ones where you buy a lottery ticket for $1 and you get $1 back. Everybody wins the exact same amount. So there's no actual winner. If you open a casino where somebody wins $1 million and everybody else loses, everybody's going to flood into the capitalist casino because they want the $1 million. Even though the chances are crap, they want the chance to win big. And because they flood into the capitalist casino gets more money. And if they get more money, they can pay their employees more. And then they can pay out the second, third, fourth, fifth place winners more. And so even a minor win at the capitalist casino will then outdo any of the wins at the communist casino. And they will pay their employees more. They'll offer more benefits. They'll have a higher standard of living. They'll offer more entertainment value. The whole society of the capitalist casino will grow and be significantly better than the communist ones. And then the communist ones are going to be like, oh, well, we'll have to adopt this policy because it gets more people involved. And so because of the system drives or is based on selfishness, it drives people there, which gives them more money, which gives them more innovation, gives them higher wages, more payouts to more people. The fact that they are motivated to people, even if it's evil, does better overall than the ones that don't motivate people. The motivation factor is important.
Okay.
I agree.
I'm not anti-capitalism here. And to be fair, I don't believe that any system is the perfect system. Any system that, as you said, works best for this kind of society is probably the ideal thing. But I just don't like the idea that most people are generally selfish, and we need a capitalist system to help run that. That's just, but as you said, it's not going to matter. But
wait, like, so you do realize that most people are selfish. That's a thing.
yes, they are.
And so if you want a system to work, you have to use it to play into human psychology. Like, what are the most successful things in the world right now? Well, money. Money is fake. It just makes people confident because they believe they can change it. Or how about advertising? Advertising, which has absolutely nothing to do with the actual product, makes people likely to buy it because it plays into their emotional biases. Or religion. Religion doesn't give you anything, but it gives people an emotional sense of reliability, so it's extremely successful. So the fact that most people are influenced psychologically by many things, and the most successful companies or economic policies are the ones that play to those emotional biases. And so if you make something that is very easy to get people's attention emotionally, you'll have a significant more success than a company that is moral, that doesn't play to people's emotional biases. That's why you need an economic system that plays to people's emotional biases in order to keep them confidently engaged in the system, rather than just it being morally good.
Wouldn't that be like manipulation in a sense?
Yeah,
you'd be manipulating.
No, because it doesn't matter. Like, what matters here is the outcome. Which system saves more lives? Which system helps people more often? That's what we care about. We don't care about why. So if it produces a better quality of living, it doesn't matter why.
TJump, if I was selling free bread and you were selling bread, they wouldn't come to you in a capitalist society to get bread. They would just come in. You would be out of business because I'm giving away free bread.
No, you would run out of bread, and then I would still have money to buy more bread. So how are you going to get more bread after you give all yours away?
Self-sustainable ecosystem. Having a backyard that
Yeah, how are you going to pay for the water? How are you going to pay for the land? How are you going to do everything? So you need some source of income.
So and this is what the other guy was saying. I thought if we're living in a capitalist society, it's hard to have a communist thing in a capitalist society.
No, this has nothing to do with capitalism. Any system that has free bread, doesn't have an income source, can't generate enough of any resources to replenish its supply, which means it fails. So it's the most successful system. Stop talking. The most successful system is that can generate enough resources to regenerate its supply and provide more. That's why the capitalist one works and the communist one doesn't. It has nothing to do with competition. We can have two different countries. You give out free bread in your country. In my country, I give out paid bread. Your country's going to run out of bread and starve. My country's going to generate more bread.
Not true. I gave an example. I already gave an example of where it would be a self-sustainable ecosystem. And you went to say, well, how are you going to pay for the land? If I have a self-sustainable ecosystem, there's going to be bread.
No. Like, you're not following. You need resources to survive. Air, water, bread, workers, time, whatever, fertilizer. Those aren't free. There is no such thing as a self-sustaining ecosystem. In order to provide more stuff, you need resources which you have to pay for. You have to get them from somebody else.
They have enclosed terrariums.
No, that's the dumbest thing imaginable. So, like, there's this analogy in economics of the pencil. Like, a pencil is made from 20 different countries. The eraser comes from South America. The wood comes from North America. The metal comes from China. The lead comes from Australia. Each part of the pencil comes from a different place. And because the cost of a pencil is like 5 cents, you have some insanely low cost because you get resources from other places all over the world. If you just had to make it in your backyard, it would take hours and significantly amounts of work to actually produce that. So systems that incorporate that outsourcing and paying of material drastically decreases the cost significantly. That's why pencils are so expensive and why you don't have to make them yourself. This system of capitalism, which does this, incorporates this financial system, is significantly better because it allows you to do that. If you were only using your own enclosed ecosystem, you'd never be able to produce 90% of the stuff we have today.
I mean, I would definitely be able to produce the bread. That's all we were talking about. I was saying.
Oh my God, the individual item doesn't make a difference. The thing is, like, all of collective society, cell phones, computers, I didn't ban you, Mango. You're not banned. Did somebody ban Mango? I don't know. But the fact that all of the things in society we have could not be produced under communism in a self-sustained ecosystem. You would need a capitalist economy to incentivize people shipping their crap from one side of the world to the other side of the world. Your system would not be able to produce everything we have in a capitalist economy.
I mean, I definitely think trading would be a factor, but I don't think is trading directly related to communism?
No. The reason
Well,
people
then, I mean,
trade is directly related to capitalism.
I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to trade resources, and it's still.
So would you
follow
trade it for profit?
communism.
For money?
No, it would be a bartering system.
Okay, and so we had those at one time, and then we adopted money, and money took over everywhere in the world for some reason.
Yeah, and then there's a whole bunch of rich people, and now there's a whole bunch of poor people.
Yeah, so there was a system of bartering, and it was shit, and then a better system came along which worked better and inspired people more, which took over everywhere in the world because it was a better system.
Oh, I thought the reason why capitalism took over was because of the guns. They were able to kill people better.
No, it had nothing to do with guns. It was
What the
because
fuck?
of economics. Is somebody snoring? Did Simon fall asleep?
Yeah, it's Scotty somehow.
Hey, Cowboys.
I'm wide awake.
Communism is no markets. It's you know.
Well, it's publicly
it's a
owned
different type of thing.
stuff.
I would like to say there is
I can't ask my
actual no
question in 10
federal
minutes, I'm
data
just gonna
on
overspeak here.
roundabouts.
Hang on. What?
You awake, Scotty?
No, I'm not. Tom, I'm not watching YouTube chat, so Mongo, Bongo, whatever the fuck his name is, if he's still complaining about being banned, I unbanned him.
Okay, yeah, I didn't ban him. I said
I
mute
did.
him. Okay, you banned him. All right.
Yeah.
You've been unbanned,
banned him.
Mango.
Yeah, I banned him because he decided to DM me and be an asshole, so we know how much I enjoy that.
Yeah, I'm still not a fan of that. I think like if people DM you, just mute them. Don't ban them. You don't actually have to listen to them.
It's understandable. So, so TJump, I agree with what you're saying about the capitalism thing, and I can't argue with that kind of thing. I just think it's unfortunate that people are selfish and that they need this money thing to be a motivator for them.
Yes.
And
I agree. But so when we get artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence takes over, then we won't anymore. Like once artificial intelligence takes over, then communism and socialism become viable political models.
You think it's going to head there to artificial intelligence?
Yes. Pretty soon, like in the next 50 years.
I think it's going to be less.
Make it
I'm
more like next
skeptical,
25.
but I'll believe it when I see it. Okay.
I feel like the next 10 years, probably. 15.
I'm not that optimistic because artificial intelligence is
Maybe not
hard.
that
So it's not that easy.
Well, you're talking about a conscience thing, or if it even is a
Well,
conscience.
consciousness doesn't matter here. As long as it's smarter than humans, it doesn't need to be conscious. As long as it can solve
Smarter
problems.
than humans.
Yeah. It's
I mean,
AGI.
That's like a very complicated biology or whatever thing trait to develop. So
No,
I don't think
AGI
we're
is
gonna
AGI is
whatever.
pretty simple and it's coming fast. So artificial general intelligence is computers as smart as people. We're going to get there, and then very shortly after that, we're going to have computers that are smarter than people. We don't need consciousness for that.
Yes, bye.
I always like to think about the merger and the shipbuilder sort of thing. Like if I replace every part of my cell with a silicone version of itself, at what point am I no longer a human and in like a robot at that point?
Theseus' ship.
Yes, that's what I was. The ship.
Before we go on to this philosophical, I just want to end it up by saying that at the end of the day, I don't think capitalism is socialism, even though capitalism probably does work better. I don't think it really matters the system. I think it matters the morality of the people and what drives them, and the religion that determines how well society is or not.
I don't think so. I think that the standard of living matters more than anything else for pragmatic purposes. I think that objective morality matters, but
No, that's what I said.
I mean, I think that when we're discussing like what is the most important thing in a society,
yeah,
I think
morality.
that I don't think it's the morality in this case. I think morality is nice. I think it's important. But I don't think it matters as much as.
Why wouldn't it matter?
I think that
Killing is wrong. Helping the fellow human being out there on the street, you know.
because
It's
morality doesn't
integrity.
mean the best outcome. Things can be immoral and still have better outcomes.
I think it can. Well, what makes you think it doesn't?
Because people who are moral don't always get the best outcome.
Can you give an example for that?
The like people who give up all of their money to charity and then don't like starve to death.
Oh yeah, that's because we live in a capitalist system.
And it wouldn't matter what
For
system
sure.
it doesn't matter what system you live in. This is biology. This is basic fact about biology.
I thought indigenous people had sort of a communist system, right?
No, I don't think so.
Typically, they do. The same thing with kings and serfdoms and stuff like that, where the king can be capitalist, but all his people under him is like a communist system.
I don't think so. I don't think they actually qualified as communism because that would be like include. I need to do a surge. That's not the one I needed.
That's like a variation. I mean, there really hasn't ever been a fully communist country.
They have property ownership. They have different classes of rulership. They have classes of like rich, poor. So they have kind of similar issues that we have in our society. They do have a distribution system for like say food distribution and shit like that. They're a little bit more socialized than say U.S. is in general. But I don't know how I would call it a communist system.
And
I don't know parallels.
The system. I think it generally has to develop over time. It can't just be like this works. Like it has to have a structure that develops.
We've had 200,000 years.
So it's a little complicated to say that it just doesn't work, but
So the Native Americans,
like can you say spears don't work like compared to guns? Guns work better, right?
Well, I think spears are better in the sense that a baby can't kill an adult with a spear. Like
right. So when we're talking about the quality of a weapon, which weapon will take over the world, the gun's gonna work. The spear isn't gonna work. Spear loses.
Yeah, but I think spears are better for.
So we can say technologically, one system is objectively better than another because one is going to give you control of the world and one isn't.
Well, if you mean by killing more people, then yeah. But
yeah, one will keep us alive. One will give us survival. One won't. The one that gives us survival is the better one.
Is a gun less moral than a spear?
It has nothing to do with morality. There's no morality either way.
Well, guns are made to kill. Guns are literally made to kill. You don't cook with guns. You don't,
what spears are for too. Spears are also made to kill.
No, spears is in alignment with nature, though. Like
spears, no, it has nothing to do. No, it has nothing to do with nature.
And
a
in
spear
order
is
for
a
you to
tool.
kill, you need to use
Stop
force.
talking. No, spears and guns are both weapons used to kill. That was their entire purpose from the beginning of time.
But yeah, you do have to agree that a gun is used to literally wipe out things, whereas a spear can just only kill up.
No, spears were also used to wipe things out. That's how many different American Indian native died, was by spears and arrows. Also, spears are used to wipe things out. They're just not as good at it. Ugh, such a stupid argument.
It's hard to talk to.
But you have to
just like step in and just rant and stuff.
You have to agree that capitalism is about the money, right?
Capitalism, it's about, doesn't matter. What matters is,
believe.
It doesn't matter what capitalism is about. What matters is does it produce a better outcome? And the answer is yes. Yes, it does produce a better outcome.
They They want us to believe that in order for us to acquire something, we must do it through a
No, that has
controlled
irrelevant.
monetary
So again,
system.
stop talking about motivations. It doesn't matter what the motivation is or what people want you to believe. Their words and ideas are irrelevant. What matters is the outcome. Which one produces the better standard of living? It's capitalism. The fact that it works just means it works.
It works, but we're slaves though, at the end of the day.
Yes, we are slaves to nature, but it works better than all of the other ones. So we're less slaves now than any other system ever in human history ever.
Why do you think we're slaves under capitalism?
Well, I mean, we are. We have to
Because
work
if you
without our
think about
consent.
it-
So that's technically, we're slaves to nature. So we have to work and devote our lives to doing things we don't want to do in order to survive. So that is an accurate
Not
statement.
necessarily.
So how would we not be a slave to nature then? What is not enslaved to nature?
Not needing
Is living with
food or
nature.
water, not being anything. You can just survive. Like you can just survive on your own. That would be not being a slave to nature. If you don't have to do anything, you don't want to, then you're not a slave anymore. You don't have to
Can
like
I
work
just
for
add
food.
that I actually live in Australia, and I've been amongst the indigenous people of Australia, and the way they live compared to the way we live in a capitalist system is entirely different. These people
Yeah,
aren't
and
slaves to nature. They literally
can't live.
they can do whatever they want, and they get their
No,
food.
they can't. They have to spend most of their
and they
time
can do
hunters and
literally
gathering.
anything they want.
No, they can't.
Humans parasite
Most
with slave.
hunter-gatherer societies have to spend the vast majority of their time finding food, or they starve to death. In capitalist society,
But
you
they
can do
find
whatever you want.
happiness. They find content in doing that. Whereas, well, for
That
us, we
doesn't
have to sit
matter.
in front of a computer
If
8 hours a day.
if you prefer
doing
that, you can
meaningless
go do
tasks.
that in a capitalist society. Go for it.
But we can't do
Capitalism
that because
offers that
otherwise
option.
we don't have that option.
Yes,
If we
you
go
do.
out in nature and
You
live with
can go
nature,
there.
we're going to get told not to do that through
No, you
social
can go there. You
pressure
have this
or-
option. I've already covered this. You can go do that. You can go live in the forest and go live in one with nature, with your group. There's lots of people who do that. It's perfectly fine. Capitalism doesn't stop that. You're just not going to get cell phones ever, or a laptop ever, or a car ever, or any new
That's
technology
amazing,
ever.
though. Like, I'm living.
Yeah, it's
I'm
amazing
in
that
the
you're going to have a
present, I'm
shit
living
life
with
and no laptop.
people.
Good job.
Okay, so speaking
not a
to the
shit life.
consequences, though, TJump, would you say that capitalism has a particularly negative effect on the environment? The reason I ask
Yes.
is because not just for moral reasons, but because of the fact that, like,
Yes.
if we run out of
Yes.
resources, okay,
Yes.
so you do.
Yes.
So what do you think about that? Like, how?
It's also going to fix it too.
How so?
With new technology, like we're working on technology to fix climate change, just like we fixed the ozone. So like there was the ozone deterioration. I forget what it was called, those CFCs or whatever.
CFCs.
Yeah. And that was a big problem. The ozone was deteriorating. And then with capitalism, we like, oh, hey, we can change this out for the MF something or another's. And when we do, then the ozone came back. So it solved the problem.
Yeah, the ozone was
Right.
an easy fix.
Yes.
And
for
The problem
for
with climate change is it's the offset of the energy that we put into the atmosphere offsets the amount that the sun can bank, or the
So
amount that the
we're
earth
working
can
on
bank out
similar
back
solutions.
to shoot out
We're working
into the
on
thing.
similar solutions for climate change in like algae that can absorb carbon dioxide from the air and deposit it into the ocean. Different sources of energy like nuclear energy, fusion energy. We're trying to get towards fusion energy, in which case we'll no longer need most coal and gas because we'll have like pretty much unlimited energy. There's lots of ways that technologically we're moving to try and overcome that. And there has been a significant decrease since we have overcome that. If you check like the projected CO2 levels, if we did literally nothing, and where the CO2 levels are now, we can see there's actually a significant, like a 20% decrease in what the CO2 would have been if we had done nothing. So the capitalistic system is actually working to improve the problem. And as we gain technology, we're going to be able to solve it.
You know, there's
So
a funny little story. I actually did my classes, my Series A classes, with a CEO that had one of those algae. It pulls the carbon out of the air, algae companies, and it shits rocket fuel. So they engineered these algae to suck out carbon and shit out rocket fuel.
Yeah, that's
And
because it binds it to the. It's not literally rocket fuel. It's just one of the components of rocket fuel.
It's like an ethanol type
Yep.
thing that they then further process into.
Yeah, because it's one of the most efficient ways to bind carbon to something that will stay and last until used.
Yes. A funny capital story of that, though. they sold the founders of the company overrode the CEO of the guy that I was taking classes from, and they liquidated the technology of the company off to the oil companies. So they sold the company out to the oil companies. So now the oil companies are sitting on it for they've been sitting on it for, I guess, like 12 or 13 years. But they closed the plants down and stuff like that, and it was all part of like water treatment centers and stuff. Weird,
What a
weird
surprise.
shit.
Well, actually, that's not really a standard case. Like many of them are actually investing and doing work to improve it.
Oh
So,
yeah, and there's I think
my camera dead.
Germany and
My camera
Australia are
dead.
leading the way right now on carbon capture.
Well, yeah, lots of them are. But
Isn't it interesting how these technologically advanced societies, they solve human problems, but then they also create new problems, and then it's just this cycle of create problems, solve them, create problems, solve them, and it's just never
Any
ongoing.
society would do that.
That's how technology
And it just
technically
keeps
works.
on going.
Yeah, it's called technology. So technology does that, but it's moving in one direction. Like we can see the quality
You
of
never
life.
find peace. Like,
No, that's a
we had
stupid
the-
argument. The only way to find peace is to continue until we get to the end of the path. So the way we increase,
If we stop now, we're fucked.
Yeah, that's true.
We got to keep going.
Can I ask him something? Who was talking? Is it Ibor?
That was me.
Yeah. You say that living with nature would be more beneficial, but you
Yeah,
seem
for the
to
human
think that-
experience.
But if we look at animals, they exhaust so much energy just doing what they're doing to survive. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they are
Yeah.
slaves to nature. Now, at any point, any of those systems you've mentioned, a population is going to, a large enough population is negatively going to affect nature, as you say. And then
Okay.
you're saying stuff like, all these things create problems. Now, we see
Right.
problems in all animals, in all species, in all ways of surviving. So
Okay.
why are you accounting that to just capitalism, not just being a creature that lives on this earth through natural means and how we develop?
I want
I'll
to say
explain
something.
why capitalism.
I want to say something.
Wait,
real
that's
quick.
what I'm trying to respond to his question.
Wait, yeah, let him respond. Let him respond.
Like, if you compare capitalism, all right, or whatever, any technologically advanced society with nature, right?
Any system.
There's huge differences between the two. What
Yep.
you're doing every day for 8 hours staring at a screen, you're not getting any sunlight. You're not breathing fresh air. You're literally slaving away for a system that's looking to destroy you. Whereas
Who
there's
says
another
you have
system out
to,
there.
to stare at a screen?
There's
I
another
mean, you
system
could go
out
be a
there.
nature forest reserve guy.
I personally
Even if
work
you're a
outside
nature
all day.
reserved guy, can I just say, even if you're a nature reserve guy, right, you've got all of this stuff on you, right? You're not even like connecting with the sun. You're not connecting with the ground because you've got shoes on. You've got clothes on. You're basically like a supersized doll walking around like an
What if
idiot.
I'm a forest?
Well, I mean,
guy?
if you look at that, then you have to actually look at the lifespan of humans when they actually were like, rummaging the forest and being naked and stuff. I mean, what do you got? You're maxing out at what, like 35?
With dysentery,
Okay,
die of dysentery.
Yeah, most people die from like
let me say this.
their teeth
Maybe
by
in
the
Europe.
time they're like
Pregnancy.
You're
Can
talking
I
about
just
Europe.
say
Back
this,
to
right?
Japanning.
Can I just say this? What you're referring to, right? Would you rather live a life where you feel fulfilled for 35 or live to 70? I mean, people who live between
They
50 and
don't
70
live
can't
more
really
fulfilled
do,
lives. They do
can't
not.
do anything. They're literally just sitting at home watching TV. They're not doing anything. So this
You are a
concept
man that
of,
has
oh,
never
I
been
can
eaten by
live
mosquitoes
forever.
in Alaska.
It's ridiculous.
So people in
I'll
capitalism
take
live
no
more
malaria
fulfilled
and live in
lives.
one
Like,
apartment.
there have been many polls on
You
this.
only
but-
get malaria because
wait.
you got your weak immune system, mate.
So no, it has nothing. It has nothing to do with an immune system. That's literally the dumbest argument I've heard. Everyone in the world
If
can
you
get
live
malaria.
nature,
Humans are
man, you
really
have a
bad with
really
immune
strong,
systems, man.
You have a really strong immune system if you're
No,
in
you don't.
nature.
Humans
There are
suck
people
with
literally.
immune systems.
Trust me,
We are
man, I've lived
terrible.
with
We are a
people.
terrible
There-
species for immune systems.
There are people out there who literally live in nature and they don't get sick whatsoever.
Yes, they do. They
unless
get sick
into
and they
contact
die.
with these bloody societies that we live in.
No,
Did you ever
they
hear
get
about
sick and they
like
die.
or Mexico and smallpox when we came over? I mean, like literally, it's just like
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It's
humans
because of you
suck.
guys.
Humans
Because of you
absolutely
guys,
suck for immune
because-
systems.
Do you think?
Oh my
Wait,
god!
wait, do you
Because of
think
you
that
societal idiots with your diseases, that's what
do
destroyed them.
you
It's
think
not
that
because they were living
diseases
in
came from
nature.
one society? Do you think diseases came from one
Yes,
society? Because you're
yes.
saying
I
that
say,
like the white guy came over to Africa and brought diseases. Do you think there was no
yes, yeah,
diseases in Africa before?
yes. Because they were in alignment with nature, so they would never get sick because they had strong.
Oh my
Their
god,
never
this
got
system was in
is
alignment.
so
You're in the wrong
stupid.
continent, man.
Do we
That's
need
How
to
did the
They live
read?
in
so.
history of
society
medicine? How did the
because they're
history of
surrounded with
medicine
Do we
develop
rubbish.
need to
if no one
research
had
reading
diseases
or
naturally?
something just to control the flow of
You
conversation?
have to understand that people who live in a society, they live with rubbish, right? In your home, there's literally underground, there's
Like
literally
what?
garbage, there's literally
Stop!
poop and
Stop!
shit and
You have to.
everywhere.
You have to
If you look at
understand. Wait!
Europe,
Stop!
if you look at Europe,
Stop! You have to understand. If you look at human history, there's this thing called endogenous retroviruses, where a virus will literally inject its DNA into your skin, or into your DNA. We know there were viruses and sicknesses all throughout human history. We know that most people died in all of those societies you're talking about. Most of them died from disease before America got there. They all had disease. They were all dying. Bacteria was a thing before capitalism was a thing.
Well, native
say
animal
something like,
species that have never been discovered get diseases.
this whole concept of, oh, because we have medicine and we can treat people and brother, we just had someone on the call right now who was talking to you about how depressed they are, how they have all these mental issues. That's literally what's happening in these societies.
Yes, and before they used to die.
I mean,
don't be fooled.
Fucking people who were schizophrenic years ago, like ancient times, they made religions out of those assholes.
And were killed.
It never existed. It never
Yes, it
existed.
did.
It
Yes,
only
it did.
exists in society. Only
No,
exists in society.
it always existed, but most people were killed before they got diagnosed with it, because if you had any
They
weaknesses, you
never
were
had
going
it.
to die.
And if they had it, it's because of those European societies.
No, they already had it. It was an existing
Yes,
disease
it
way
is.
before
Like
any
the
other
diseases.
society.
Just like
I'm not sure genetics proves
literally, Robert Sapolsky does a complete lecture on schizophrenia in early cultures being the origin of religion before any Western society. This was 6,000 plus years ago. Yes, this was a thing way before capitalism.
When you live in nature, can I just say one thing before I finish? When
You
you live
die.
in nature, you have no mental problems. Why? Because you have
So
sun all day,
bullshit.
you're in
What
nature,
the
you're literally connecting. You have no mental problems at all. Zero, zilch.
So
And when you're in a
bullshit.
society,
There's no one there to say that you do have a problem.
So like, if you're right, let's say hypothetically he's right here. So if you're right, I want you to take like 10 people with schizophrenia into the forest and have them live in the way of the forest and see if they get cured. Let's test this. Let's see what happens.
They won't get cured because they're fucked up.
You could get eaten. I mean,
It's like
they're gonna die.
it's like bringing in a European with a disease to Brazil with no disease, and then the Brazilians have disease and trying to say, "Oh, cure them from the disease."
So
You
here's
need a sympathetic
little,
tribe to care
Here's
for
a little
you.
weird
Oh my
trivia
God.
for you guys. Do you know why the Indians from the North America and South America and stuff like that never ran into smallpox or any of those viral diseases before the Europeans came into town?
They were in alignment with nature.
Very like it's if you pay attention in like certain history classes, but it's actually because of the detonation that killed the dinosaurs. Pretty much killed it sterilized the entire region. Like that's how hot that shit got. And then
Cinderella
when
sounds more believable.
what that 1,000-degree nuclear type blast can kill viruses. Yeah, it's pretty believable.
Look, I'll give you guys 1 year. Go out in nature for 1 year. Come back to me how much better your life is. Go do it. Literally, your life will be 10 times better.
Oh well, I walked the Appalachian Trail and I got fucking Lyme's disease. I mean, if that's what you're talking about,
I'll make you a deal.
The reason why you got that
fantastic.
is because
Eyebrow Mango, you go do it
the reason
first.
why you got that, I've done it. The reason why you got that right is because you've been domesticated. You know what I mean? You look strong enough. You're
So
weak.
the reason why I got Lyme's disease is because I've been domesticated. So
You're not
are you
for
saying
now.
like my natural body, if I would have like been a wolf man, that for somehow I would have been able to fight that off? Just like
Yeah, because you have
animals
that
in the
fighting
wild
mentality.
are able to fight off fucking rabies. Listen to yourself.
We
You're
suppose,
fucking Looney Tune.
do we suppose there's no schizophrenic animals?
Why are you on
Oh,
Discord now?
absolutely.
You think there's
If
no
life is
schizophrenic
better
animals?
in nature, why are
In
you
fact, if
using
you look at
this
zoo
technology right now?
animals, there's a research that's been done on zoo animals, and the mental health of zoo animals compared to those who are out there and free is significant. It's unbelievable. There's a significant difference between a zoo animal and animal.
Why are you on Discord now, Ibro Mango, if life is better out in nature?
Hey, Scott, are you there still?
Become domesticated, right? Like if you're domesticated, then you can't run away from your master, right? Otherwise, you'll die.
You can. Why not? Why don't you go out in nature?
It's like taking your dog and telling them to go away. They're going to be like,
there you go.
"How am I going to survive? You've literally fed me this whole time. Like, I'm going to die out
Yeah,
there."
being in nature doesn't mean separating yourself completely from technology. That's kind of ridiculous or kind of dumb to say that.
It is because you don't need technology. Technology is a convenience. It's not an actual requirement.
Well, what I was
You
no,
can make
what
the
I
choice
said
to give
was
up technology.
what I said was you could be in nature and still have technology. It doesn't you don't need to separate the two.
That's not what Ibro Mango is advocating, right? Aren't you saying you're better without the technology?
I think we could use Mango was just saying it's not bad for us to go outside and get more in tune with our environment.
Okay, well, how about this? This is an easy experiment, given that most of you guys are domesticated. Stay indoors for 30 days, don't go outside. Tell me how you feel.
I work outside every single day. So.
I fucking did that last year in the lockdowns. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's been scientifically
And did you see how
proven that
many people suffered through that?
Yeah,
you
it's
have
been
to understand
scientifically
something.
proven.
Yeah, they suffered because
Actually,
they lost their goddamn jobs.
isn't it the other way around? People are actually going out more.
I work outside every day.
No, what I'm trying to say is that people who stay inside all day, they suffer compared to those who are outside.
Never mind the fact that I said that people actually are going outside.
You should undomesticate yourself. If you think that's better for you, undomesticate yourself. Some people do that. Why don't you?
That's literally going to take so long to do. It's like taking a dog and trying to
started. Don't waste
turn
any
it into
time.
a wild dog.
Why waste any time getting started if that's better?
You said you wanted a better life. Well, everyone should have a better life outside. So surely that's what you should be doing. At what point does technology start? At what point do we get to the point where that's too much technology? We should live in line with nature. Kind of fires, tents. Where do we get to the point where we're against nature?
Well, you said it right there.
If you can make a tool out of like your surrounding, then you're still in alignment, right? You're not
Ibro Mango, can I say something too? Ibro?
What's good?
Technology starts becoming a bad thing. Well, you said it when it starts going against nature. Like if it's harming the environment, or
surely a fire is harming the environment.
Not really. No.
Okay.
If you can control it, I don't think so.
Until I can't control it.
Well, if you can't control, but the thing is, like, if you can't control it and it goes out of chaos, like
so then
you're
what are
going to
you
be
asking?
impacted as well. Like your food supply, your everything is going to be impacted because you destroy everything. But the beauty of nature is that everything regrows. So
yeah, are you trying to say fire is technology?
No, it's a natural phenomenon.
Well, I know the other guy. He was saying about technology.
Everything's natural, yeah. Use is natural, right? There's nothing on this planet that we've made that isn't part of nature, that comes from nature, right?
I wouldn't say everything's natural. Cars not natural. Show me in nature where cars naturally reproduce or are naturally created.
We create a car out of natural things.
Yeah, we create cars. They're not natural. That's not the same thing.
Everything that's in a car that is made that's made of a car. It comes from the natural world, right?
I would like to see something that didn't come from nature. That would be amazing.
Exactly. That's my point. Everything's natural.
Irrespective of the parts.
When you get down to
no.
Irrespective of how it was made, like the concept behind a car is what? To get you from A to B quicker, right? That's cheat code.
Yep.
You're not meant to be doing that. You can use a horse maybe for walking,
for
a car is ridiculous, man.
Companies and to provide money for the oils because the
A car
cars
is a cheat
certainly
code.
aren't built to last, aren't they?
That's been open.
Is a skateboard cheat code?
Oh, absolutely. If you can get from A to B quicker than your legs or some other natural phenomena or force, then Yeah,
What
these are
if
all
I'm
cheat codes.
what if I'm riding an animal?
That's not a cheat code because that's part of the game. It's naturally there.
But everything is natural when you get down to it. I am just using nature and the natural things in the natural world to make a car.
Okay, go make it right now using your surroundings. Just your surroundings. Go do it.
It would take some time, but yes, I could do it. That's what we did. We used nature to make cars. That's what human technology did.
So cars equal nature.
Cars are part of cars are made up of bits of nature.
Yeah, I know that. Obviously,
God.
that everything
Okay, go
in
get it.
reality is made up of reality. Of course, that you're saying the obvious. I'm asking, are cars equal to that which is natural? Are cars natural? Are naturally occurring phenomenon in reality?
No.
Ah,
No.
it needs to be manufactured, right? It needs to be manufactured, right?
The fire I make by putting sticks together.
Fires
You do it
exist.
on
got a super chat.
fire.
Thank you, Native Atheist, for the super chat. TJump, the pit bull of debaters. Totally agree.
TJump, you really got to do a stage next time.
What? This is a stage. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean like where limited people talk? Yeah. Those are boring. This is so much better. This is dumpster
You like
fire.
this?
Yes.
You like the dumpster fire? What the fuck?
Yes.
It's hard for me. It's hard for people like me because others want to talk and they can't talk because they get over talked a lot. Whatever.
We're doing good. We got like 90 something viewers.
But if you like it, go for it.
We have like 90 something viewers for like 7 hours. It's phenomenal.
You know what the future's going to look like? More and more mental illnesses, more and more deformed babies, more and more mental illnesses, more and more deformed babies. That's the future. I can guarantee it.
Please, fucking hell. Well, if you like it for that reason, good on you then.
God damn it!
Not mentioned for that win. Yeah.
Well, y'all would prefer one person be up here and y'all just all attack them?
No, I think we should.
Yes, that's what happens to me every time. Why are you complaining?
Yeah, my bad, T-Trump. I have seen that happen today in this conversation.
Looking to domesticated animals.
It provides more.
Undomesticate yourself, Ibro Mango. Undomesticate yourself. You should get off Discord now. Go back to nature. Started.
Okay.
Make your life better.
Mango, just limit the rap, please. Fucking hell.
I don't think half of you know
What's the end goal though? Like, what's the end goal? Like, we all understand.
You say it's better. You're the one telling everyone that it's better. So why don't you? You seem to think the end goal is better.
I'm trying to ask you, what's the end goal of this whole technological movement? What is the end goal? Because we understand that having an end goal is part of our experience.
I think it's happiness. I think it's happiness. I think it helps people achieve happiness in life. Makes life more comfortable, more enjoyable, longer. It's a good thing.
What is it to enjoy after 50? You're literally like immobilized.
I mean, this conversation is an example. We're enjoying this conversation, right? Or at least some of us are. We're getting some kind of entertainment value from it, perhaps. Well, if you're not, you can choose to leave, but it does enable people to.
Yeah, but TJ was there.
Ricky,
Otherwise, I would have left a long time ago.
Oh, T-Jump's here. You got to be here.
Rocky Bixby says, I skipped his super chat. Dinosaurs had cancer. Neanderthals had HIV. Influenza A, hepatitis C. Which white domesticated guy gave it to them? That's a good point, Rocky.
Yeah, it was probably because the samples were infected. That's what happened by their handlers.
Yep, the dinosaur handlers.
The archaeologists.
You study animal behavior, you know animals have these kind of diseases and even mental disorders. It's not something new.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Something new. It's entirely new.
Okay.
What
TJ,
basis do you have for saying that?
Okay, fuckers.
I can link evidence with you if you like. All you need to do is go to a nearby zoo and talk to the zookeepers.
Ibro Mango, can you let somebody else talk? Because people are trying to talk and you are doing a lot.
Yeah, all of the zookeepers admit that there are diseases in animals. Like that's a extremely common thing.
The zookeepers admit that these animals.
Okay, if I get overly
the situation
talked,
that
I'm
they're in.
gonna start muting. Fuck you guys. Seriously, it's fucking annoying. TJump, I wish I could talk a little more about the capitalism thing, but I said through this chat, or what I was trying to say is that it really just deals it's really because people are generally selfish.
Yep.
And maybe this is why capitalism works. But if people weren't selfish, maybe we can have a better structure.
Sure. Like, yeah, once human selfishness and fallacies and biases are cured, then yeah, we will definitely be able to make a much better society. But that's why I said,
It doesn't
like,
matter what. Sorry, it doesn't
that's
matter
all
if
right.
it's capitalism or not.
Yeah, but that's why I said, like, once we get artificial intelligence, then all of those other systems will become viable and it'll figure out which systems are the best. But right now, we have to make a system that incorporates human biases or else it won't work. So we have to have systems that use those human biases in order to motivate people to continue to be a part of society. And if we don't have that, then society will collapse. So we need to accommodate those biases like religion does in order to make a successful economy. And then once like most economic stability is governed by AIs rather than people, then yeah, we'll definitely be able to make better systems, because yeah, it's definitely not a good system.
Okay, we're in agreement there, but you keep throwing AI. Okay, go ahead, Lucas.
I was just going to say, are you promoting TJump? Are you saying basically what you're saying is you have to take the emotion out of it when it comes down to it?
Yeah, more than just the emotion,
the
the biases, the fallacies, the misconceptions, delusions, intuitions, cognitive dissonance, all of the different things in human brains which are garbage.
They all stem from kind of emotional, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like you want to have a future with no independent thinkers.
No, I want to have a future that the economy is run by artificial intelligence and we're all pandas.
Yeah.
Or a future where we're all intelligence and we're all not fucking idiots. We're all pulling each other and we're all helping
If we're all looking to the computer to solve our problems, how the heck is that independent thinking?
Well, the computers are going to be better at it than us, and we're still going to be people.
Okay. All right. I'm done.
There'll still be art. There'll still be art. There'll still be culture. There would just be a system where a government was run by something that was smarter and less biased and less less pointed to fallacies and less how do I say this?
Stupid.
Less fault driven.
Less
stupid. Less stupid than we are. Yeah.
It feels like a lot of people would like that. Like it seems intuitively kind of wrong to go that direction for a lot of people. Like you're kind of losing power to these machines.
Yeah,
and
that's
arguably,
a good
like
thing.
that's what's been happening for the last centuries. So.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah, Ibro Mango. Technology. The point of technology is automation. Automation is the point of technology. Okay.
You got to understand this, right? Like, even if these artificial intelligence agents were to take over and guide us, it's not going to be problems. This is society, right? There's always going to be problems. There's no solution at all. It's just
I have no idea. You're cutting out. I can't.
New problem.
What are you saying? That there'll still be problems? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, there'll still be problems. There will always be, as long as a technological focused society exists, there will always be problems, no matter what artificial intelligence agent you come up with.
No.
Yes.
No. Like once we get artificial intelligence, it'll be able to solve pretty much all human problems. So we will have no more problems that we're aware of. Unless we choose them.
Okay, that's what it's able to do.
Yeah.
But because it's doing that, new problems will come about. New human problems. Like things like purpose, things like, okay, am I just going to be spoon fed for the rest of my life? I want to do other things, or maybe I want to, I want to see how we used to live. Maybe that's a little bit better. People are going to question the reality.
That's not really a problem.
Is there a system without problems? Is there any
system? What I'm trying to say,
even nature.
Yes. Yeah, but the problems in nature, right? Like they're in alignment with your needs and your experience.
Mass extinction of species.
Dysentery.
Where does that happen? Where is that ever happened?
What? Like 99.999% of all species ever. 99.9 all species ever that have ever lived.
Bottleneck.
No, it's not just human intervention at all.
It is human intervention. Let's be honest.
What happened to the T-Rexes?
Yeah,
That's
the
just an
dinosaurs.
imaginary
What's that?
creature. It never existed. It's an imaginary.
Oh God.
It's an
Oh,
imaginary
please no.
being.
Probable.
Who was that guy who said that it was dinosaurs that created this sort of blanket of immunity for the North Americans? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever had in my life.
Why? I didn't think we'd get there.
I don't understand why you think TJump. Why you think it would be better with computers running everything, or artificial intelligence running everything?
Can you name a technology that has not had a betterment impact on society?
Guns.
That made things better. Better food,
Cars.
more safety. Cars made things better.
They didn't
Airplanes.
actually make anything better. What they did is they've sort of like abstracted.
No, they all made things better. They literally made things better.
No, they didn't. They literally abstracted
your crazy,
human
crazy dysentery society where everyone dies at 36 is not better. So technology,
It is better
like
if you live
every
fulfilling life.
every single technology has benefited human lives drastically. It's reasonable to think that pattern is going to continue. So like if you imagine the ability to download information into your brain, that you can solve problems that you could never solve before, that you never had to work, like Star Trek level societies that are run by computers, it will definitely be better.
Okay, then why is it? I work in a white collar job, right? And the people there, I've spoken to them, and I said,
You should go into nature. You need to go live with nature. Stop
can I just
working.
finish?
Stop working your
Can I
white collar
finish?
job. Go into the woods.
Can I finish? I've asked them, what's their motive? Why did they take this career? Why are they doing what they think that they're doing? And they've always said, so that one day I'll be free of this, which is really interesting to observe. Is that people do the things that they do in these societies just to get away from it.
Do they mean
Some
free
people
of
actually
society,
like
or
their
they mean
jobs.
free of that job?
That includes being
No,
in a
not free of that job,
hunter-gatherer
free of
society. The
society,
reason people
free of society of itself.
Well,
And
so
going out maybe getting a farm or
that's
something like that.
an advantage, not a consequence. So in a hunter-gatherer society, you have no hope of ever getting out of it. In a capitalist society, you get to retire. And when you retire, you can just party and go to Florida. So in a capitalist society, you work so that you can
That's not what
stop
they want,
working.
though. You haven't listened to what I said. I said that they want to escape this whole
Yeah.
They don't want to go
I did
party
listen to
with
that. I listened to that very, very intently. So the reason that we want to escape society is because we know if we work enough, we can get to a point where we no longer have to work. In a hunter-gatherer society, that doesn't happen ever. You don't ever escape.
I literally said that the examples that they gave me were like going into a farm. When you have a farm, you're still going to work because they're in alignment with nature and they're getting sun every day and they're becoming active. And they can put their feet on the ground without having to put shoes on or some ridiculous notion like that.
What?
That's the freedom. That's where true freedom lies.
Not put in your shoes. I have no idea what you're even saying. So I think you're just completely delusional about reality.
From a farming family, do you think farmers just live with nature?
No, I said that there's work involved in that.
They normally die off because of their working till they're 70 or 80 and need to constantly work. Like most animals do. They don't just suddenly one day get away from it or get to relax.
Well, that's in
they
a
die
that's
from
in a
exhaustion.
But how
You're
many
talking
people are
about
working
in
on
a
farm, right? That's
capitalist
one
society.
question. But then also, back in the day, people didn't just farm alone. Like today, farmers are just by themselves, or maybe they have a few people within their family. But back then, it was a community of people. So you didn't need to, feel like you were like, oh my God, I've got to work all day now. No, there's a community of people working together in nature, and you live a fulfilling life.
Oh, hey, Snake.
Yeah,
I
they
didn't
didn't
realize
have
you're here.
nursing
Snake was right.
homes.
Snake was right. He's here. How's it going?
They didn't have nursing homes back then, so the people took care of their own families. They didn't have to work their whole lives until they were dead in a hunter-gatherer society.
It's far superior than what we have today. Far, far superior. I mean,
Go join it.
can't
Go
argue.
join it, Eyebrow Mango. Get out of here. It's so far superior. Go there.
How are we supposed to go in nature when literally all the rainforests and everything is getting burnt down and destroyed
I can't
for
even breathe, bro.
for
Like literally, the
communist?
air's so polluted.
Yeah, for communist and capitalist society.
You could get much closer to nature than you are right now. That's for sure. But
How
you're
do you know
choosing
where
not
I'm
to
at?
do
The
it.
air is so polluted. The
I'm
soil is
literally outside right
corrupt.
now. What are you talking
Are
about?
you kidding
Nope.
me?
You're making excuses.
It's not
I'm outside
excuses.
right now.
Reality. Look it up.
Oh, you're
This
on
guy's saying to
Discord. You
go.
don't have to be on Discord.
Oh my
You
god!
should
I
Yeah,
can't. I
abandon all
can't.
this
Discord is
evil
not nature. Why are
technology.
you on Discord? God.
Wait, didn't someone say that this is made up of parts of nature? Whoever said that, I mean,
Oh, but you're not talking about that. You're talking about the people who live savage existence. So whoever said that
look, I'm a
doesn't matter.
domesticated being. I'm a domesticated being who's making
Yeah,
an
but you don't
argument
have to
for
be.
the
You
fact
don't have to
that
be.
this is.
You can
It's like
undomesticate
some.
yourself. It's a choice. It's a choice. You don't have to live like this.
It's like telling your dog, go out there. It's gonna be like,
Oh, it's
where?
not like telling a dog, you have free will. You have a choice. You don't have to do this.
And again,
It
Choosing to
can't.
use Discord.
But
What'd you
all
say
it
about living
knows
like a
is.
savage? Wait, I want to hear it again. Can you repeat the living like a savage thing again? I wanted to
Yeah,
respond to
he's
that.
saying that it's better to live like a savage. So
No,
you
I
so
should do
living
never
that if
said
you
to
living
live
with
believe
like a
it's
nature.
savage. I
better.
never said that. That's literally you guys put
Yeah,
that.
he.
Talking
Yeah,
about
he
said.
does.
you're talking about hunter-gatherer lives. I mean, that's basically
It
what
Savages.
he's
doesn't have to
saying,
be
right?
hunter-gatherer. It could just be a community of
Whatever,
people in
whatever. It
nature.
doesn't involve Discord. It does not
Saying
involve Discord.
savage, that's actually a slur. I don't know if you're aware of that or not.
No, I think maybe that's just being politically correct.
Yeah, no, it's not. To
Hey,
call
Savage,
That doesn't
indigenous,
count
to
as
call,
someone. If someone
indigenous
who lives
people,
like that,
Can I just say,
to
have you ever
call. I
looked
want
at
to
a
say this.
photo?
To call indigenous
Sorry.
people savages, yeah, that is a slur. That's not
Yeah,
so
politically
if
correct.
if
but
that's
if you
not a savage,
has
what is a savage?
anybody actually seen a
Like the
photograph,
definition
right?
of a savage.
Yeah, look up the
Can,
definition.
can I just say something? Has anybody seen a photograph, right, of these tourists with these like African people who are living within like these villages in nature? Do you not see the differences between the two? Like one is so out of it.
Yeah, my question to you is why are
They
you
look
not
so
capable
out
of
of it.
why are
They
you
look
not
so
capable
not
of
in
teaching
place,
yourself? Why are you not capable of going out and teaching yourself to survive in the woods or survive off the land, however you want to describe it? What's stopping you?
Nothing's stopping him. You missed him say he's been doing it. He said it earlier. He's
Not
he's
doing it
lived with
now.
indigenous people. Yeah, it
Not
sounds
doing
like
it
you just want like a echo chamber, right? You just want people to
Yeah, I
understand what
know.
you're saying, and if they're not
I
saying what you're saying, then
recall
get
him.
the hell out
Nobody,
of here, right? That's what
I
it
nobody's
sounds like.
recall
answering
Man.
my
him
question, right?
saying.
If
Nobody's
we're
answering
I
my
not
question
recall
pushing each
him
around the
other back,
saying
photograph.
next week he was moving to China. That's what I recall him saying.
I don't know
See
who
him
said that, but
practice
that's
what he
definitely not
preaches.
me. That's definitely not me. But what I'm trying to say is, why don't you guys answer the question that I had around the photograph of these domesticated people versus the people who live in nature? They look so different. One person looks so out of place. They've got these clothes on, they've got this weird shit on, shoes, what the hell? And then you have these normal looking people. I mean, it's unbelievable the difference.
What does that show? I don't get it. People who have no clothes look different than people with clothes.
So you have this photograph
Okay.
of these tourists in this village, in whatever Africa, whatever natural place that they're in, and you can tell the difference. You can tell one is really hurting, and one is living in alignment.
yeah, I was
Making
gonna say that.
inferences based on a photograph about what
No,
their
I'm
state
just
of
trying to
mind.
like explain. Yeah, I'm just trying to explain like the way in which the two groups go about living their life. One person, you can tell that they're hurting because they've got these. I mean, like, it's
Who is
so out of
hurting?
place.
Tell who is hurting.
The person with
Oh,
the person who's become domesticated, right? Like
How do you know they're
the person
hurting?
with the clothes on.
Why do you think they're hurting?
didn't you say it yourself when you go out on a walk, you're gonna get Lyme disease, and every time you go outside, something bad happens to you because you're being affected by the outside forces. Who was saying that? Four different people were talking about how bad nature is, and when they go outside, they get sick. Who was saying that earlier? Y'all were literally saying that, and now when he's talking about people
It's
getting sick,
hilarious.
you're over
Who
here
said
acting like
that?
y'all don't know what he's talking about.
I know.
Who said that nature
You
gets
look
sick? And
when you see someone, right?
the idea that you keep on bringing up these anecdotal things where I saw in a zoo, or if you look at these pictures,
Yeah,
there is
it's
hunter-gatherer
important.
tribes that kill each other and have done for generations. Now, I'm sure the lives of a few of them will be better than our lives, and
Can I just
I'm
can I just say something, right? When you compare someone who's domesticated and one who isn't, who's wild, The one who's wild has far greater logic, understanding than the one who's domesticated. And I'll explain why. Because the one that's domesticated, they haven't really experienced anything. They're just living in their minds. They're living in their heads. Whereas the other
Trump,
one,
I want to hear what T Trump has to say. He's over here making these painful noises. What do you have to say?
What he's saying is just so stupid. Like, we know that there are people who were raised in the wild, like kids who just like ran away from their home, or they were left in the forest and they grew up in the wild. They're not more logical. They can't even speak. They can't do language or basic processing or any of the basic logic skills that most humans have. They are significantly incapacitated intellectually compared to people who are educated. Like, no, what he's saying is literally factually wrong. Just like saying that there aren't diseases in animals.
The logic that you're referring to is the one that's based on, the society.
Reality. It's the one based on reality.
No, it isn't. It's based on the society.
No, it has nothing to do with society. It's literally being able to process basic relations to things in reality.
The example that you gave, you took domesticated people and then you put them in nature. Like, come on, that's not a real.
No. I mean, like babies who were left in the forest and grew up, like little kids.
They need guidance for the babies.
Mango, you said
nope.
It's like putting a puppy in the forest.
Mango,
what are you going to expect?
You said that they're more logical, yeah. You said they're more logical. What are you basing it on?
Making sure.
I'm basing it on reality, because if people live in reality, if people live in nature, they're living in reality. So their worldview is far greater than yours. Your worldview is based on what you've been taught at school and what you should be thinking, what you shouldn't be thinking. Whereas them, it's real, it's real, it's raw.
About the stuff I was taught at school about nature.
You know what? I Mango.
It's domesticated bullshit, bro.
Bro, Mango. You know what? You're not appealing to authority, so you're wrong. Bro.
Oh yeah, true. Okay.
No one said that. I'm just saying what is bullshit based on what? You're saying what I was taught about nature in school is bullshit based on what?
Because you have no discernment between what is right and what is wrong. You literally you're taught what is right and wrong. You know what I mean? Like the people at nature, they see, they experience. Okay,
so what are you trying to say? Tribal chief? Are their tribal chiefs infallible?
It's not about tribal chiefs. It's not about politics.
It's about all their religious beliefs and spirits in the forest and so forth. Is that all?
Forget about these cultural things. Those are just cultural things. Bro. Culture evolves.
Those are beliefs. Those are beliefs that they hold. Are they correct? Are they logical?
That's just one group of people. That's just a cultural thing.
Sure.
You have to understand. Everybody has a cultural thing.
Are you saying their beliefs are superior? Their logical reasoning.
I want to say something.
He's opening a door. He's opening a door.
Mango, let me respond
to that. That's a cultural thing, right? Is that a right thing? Is that logical? No, it's just
Mango,
a cultural thing.
Bro, Mango, I want to say something to that. I mean, if you're referring to their understanding of the plant medicines and like the healing properties that they have, then yeah, their understanding and beliefs in the plant medicines, they are correct. Like the whole
no, we're not.
Yeah, they'll have, look it up. They'll have
so it's superior to Western science.
Yeah, it's significantly worse.
Western science is built on bullshit.
Exactly.
And I'll tell you why.
Science.
Listen. Just
let him tell us why.
Listen. Can I explain? It's built on bullshit because you know why? It's so out of alignment. It's literally, you have to be sick in order for the Western medicine to work. You have to be so fucked up.
Yeah,
you have to be so
you can't treat someone without a disease.
If they're not sick, the medicine doesn't work. Oh my God, no.
So what I'm trying to say is, because you guys are not in alignment with nature, so you don't understand what I'm trying to say.
You're not in alignment with nature.
You
need to get off Discord and go align yourself.
But you're a white collar worker on Discord. How are you aligned with nature?
Because I have the opportunity to be able to go out there.
How did you do that?
Around myself. Yes.
Why aren't you doing it? If it's the better choice, why aren't you out there doing it now?
No,
because I see people in the world who are literally being the world is being brought together to destroy themselves. Literally, like this agent called America, literally go all around the world and literally destroying the humanity, the earth, everything.
Yeah, but you're why don't you do what's best for yourself and not worry about what other people are doing? If you think it's best for yourself to be with nature,
hey guys, come on! He's gonna go to Discord servers and he's gonna change the world. That's what's gonna happen.
The air is polluted. The soil is corrupted. The animals are scared of us. Literally, we need animals so that the ground and the soil become cultivated, but they run away from us. It's ridiculous.
I work on I live on a farm. I'm a white collar worker.
With domesticated
like you,
animals, am I right? With domesticated animals?
No domesticated animals at all on my farm. No domesticated animal at all. We're not that kind of farm. So how do I become in tune with nature? How would I do it? Like you are.
Why? It's like asking a domesticated dog, how do you become wild?
No,
bro, that's a silly question.
Tell me how you did it.
How I did what?
Come in tune with
I literally
nature.
just
You
said-
said we're not.
Shit, you're preaching.
Dude, if you're a domesticated dog, it's like
But
telling a domesticated
nature,
dog,
bro.
go and be wild.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I'm doing the same as you. I'm a white collar worker, but I live on a farm. So how do I do it? Are you not like me? How are you?
Fair enough.
in
Farm
tune with
doesn't have
nature?
domesticated animals on it. What are you raising, bears?
If I'm a domesticated human, how am I supposed to tell you how to live in alignment with nature?
Well, you've
I
done
can
it
tell you
yourself.
how. I could tell you how to get closer to nature. Go hug a tree. That's your first. That's the first step.
A non-domesticated tree.
Non-domesticated tree.
Yeah, sorry, they're on my farm, so they're all domesticated.
So you've got to build a rocket and go to the moon, touch it really quick. And then come back
Oh
on
my
Earth, and you shall
That was
find
a
it.
serious question. What animals are on your farm that are not domesticated?
Mice?
None.
I don't
You
think he
guys
has
have
an
to be
animal
honest,
farm.
like,
He
I mean,
has some kind of plant farm.
Well, yeah, I'm curious. Like, which plants are
Yeah, it's arable
domesticated
farm.
plants versus non-domesticated plants? Is corn a domesticated plant? Or
Well,
bananas?
like bananas and
corn
stuff
is.
like thousands of years ago were very different and things
So,
like that.
so the American Indians, when they cultivated corn, they were like domesticating corn and moving away from nature.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, they weren't moving away.
No, it
They
I
actually,
mean,
were
it
thousands of
working
years
with
ago,
actually
corn
came
looked very, very different than it does
no,
nowadays.
it actually
Yes.
came from civilized societies. They created it, and then
Like-
the Americans just took it on themselves.
Using natural
Modern
selection.
corn.
Using natural selection isn't moving away from nature.
Yeah, it is.
TJump.
So pretty much
that's
every
evolution. What are you talking about?
dog, like a Chihuahua isn't moving away from nature. Domesticated
No, it's
dogs.
It's not. It's domesticated. That's the difference.
It's domesticated.
Look, there's natural phenomena that can become domesticated, but then they're out of alignment. You know what I mean?
You're
love
breaking
how
up again.
stupid this is.
Bro Mango, your mic is doing the cutting in and cutting out thing again. It would do a while ago.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes, but you just saying that usually doesn't fix
Cool.
it.
So what I'm trying to say is, that natural phenomena can become domesticated, and because they're domesticated, you shouldn't be relying on them.
Yeah, you're doing it
You're
again.
cutting in and out again. Like, it's not going to fix it just because you say so. Like, it's a consistent problem.
If I make a fire, am I domesticating the fire?
No.
Yes.
No, because
So,
you're
like,
using
it's a consistent problem.
right around you in your
If I make a
surroundings.
fire, am I... Yeah,
I
but
can
I'm
pick up
using
a
my
few sticks
surroundings
around
when I
me
don't get...
and literally create fire. And fire is not like something we created; it's natural phenomenon. All you need to do is look at lightning when it hits a tree, and fire comes.
Oh,
Yeah,
did Thomas
taking
Edison domesticate lightning?
No, I think he's just a village idiot that just stumbled across something.
Yeah, I think you're forgetting domestication has to do with animal. That has nothing to do with these elements and energy that you're talking about.
If you're trying to domesticate elements, it's known as manufacturing. Okay, that's what it is. That's the
Right.
difference between.
Domestication is a sustained multi-generational relationship in which one group of organisms assumes a significant degree of influence over the reproduction and care of another group to secure a more predictable supply of resources from that second group. So no, you cannot domesticate lightning.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, animals. It has
You
to do with
can
animals.
manufacture it. That's the difference.
Long
So
story
can-
short,
if you're looking
animals.
I mean,
if you're looking to create,
none of
you're
that
looking to
definition had
create
anything to
something.
do with manufacturing lightning.
You can manufacture lightning in today's
I'm sure you
technological.
can, but that's nothing to do with the definition I just gave.
Oh, okay, cool. No, I think someone's trying to say something around like, "Oh, I thought trade fire, so I domesticated fire." No, you have.
Oh, do we have domesticated
Yeah,
flies?
you can't
Can we
domesticate
like?
something that's not alive.
But I mean, you guys are living in like you guys have admitted this. You have to be honest, and you have to look and observe.
You gotta
the
fix your
society
mic,
that we live
man. No one can hear you.
Yeah, like unplug, leave, and rejoin again.
No, buy a new mic and then come back because it's just the same nonsense
Well,
again and again.
it's like 1 a.m. How is he going to pull that off?
But I'm trying to say that
How's he can
I do agree
domesticate a mite?
That's in the woods, man. He can't go to Walmart.
He's got to domesticate the trees
Dude,
and get the trees to give him a new one.
It's like the guy who said, "Go to China because you're communist," bro.
Good idea.
That's a ridiculous answer to make, man.
Does 7-Eleven sell
It's not a
microphones? They're
ridiculous
open
answer.
24 hours.
It's not a ridiculous answer because
It's a-
it's better to live with nature. So surely you should be doing that. It's not like the guy who says go to China because you're communist. You are literally saying I would live a better life in nature, yet you're not.
Yeah, but he's not.
Because
He's not saying.
first of all,
bro.
Yeah.
He's not saying. I think we should destroy all technology and have nothing to do with it. Like you're over here making it seem like he's saying something along those lines, and he's not.
He's saying it's
I think
better
it's
to
fucking
live
hilarious.
as the
I've lived
savages
in
did, and
Vietnam
they
for the.
didn't have all this.
I've lived in Vietnam for the last 6 years, and I'm like going crazy trying to get back home. I don't really see the appeal here. Obviously, it's not your identical example of China. Vietnam would just be like one country down, same government style, similar societies. What's the appeal again? What am I missing here?
Wait.
You're claiming is so appealing.
Are we debating communism now?
Whatever this return to nature concept or return to
So why did you bring
society,
up Vietnam?
like
What the hell?
working
What's that got to
together,
do with
because you brought up China.
Okay, that was based off of a different debate. Like that was communism versus capitalism.
And somebody just mentioned China again because you mentioned it, like you were coming to China next
Yes,
week.
yes, Randolph. That is the superior banana.
That's ridiculous. What I'm trying to say
Guys
is
mentioned
this.
appeal.
You can't take a domesticated dog and tell it to go and become a wild dog. It's impossible.
Yeah, but
tell
you have
it,
a choice.
like,
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
You have a choice.
Look at that banana.
like
I'll
you
literally
can
die.
literally.
But you're also
Wait.
one with nature.
So
I
we
think
know.
evolution's been disproven.
Wait. Hold up. What he just said was just insanely stupid. Like most of the things he just said. Like there's this thing called wild dogs. Wild dogs were dogs that were domesticated, and then they were released into the wild and became undomesticated, and they're a big plague in Africa, and they kill lots of stuff, kind of like hyenas. So yes,
Agreed.
So what happens?
you
That's
can.
what happens when you domesticate something. Can I just say something? When you
No.
domesticate something,
Hi, bro.
you
Jesus,
link-
dude.
I was gonna say, yeah, there's some
Can I just
things
say-
that can be.
Can I just
There's
say
something.
that when you domesticate something, right, and you take it and you go out into the wild, it literally becomes a havoc and a pain to the rest of the ecosystem. Examples is goldfish. If you take goldfish and you throw it into the water, into the ocean, it causes, or in a lake, it causes absolute chaos. Because that's what happens when you domesticate things.
Say we
When you
release
domesticate
eyebrow
it,
mango
they
into the
destroy
wild. Can we do
everything.
that, please?
No, we must keep the views. Keep the dumpster fire going. The dumpster fire keeps us.
they
Keeps
weren't-
our
I
hands
don't know
on.
how you
Before they
deal
got
with this. Like, this is so stupid.
It's the
One
truth,
second,
though.
they
Like,
weren't-
Why?
look at
Like,
every single thing we've
this is
ever
just
domesticated.
dumb people arguing.
Hey, man! Don't judge on my kink.
Dude, can I finish?
I
When
can't
you
believe you're still
domesticate-
here.
No. You're finished, dude.
You
When you
saying that the
domesticate
domesticated
something-
dogs? Yeah, but you're saying the domesticated dogs are a problem afterwards because they've been domesticated and they've gone wild.
Yes,
They're a
yes.
problem.
Camels are
Yeah,
the same.
but
Goldfish is the same.
So wild dogs before weren't a problem, like hyenas.
No, because they
and
were
that aren't a
wolves.
problem.
Yeah, because we
wolves have
domesticated
never
them.
been a problem.
There is no
Because they,
I'm
because they don't
There's not
understand.
native species that are
Listen,
problems.
can I just finish? They don't understand the laws of nature, right? They don't understand the
Apparently
hierarchy.
you can't.
So because of that, they just go out there and they destroy and they do whatever they want because they don't in alignment. They don't understand the laws of nature. They don't understand the hierarchy of nature. And so when you take a domesticated thing and you go out and you tell it to go out into the wild, it's going to go destroy.
How do we align ourselves
Whatever
with
is
nature?
best.
Yet again, how do we align ourselves with nature?
What was
You've
that?
done it.
So
How do we align
what about
ourselves with nature?
natural frogs? Like there's a natural bull toad that was not domesticated and it was brought to Australia and it caused havoc and destroyed everything. Do you think it has nothing to do with the domestication and more to do with the ecosystem?
Yes, because if you take something out of its norm, out of its ecosystem, out of its natural habitat, what are you going to expect, bro?
Oh, so you mean like in biology when
Question
animals
that.
travel?
Sorry, that's really stupid. That's really dumb.
So animals
taking a
do
Chinese
this
person-
thing.
It's like
Animals
taking a Chinese person and then taking them to America. What do you expect? They're gonna, like, come on, man. Like,
They're gonna
Dude, come
probably
on.
gonna
That's
get a
not a real
job.
question.
Probably gonna get a job, get a
That's not a
family.
real question. That's not a real question.
But so animals do this thing where they travel from location A to location B, and then they're called an invasive species, and this
Yeah,
has
but they
nothing
don't
to do with
travel
humans.
they don't travel from Europe all the way to Australia, bro. Like, come on.
Yes,
You
they
have to
do.
log-
It's called
You said you have to be
migration.
logical.
Birds do
You're
this
not.
all the time, and there is this thing where there's this big ice shelf that
Dude, you're literally
connected.
you're talking about a frog here. We're not talking about birds.
Wait,
You're not logical.
He's talking exception to the rule. That's what TJump is talking about.
This applies to lots of animals. So lots of animals go over the ice shelves across continents, and that's how they move from one location to another. That's how kangaroos got to Australia in the first place, and koalas and pandas. Like, they didn't start there. They moved across continents, called this Pangea
They're not
thingy.
moving still. Only birds do that.
Well, no, other animals move too. Like there is migration. Like bees are migrating all the time. Spiders are migrating. Marmots are migrating. Lots of animals migrate. This is a very common thing. Not just birds.
To different. I mean, butterflies. Yeah, monarch butterflies travel like the whole
Elk,
America.
buffalo, polar bears, cougars.
The point is that that is their route. They have a certain route. That's their natural route they go on. Yeah, their migration route. You just said it. Things migrate.
Migration
That's a natural thing that
changes.
happens. He's not talking about things that migrate. He's talking about things that have a certain environment, and you put them in a
Right. And I'm saying those things that have that certain environment, they move and spread and have throughout time. They don't just stay in the same location perpetually. They continue to move and evolve and grow and change. That's why there is a saber-toothed tiger that used to roam North America, and it doesn't anymore. And bears used to be there, and then they moved up as they got warmer fur.
Like other species on the Galapagos Islands, right? They all moved to.
Yes, they all moved to there and evolved.
No, they didn't.
Yes.
They haven't moved from there. They're still all the animals in the Galapagos.
You mean in the
Islands,
past brief period of time that isn't 50 million years when animals were moving all over the planet? Because they move all over the place. It just takes a lot of time because evolution is pretty slow. Thus, they move.
Yeah, but he wasn't talking about animals moving a million years at a time. He's talking about when people get things and take nature out of its natural alignment and disrupt things.
So like woolly mammoths when they cross the gigantic ice strait from Europe to North America in Pangea, like that kind of a thing, which happens all the time in nature. Like, yes, this is has nothing to do with humans. This is just a basic fact of nature.
What's natural alignment mean anyway, when it comes down to it?
I think he means the way things are now, and that's kind of what he means by natural alignment. If it's the way things are now naturally, then it's natural alignment, even though it's completely not.
Yeah, even though that's a moving bar and changing constantly.
Yep.
Natural alignment is the naturally occurring things in nature, this regardless
Which
of
change
us.
constantly.
At what point of time? Which time period was it naturally occurring?
I mean, what do you mean? What are you talking about? It's
All things that are naturally occurring right now were not naturally occurring 500,000 years ago. And 500,000 years before that, all of the things that are naturally occurring then weren't there. So all of the things that are naturally occurring completely change.
5,000 years ago, the dodos roamed the earth.
And the Tasmanian tiger. Rocky Bixby. Rocky Bixby.
TJump,
Super
how do you
chat.
do this?
I get paid money. I get money is how I do this. Roxy Bixby, thank you for the super chat. Frogs can get swept up in storms and deposited by rained on where they don't belong. Thank you. That is correct.
true, and that is.
I think TJump's a masochist.
I like money, so I like money, and to get money, I must endure the conversation pain.
Yeah.
Are you naturally in line with money?
I don't blame you. I just can't believe you survive.
This is my job, along with poop and plasma donation.
So you're getting money for all kinds of shit.
Yes, literally. Nice.
Yeah, I'll be here all week, guys.
You mean till tomorrow?
I can't believe I'm still here. I can't believe I came back.
Can you make your voice any more deeper? I would like to hear that.
Sing us some baritone. Did you learn that song that Pine Creek told you to learn?
No, I looked it up though. I didn't actually listen to it though. But yeah, it is kind of crazy. It's been like that since I was 17. I'm glad that you actually believe me. No one else ever does online.
Yeah, I'm a skeptic. I'm a skeptic, but I am easily believe. I do believe things easily at the same time. It sounds like a contradiction, but it's not.
I'm not sure how I would convince people because like what could you possibly do?
I don't know. I don't know. You can't really make anybody believe anything, really.
Yeah.
I think cults would disagree, but yeah.
Oh, so I talked to that girl. Yeah, she was like suicidal, but she's needs some goals and stuff, and she'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't know where to go from here. Yeah, I want to start talking about. Yeah, I don't know what natural.
I think we all need to get. I think we all need to get naturally aligned and go outside, guys.
Holy
Yeah,
shit! I won
naturally
the
aligned means go to bed.
I don't think. Is there a difference between normal and natural? If you are trying to say like natural.
Yeah,
is
but
just
normal
everything.
for what period?
Yeah.
Has anybody actually looked up at? Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, my
But has
food's
anybody actually looked up at the sky recently?
Yeah, right now. What do you want?
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
How many stars do you guys see at the moment?
Alright, hold on. I'll tell you.
Well, don't count them all, but like
3, 4.
relative.
Hang on, I lost count.
Just relatively, like
just
is
looking
there,
out.
is there
Zero.
a great amount of spacing between
None.
each star?
None. I see 0 stars.
Okay, for those of you with the clear sky, do you guys see like a bit of a space between each of those dots in the sky?
Are you going to get to light pollution? Is this where we're going?
No, I'm just trying to like observe.
He's saying that the universe is not infinite.
What I'm trying to say is, if you all of these ridiculousness that we are currently having to live with, you would be able to see the sky entirely covered with just stars. Entirely.
Why?
I've been to Africa. I've been to the outback. I know. So
isn't that amazing?
Yes. So
just that example shows us that we are literally depriving ourselves of.
Oh my god,
dude! Of
TJump,
reality.
can I ask you a question?
I'm not.
Please change the subject.
TJump, do you think there's a special place in hell for bloviating idiots?
TJump's got his own place there.
No, he doesn't.
I'm joking.
He never bloviates. That's one of the reasons why I like him. He's one of the few philosophers that doesn't just talk shit all the time.
I think everyone bloviates to a degree.
I mean, you guys are the same people that believe in capitalism. I'm not sure.
But I thought TJump was a politician, not a philosopher. Hello.
I'm actually domesticated.
I think TJump's not there.
Yeah, he's gone. I thought he was like a politician, personally. Isn't he running?
Not that I know of.
I think he's like a debater.
He's not actively running for any office right now.
I think he's like an author or something.
I think I saw somewhere that he wanted to be president of the United States. I don't know if it was real though.
That's on one of his bios.
I think he could do it if he makes that church. There's a cryptocurrency like church where there's a atheism thing. I'm pretty sure he can influence enough people to follow him.
You know the interesting thing about what you just said there He said that he could run for president for the United States, but none of those things actually exist. Like, what is a United States?
Dude.
It's all in our head. You have to realize. You have to come to that realization.
Shut up. Shut
Okay,
up.
we're getting into social constructs now. Jesus.
You have to come to that realization. We live literally in an imagination. That's what we
No,
live in.
Go and tell your
you live in
boss
an
that you're
imagination.
Where
Go
you
and
know
tell your
we're
boss.
not really.
Go tell your boss next time he tells you to do something that technically this all doesn't exist and the company doesn't exist.
But it actually exists because I'm actually working with actual things. So I'm not sure what you mean by that, but like
Okay,
things like
well,
running for a
Go
so-called country.
above the
Where is
speed
that?
limit, go fly down the road at 100 miles an hour, and then tell the cop that the United States doesn't exist. And you'll end up in an imaginary jail cell.
That is
But you
also
work.
like bullshit because that's not what I'm referring. What I'm talking about.
What do you
That's
work
what
for?
everyone else refers to when they talk about the United States.
Those things you work with, yeah. Those things
No,
you work with.
what
Go and
happened?
walk out this. Go and walk out the shop with one of them, yeah. And when they say they're owned by the company, you go, well, the company technically doesn't exist, so
It doesn't. What it is, it's actually just an organized group of people that think it exists, but it really doesn't. They imagine it to exist, but it
Don't
really
take
doesn't.
anything then.
That's
Does eyebrow
how society
mango
has to
really
function.
exist?
What I'm trying to say is that the basis, the foundation of society is to literally make people believe in things that don't exist in order for it to function. Without conceptual things, everything will fall.
Yeah,
So
I agree to
like
that.
you literally like live in an imagination in order for you to do whatever the hell you need to do.
I
Oh,
believe
God.
things exist. That I create social constructs, so I limit imagination. Is that the line you're going?
No, what I'm
I
trying to say
think
is that social constructs are exactly that. Just constructs. They're not tangible. They're not real. You know, we live in reality. We should be in alignment with reality, not in alignment with.
And neither is money
what's
or
the limit
religion,
on-
but it has more impact on the world than anything else.
Yeah, because religion is actually, interestingly enough, if you look at history, historically, religion is used as a means to create a civilization because it makes people think more and it makes people conceptualize the world more rather than live it practically.
They don't exist. They're constructs.
Don't forget about
They are
drugs. Those
constructs.
help
Religion is a
too.
construct, but the purpose of religion
You know what
isn't
else does that?
They stop
worship.
thinking.
Well, what he said was that religion builds societies because it helps people to think more and gives people like more social stuff. You know what else does that? Social contracts.
Yeah, because where do you think social contracts came from? They came from religion. They came from the exercise of concepts. They came from the exercise of conceptualizing the world.
You got it backwards.
Where social contracts come in. Also, social
contracts came first.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
How so, TJump?
If you
Why do you say that?
Because religions weren't invented until like a certain number of, like humans came about 200,000 years ago. And during that time period, that's when you started to have social contracts. Religion didn't come about till
never
like
existed. What existed is social understanding, social cohesion,
the same thing.
based on actual experience. So, for instance, if you saw something that was horrifying to you, then people saw that as well, or maybe they heard stories, and then they will align with not to do that certain thing again. Whereas these social contracts that you talk about, these forever evolving social contracts that always change, they're not in alignment with nature. They're not based on experience. They're just things that people.
Okay, I have something actually interesting to talk about. Hey TJump.
Hey.
Have you ever watched that? There's a YouTube video I saw not long ago about where they asked primitive tribes, like uncontacted tribes. They asked them stuff about like religious questions, where they asked, what is it that the stars and the moons mean, and what happens to people after they die? Have you seen that video that I'm referring to?
I don't think so.
It's fascinating. You should check it out because the pragmatism of this primitive tribe is truly astonishing.
Can you post a
they
link?
ask them. I'm actually in my kitchen right now, but I'll send one to you.
Cool.
Hold on. Give me a minute. I'll wash my hands and I'll head on down to my office. But yeah, they asked them really interesting questions like, what is it that the stars and the moon mean? and they say, well, the stars and the moon, they make it difficult for us to hunt because at night the goats can see us. And they say, what happens after you die? And they say, we bury them in the ground. And it's everything that they think and everything that they say is super, super pragmatic.
Yep.
And it's it kind of changed my mind on where I thought religions came from. Because it might be that agriculture came first and then religions came second once people had spare time.
Yeah.
I'll send you a link if I'll find it.
Religion is it's not a new thing. Nothing's new under the sun, as I said. Religion is literally
a very new thing. But
can I just finish?
Nick, one sec. Nick, have you seen the video about language where they ask the different cultures and tribes about how they do like visualization and directions and stuff? That one's also really interesting.
No, that one doesn't come to mind.
Yeah, that one was...
I'm heading upstairs.
Yeah, there's this whole linguistics thing where they would ask different, like there's different properties of language, like a bridge in Spanish is feminine and the moon is masculine or whatever. And they have different ways to assess direction and language and memorization based on the structure of the language of the individuals. It's really cool.
I even heard about that. I had like a Jordan Peterson type theory about masculine, feminine languages, but that doesn't sound familiar to me.
See if I can find it.
Let me look it up. I'll
I think it was a Dan Ariely video.
Does anybody disagree that religion is used as a tool to create civilization?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear the question.
Religion is a tool used to create civilization.
It's not a tool. It was never meant as a tool. It wasn't designed.
It is actually meant as a tool. If you have esoteric knowledge, you will understand that.
Nope, it was
if you
designed.
Wanted to create a civilization,
It wasn't designed as anything.
You need to have everybody thinking about a concept.
No. So there was already civilization before religion. Religion came about in order to people used it as a way to express their own ideas, which then gains popularity and then modified civilization. Religion didn't create civilization. Civilization already existed for a long time.
It literally created every single civilization.
Literally did not. Literally did not.
How in the hell did religion create civilization?
Can I can explain it to you if you like.
No, I guarantee you cannot.
Oh, God.
No spoilers. Scotty, no spoilers.
You failed to explain everything. Yeah.
First, I want to say it is good to see you here, Randolph. What's up, homie?
Oh, hello, Eddie. It's good to see you here, too.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm interested in how religion led to society as a religious person myself.
Yeah, sure. So religion, what it does, it's really interesting, actually. But what it does, it brings disparate people, so these are very different people with their own beliefs, their own desires, their own whatever, into a sort of like a cohesive unit. And when you do that, you literally, everybody has the same mindset as you. When everybody has the same mindset, they have the same goals, they have the same sort of like end goal, right?
And society stagnates.
And that's how society is formed. It's because you need to have everybody, sort of under the same umbrella. In terms of thinking, in terms of doing, in terms of purpose. And that's what religion does for groups of people.
So how did
why does that mechanism
without a religion, without this, because religion isn't like, I'm not trying to say religion, like what I'm trying to say is all you need to do really is grab a group of people, brainwash them to have a simple mindset, to think conceptually about the world, look at the world conceptually, and then bam, you've got yourself a society.
But why does that mechanism have to be religion?
Because religion brings people together under one mindset, under one type of thinking.
You don't think survivability would not bring people together?
No, survivability is actually better if you have a smaller group rather than like some large population. Are you insane?
No.
If literally America would have today, if the dollar were to fall today, it'll be chaos in America. Everything just nuts.
The more people you have, the more tasks that could be done. You have somebody gathering wood, you have somebody hunting, you have somebody chopping up the meat. I mean, that is totally counterintuitive.
And they all require
but
different
that's just
mindsets.
the thing is, like, just because something is counterintuitive, it doesn't necessarily mean it's illogical or it's stupid. You do realize that, right?
No, I totally agree. But if we're taking two hypotheses, and one is counterintuitive and the other is intuitive, and you have everything being equal, all things being equal, why would you take the counterintuitive position?
Because it's based on reality. You need to have some type of you need people to be, have the same type of mindset in order for you to actually create any type of civilization.
You need people to agree to certain rules to live together and cooperate. But
otherwise, you won't be
I
able
live
to.
I live in a country where people have all sorts of different mindsets, and it works quite well.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, where did you have society, like the foundation, where it first started, the people all had the same mindset, yes or no?
We have different mindsets here. We're quite diverse here in Canada.
No. When you first started, whatever town, city you're in, when you first started, did everybody have a similar religion? Did they all look the same? Yes or no?
I started in Vancouver. No.
That's not relevant because you believe.
if you look at
because you believe what you're taught to believe.
Every single religion.
No, so you take 4 different families from different parts of the town, and each one of the families has a different idea of why a family should be together or have a clan or whatever it is. You don't have to have religion there. All you need is to have people under your clan, family, or whatever to follow the suit or what you've laid out as a way of surviving. There's no reason to have religion in it.
Yes, it does. Because if you look at Europe, for example, Europe used to have so many little kingdoms, but because Christianity came along, everything was unified. That's how you create a civilization of a larger population. It's unify the people under one thing, and that's what religion serves.
Okay. So Christianity that came about thousands of years after, the first humanoid, probably millions of years, it all of a sudden created societies.
Yes, so when people accepted those types of thinking, that type of thinking, and everybody agreed on it, then that's what unifies the people, and that's how you create civilization.
Yeah, I think
As a Christian, I have no answer to that level of cognitive dissonance.
Oh,
what are you talking about? You don't think Rome used Christianity to?
You don't like that, TJump?
That was good.
It's true. Look at Roman Empire when they try to unify all of Europe under one religion, under one thinking, under one mindset.
But you just said Christianity unified Europe under one mindset. Yet
that's just really like
we had religious wars for years. If you know the history of Europe, we didn't have one unified anything under Christianity.
No, what I'm trying to say is not like a unified state, not a government state, but it's mindset. Where if you went from France to England, you would be able to interact with the people.
Guys, we can test this scientifically. We can go to hunter-gatherers and ask them what they think.
Well, I mean, we can also test scientifically the claim that there are. We can test scientifically the claim that there are diseases that happened in animals, and we've proven that one. We can test scientifically the claim that animals move across land, and we've proven that one.
Can I go back to what I just said around how Europe unified? They unified under a religion, but not under a state. So if you went from France to England, for example, you would be able to communicate them the same way because you all have the same sort of values and beliefs and whatever. That's what I'm trying to say.
The Catholic Church and the Christian Church unified under the same mindset.
That's a sect. That's what came after, right?
Everybody
was under.
I got one sec. I got a super chat from Rocky Bixby. Thanks for the super chat. If religion did anything, it filled the gap where government policing lacked the resources to enforce laws. It scares people to not be bad by damning your soul, bringing it back to previous convo. Yes, that is correct. It convinces people to motivate them to do stuff.
Okay, look, I'll simplify it. Let's say you have a family, right? You have your kids, 3 kids, and a wife. Let's say every single person in your family had their own belief, their own purpose, their own way of thinking. How would you be able to communicate with that? It'll be chaotic, right? Because everybody has their own needs, everybody has their own sort of belief on what they should do and what they shouldn't do. But if everybody
You
was
keep on
under
jumping
a
to different
religion,
examples every time an example fails.
no, I'm just trying to. It's a simple example for you to understand because you couldn't understand the other one.
Hey,
But
no,
if
no.
everybody,
I was trying to understand the European one, and from you being from Europe and doing quite a bit about history, I'm trying to understand how you think that Europe, at what particular time, was unified under one Christianity.
He didn't say Europe was. He said that Rome tried to unify
No.
the world
Before he
using
said at
Christianity.
one point Europe was. No, that was later. At first, he said Europe was unified under Christianity.
what I'm trying, when I say that, I don't actually mean under like a governmental state. I'm not trying to say that everybody was living
I'm saying
together under one
Christianity.
state.
IB, if I give you a clear falsification of your position, will you abandon it?
The thing is, you can't because I know I've studied this.
Oh, no, just seriously. I mean,
okay, fine. Yes,
intellectual
go on.
honesty. If I give you a clear falsification of your position, will you accept it?
Sure. Let's
okay.
hear it.
It's called the Canaanites. They had a very successful society long before Judaism, obviously long before Christianity. So how did the Canaanites have the successful civilization without Christianity or even Judaism?
Okay, so you're giving examples of like two like specific relevant religions in our time, whereas the Canaanites, they probably had their own sort of unifying belief that allowed them to
there was nothing
prosper
unified
and excel.
There was nothing unified about their belief. That's why it's called the polytheistic pantheon of the Canaanites. There was no unified belief there.
Was there an empire?
Yes.
Was there an empire that was taking over?
Yes.
Well, they had to have some type of unifying belief or some type of mindset where everybody agreed with each other on what was what purpose they should go about and etc.
You're just
that is what religion is. Now. That's what religion is. Religion is everybody having the same look of life.
No, you're just begging the question now because you're saying because there was an empire and a civilization that grew and all, they had to have.
I think
that's
you're looking at religion as from the literal standpoint. I'm looking at it as a unifying thinking. That's all it is. It's literally bringing.
If we all agree that we all think blue pants are better than red pants, that's a religion because it's a unifying idea. Are you just taking anything to be religion as long as it is all agreed by the masses?
Look, we're not looking at what the definition of religion. We're looking at the what it does to a group of people. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're arguing about. We're not arguing about
he's trying to,
semantics or syntax, whatever. Oh, okay. Anyways, like I said, if a family had their own, if every family member had their own belief and their own way of living, it would be a very messy, chaotic way of living in that household. Would you agree?
Well, first of all, I want to make something clear here and kind of get it on the record. You made a huge goalpost shift. You said it was because of Christianity. You said it was because of Christianity. I brought up the Canaanites, and you said they had a common religion. So you moved the goal. No. You said it was because of Christianity, and I gave you a defeater position, and you switched to a religious belief. So you shifted the goal.
How long have you been in the chat? Because that's not what I've been like saying this whole time. I've been saying religion, the concept of religion, not Christianity or any other or a specific type of religion. I'm talking about the concept and the pragmatism of religion.
Didn't you just argue that it was because of Christianity that there was a civilization, and I think it was Rome? It was
that was me. I gave an example of what he was saying. He wasn't saying that specifically.
Yeah, his argument has always been that religion itself was the catalyst for all society. That was his kind of main
yes, exactly that.
I misunderstood what was said.
And would you agree with that?
Was Christianity the catalyst?
Hold on, I have a test for this.
Sorry, was Christianity the catalyst for the Paraha people?
I'm not familiar. Who are they?
Isn't that great, TJump?
How about this? Let's define.
You can make an inside joke, but you can't like.
That's not an
run
inside
away
joke.
from the reality.
That's a group. It's a group of people who never had a religion. They're a group of people who never had a religion in their society.
Exactly, like if you look at
Exactly.
Exactly.
How can you say exactly? You didn't know about it until 10 minutes ago. You didn't know about it until they mentioned it.
How does
You thought it was an
exactly
inside
fit in
joke.
there?
What I'm trying to say is that if you look at like a tribe out there in nature, right? There's no society going on. Why? Because everybody's divided. Everybody has their own belief. Everybody has their own way of doing something. Whereas if you wanted to create a society that will flourish, or maybe they'll have technology, you need to have everybody under sort of the same umbrella, same mindset. Would you agree?
You see diversity.
No.
You see division. I see diversity.
Well, it's the idea
So
that
we can test what you believe to be true. So,
And if any of you guys say,
so if we go to a primitive tribal people who've not had contact with the rest of the world, what would you expect them to say? Like, if we ask them a question such as, what happens after you die? Or what is it that the stars and the moon mean? Like, what would you expect them to say?
I would expect them to say, "Get the hell out of here before I spear you to death."
Yeah, but
honestly,
say
probably
they're
the
friendly,
real answer.
and then you ask them the question. What would you expect?
They'll probably just tell you what they've been like, what they've heard, or maybe they've
I would
experienced.
expect they wouldn't want to tell you because some information's sacred, and most people just want to come and make fun of things that people say. So they probably would just.
Well, if they told you honestly, what do you think they would say?
Very true.
Well, I don't
They're
know.
probably,
Now you're just
they're
asking
probably
me to
joking me, to
speculate
be
something
honest.
I have
Like,
no idea
honestly,
about.
I actually met some of these people, and they actually despise you guys. They think that you guys are really weird, like alien-like. Trust me.
Which ones?
And
Which ones have said this to you?
I don't wanna say because I
I've
don't
been
want them
to
to.
Africa. I've been to quite a lot of places and talked to these kind of people. What were they saying?
They were saying how sort of backwards people are. That why you guys aren't like in alignment with your surrounding. Instead, you're disconnected. Like a shoe, for example, is a perfect example of disconnection. Like you literally just don't even trust the ground that you walk on.
Eddie,
you're so scared. You're so fearful.
Wait, one sec. Earlier, Bro Mango was talking about earlier how if you're in nature, you can't get diseases, and people who are like in nature don't ever get diseases, and there's no like diseases in animals.
Oh, come on, man! I never said that. What I said was your level of tolerance is far better when you're in nature. But because
so you get less diseases in nature than in doctors, right?
Bro, you have to be honest. Like we live underground. If you live in society, you live with poop, right? Underneath your home, there's pipes there. There's shit going around. There's shit everywhere. If anything happened to that infrastructure,
that's why we invented toilets.
Cause diseases and shit.
I'm surrounded by fields, to be fair.
Yeah, but toilets is
I do think there's like something to that. There's a reason that autoimmune disorders only happen in the Western world.
Have you? No, wait a minute. Have you heard of?
No, wait. Just can I say something about the toilet thing, right? The toilet thing is the most backward thing I've ever seen. You do realize that your product.
Have you heard of?
Literally use that for gardening and shit like that, dude. Unbelievable. You literally have to go into a chair and use a pipe and oh my god.
Have you heard of wasting disease in
dysentery?
Or
you can use your thing. You can use your product as a fertilizer, as a part of your product.
Mango, do you poo in your garden? Do you poo? Do you not use the toilet ever?
Absolutely not. That's
you don't use the toilet.
Okay, so I had a friend of mine. Real quick, I had a friend of mine.
It's insanity. It's insanity.
I had a friend of mine who went to Nicaragua for a mission trip, and while he was there, he doesn't drink alcohol, and they were like, "You need to get several bottles of alcohol because the bacteria that's in the water and some of the food that they eat with the water will tear your stomach up." Well,
I've got an explanation for that actually, because I actually lived in a so-called.
Let him finish talking.
Okay,
even the village people had alcohol brought in on a regular basis to combat the bacteria that was in the water. So if we didn't have alcohol, they would all have all kinds of IBS and different digestive problems, and many of them would die from it. And they lived in the woods.
Yes.
And
So
now,
now,
First of all,
pollution.
first
So
of
now
all,
you're
wait,
saying
can I
that the
answer
tech.
this
Wait,
question?
IB, I want to say something to that because I've
Alright.
been listening for a minute. So now you're telling me the society we live in doesn't contribute to the pollution that is going in the streams and the diseases that
No.
are.
These are extremely remote villages with no industry or anything else. It doesn't have anything to do with human beings. It's unclean water. It's not spring water. It's not clear water
You do
coming in.
realize that it doesn't just because it's remote doesn't mean that we haven't had any sort of impact, like implicit impact to it. So you can't just say, "Oh, it's remote," so yeah, we didn't do anything. That's a lie.
If there's no industry, there's zero industry. It's one of the poorest countries in the world. There's nothing there. How could we possibly impact massive rivers by
Have
people?
you heard of microplastics? Have you heard of microplastic?
I know this guy's ridiculous, but also like like there's so many ways in which something like that can happen. Can I respond?
I mean, really reaching.
Can I respond, please? Because you're giving a ridiculous example there.
Go ahead.
Look, the thing is, you have a domesticated mindset. You live in a box. You literally you look at the world. Can I finish?
You're ignoring his point. You're ignoring his point.
Yeah. Hang on. Yes, you can address this point after you explain to us exactly what his point was. What was his point?
Okay.
What did he say to you not 5 minutes ago?
He said that there was some sort of water supply that was contaminated and it was affecting the local people and as well, like tourists or whatever. Okay, cool. That doesn't mean that being out in nature is evil. What I'm trying to say is, you live with your domesticated mindset, right?
You're not addressing his point.
You did not address his point at all. No, you didn't. You did not.
You hand waved his point. You said that doesn't mean
you were just waiting for your turn to talk.
Oh my god, I'm literally addressing it. It's part of this thing.
No.
Response.
What you're doing is
because you have
what you're doing is you're predicating what you're fixing to respond with a domesticated mindset.
Yes, because it's relevant to what I'm saying.
So these are non-domesticated people that live in the middle of nowhere with no industry.
I'm not talking about that.
They live off of the land, nothing but the land and the rivers. There's nothing there to pollute the rivers other than natural pollution. So how could you say that that nature doesn't hurt people that live in?
I never said that. I never said
that. No, that was Eddie's point. So Eddie's point was that
was ridiculous.
Wait, no.
My point is,
Mango, shut up, Mango.
No.
Eddie's point was that nature itself can pollute things to kill people. And so they need to import some like domesticated alcohol. Not you, Eddie. Eddie was telling you this. He wanted you to respond to this. He's asking you, how does nature, without any industrialization, pollute itself to kill people?
Yes, that's perfectly fine. Like that's within nature. But then, like again, as you mentioned, as I mentioned, you have this mindset, right? You live in a box, right? You think, oh my god, these people can't leave where they are.
You are a fucking moron. Holy shit!
Listen to me.
No one's talking about his mindset. They're addressing you.
Conversation really happening right now?
I have been to a third world country. Stop assuming mindset.
And there's literally polluted water that I couldn't drink, but the people there were able to drink it.
But his example is not talking about that.
Oh my
yes,
god.
But like the thing is, like even if there is a contaminated water,
but
that's part of nature, man. What you do is you get up and move and go somewhere else where it's not. God.
Oh no! We
just get up and move.
No. They're in the place where they're naturally tuned at that point, surely, because they're just living off it. Why would they have to move?
We're gonna pick up our village.
Wait. I was gonna say one more thing. One more thing.
Water needs.
One more thing.
Get up and move.
Did they become naturally unattuned to their environment?
Oh, how is it that they were able to survive if the water supply was so contaminated for all this time? And you mentioned it's so poor. It's not really poor. That's just what the crazy people of the world. That's what they label these countries as poor. But really, they're free. How have they been able to survive for thousands of years with this so-called polluted.
I'll tell you exactly.
without the
You're
alcohol.
I'll tell you exactly why. It's called climate change. So the river became warmer
And
than
who
it ever
did that?
was
And
in
who
the
did
past.
that? And who
And
created
that's
this
what we were talking
crazy
about, the
climate?
It became
technology.
warmer than it ever was in the past, and it
So the,
started allowing all kinds of
You sound
bacteria.
ridiculous, mate.
so the
Oh
industrial
God.
things did have a role to play
I
in the
know.
reason
So it
why
did
we
have
had
an
those
impact.
No.
changes.
Well, you're
It,
assuming.
Oh
So
no,
first
no.
of all,
Okay,
you're
go ahead.
assuming that climate change has to do
also,
with the industry. It may have, but what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter that industry
it does
in the
matter.
United States
A
in
second ago, you were saying
industrial
it had nothing to do with
I know.
industry.
if
Also,
they
what's this
still
whole?
live,
Also,
but
what's this whole idea?
if they live in nature in the woods millions of miles away from all of these other issues, and you're saying that if they live in nature they're less apt to get sick, and they have climate change that happens regardless of why it happens. Climate change happens without industrialization.
Not at the speed. Not at the speed.
No, right.
Not at the speed it is today.
Only
Again,
speeds
also
up.
one other thing
It
you
only
mentioned there.
speeds up the process. That's it.
Also, you
There's
made
climate change
arbitrary
throughout
term
all the
around.
Hi, bro.
You
You
made a
gotta let
term.
people
You
talk.
made a term
Hi,
around
bro.
you.
Hi,
Yes.
bro. You gotta let people talk sometimes.
Sorry, I thought it was finished because I'm like there's
Oh,
a
you
little
were
bit of a
talking over.
latency.
He had not finished even like once before you kept talking. You interrupted him like 5 times in a row.
There's a bit of latency there, but I'm sorry.
I'm on your side. I'm on your side, Eyebrow Mango, but I really do want to hear other people's perspective and opinions and stuff.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So Eddie, you want to finish your point?
Yeah. My point was that the climate change is a part of the Earth's cycle. Industrialization is speeding up that cycle. It's causing more warmth faster than what it normally would be. So they've gone through all these cycles with these tribes that's been around for hundreds of thousands of years, and for them to have this change in the water because of the nature. And it's not just modern day, there's records of the missionaries and things going hundreds and hundreds of years ago at different
It's
times.
their fault. I blame the
And
missionaries.
What?
Yeah, I do actually.
I
Missionaries are
blame
the
the
worst type
missionaries,
of people.
but sorry,
Yeah,
I'm just interrupting. I blame the missionaries. I just want to say that.
Right.
Why?
Well, but the thing was, even hundreds of years ago, when the missionaries were going there, they were having to give alcohol to these village people who live purely off the land in order to help all of these stomach ailments and issues that they were having, and actually losing villagers because of these stomach ailments. So how does living in nature stop you from getting more sick than living in a society?
For thousands of years, they had those stomach problems. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Quite
you do realize
They
that these
just
people
never
are really
adapted.
smart. They're not like you, right? They're really smart. They can
quite
just get up and move. They can get up and move, right? But because of these cloning and stuff, they literally.
Unlike Eddie, Eddie can't get up and move, but
he can't because he's domesticated. When you're domesticated, you only go to places that you're familiar with. When you're domesticated, you only go to places that you're familiar with. That's why he has that mindset.
Okay, IB, listen. What in this country, they could move 100 miles away, and guess what? It's the same river, the same forest, and the same everything else. So what does it matter if they move?
It does matter. It matters a lot.
What?
I know these people. I know how they act.
Telling me they don't know how to boil water?
I know how they act. And there's boiling water. There's so many different ways in which you can go about doing this.
No, but I'm saying
also,
this tribe doesn't know about boiling water?
No, not boiling water doesn't kill all bacteria.
But you do realize that these people lived there for thousands of years, right?
And
you say that they
died.
had the same illness for thousands of years. Why haven't they died
They
yet,
lived
man?
in the
You're
country.
ridiculous. You're crazy.
They've lived in the country for thousands of years. It doesn't mean they lived in that spot for thousands of years.
So yes, for those entire in those entire thousands of years, they never knew about bacteria because they couldn't see them. Bacteria made them sick and killed them wherever they went. And now we found a way to kill the bacteria through like alcohol and washing our hands.
Don't try to distort what he said. That's a lie.
This is the argument he's making. So the argument he's making is that
his argument
bacteria.
is so bullshit. He's trying to paint a picture of how these people saved them.
Stop. So his argument is that people were sick. They were made sick by nature because bacteria is a thing and it's always been a thing. And then when other people came from other lands where they had cures for these bacteria, They gave them the cures and they improved their life. They gave them longer lives. So the nature was killing them, and the alcohol that was invented by technology saved them and increased their lifespan.
Okay, can I just say this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I say this? Can I say this? Can I respond?
That's
to
what
that?
he was saying.
Hold on. I want to say that was extremely succinct in exactly what I was
ridiculous. This is ganging up on one person, man. Can I just say something?
No, hey man, I'm a Christian. I'm not a freaking atheist. This is how
can I just say something?
Okay,
can I just say something, please?
Yes, please.
Because of what you've done, the actions that you've done, you brought in the alcohol, they poured in the alcohol in the water, now everything is great. You know what's going to happen now? They're going to stick there. They're going to stay in that one place because this is how humans operate. If there's something really good that's happening, they stay at one place. They don't move around. And that's a detriment. It's not a good thing. It's a detriment. We're supposed to move around. We're supposed to go around.
They're not being killed anymore, so they can stay in the same spot and don't have to move continuously. Oh my God, what a travesty.
That's how humans function.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, I know
you don't have the same mindset. You don't have the same mindset.
The same dipshit that said the religion is the reason why societies are formed, but now apparently it's just alcohol.
It's just alcohol.
He said
Jesus Christ.
He said religions were bad, social constructs were bad. He's gone back on himself so many times now.
I know. He's full of shit. He's just here to run around.
Scotty,
listen to what I'm saying.
No, his backyard's full of shit.
Actually, hold on 1 second. A question here. So if given the choice between stopping somebody's death through whatever natural process that takes place, that is somehow inherently bad.
Yes, especially if it's using a tool. Can I answer this question? Especially if you're using a tool that is not a part of nature, like alcohol, for instance. That's not part of nature, right? You're using a tool to solve a problem.
Alcohol is part of nature, you fucking moron. Alcohol is fermented
Oh my God!
fruit.
So what's the difference between a fire? If I use a fire to keep warm, so I don't die at night,
Alcohol is part of nature.
Can I answer the question, man? Like, you guys keep interrupting.
No, you've been given so many options, and you haven't done it yet.
Wait, so
the questions quickly.
The fire guy made a really good point. So the fire guy said that how is alcohol different from making a fire?
Yeah.
Because alcohol is manufactured, whereas fire is not. It's a natural phenomenon.
I take
alcohol is a natural process.
So alcohol happens on its own. Like alcohol happens on its own. Wait, bingo. Alcohol happens on its own in nature.
Show me. Go find the alcohol that I can use to apply to water. Show me that.
You can. Where does alcohol occur in nature?
Up, man. You can't do that. Then what's the purpose? We live in a pragmatic.
Put yeast and grapes in a plastic bag, you'll get alcohol.
Well, fire happens in nature, right? Fire happens in nature, but then we control it and make it specifically happen in certain instances. So alcohol is a naturally occurring byproduct of sugar and plant fermentation. Alcohols are among the most common organic compounds.
Nature, you're not
again. You said something there, right? You said fermented, and then you said whatever, right? Those are all manufactured products.
No. Fermentation is rot. Fermentation is rotting. So rotting sugar produces alcohol. So if you get sugar and you leave it out too long in the sun,
where do you think sugar comes from?
Hey, dumbass.
Plants.
Fruit falling on the ground, rotting, produces alcohol.
Oh, fruit rotting. Yes.
Yes.
I think you want to be close to nature, but you are not aware of anything nature does.
You haven't answered my question, so you're
not answering anyone's question.
Oh my God. I'm asking you, where do you think these things come from?
You are a moron.
I wanted to ask the Christian guy, why do you say that you're Christian?
Which Christian?
Eddie?
It's unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
What?
Just keep interrupting me.
What makes you say that you're a Christian? Like, why do you say that?
Why would you ask a question like that?
Yes, you still haven't answered my question around where apples come from, where these manufactured things.
I mean, are we gonna jump into a no true Scotsman, or am I not?
I just like to ask the question when a Christian says that they are a Christian. I ask them why. So I just was wondering.
He believes in Jesus.
Yeah, the etymology of the word is Christ follower. So I follow Christ, so I'm a Christian.
What does that even mean? What does it mean? What does it mean for you to follow Christ? What does that mean? Because that's just a word.
It means he's a Christian.
Yeah, that means that unlike a lot of and forgive me if I'm presuming, but unlike a lot of Christians, like where you're coming from, I actually practice what
Where am I
Christ
coming from?
practiced. So first of all, the fact you're even questioning me about being Christian. The second thing is, I actually love people and care about them and treat them like human beings, like Christ did. So I'm a Christ follower.
You treat human beings how? What? You said you treat human beings how you
Like,
want to be treated?
I treat them like human beings, like Christ did.
I thought it says in the Bible, treat others the way you want to be treated.
No,
Right?
yeah, so that's what happens when you cherry pick the Bible, yeah.
Cherry pick. I'm literally quoting right out of it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's called cherry picking. When you grab
Where are you quoting from?
when
What
you
verse
grab
is that?
scripture, when you grab a scripture and you act like that scripture out of context, cultural, historical, and literal context, and you act like it's this monolithic, overarching theme of the whole freaking scripture, that's cherry picking.
I found the thing. It says scientists have discovered a group of booze-loving apes who.
Yeah, that's what I said. Monkeys. Originally, monkeys get drunk off it all the time.
Yeah. So there's, but where it comes from is that inside the trees, the sap of the trees is where the sugar is, and that ferments, and that's where it's produced naturally by nature.
Well, yeah, that's. Have you seen the rundown with The Rock? It's a good movie. Anyway, they run into. They have a specific fruit. It's like Cabo Waba or something like that. Anyway, in the Amazon, and what happens is they'll fall off the trees and they'll rot and become fermented, and the monkeys will get like super screwed up off of eating this fruit. And yeah, it's totally natural. That's where the whole idea of making alcohol came from.
Back to what I was saying to you a second ago. You
Yeah.
said you treat people the way Christ treated people. I thought literally Christ said to treat others the way you want to be treated. I didn't think I was cherry picking anything. Like, isn't that what he said?
Okay. So if we want to be let's be pedantic. I want to be treated like a human being, so I treat others like a human being, which comes from the teaching of Christ. So I'm following the teaching of Christ. So I'm a Christian. I'm a Christ.
All right. I feel like that's a real weak argument, but okay.
That's fine. Well, here's the cool thing. I am open to debate anytime you want. Anything you want to debate about, Christianity, philosophy, whatever.
Are you a Christian, Smith?
I'm not here to debate. Smith, no, I'm not. I don't adhere to any one religion. I believe in spiritual things happening, but I don't like being like, the Bible is the infallible word of God, and if you don't,
I don't believe
this,
that.
then yeah, that's what a lot of people believe. But
well, that's anecdotal evidence. I don't believe that.
But yeah, I don't believe it either. But yeah, I'm not a Christian because
okay, that's cool. I feel better
believe.
that you're not a Christian questioning me whether I am a Christian. So sorry if I presume that. But I actually get that a lot from Christians. What makes you a Christian? And it's the most aggravating thing in the world.
Yeah.
So I got a unique. Go ahead.
I'd like to hear people's reasons for believing.
Oh yeah. No. I'm so okay. Yeah. So now that I know that you're actually inquiring and not questioning, I'm convinced by the explanatory scope of the resurrection hypothesis, and that which first of all requires a presupposition that God exists, because I don't believe anybody who doesn't believe a God exists has any reason to believe in the resurrection.
I just threw up a little bit in my mouth.
Well, if it's helpful, I can vouch for Eddie here being a Christian. I've known him for a while.
Yeah, it's just I find myself convinced by it, and I've was, even if, to be honest with you, even if I wasn't a Christian, I'd still probably be a cultural Christian. I love reading the Bible, regardless of theology or anything like that. I think it's a fantastic piece of literature with a lot of myth and a lot of a lot of stories we can learn about humanity throughout the years. And even though there's some questionable things in there, I think there's a lot of good principles. So
yeah, I could agree to that.
I think there's some good parts and some bad parts.
Yeah. You kind of parse it out with what fits your narrative and
So would you agree with it, that there's some good parts and some bad?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Could you name your favorite and your least favorite?
What is your favorite bad part?
I can name a favorite bad part first.
Oh, my favorite bad part. That's a good one. That's, since I'm a bald guy, it would be when the kids made fun of the bald man and was mauled by bears. That's my favorite bad part.
2 Kings 2:24.
What is 2 Kings?
That's the bear one. 2 Kings 2:24 is the bears.
Did you ask if I was a Trinitarian?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I consider myself at this point an agnostic Christian. I'm not sold on the Trinitarian doctrine or the incarnation, but I'm not totally against it. At this point, I'm not sure, given Scripture, how much we can actually know about God, what attributes we can know about God.
Do you believe that the Bible is God-breathed?
No, well, I think it's inspired, but I don't think that means by any means that it's infallible. It's inerrant.
Would you agree it's true in sort of, it gets a good gist of what God. So there's some scribe somewhere who's writing. Like, tell me if you would agree with this. Some scribe is writing, and the Holy Spirit came upon them, and they felt the Spirit, and then they wrote down what they were feeling, and those words, they came from God Almighty. Would you agree with that?
No. So my what I believe. So when it says Spirit inspired, so just for a crude example, I like music, hip hop, or all of that. And when I hear a really good hip hop song or something like that, I feel inspired to write. Well, as I write, I have my emotions, my personality, everything that comes out in that. So this inspiration, to me, that makes the most sense is they may have been inspired directly by God or the Holy Spirit or the idea of God, but they wrote in a way that they were trying to convey a certain message, and their personality, bleeds into what they were writing. So
are any of the parts of the Bible written or directly, sort of transcribed by the scribes that just come directly from God himself?
Good question. So the way that I view it is, I think that the meta narrative was the purpose, and not every story, every.
But is there any that is?
I don't know if I could say with any kind of certainty.
You can't think of anything like any specific verse or psalm or whatever.
I could say one.
Well, I mean, at that point, I would have to be able to make a distinction between what is directly inspired by God and what is inspired by God in a sense that they had the freedom to, write a theological message or their own agenda, and I don't have any kind of epistemic access to that. I don't know, with the writers. Let's take the book of Proverbs.
You have to know, but do you have any suspicions on anything that was specific? Like, if there was one that you had to guess, like that one was probably written by God, and maybe these other ones weren't.
Let's say one real quick, if you don't mind me giving one verse.
Sure.
It's in Corinthians. It talks about love, and you can know all the things of the world. You could speak in the tongue of men and of angels, and be able to predict the future and have all the powers in the world. But if you have not love, you are nothing. I mean, for me, that was pretty. That held some pretty deep truths that I never heard anywhere else, and I feel like there's some deep spiritual meaning behind that.
Well, so
That's a very.
You think that one is probably
that's in,
comes
like,
directly
every
from Jesus, who
No.
said that
I would
exact
say
phrase?
God. I wouldn't say
No.
Jesus. I would say more like God.
Yeah. So that's actually a very good example, and to what I mean by a meta narrative. I think that there are certain principles that are revealed and illuminated. Not that human beings themselves, wouldn't do good things anyway, but there are certain things that seem to be focused upon. Like Paul talking about, no matter what you do, if you don't do it in love, then you're doing it in vain. I think those are principles that come from God, but I wouldn't say that there's this dictation style method where, God is, some kind of way supernaturally guiding.
Yeah, but do the words reflect what God is thinking?
Right. Yes. Good. That's a good way to put it. Yes.
So what parts of the Bible do you think don't reflect what God is thinking, if any?
Oh,
I would say the slavery, the killing of the babies, and maybe the whole incest. We all come from incest. Those would probably be the three that I disagree with.
well, so yeah, on that point, I think that it is extremely imperative to have at least a cursory knowledge of Eastern cultures at that time. Um, and what I mean by it is, for example, when the Jews went and wiped out the Canaanites, it was very common amongst the uh, societies at that time. If you went to war and you won the war, then God was favoring you, and that's what God wanted. But if you lost the war, you're going against God's favor. So when we look at these different war narratives, and I think there's far more poetry, imagery, and hyperbole present because it was an oral society, and they painted pictures with the words and in a way that it could be easily remembered, and that was reflected in their writings. So
yeah, well, if this is all guided by the Holy Spirit, I'm sure the right words got in, correct?
Well, it depends on what you see. The whole guided by the Holy Spirit thing. I think that collapses into a dictation method, which is a really untenable position. I think that So, for example, Moses may have set out all of these regulations and things that he got from God, but did God actually tell them to kill people for blaspheming his name? Did he do all these different things?
That's a pretty big part of the Bible. Like you
Yeah,
can
I don't
big
know.
chunks out.
But it's extremely possible that these are things that this ancient barbaric culture thought God was telling them to do. I don't have any.
So it appears to me like all we got, like I got a Bible here in front of me, right? And just looking at it, like it's kind of tough for me to determine which ones are from the creator of the universe and which ones are just written down by Stone Age peoples. Like how do you know which ones? Is it just do we just look at them and see, hey, that feels right, that doesn't? I mean, that seems kind of arbitrary, doesn't it?
No. There is a proper hermeneutic for ancient writings, whether it's scripture or not. We have to have a knowledge of the culture. We have to have, so you got to have cultural context, historical context. You have to know the genre of the book, an idea of who the author was, not necessarily personally, but whether
how many of these authors do we know? I mean,
well, that's what I was fixing to say. Not necessarily who they are personally, but were they a preacher? Were they a pastor? Were they a priest? Were they just a leader of men?
Any of that?
We got to have some kind of idea, and then we have to have an idea of. We have to try to understand how the people at the time would have received the message and what's trying to be conveyed. So, for example, in 21st century, we're extremely individualistic society. And we look at Second Temple Judaism, and even before then, it was very collectivist. And these are different ideas that we have to keep in mind when we're looking at, these writings and the things that they put on the culture at the time, and how they had to, it's like the Roman centurion. When he allegedly was come to believe in Christ, he didn't just come to believe in Christ. He went home and talked with his family, and then the whole family was converted. Well, that's because that's how the collectivist society worked at that time.
According to Matthew or Luke, I can't remember which one that was in, but
I'm not making a claim whether it's a true story or not. What I'm saying is it reflects how society operated.
How do you know that any of them are true?
What do you mean as they are true?
So you can give me. So if I went back in time, right, and I met Noah, and I went to this, and I just followed him throughout his life, and I was just sort of watching, through my time machine. And would I be able to see him making a boat at some point?
No, I highly doubt it. I think it's purely allegorical and mythological.
Okay, well, let's keep moving forward and see what you run into. Like,
actually, let's go back first. God spoke the universe into existence. Would we see that?
God. Well,
vibrations. Everything's vibration. How is that a problem?
Yeah, I think that with an understanding of Jewish metaphysics and the way that it's really a complicated metaphysics. It's if you're a fan of Bohmian mechanics, then you would love it. But it's so far out there. The speaking into existence, I would say that's nothing more than them just saying that everything was created by God. I don't think they were necessarily trying to give the extreme detail of that God literally spoke things into existence.
Yeah, but if we went back far enough, we could actually watch God create the universe in whatever methodology somehow.
So that's a good question and an interesting point. I'm not even sold on creatio ex nihilo. I don't know that there wasn't some kind of quantum foam, quantum vacuum, quantum fluctuations or something that God, caused things to, extend out of into the expanding universe. I just don't think.
Can I sort of summarize? I think the further back you go, the more maybes we get, right? And then the more current things get, the more concrete things get. Is that sort of what you're saying?
Doesn't that work the same way in science? Like the further back we try to go, it gets kind of harder to comprehend.
Yeah. Well, not in science, but in the historical method, that's generally how things work.
What happened before the Big Bang then?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, so then what happened before the Big Bang? If we can go back further and further and know.
Well, I don't know. I don't even know if that question makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
But we're talking about history here. We're not talking about science.
I thought we were talking about the creation of the universe.
Yeah,
I was asking about the Bible.
Yeah, but to his credit, though, there is a hypothesis for going beyond the Planck scale, and they go to negative time backwards.
I mean, it's possible, but we were asking earlier about could I see Noah, right? And TJump wanted to know, could we see God snap his fingers and make the universe?
No, I don't. No,
both of those were a no.
Yeah, I don't.
Right? Move forward a little bit. Could we see Ezekiel? He describes the chair, God's throne that appeared before him. Do you think we'd be able to see that?
I don't. When it comes to individual visions, that's a tricky one. Because that's personal experience, and a lot of those stories seem to be pretty out there. I personally
maybe a metaphor.
I personally don't like to question people's experience. I can be, critical or skeptical of what I thought that they experienced, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's their experience.
So, Mark Ezekiel, that's a maybe. what about infancy narrative? So like birth of Jesus, you know, the manger and the animals and Jesus. Like if I was in a time machine, could I see that?
I don't know. There's a lot of debate about what's actually true about the birth narrative and what isn't. Was it the Gospels trying to fit Jesus into these messianic prophecies, or were these actual, events? I'm not.
Let's get a percentage, like a 60%, that it happened, or 20% that it happened, 99%. What do you think?
On that particular topic, I'm up in the air. I'm up in the air. I haven't done.
I give you something. You can't.
I haven't
use
done
a lot
enough.
of that one. Give me a 50%, maybe.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't. Well, that's what I was going to say. I haven't done a whole lot of study into the actual birth narrative of Christ, of what the different scholars say.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll jump to the big one, resurrection. You know, if we were there and with our telescopes and our time machine, could we see him resurrected?
I don't know.
You know, like if we walked in the room, like we see him, could we put our finger in, like, through the hole in his hand and the hole in the side? Could we see that?
So I don't. I don't know the nuances of how all of that played out. I can give you why I think that the resurrection happened, but as far as whether we could go back at specific points in times and see specific things, I'm not sure how accurate I could give you, of what we would see and what we wouldn't see.
Well, it seems to me like I've asked you a bunch of the big things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the major points of of Christianity. Like, how do we, if those are all maybes, how do we know that any of it's not a maybe? And if it's all just a bunch of maybes, then how do we know that it's not just a book?
Yeah, so let me kind of give you an idea of my epistemology. So first of all, I'm not certain by any means God exists, and I'm even less certain that Christianity is true. I just think, given what we know about the events around the life of Christ, if one is convinced that natural theology or theological arguments point to a God existing, and there is a God that exists, I think the resurrection hypothesis has the greatest explanatory scope. But if one's not convinced God exists, or that metaphysical arguments or natural theological arguments that you don't get to a God, I have no reason to think that somebody would be convinced that the resurrection happened.
Well, that sounds completely reasonable to me. I'm mostly in agreement there.
Mm-hmm.
So that was very good answering the questions. Thank you. It was very direct. I like it.
Yeah, I disagree with everything you said, and
there we go. That's what I'm looking for.
Sure, go ahead.
No, I'm joking. That was a joke.
Oh.
Oh, wait, well, would you agree that? I mean, could you see Jesus if we were in a time machine? Could we see him rise from the dead?
Me personally,
Put a finger in his side and through his hand or whatever.
I have seen things in this reality that led me to believe that anything's possible. Like, all things are possible.
I have too, but could you
Wait, whoa. So round squares.
Round squares? I could draw one right now for you.
Not.
I want to see this. Let's pull it up. Put a picture.
I'll show you how to draw it. First, you draw a square, and then you put a circle in it. That's your round square.
So let's try a different one. How about a married bachelor? Is it possible for there to be a married bachelor?
If you're married to Christ, and you don't have a wife,
he's got you there, my boy.
Yeah, Tom.
Okay, I got one. Is it possible?
Just be a atheist too. So
hold on. You can provide an example of a married bachelor.
Okay, is it possible that not everything is possible?
Well, sure, like around square.
Well, no, but if
But
he's
not
saying that
America.
he's saying that everything is possible, so then is it possible that something is impossible?
For the moment, yeah.
Is
And
it
then can be
possible that you
possible
don't actually exist?
in the moment.
Due to dichotomies. That's why not everything's possible.
I definitely think that there can be contradictions existing, and something could still exist even if it contradicts itself. I mean,
Either the universe exists or the universe doesn't exist. If everything's possible, then both those states are possible at the same time.
What about Schrodinger's cat?
Yeah, and that's what quantum physics talks about.
Wait a minute, hold on. Which idea of quantum physics?
The one where everything is at a waveform and then it collapses into there's an observer.
Yeah, no, so that's the Copenhagen interpretation. The Everettian or the many worlds hypothesis is that there's not a wave function collapse. They deny that there's a wave function collapse.
Do you have anything else to add to that, or was at the end of the sentence of your statement?
So he's saying that in some versions of quantum mechanics, there is things that can both exist and not exist, and in others, there isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Do you have anything else to say other than that? Because I don't know.
Your assertion that quantum mechanics says that is wrong because that's only some of the subsets, so quantum mechanics does not say that that is necessarily the case.
It does say that, and there's people.
No.
What you're saying is there are people who say other things that contradict what I'm saying. So yeah.
Okay. Well. Okay. So first of all, here's the issue. When you say quantum mechanics says, that's your first problem, because there is a lot of disagreement in quantum mechanics and in the interpretations of them. Traditionally, the Copenhagen interpretation was the more popular, which is what you're talking about, that there is no wave function collapse, that it's in a superposition. But more and more physicists are actually going towards the many worlds hypothesis, the Everettian hypothesis, that totally does away with the collapse. And then you have more who hold to Bohmian mechanics, which denies pretty much everything that Everettian and the Copenhagen interpretation. So you're taking one piece or one theory in quantum mechanics and applying it as if it's true across quantum mechanics, and it's not. It's actually a position that's losing favor.
Literally, they made the quantum D-wave supercomputer using what's it called? Atoms that are in superposition. So if you're saying that that's not something that is like a technology that they're what's it called? They're making bigger. I'm trying to advancing on. Then I don't think you know what you're even talking about.
Okay, so wait a minute. Show me a computer that
I just gave you.
No. Give me
D-wave supercomputer. D-wave supercomputer.
Right. You just made a claim, but assertion. Show me a computer that actually uses superposition.
Okay, go look up, do some research, look up the D-wave.
No. That's not the way it works. You made the claim. Show me a computer that uses superposition.
So now you don't look at you don't look at any kind of scientific journals. That's not how things work now.
You made the claim, provide the evidence. How fucking hard is this to understand?
I gave the evidence by
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
The computer.
You claimed it exists. Provide the evidence that exists.
Now I will agree.
Well, so there, quantum computers do have there is quantum computing that is based on superpositions. That is a real thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, but only like 1 or 2 bits. You know, if you have any more than 2 or 4 bits.
That wasn't the point. The point was
But
that
no. So
superposition isn't a thing that even exists.
No. So superposition doesn't mean that there can be particles that are necessarily both waves and particles at the same time. Superposition can be explained on the Everett hypothesis just as well. So Eddie's position is still correct that can be explained by the Everett position, and it's not necessarily any kind of dualistic paraconsistent logic.
if you're saying that he's right, then he's saying that there's he's talking about the multiverse and that there's
No.
Many worlds.
Many worlds hypothesis.
Many worlds.
The many worlds hypothesis is not the multiverse hypothesis.
What is the many worlds hypothesis then?
The many worlds hypothesis. So you have realists and anti-realists. The realists believe that there are actual other worlds out there, that the particle is popping in and out of existence into these different worlds, and we just see it when it pops into our.
Why are you straying away from the word dimension?
Because you're conflating two totally different theories.
A world
they have nothing to do with each other. They have nothing to. No. That's why it's called the many worlds hypothesis, not the many dimensions hypothesis. So the realists believe that those worlds actually exist, that it's going in and out of different worlds, and we see it when it pops into our world. The anti-realists say, no, it's just a thought experiment, how to explain how we can have the particles popping into our world. And that's the big separation there in the many worlds hypothesis, also known as the Everett interpretation. Has nothing to do with the multiverse.
I'm just going to say sure. That's all I'm going to say.
Sure.
The multiverse hypothesis is it's a hypothesis to account for the alleged fine-tuning of the universe. There's some scientists who believe that there's fine-tuned factors in the universe, and they posit a multiverse hypothesis to account for those. If we have enough universes that are spawning universes, we're going to get one that has the universe that we live in. It has nothing to do with the many worlds hypothesis.
This is all fascinating and all, but what does this have to do with God?
Nothing.
I mean, why do religious people keep bringing this up? I mean, I've studied quantum mechanics in college, and
I didn't bring it
never
up.
talked about God. Well, someone did.
It's a religious thing of when you bring up things that people don't understand, you can use the stuff they don't understand to implicate their religious beliefs.
Lies. That's lies.
No. Actually, Tom, even coming as a Christian, he's actually spot on with that. When there's a lot of theists, when they learn quantum mechanics or they learn early universe cosmology or things like this, and it's not something that's talked about every day on the internet or things like this, they'll throw a whole bunch of jargon and hypothesis and all these different things and tie it back to God. It happens. I see it every day.
The reason I brought up superposition was because I was saying it's possible for there to be two things existing at the same time. A contradiction existing without. That's it. There two things.
Yeah, what's that have to do with God?
In quantum mechanics, there isn't a violation of the law of identity or non-contradiction, so it doesn't actually have
quantum
that.
Logic that scales.
Quantum logic changes the law of the excluded middle, but not the other two.
What does this have to do with God? You asked me about.
When we asked if you said anything is possible or logical contradictions possible, and you said quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics doesn't allow for logical contradictions.
I'm glad somebody's paying attention.
And that's why I like to come on here, just so I can, say stuff, and then people could smack me around, and I could just be like, okay, I got it now.
Also, just real quick, the superposition and the wave function collapse and the Copenhagen interpretation, when we talk about the observer effect, it is highly controversial term. It's because most physicists hold to it being an instrument interference.
What?
Yes.
Wait, what?
How is gravity not part of that?
Wait, Eddie, wait, what? Hold what to be instrument interference?
The observer effect that people say when we observe what's going on, that it's somehow a conscious mind is affecting it, but it's the instrument of measuring that most physicists hold to as being the interference.
Oh,
I
yeah,
agree. That was my interpretation as well.
Consciousness collapse thing. But there is interesting thing about physics is that they do think that the consensus is that randomness is actually a real force in the world. That's a real thing. that isn't reducible.
Yeah, but that's unrelated. That's not what he's talking about.
Yeah, it even, and it actually goes even further for those who push back against the instrument being the interference. We have another problem, and that is that our minds, our eyes rely on photons, and we're within the quantum environment that we're trying to see what's going on. So that interaction within the quantum environment, we can't move ourselves out of it. So it's not necessarily.
Yeah, we can.
Well, no,
I mean,
it's
it wouldn't apply to like a double slit experiment. I've done that one myself, and I mean, my eyes have they make no effect on the experiment.
Well, no. What I'm saying is when we interpret the measurements, we ourselves are in that quantum field, and we're using photons, and photons is what our eyes use to translate to our brain what we're seeing. So we are the instrument that we can't remove from the quantum field.
So when I do the double slit experiment, and I can see the waveform, the wave pattern on the on the computer screen, I can see little higher and lower density areas of photons, right? Like those exist regardless of whether or not I see it. Like I can close my eyes and I can bring in another person in the lab and they can see the same thing. We can both describe.
Are you
So the consciousness collapse argument is that, like, if you're not looking at it, it doesn't exist. Like, if you're not looking at the moon isn't there at all. And only when you look at it does all the particles collapse to create the moon. So, like, the entire experiment, all of the physical things, they're all in wave form. They're not in particle form when you're not looking at it. So, like, nothing is there when you're not looking at it. And somebody has to look at it to make it collapse. And it'll collapse into the state that it would have been in if it had been going on. But it wasn't going on until you looked at it. So it's like a really extreme version of nothing is there until you literally look at it.
Yeah, ideally.
Falsifiable hypothesis.
Yes, it's stupid.
And there's a lot of people who try to extrapolate idealism from it too. But if you go to the quantum eraser experiment and look at the quantum eraser experiment, it illuminates more the issue that I'm talking about. Not being able to remove our mind's eyes and the instrument that we are out of the quantum. So you have people that try to extrapolate that it's consciousness that makes it collapse, but it's not. It's the fact that we're involved in the quantum field and we're interpreting these quantum effects being inside that quantum field. And that's the issue is we can't eliminate that. We can't take our eyes out. There's not another way to interpret the evidence without looking at the evidence. And that's why you have a lot of them that say, oh, well, it's consciousness. No, it's the fact we're an instrument within the field.
On a semi-related note, I had a buddy of mine when I was in...
wait 1 sec. Jigsaw, you wanted to say something about atheism?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Very quietly.
Okay. Just to make only one point about atheists. Atheists think the burden of proof it's on believers, not on them. When they are the one who made the claims that life could come without the need of intelligent designer. I will give an example, then I will ask my question. Okay, my example is silly, but please see the connection I'm trying to make. If we see a book, we know someone made it. Why is that? It's because we know based on many things like paper, but the most point is intelligence behind it. Okay, let me ask my question now. I hope you see the connection.
Yeah.
That's all you, TJump.
I'll try to answer this, Jigsaw. But go ahead
Did
and
you?
ask your question.
Did you finish your question?
Yeah, he hasn't.
No, I didn't ask. Let me ask. Most world-class chemistry know that life can't come from nothing. This process can't work. We can't take some chemical and break them to life. So yeah, just to name one, like James Tour. How you explain life coming to existence without a designer?
Okay, first of all, there are many atheists who don't claim to know an alternative. It's just that most of us are not convinced by the claim of an intelligent designer. So the point is that if somebody's making a claim, something such as there's an intelligent designer behind our cosmos and our universe, then they do carry a burden of proof there. Now, if somebody's going to make a claim that that absolutely did not happen, then yes, you can make the argument that they also carry a burden of proof. But to assume that all atheists are making this claim is problematic because it's not true. Some do, but this is not really in the realm of atheism. This is more in the realm of, I guess, cosmology or scientific endeavor.
So I would say that, yeah, all the evidence indicates that the origin of RNA and DNA happened naturally in natural systems on the Earth with absolutely no designer, and that's what the consensus is in every field of biology, that life came from non-life. That's pretty much what everyone in biology believes, because that's the only evidence that's supported by anything in the field. All of the predictions have been made that RNA can form and balance on clay, that corpuscles, the outside of the cell, forms on clay, that these can happen in the early universe atmosphere, both on the older tests and the newer tests that happened in the past 3 years. All of the evidence indicates that, yeah, this is natural and not produced by a mind, and there's no evidence of a mind whatsoever. James Tour is not in any way a biologist. He's not an expert in microbiology at all. He doesn't have any qualifications in the field. He's refuted by everybody who is actually an expert in the field. He's just voicing his own not understanding of the field and his not understanding of the work in the field. So Tour isn't an expert in the field. He doesn't know what he's talking about. All the experts in the field do agree that it's purely natural, and all the evidence indicates it's natural. And that's the consensus of pretty much everybody in the field.
Okay, but we just have never... Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. But why they can't, like, for example, create life from chemical things like right now? Like...
Yeah, exactly. We have never been able to recreate anything. Just
we haven't recreated an entire cell from scratch. We have created entire genomes from scratch, and the genomes can self-reproduce. That was Craig Venter's work. So he created the first living reproducible cell, a man-made cell. But in order to make a full cell, you would need a long time. So to create a cell from literal nothingness, or from literally no life, would take many, many years of culturing things in a specific order, which isn't something we can do yet because it takes a long time. We can make each of the pieces in general. We do know life came about from non-life. We just don't know what the order is. So yes, we do have progress in making life from non-life. It is the consensus. We are making significant amounts of progress in that field. And even though we haven't done the entire process in one go, we don't need to. It's not important.
But that's the key word. You said we are making. You didn't say we're discovering life just forming out of nothingness.
Well, it's because there's life everywhere on the planet. We can't find a place on Earth where there isn't life. So in order to discover like life forming from non-life, we'd have to go to a different planet.
And life,
we probably try that if we wanted.
Life from nothingness is not something that we've been able to observe. We've observed life coming from other matter and things like that, I suppose.
I think that's just his
where we have to go.
I think that's just his language barrier. I don't think he means literally nothing. I think he means non-life.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, non-life. I was just piggybacking off of the other guy. I got nothing else to say right now.
Who was I talking to with the super deep voice?
Nick.
It wasn't me.
That was me.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Nick.
Hello?
Yep, Nick the Slink.
Nick, are you in radio?
Oh, no.
You should be.
He was on Pine Creek.
It sounds like a voice emulator.
Nope, that's just how we sound.
Yeah, you can make it even deeper if you want on a split second.
You sure can.
Do some baritone.
Yeah, I can do some bass if I really want to.
How deep can you go, Nick?
I did it once to the piano once. I'm trying to remember.
You got some Barry White in you?
Yeah.
Well, you can just
do the piano. I can tell you the lowest note, but I can't do it like on command.
Well, the way is you like you just sing. So you go that's why you go up and then you just go down and you can go to the lowest.
Yeah, I'm not doing it right now.
What? We demand singing, Nick. We must have you sing.
Nope, I'm busy.
Happy birthday to you.
You
I
could
mean, that
definitely.
guy's pretty talented as well.
I think you can make money off of your voice for sure. Like if you.
Yeah, I think so too.
Old Man River.
Yes, that's what you need to do. You need to go to a church, be like, I can sing bass.
Old Man River.
I was thinking more like Fiverr, or like some kind of Cameo. Just do shout outs.
Just go to YouTube, be like, I will say anything you want for X amount of money.
That might do.
So, so if we paid you, you would sing?
Fiverr? Is that how it works?
Yes, FIVRR, something like that.
Yeah, you can get paid for.
Does it have to be $5 or?
Well, you can set any amount you want. You get to set your own price, and then you can say, "I'll do a voice recording for you. You give me the lines. I'll say them in bass or whatever octave you want."
Yeah, if you go on there, I will definitely use your voice for some stuff because I need some voice actors.
I was planning on giving it away for free, but I might do that.
I want to hear Scotty and Nick yell at each other.
You don't know what you're talking about, boy. But yeah, I was actually thinking about this TJump. I was thinking about just calling into Pine Creek show sometime when it's like really, when it's quiet and just like play acting as Satan or something. Pine Creek, my good and faithful servant. You have done well.
It's called like a Christian show, Christian call-in show. Like, this is Satan calling.
No, you have to chant in Latin.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Sing the Beatles song backwards.
My good and faithful servant.
It sounded more like Dracula.
Pine Creek.
Tasmanian Dracula.
You need to put an echo on it. Then it'll really sound evil.
Oh, did my mic die?
No. Little, maybe, I don't know. I can hear you.
Say, Better Agent Smith, what sorts of voices are you needing?
Well, I'm still writing the script right now, but I definitely like his voice, and I was just thinking I could definitely use it. Yeah.
Gonna need to
really
pay
have
you
any
to
voices
sing
in
Polly
particular.
Polly Princess for me, the theme song to the Barbie anime.
I was trying to get this girl's number. I heard her talking. Yep. I just hear her voices. I want to keep in contact with them for later use.
Why are you going on such a marathon, TJump? Why are you up so late?
I woke up at. Wait, I woke up early, didn't I? Yeah, I had to go to. Oh no, because I went back to sleep. So yeah, I went to the poop donation place, which is really cool, at like 7 a.m. or something. And then I came home, went back to sleep, woke up at like 5. So I had a scheduled interview with a guy today at like 6 p.m. And then I just kept going after that. I just didn't shut the stream off.
Poop donation? Is that like for fecal transplant?
Yes, they pay me money for my poop because I'm special.
Hey man, I've heard a lot of good things about fecal transplant.
You should do sperm donation.
Can you guys hear me now?
That would be so cool if I walked around with TJump shit in me.
Happy Festivus. Thank you, Native.
Have you thought about doing sperm donations as well, or no?
I've thought about it, but those are more like you only get paid if someone you like chooses your stuff. So like plasma, you get paid per donation. Poop, you get paid per donation. Sperm, you don't get paid per donation. Since I don't have like a formal degree or anything, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be tall and you gotta be perfect.
Well,
doing quality specimens.
Yeah,
it's my hard. God, come to Vietnam. They just had a sperm donation from a guy here. I think it ran like close to $40,000.
Oh man!
Yeah, they pay
I
for
am
white
shitting you not.
How much can I get? kidney for there? Or
I don't know.
I'd
Probably a
give
lot
it.
cheaper.
Not as much as sperm.
I was thinking about, I got 2 of them. I only need 1.
Well, you can always go to
But,
China. I hear they remove those for free.
They get them from the North Koreans.
Man, I've been listening to Gulag
Archipelago.
Oh
Great
my
book.
God. Oh, it is. I'm listening to the abridged version, not the 3 volumes. It is unbelievable what humans can do to other humans.
It's unbelievable what people can survive.
Oh man, it is.
I blame scientists.
It's heartbreaking.
Solzhenitsyn that guy is a freak of nature.
He is.
That guy probably took down the Soviet Union more or less by himself. It's so insane.
Yeah, literally, he hid in the West, and when he came back, he was actually accused of taking down communist Russia because of his writings.
Yeah. Before I go, TJump, I sent you the video of those tribesmen. Did you take a look at that?
Yeah, I saw it on stream. I did not look at it yet because I was still playing my game.
Did you see? But you didn't see like any little clips of it.
No, I haven't looked at it yet because if I play it, the sound will come on stream.
Check it out. It's pretty fun.
Yep. Mango, I didn't kick you. What are you talking about?
Who? Oh,
the guy who
Nirvana booted him.
Nirvana booted him.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head on out. So
all right. See you later, Nick.
Good night, Nick.
Yeah, 3 o'clock. I can't believe you've been up this long. I didn't even realize.
I woke up at like 6 p.m. So I haven't even been up that long.
Jeez.
Oh.
Go to bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce out too. It's good talking to you again, TJump, and seeing you, Josh and Randolph and Scotty and everybody.
Yeah, Eddie, when are you gonna do the event at your house where we're gonna do the debate event?
Man, it rained like 6 inches today. It's gonna be a month for my stuff dries out at least. You know what? But I got promoted at work, and I'm making more. I appreciate it. I'm making more money and more time at home, so we might actually be able to make that make it happen. I think it'll be fun. Yeah, I think it'd be fun as hell.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right. See you later.
All right. That'll be good.
Editing.
All right. I'm probably going to head off too. It's been good, guys. 10-hour stream.
Almost. Yeah, need to do these more often.
Yep.
You need to do 10-hour streams more often, Scotty?
Yes.
Yeah.
10-hour streams.
Well, when he was doing his Q&As on Sunday, we had good steady growth, and it's worth it.
Okay, y'all take care now.
There's 78 people watching. Anyway, have a good one, T-Jump. Thanks for running an interesting stream.
Absolutely. Thanks for showing up, Randolph and Scotty and
fun.
Shane and everybody else. B30, God 20.
Nice.
Why do all your names have numbers in it? This is weird. All right, I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys later.